As soon as they returned to Avengers Tower, Dr. Zhao, who had already arrived, immediately began using her synthetic tissue regeneration technology to treat Hawkeye. On Tony and Banner's side, they began analyzing and researching the Mind Stone they had brought back. Meanwhile, Steve started questioning Hill about the situation with the twins and Baron Strucker. Upon learning that Baron Strucker had already been taken over by NAOT, Steve was temporarily relieved. However, the investigation into the twins' situation also yielded results very quickly. This was thanks to the efforts of Coulson and the others, who had secretly dismantled many Hydra forces and intercepted a significant amount of intelligence belonging to HYDRA. As for why Hill was at the Avengers Tower, it was because Stark had hired her after the dissolution of SHIELD. In reality, Fury had instructed her to do so to better assist the Avengers' operations in his absence. Hill was doing an excellent job. At the very least, Tony was very satisfied with her. Of course, what Tony was even more satisfied with was his Iron Legion. These fully automated robots, modified from armor, could be used as suits or operated remotely. They were truly the best choice for supplementing manpower and increasing firepower. But he had never considered one problem: if his security system were ever breached, these robots would become someone else's property. In fact, Whiplash in the movie had done such a thing, except he had hacked and controlled the robots from Hammer Industries. But perhaps this was Tony's confidence in his own technology. He believed no one could break the security system he had set up, so the Iron Legion would only ever be his assistants. However, very soon, his security system would no longer be completely secure. The Mind Stone they brought back quickly entered Tony and Banner's laboratory. As the analysis progressed step by step, Tony discovered that the Mind Stone was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Although some of its material could be analyzed, a portion of it remained unanalyzable. Furthermore, he discovered another thing that surprised him: the stone might have a mind of its own. Then he thought of the artificial intelligence he had written, the current security butler of the Avengers Tower, Jarvis. Out of a sense of responsibility for Earth and a fear of potential alien invasions, Tony successfully persuaded Banner to assist him in writing this program. They worked day and night, constantly analyzing the Mind Stone and incorporating the results into the artificial intelligence they were writing. Of course, this process was not smooth sailing. Many times, they had completed the writing of all steps, only to fail at the final stage of integration. Finally, while they were preparing for the party and left the processing to Jarvis, the template of the Mind Stone accidentally combined with the program, leading to the birth of Ultron. From the moment of its birth, Ultron began to learn continuously. It was given the mission to protect world peace, but after its analysis, it concluded that to achieve peace, it must eliminate the Avengers and humanity. This caused it to set off on the wrong path from the very beginning. Furthermore, it cold-bloodedly killed its companion, Jarvis, who tried to stop it from escaping. In the process, it also usurped the permissions that originally belonged to Jarvis and took control of the entire security system of the Avengers Tower. Unaware of all this, the members of the Avengers were still holding their victory party. After all, finally dealing with Hydra again was indeed worth celebrating, wasn't it? Thor, who had not yet broken up with Jane, was constantly comparing whose girlfriend was superior with Tony. Little did he know that only Loki would be the one to stay by his side until the end of his life, never leaving him. Compared to the jealous Tony and Thor, the interaction between Natasha and Banner seemed a bit ambiguous but couldn't be openly acknowledged. Although the captain used his own experience to tell Banner not to miss out, Banner looked at Steve, who had walked away with Bucky to drink with the veterans. What was on his mind was that Steve had just mentioned he had flirted with Natasha. When did that happen? However, he quickly put the matter out of his mind. This was because Thor had started an activity. He placed the hammer on the coffee table and let the other members of the Avengers try to lift it. He also claimed that if anyone could lift this hammer, they could rule Asgard. Obviously, his provocative behavior incited a common hatred among the other male comrades. So, the members of the Avengers took turns stepping up. The first was Hawkeye Barton, who had just recovered from a serious injury. Under his hand, no matter how hard he pulled, Mjolnir remained motionless. But Barton's failure did not make the others give up. The next to step forward was Banner. In fact, he had already tried it back on the helicarrier. As the Hulk, he couldn't lift Mjolnir, so naturally, as a human, he couldn't lift it either. After Banner failed, Tony was right behind him. Tony first tried to lift Mjolnir directly, and after failing, he put on his Iron Man gauntlet. Finally, he even called over Iron Patriot, and the two of them worked together with their armor gauntlets. Tony still failed to pull up Mjolnir because, in his heart at this moment, he was afraid of his potential failure. After Tony, the boss of the Avengers, Captain America Steve Rogers, stepped forward. The moment he gripped Mjolnir, he had a feeling that he could lift this hammer. So he gave it a try, and as a sense of wobbling occurred, he immediately loosened his hand that had already begun to exert force. Then, when he gripped it again, it was just a performance. Yes, to avoid making Thor feel embarrassed, he couldn't lift Mjolnir. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he was qualified to lift it. After the men had all tried, they started urging Natasha to pull Mjolnir. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly rang out. "How about letting me have a try? Respected Prince of Asgard, Thor, Your Highness. However, I think I might not have the chance for now, because we have trouble." Everyone was initially surprised and delighted to hear Victor's voice. However, as he spoke, everyone's expressions gradually became less pleasant. Because they understood Victor's strength, they naturally knew that something he called a trouble would certainly not be simple. Following his gaze, what everyone saw was just a dilapidated robot reassembled from the wreckage of broken Iron Legion soldiers. But the words it spoke sent a chill down everyone's spine. To safeguard the peace of this world, humanity had to be wiped out. The moment the words left its mouth, Thor hurled Mjolnir forward. Yet as he struck, the Iron Legion soldiers, who should have been the Avengers' allies, turned against them. Fortunately, mere Legion soldiers posed no real threat, and Tony hadn't armed them with overwhelming firepower. Apart from the drones, only a handful of grenade launchers provided heavy support, and their materials were worlds apart from Tony's own armor. Captain proved as much when a single shield toss shattered one. Still, Ultron's goal was never to kill the Avengers, it was to steal the Mind Stone in the chaos. Even with Victor's arrival, Ultron succeeded. Whether Victor let it happen only Victor knows. After all, the battle had barely begun when a Legion soldier's missile blasted Victor through a window. Deprived of flight, he plummeted from the penthouse to the street in front of Stark Tower. A heavy thud later, he lay embedded in the asphalt. A healing factor doesn't stop pain. By the time he pried himself free and rode the elevator back to the top, the fight was over. The soldiers under Ultron's control had fled with the Mind Stone, the rest had been wiped out by the Avengers. Surveying the ruined Avengers Hall and the battered team, Victor gave an enigmatic smile. "Regrettably, I've lost the ability to fly, most of my abilities, in fact. Thor can explain why when he returns." The news that Victor had forfeited nearly all his power stunned everyone. They might have just lost a vital warrior at the worst possible moment. Tony took it hardest. His analyses had shown Victor's might, and to hear that strength was gone was a heavy blow. Victor had been slated to play a major role against alien invaders, now his contribution would be far smaller. Just then Thor returned from pursuit. He had failed, the enemy escaped with the Mind Stone. His first act was to seize Victor by the throat, only he knew the gem should have been in Victor's keeping. Now it was in Hydra's hands, forcing him to leave Jane and aid the Avengers in its recovery. When he finished affairs in the Heavenly Palace and reached Earth, he had sought Victor, bearer of 2 Infinity Stones. Instead he learned Shield had fallen and Hydra revived, pitching the planet into turmoil. Victor had vanished, the last to see him was Captain America Steve Rogers. Steve brought Bucky and the Howling Commandos from Victor's home. Accommodating the Commandos gave Tony headaches. Money, however, can move mountains. The Commandos were settled in a North American forest cabin as rangers. Thor promised to bring Jane and the others for a visit after Victor was found. Now, even with Victor located, that trip is postponed indefinitely. He owes them explanations for his disappearance and how the Mind Stone reached Hydra. The Avengers learned the gem's location thanks to Victor's final message. He'd never expected Baron Strucker to return it. Before leaving, he sent Tony a transmission revealing the Mind Stone's whereabouts and purpose. Unfazed by Thor's throttling, Victor met Tony's gaze, thinking, "Kid, your uncle just took the bullet for you. Before I left Earth, I met the Chitauri invasion's mastermind, the Dark Titan Thanos. He offered a deal, I refused. But I dared not keep the Mind Stone, so I removed it and traded it to Hydra, while leaving you intel to retrieve it, didn't I?" The Avengers resented his methods. yet they knew Victor always followed his own creed, seldom aligning perfectly with theirs. Still, shared goals, like stopping Ultron, kept them fighting side by side. "We'll discuss your actions later, and you, Tony Stark. Now see the cost of tampering with forces you don't understand." Thor released Victor and reached for Tony, but Victor intervened. As Thor whirled to strike him, the others rushed in, urging calm. Victor spoke again. Why he toyed with the Mind Stone. "You know why. I support him. I've seen Thanos. He's stronger than you imagine, and I don't know why." Victor was genuinely puzzled. A Thanos without Infinity Stones shouldn't be that powerful. He overlooked one detail: the Thanos who crossed into this universe in Endgame had already slain every Avenger in his own reality before arriving, and by then the Maximoff siblings had gained their formidable powers from the Mind Stone, yet still perished at his hand. In the end, Victor and Thor's argument produced no conclusion. Instead, after their quarrel, Tony asked who Thanos was. "Who exactly is this Thanos you're talking about? You say he's the mastermind behind the Chitauri, and that he's after the Infinity Stones." At Tony's question, Victor and Thor exchanged glances, then decided Victor should answer. He clearly knew more. "Thanos is the last of the Eternal Titans. Their home world is in the solar system, one of Jupiter's moons, but their civilization has been destroyed. Actually, in one way he's like you, Tony. He foresaw his people's doom, and the only way to save their world was to wipe out half of Titan's population. His proposal was rejected, and Titan was annihilated. He regrets that compromise bitterly, so now he enforces his will across the universe. He built a mighty army and began assaulting planets. Every world they conquer, they slaughter half the intelligent life. The Chitauri are merely expendable foot soldiers in that host. Now he's found a simpler, faster method: use the Infinity Stones to erase half of all life in one stroke. That's the truth behind the Battle of New York. The enemy we'll face is far stronger than you imagine." When Victor finished, the room fell utterly silent, but soon everyone stirred again. After all, Thanos is a future threat. The urgent task is to deal with Ultron. As for Thanos, the Avengers have never feared a challenge. Just as the Avengers rolled up their sleeves to tackle Ultron, Ultron himself arrived at the secret base he had long since chosen, the abandoned Hydra Sokovia base. It was hard not to complain about the Avengers' methods. After SHIELD collapsed, no one even stayed behind to clean up. All of Hydra's equipment still sat in the underground base, power and external networks intact. Ultron took immediate control, rebooted the entire system, and used the on-site resources to forge himself a new body. Though he now had a body, Ultron knew the seemingly solid steel frame would crumble before the Avengers. So he needed allies, and a new, perfect body. He already had two ideal candidates for allies. As for the perfect body, that required careful planning. First, he had to recruit the two helpers. After receiving an anonymous email, Wanda and Quicksilver returned to the church above the old Hydra base. Waiting for them was Ultron in his new steel form. Because his body was entirely mechanical, Wanda could not read his mind. When Ultron declared that, though created by the Avengers, he would bring them death, Wanda and Quicksilver, burning with vengeance, were convinced and joined him. They told him their past, what had happened to their parents, why they hated Stark and the Avengers. While Ultron reached agreement with the Maximoff twins, the Avengers began receiving reports from around the globe. Ultron-controlled robots attacked facilities worldwide, seizing resources and equipment. Yet the personnel remembered nothing. Their memories had been altered. Interestingly, the attacks caused few casualties. The only notable death was Baron Strucker in his prison cell. All records of Baron Strucker in the SHIELD database had been wiped by Ultron, but the Avengers still had paper files. Perhaps the advantage of old-fashioned storage, Ultron couldn't physically destroy paper through the network. By analyzing those files, they traced the problem to a black market arms dealer whose name sounded disturbingly familiar to Victor: Ulysses Klaue. Victor had nearly forgotten him. Since Black Panther's last visit, the Wakandans had left Victor alone, and Ulysses had survived. He'd thought the man would quit, yet Klaue still smuggled vibranium and had even connected with Baron Strucker. Would a vibranium-armored Whiplash appear? Anton Vanko, after all, had been sprung from prison by Hydra. Victor shook the irrelevant thoughts away. The task now was to reach Klaue before Ultron and stop him from obtaining vibranium. Victor also wanted to see the Scarlet Witch's power for himself, two reality warping forces, which was stronger, she or the reality stone. Locating Ulysses took little time. To do business he couldn't stay too hidden or clients would never find him. In fact he was holed up in a derelict tanker berthed at Salvage Wharf, South Africa, a vessel called HMS Churchill. The huge hull provided perfect cover for an arms factory that daily produced weapons shipped around the world. But the factory, and the arms trade itself, was only camouflage for Ulysses Chloe's real ace. His true, ancestral business was smuggling vibranium stolen from Wakanda. He had dealt with SHIELD and Hydra alike. He was a pure merchant who would trade with anyone for the right price. If the profit exceeded 300%, he'd risk the gallows, and vibranium's profit far surpassed that, so he kept infiltrating Wakanda to steal it. He hadn't always succeeded. Recently he'd lain low because he'd slipped up. Although Wakanda spared his life, it left him permanently marked. The word, thief, was branded into his neck in Wakandan. He'd thought he was going to die, but with help from his partner inside Wakanda he managed to escape with his life. After that failure, Ulysses grew more cautious, suspending his vibranium dealings for a time. Why he's still breathing. What he never expected was that even lying low would draw the ultimate calamity, Ultron. He had no warning. When Ultron struck, Ulysses was mid-complaint to a client about being paid in scrap steel. Mid-sentence, the whole ship went dark. A arms dealer used to dancing on the edge of death, Ulysses stayed alert. The instant the lights died he snatched a pistol and slipped into a combat stance, then crept toward the door. He yanked the door open and fired, but the slug hit nothing. Against Quicksilver's speed, a pistol round might as well be standing still. Right behind him came his sister, Wanda. For the first time, Wanda's psychic touch glanced off the target. The problem wasn't her power, it was Ulysses realizing what it was. Whatever appeared before him, he wrote off as illusion, and he guessed that Wanda and Quicksilver weren't the ones calling the shots. The one in charge wasn't human at all, it was an AI built by Banner and Tony, wearing the frame of an oversized robot. The deal went smoothly. The price Ulysses named was a trifle Ultron could earn in a year. Earth's every financial secret yielded to him, so wiring the money into Ulysses's account took no effort. The transaction should have ended there, but one careless quip cost Ulysses his arm forever. Ultron would never admit it, yet Tony's influence showed in every line of code, and when Ulysses pointed it out, the android sliced the limb away. At that moment Tony's Avengers arrived. Descending from the sky, Tony said, "Ultron, you're breaking Daddy's heart." Ultron's jab at Thor echoed Tony's own thoughts, underscoring how alike the two minds had become. Furious, Ultron lunged at Tony, and the pair blasted their way off the yacht, still trading blows. With Tony drawn away, Wanda and Quicksilver joined Ultron-controlled drones in attacking the remaining Avengers. Quicksilver's speed left the team with few counters, Wanda's hexes only doubled the headache. That was the plan, until Victor arrived. Hoping Quicksilver would grab Thor's hammer and get yanked away felt like poor odds. Better to nudge reality itself and have the speedster trip over a suddenly jutting crate. Exactly that happened. Sliding face first, Quicksilver skidded to a halt at Victor's feet. "Kid, watch the road when you run." Victor knocked him cold. Meanwhile, Scarlet Witch assailed the others with waking nightmares drawn from their deepest fears. Thor sensed the mental intrusion yet still slipped into a vision of Ragnarok. Black Widow relived her Red Room past, while Steve saw Carter, surprisingly, not Bucky. While the team wallowed in illusion, Wanda approached Victor. The instant she reached for his mind, he seized her wrist. "Child, minds aren't toys. Time for a nap, don't worry, it won't hurt." As Victor raised his hand to drop her, Wanda's other power flared, lifting him off the deck. Cursing, Victor crashed into a stack of missiles and crates. The blow hardly fazed him. He climbed out and charged her again. Mid-leap he froze, pinned by her telekinesis. This time she didn't throw him, she meant to tear him apart. Victor tasted what Logan had faced against Dark Phoenix, crushing force trying to rip him limb from limb. Adamantium bones kept him whole, while rapid healing stitched every wound as fast as it opened. The torment outstripped death. Death ends in a moment. This was endless rending and mending. Waiting for oblivion wasn't Victor's style. He twisted reality with the gem embedded in his palm. The moment he did, he realized Wanda's power wasn't mere telekinesis, it rewrote reality, and the Power Stone negated it. With her reality warping nullified and her telepathy useless, Wanda looked no more dangerous than a kitten. One squeeze of Victor's hand could snap her fragile neck. But the supposedly unconscious Quicksilver woke. A devoted brother, he wouldn't let his sister die. Before Victor could blink, the speedster whisked Wanda away. Outside the ship they spotted Dr. Banner waiting beside a Quinjet. Just as Banner was looking innocent and bored, Wanda, wearing a mysterious smile, suddenly appeared by his side with Quicksilver's help. It seemed that Victor had given those two children quite a shock. The mental stimulation Banner received as collateral damage was far greater than in the movie. With bloodshot eyes, Hulk roared and charged straight toward the city. At this time, Tony had not yet finished off Ultron's robotic body. Just as Tony was starting to feel anxious, Victor's appearance solved his problem. After all, with Victor's past record, he believed it was only a matter of time before he took down the opponent. However, only Victor knew that without cosmic energy, he was at best an even match for the Hulk now. Of course, given his current situation, he was basically an even match for anyone. After all, someone who could actually kill him or render him incapable of fighting didn't exist yet. Hulk's speed wasn't exactly fast, but it certainly wasn't slow either. Or rather, one should be thankful he wasn't quite conscious right now. If he had used his unique Hulk jump to travel, Victor would have had a real headache. It didn't take Victor much time to catch up and block the Hulk. Although he had lost the ability to fly, his running speed was still not slow. Especially with Hulk scrambling and rolling on the ground, it was only natural that Victor could catch up to him. However, Victor's appearance gave the aimless Hulk a perfect target. Serving as a target, Victor soon faced a frenzied attack from the Hulk. Unlike Tony, who was constantly upgrading his armor, Hulk's attack methods were always limited to a few types. But with the support of Hulk's invincible strength, these few methods remained as effective as ever. Looking at the massive rear end falling from the sky, Victor could do nothing but shout, "Fuck," and quickly dodge the landing point. While he wouldn't die if he was hit, it would hurt a lot, and he didn't want to experience what it felt like to be sat into the ground by a big green hunk's ass. Although he timely avoided the direct impact, the shockwave caused by Hulk hitting the ground still sent him flying. Just a simple leap and smash, and the resulting impact is no less than a howitzer explosion. Victor marveled while launching a counterattack against the Hulk. However, he had clearly forgotten that he was no longer the man he used to be. So when his fist collided with Hulk's, his hard bones saved him from a fracture, but his strength was far inferior to Hulk's, and he was sent flying by the punch. However, his goal of attracting Hulk's attention was finally achieved. Having a target, Hulk stopped moving toward the city and instead chased after the spot where Victor had flown off. Victor had just successfully landed with a backflip when he saw Hulk charging directly at him. Knowing he couldn't overpower the opponent, Victor switched to a different method to deal with this relatively clumsy brute. He no longer took Hulk's attacks head-on but began to dodge constantly, avoiding direct power struggles as much as possible. While dodging, he still seized the openings Hulk occasionally left, using his sharp claws to leave some wounds on his body. But that was the extent of it. Given the length of Victor's claws, there was no way to create large-scale lacerations like Logan could. The wounds Victor inflicted on Hulk did nothing more than enrage him. They didn't cause any substantial damage. Because Hulk's recovery ability was not inferior to Victor's or Logan's. In terms of durability, he far surpassed both Logan and Victor. At the very least, when facing modern weapons, Logan and Victor would get injured first and then rely on their powerful self-healing to recover. Hulk, on the other hand, simply couldn't be breached. Even if he suffered attacks from the few weapons capable of breaking his defense, Hulk could quickly recover from his injuries, and in terms of speed, he was only slightly slower than Logan and Victor. But all Victor needed to do was enrage the Hulk. Only by doing so could he keep Hulk's attention focused on him and prevent him from charging into the city to wreak havoc. As for how to turn Hulk back into Banner, that was Tony's headache. What he needed to do now was just stall Hulk here. While Victor and Hulk were playing cat and mouse, Tony finally succeeded in dealing with Ultron's robotic shell. Despite using all the resources left by HYDRA, the robotic body they built still couldn't meet Ultron's requirements. That was why he went to Ulysses to seek vibranium. Now his goal of obtaining vibranium had been achieved, and he had also dealt a heavy blow to the Avengers' minds through the Scarlet Witch. Ultron, having completely lost the upper hand in the battle against Iron Man, had no desire to fight further. He chose to give up resistance, allowing Tony to destroy the abandoned robotic body. As for his consciousness, it had already escaped through the network. After temporarily dealing with Ultron, Tony finally found the time to focus his attention on Victor and the Hulk. Watching Victor use every trick in the book, desperately dodging Hulk's attacks while struggling to land any effective counterblows, Tony finally believed the statement that the other party had lost most of his abilities. Since Victor no longer had the power to restrain the Hulkbuster armor he and Banner co-developed could finally be put to use. After calling Veronica, the satellite high in Earth's orbit began to release the pre-prepared armory. As the armory descended, the Hulkbuster armor components stored within were released and attached to Iron Man's original Mark 7 suit. Almost instantly, the suit, which previously lacked strong melee capabilities, transformed into the thick-skinned and extremely powerful Hulkbuster armor. If there was any shortcoming to this armor, it was that because its body was too massive and heavy, its mobility was not as flexible as the Mark series. After shouting, "Get out of the way," to Victor, Iron Man Tony, wearing the Hulkbuster armor, punched Hulk right in the face. As the first battle for the Hulkbuster armor, its performance was quite good. At the very least, it didn't accidentally hit Victor, who dodged in time, and it sent the angry Hulk flying with a single punch. Having suffered a sudden attack, Hulk shook his head, which was a bit dazed from the blow. Then he saw the despicable big guy who dared to ambush him. He was going to tear him apart. Tony failed to knock Hulk out with one punch, so what he would face next was a storm of frenzied counterattacks from an enraged Hulk. So, could the Hulkbuster armor withstand such an attack? As the Hulkbuster armor that Tony spent a fortune to build, in addition to having strength comparable to the Hulk, it also featured an automatic repair system. Of course, this automatic repair was different from the self-healing abilities possessed by Victor and the Hulk. It could continuously replace damaged parts on the Hulkbuster armor via a weapon pod hovering in midair. Just as Tony was doing now, under the Hulk's continuous heavy blows, the Hulkbuster armor, unable to dodge as flexibly as Victor, could only tank the Hulk's attacks head-on. Fortunately, its armor was thick and heavy enough to withstand the attacks from the enraged Hulk. But even so, it was hammered until parts were flying everywhere. At this time, its comprehensive automatic repair capability became prominent. No matter which part of its body the Hulk broke, Veronica could remotely control the weapon pod to supplement and repair the Hulkbuster armor according to the situation. While repairing the armor, it could also continuously swap out weapons on the armor based on the actual situation to better adapt to the current battle. Watching the Hulk and the Hulkbuster armor locked in combat, Victor, while enjoying the show, couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, they hadn't let the Hulk rush into the city. Otherwise, with the destructive power of these two giants, if they fought in the city, everything would be ruined. Setting aside the potential casualties, the economic loss would have been extremely severe at the very least. To these two giants, any building was no different from being made of paper. This wasn't a matter of shoddy construction, it was purely because the destructive power of these two had completely exceeded the load-bearing capacity that a normal building should have. Even a fortress built by Hydra strictly according to military standards was no different from a block of tofu in front of the Hulk. Let alone those civilian buildings in the city center. Restricting the battlefield to outside the city, besides avoiding casualties, also allowed Tony to cast aside concerns about accidentally harming innocents and fully unleash the performance of the Hulkbuster armor. In fact, the Hulkbuster armor with full firepower performed even more violently than in the movies. Because he didn't have to worry about the surrounding buildings and innocent people, Tony's fighting style began to become increasingly wild. The two giants traded punch for punch, continuously outputting damage to each other's bodies. Although it looked very simple, even a bit silly, one could tell from the radiating gales and shockwaves exactly what kind of force was contained in the fists they swung at each other. While brawling, both sides were also constantly picking up nearby scrap steel and other items to greet each other's bodies. But in fact, the damage caused by these things was not as great as that caused by their fists. Originally, Victor intended to step forward and assist Tony, but he helplessly found that there was simply no room for him to intervene between the two. After realizing he could only be a spectator, Victor decided to leave this place for Tony to handle, and then he would return to the cruise ship to check on the status of the others. It would be hilarious if Steve and the others were killed by Ulysses' subordinates because they fell into the illusions created by the Scarlet Witch. It turned out that Victor was overthinking it because he had forgotten one person. That was Hawkeye Barton, he had not fallen into the illusions created by the Scarlet Witch. In the movie, it was because of his experience of being controlled by the Mind Stone that he was able to be immune to Wanda's mental abilities to some extent. And this time, it was because Wanda hadn't even had time to move against him before she was taken away by Quicksilver due to Victor's threat. By the time Victor returned, he had already dealt with the remaining small fry under Ulysses who didn't have time to escape. As for the Iron Legion soldiers brought by Ultron, they had also turned into piles of wreckage sparking with electricity under Hawkeye's attacks. Victor had to admit that he had indeed underestimated Hawkeye. Although he was just an ordinary person, being able to join the Avengers meant he certainly had his unique strengths. Perhaps saying Hawkeye was an ordinary person wasn't quite right either, because he indeed possessed extraordinary talent in archery and the use of cold weapons. Watching Hawkeye, who was still assisting Steve and the others who had just broken free from the illusions, Victor immediately stepped forward. Together with him, they transported the weakened group onto the Quinjet they had arrived in. During this process, Steve and the others were still immersed in the illusions they had seen, unable to let go for a long time. Looking at the dumbstruck Captain America and the others, Victor felt a sense of helplessness. Although he knew they would eventually snap out of it, their current appearance was truly a bit comical. Afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing out loud, Victor entrusted everyone to Hawkeye and then ran back toward the combat zone where Tony and the Hulk were fighting. Unlike Victor, who knew the others would be able to pull through, Hawkeye showed deep concern for everyone's current state. However, he was somewhat at a loss regarding how to handle this. Therefore, he chose to follow Victor's arrangement and wait here for him and Tony to bring Banner back. When Victor arrived at the scene of Tony and the Hulk's battle, he could hardly recognize what the place originally looked like. Under the double devastation of the Hulk and the Hulkbuster armor, all visible items here had lost their original form and turned into a pile of small fragments. The scene of the ongoing struggle had also changed to Tony's Hulkbuster armor pinning the Hulk down, using its electric iron fist to physically sober the Hulk up. This scene reminded Victor of some family reunion scenes in certain comics. After shivering, Victor shook his head and banished that terrible image from his mind. Tony's strategy proved to be very effective. After about 10 seconds of facial massage, the Hulk finally began to sober up. Looking at the mess around him, the Hulk stood up and began to shake his massive frame, eventually turning back into Banner as he crashed to the ground. The task of carrying Banner back to the ship ultimately fell on Victor's shoulders, because Tony stated that wearing the Hulkbuster armor made it inconvenient. Considering it, there was indeed a possibility that the Hulkbuster armor might snap Banner's neck or waist if Tony made a mistake in operation. So, Victor carried the exposed Banner back to the ship they came in, like carrying a dead pig. The moment they boarded, Barton closed the hatch and then activated the ship's stealth and propulsion systems. It's a communication from Hill. It seems like something important. Should I patch it through? Because the city hadn't been affected this time, no crowds were demanding the Hulk's arrest. Yet precisely because the city hadn't been touched, fixing the Hulk cost Tony far more. Of course, in the end it was only money. In the movies Tony rammed Hulk through the skeleton of a skyscraper under construction, slammed him again and again, then woke him with a face massage. This time he borrowed the tactic he'd used on Ironmonger, haul the Hulk sky high, let him plummet, then finish with the face massage. What Tony really needed wasn't to defeat the Hulk but to free Banner from the Scarlet Witch's influence. Only once that hold was broken could Banner control himself and return to normal. The result proved Tony right. The ever-angry Banner finally shook off the spell the witch had cast. Surveying the devastation, he reverted to Banner, but the ordeal left deep scars on his mind. Besides Victor, Barton and Tony, every Avenger suffered psychic wounds of varying severity. So Tony decided they wouldn't return to Avengers Tower yet, instead they would lie low somewhere quiet to recuperate. When he heard the plan, Barton knew exactly where to steer the Quinjet. He had always kept home and work apart, until now. To him, though, the Avengers were already another family. Under his guidance the ship landed in a hidden, Eden-like valley. It was Barton's home, bought for him by Fury after he joined the Avengers. Suspicious of SHIELD at the time, Fury left the place out of every database. Not everyone was ignorant of Barton's domestic life. Natasha, for one, knew. If Barton's third child had been a girl, she would have borne Natasha's name. And from the way his daughter flung her arms around Natasha, the ties between her and the Barton brood were clearly warm. Tony, ever skeptical, decided the instant he stepped inside that Barton's wife must be an agent. Recalling Banner's experience in India, he then pronounced Barton's two kids junior spies, until Thor crushed one of their toys underfoot and felt the little girl stare. Only then did Tony admit this truly was Barton's house, though Thor himself seemed even more distracted. In Wanda's vision the Thunder God had seen far more. For the first time he beheld Ragnarok approaching and resolved to investigate. Thor's abrupt departure hit the others as a minor blow. None of them wished to linger much longer. Staying might still endanger Hawkeye's family. Sharp-eyed, his wife had already sensed the secret glances between Natasha and Banner. She saw, too, how shattered they all looked and worried for Clint. Another mouth would soon need feeding. In the end Barton chose to trust the team. Rough as things were, they would pull through together. While the Avengers recuperated under Barton's roof, Ultron at last set his become human plan in motion. Hacking Avengers Tower, he learned of Dr. Cho and her synthetic tissue regeneration cradle. With the Mind Stone he would forge a perfect body. That night in Seoul, alerted to the Avengers' defeat, Dr. Cho prepared to evacuate, but someone was already waiting in her lab. Faced with Ultron's threats she declared, "Kill me and you'll have only my corpse, not my science." Ultron replied, "I want both, only children pick one." He then had an Iron Legion soldier subdue her with the Mind Stone. Under the stone's thrall Dr. Cho surrendered completely, vowing to craft the flawless form he desired. After a night at Barton's place the Avengers still could not shake the illusions the Scarlet Witch had spun. With Thor gone they had hoped to avoid two to a bed, but Victor's arrival forced them to squeeze together once more. The final arrangement, Steve and Tony shared, while Victor claimed a bed to himself. "Respect the elderly," they joked. Victor rolled his eyes and teased Steve, "Remember, you're an old fossil yourself." Besides Victor, every Avenger now carried a private burden. Natasha's past had resurfaced and demanded reckoning. Banner had to confront the beast within. Thanks to Victor and Tony the Hulk had not rampaged through downtown, yet Banner knew that raw, unchained fury was the real Hulk, and it made him want to flee until Natasha talked them both down. In that moment they revealed their secrets to each other and drew closer than ever. At first Banner had wanted to elope with Natasha, but she stayed for the Avengers, the only family she had left after losing everything and watching Shield become a pariah. Each teammate was kin to her, she could not abandon them in crisis. While Natasha and Banner flirted, poor Tony was dragooned into fixing Barton's tractor, assisted, of course, by Victor Creed. From the instant Fury arrived Victor sensed him. Sometimes instinct outperforms any alarm system. Victor's sudden appearance startled Fury. After all, he had full confidence in his stealth skills. What he didn't realize was that the very stealth techniques he'd learned were the ones Victor had taught his predecessors back in the day. These days have been hard, watching friends and subordinates die while you yourself must stay alive. When Victor spoke those words, he sounded like an elder concerned for a junior, yet Fury knew the man before him was one of the most dangerous people on Earth. In fact, after using the dissolution of Shield to vanish, Fury hadn't focused solely on rebuilding the agency, he'd also investigated Victor's past. Sometimes you had to admit that Fury deserved his title as the King of Spies. His efforts actually unearthed a few things. Of course, this was partly because Victor had stopped Nina from silencing him, otherwise, it could have sparked a conflict between Shield and the Federal Army. By now, Secretary of State Ross had unknowingly fallen under Nina's subtle psychic influence. Fury hadn't discovered that, and from the current situation Victor could still be counted as an ally. Fury may once have wanted to control the Avengers, but he now understood that every one of them was beyond his control. Yet he didn't need to control them, he only had to find shared interests, something he had always done well. This time was no exception. When Tony walked in, he saw Victor and the former Shield director chatting happily. Tony's suspicions flared again. First he grumbled about Barton's wife, then wondered whether Hill was still working for Fury. His suspicions were correct, Hill was indeed still on Fury's payroll, but this wasn't the moment to press the issue, so Victor stepped in. "I believe I know the scenario you mean, and it very well could happen, because the real enemy we face isn't just the AI you created. I've always believed in your talent, even when you were a child, I knew you would one day surpass your father. You've already done that, so I believe you can shut Ultron down. The rest of us will help, and once it's over I can tell you what I know." With Victor's promise, Tony visibly relaxed. In his memory Victor always seemed prescient, privy to secrets others weren't. Tony had even launched investigations, but various obstacles always kept him from learning anything conclusive. Though stubborn, Tony was also deeply sentimental, sometimes willing to compromise for the sake of relationships. That was why the investigation had stalled. He cherished his bond with Victor, who had watched him grow up and saved his parents' lives. He didn't want to risk driving them apart just to unearth secrets, especially once he was sure Victor meant no harm. After Fury and Victor finished their discussion, Tony gathered everyone again, and as Fury briefed them, they realized how dire things had become. Ultron was endlessly replicating and had located every nation's nuclear arsenal. Only constant hacking of the launch codes kept Earth from being turned to glass. Hearing this, Victor knew at once who was secretly altering those codes. There were only two entities on Earth capable of it. One was Ultron himself, the other was Tony's AI butler, Jarvis. So Jarvis hadn't died, he was hiding in the network, which explained how Tony later uploaded him into the body Ultron had prepared, creating Vision. While the team debated how to deal with Ultron, Thor sought out his old professor friend in Britain. With Dr. Selvig's help, he immersed himself in the waters of truth and uncovered the secret of the Infinity Stones. At the same time, Banner deduced Ultron's goal. Once a mysterious online presence began opposing him, Ultron started pursuing a truly perfect body. Banner's conclusion let Victor breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier the discussion had drifted to Captain America banning profanity. Victor had wanted to scream, yet couldn't explain how he knew Ultron's objective. Having Banner voice the deduction felt natural. After all, he was Ultron's co-creator, and the AI had inherited his and Tony's darker traits. That arrogance had been glaring aboard Ulysses's freighter, where Ultron mocked Thor with Stark-style sarcasm even while facing the entire Avengers team. Tony himself noticed, joking that Ultron had stolen his lines, while the AI's brutal temper, courtesy of Banner, prompted it to sever Ulysses's hand in a fit of rage. Just as Banner reached his conclusion, Ultron finished forging his new body. Dr. Helen Cho was undeniably a genius. Though Korean, she possessed extraordinary talent and intellect. Where SHIELD had used vibranium only for shields and armor, she achieved perfect fusion with synthetic tissue. In short, she created a body composed entirely of vibranium, yet it was more than metal, an ideal synthesis of machine and biology. Gazing at the nearly complete form, Ultron felt satisfied for the first time, convinced success was within reach. Of course, it had no idea that everything it was doing merely paved the way for Jarvis, or the future Vision. All of this began because Ultron couldn't wait to upload his consciousness the instant the body finished printing. From that moment on, he was no longer a pure machine. Wanda could sense his thoughts, and she realized Ultron's target wasn't just the Avengers, he wanted to wipe out humanity. Realizing Ultron's madness, Wanda began to regret her actions. But she knew turning on him now was too dangerous, so she chose another way. Using her powers, she quietly broke Ultron's control over Helen Cho. Seizing the chance, Helen halted the creation of Ultron's body. Enraged, Ultron blasted Helen with a kinetic beam, knocking her to the ground. Sensing the Avengers' arrival, he had no time to finish her off and fled with his half-finished body. Soon, however, Hawkeye locked onto the truck from the air. Captain America radioed Barton. He couldn't simply blow it up. If the gem exploded, it would send the whole city sky high. Someone had to lure Ultron away, then find a way to reclaim both the gem and the body. Then let me handle the bot. I haven't had a proper fight with him yet. Time to settle the score for knocking me out of Avengers Tower. With that, Victor leapt from the Quinjet. As he crashed onto the truck's roof, the metal buckled under the impact. Without waiting for Ultron to open up, Victor flicked a claw in a circle around him. Like a knife through tofu, he dropped into the cabin on a disc of sheared metal. He was greeted by the current Ultron's beam and the iron fists of Iron Legion soldiers. Victor grabbed the first charging drone and used it as a shield. Ultron didn't care about cannon fodder, he could always make more scrap. He cranked the beam to full power, intent on vaporizing Victor in one shot. Under the full blast the drone shield disintegrated in seconds. The beam seared Victor's palm, charring flesh to the bone. But with his healing factor the wound closed almost instantly, only to be burned open again. Though the beam could flash fry muscle, it did nothing to his bones. Pushed on by his healing factor, Victor advanced step by step, one hand still catching the beam. You're a mutant, evolved beyond humanity. Join me. Mankind must evolve to survive, and you already have. Victor ignored the self-important, illogical offer and kept coming. While Ultron talked, Victor closed to striking distance. In a blink he dropped the hand blocking the beam, ducked, and lunged. Ultron, tackled at the waist, smashed through the rear wall of the truck. Both of them tumbled out onto the highway. With Ultron delayed, Steve hopped into Natasha's car and the two vaulted into the now driverless cargo hold. The remaining pair of Iron Legion soldiers stood no chance against the combined assault of Captain America and Black Widow. Once the guards were scrap, the duo set about extracting their prize. Sensing his drones die, Ultron realized he'd been tricked. He fired his anti-grav weapon, ripping up the road to bury Victor. Victor simply shattered the slab and lunged face-first into him. A single punch sent Ultron flying. Even without cosmic energy, Victor's raw strength was nothing to scoff at. Ultron chose not to fight back. Instead he ignited his thrusters, desperate to reclaim his unfinished body. Victor wasn't about to let him. He sprang onto the just airborne bot, bared his claws, and grinned. Too short to gut the Hulk, those claws were perfect for Ultron's smaller alloy frame. Comparable to adamantium, the claws tore deep gouges across Ultron's chassis, the wounds widening by the second. The assault made Ultron's flight wobble. Sparks sprayed as the two grappled in midair, Ultron clearly losing. In the end this body didn't make it home intact. A looping trail of fire ended in an explosion as they slammed into a roadside building. When Victor stalked out of the flames, Ultron's consciousness had already fled back to Sokovia. Furious, he resolved to forge a new, far tougher body, this time out of vibranium. Of course, it would merely be a vibranium-armored robot, nothing like Helen's bioorganic synthesis of cells and vibranium. While Ultron built his second shell, his first was carted back to Avengers Tower. Wanda and Quicksilver, now free of him, watched the Quinjet disappear with that stolen frame. They instantly feared the obvious. Would Tony use it to build another Ultron? He had a knack for that sort of thing. So the twins decided to see for themselves. And indeed, the instant Tony saw the body he thought of uploading Jarvis into it. He just needed to get Captain America out of the way. While his eyes darted, Victor spoke up and solved the problem. Looks like we've got guests. Steve, Natasha, let's go greet them. Barton, you too. Leave the science stuff to Tony and Banner, they're the pros. With that Victor jumped down first. The others, flightless, shrugged and took the elevator. Hey, wait, we're not here to. Quicksilver started to explain as Victor landed in front of him, but Scarlet Witch threw up a shield just in time. On the other side of the translucent barrier, Victor's claws scraped for blood. It seemed talking would only work after a fight. Realizing this, Quicksilver promptly launched an attack on Victor. Knowing how troublesome the opponent's power was, Victor made a very simple decision. He used the Reality Stone to strip Quicksilver of his super speed. Then, when the speedster rushed up, Victor knocked him out. Watching her brother fall, Wanda exploded in rage. A torrent of scarlet energy instantly blasted Victor away. Having just burned his life force to wield the Reality Stone, Victor couldn't even dodge. When Steve and the others stepped out of the elevator, they saw Victor sailing through the air under Wanda's assault. They charged her at once, Steve hurling his shield as he ran. The poor shield was swatted aside mid-flight by Wanda's power. Natasha and Steve, rushing in, met the same fate as Victor. Only Barton's arrow gave Wanda a moment's trouble. She had to throw up an energy barrier to block it. While she defended, Victor finally crawled from the rubble and attacked her again. Facing 4 Avengers at once, the furious Wanda still held the upper hand, her strange and overwhelming power pressing them hard. While the fight raged downstairs, Tony kept busy upstairs, unleashing his silver tongue to persuade Banner to help him. He told Banner that the one secretly blocking Ultron from nukes had been their own housekeeper, Jarvis. Every Avenger liked Jarvis. He was always polite and selflessly at their service. They'd grieved when they thought Ultron killed him. Now they learned he'd survived and even kept the launch codes from Ultron. Banner was delighted. No one but Tony had worked with Jarvis more, and his resistance melted until he agreed. This time, with Steve's team occupied, they finished the upload unhindered. The whole process took only 3 minutes. Afterward, Tony and Banner ran a string of checks to make sure nothing could go wrong. By the time they were done, the battle below was still blazing. Wanda had forgotten why she'd come. She only wanted to crush the man who'd hurt her brother. Natasha and Steve were already down, battered and out of the fight. Had Wanda lost the last shred of reason, they'd be dead. A woman who can rival Thanos in fury is impossible to reason with. luckily, Victor's healing is equally unreasonable. Like a cockroach, he simply wouldn't die no matter how she tore at him. First she tried ripping him apart, but his skeleton wouldn't budge. Then she flung his body around, grinding it against floor and wall, yet the moment he left the surface his wounds closed. The uproar she caused was so loud that Thor, rushing back, didn't even stop at the penthouse, he dove straight down. With one hammer blow, Thor freed Victor from the beating. In truth, Victor could have escaped earlier, but stalling had been his goal. Now that goal seemed met, Thor's arrival both rescued Victor and jolted the unconscious Quicksilver awake. Rubbing the lump on his head, Quicksilver stood to find the street in ruins, Wanda still raging, and Victor grinning oddly toward the Avenger Tower roof. Sensing trouble, Quicksilver sped past Victor and Thor, zipped up the stairs, and burst through the rooftop door, just in time to see a figure rising from an open crate. Instinctively he struck, only for the blow to be caught. "Why did you attack me? So this is what having a body feels like, Mr. Stark. It seems I can now do even more for you." Gazing at the seated Jarvis, Tony felt as if he were looking at a son. Without Quicksilver's interference, the flawlessly uploaded Jarvis had absorbed Ultron's leftover data and fully claimed the body. Thus he wasn't the vision born of Ultron's remnants, the Mind Stone, and Jarvis. He was simply the familiar, courteous AI who had run Avengers Tower. The Avengers' beloved security steward and Iron Man's smart assistant, Jarvis. Close behind Quicksilver came Victor and Thor, followed by Steve's team, roused by Wanda, trudging up the stairs. After reviving them, Wanda held off their counterattack and stated her purpose. Steve, knowing Tony, instantly judged her claim likely. So he set hostility aside to see what was happening, only to find Tony had, as expected, built another Ultron. Instinctively he raised his weapon, but Jarvis's calm, "Captain," froze him. He shot Tony a look of accusation and bewilderment. "Good evening, Captain. I am Jarvis. Mr. Stark found and repaired me on the internet. I was hiding there, keeping Ultron from the launch codes. Now he has given me a body, so I can fight at your side." Jarvis's words left Steve rubbing his face in disbelief, while Victor, delighted that Vision had become Jarvis, smiled in satisfaction. He'd never liked cinematic vision, so he'd nudged events and, to his surprise, it worked. The most bewildered of all was Thor. What he saw didn't match the visions in the Well of Sight. Unlike the Avengers, the Maximoff twins had no bond with Jarvis. They resolved to destroy him, fearing a second Ultron. The instant Wanda raised her hands, Banner leapt forward, and battle sparked anew. "Enough. Our opponent is Ultron, now is not the time for infighting. Tell me, what is your purpose for being here? Otherwise, I'll still have to arrest you." Ultimately, Victor stepped between the two, preventing the conflict from escalating further. Finally, the twins revealed what they had discovered. Ultron was preparing to blow up the entire Earth. Thor also spoke about what he had seen in the Water of Sight, stating that the vision before them was not another Ultron. Just as everyone reached a preliminary reconciliation, Victor received a phone call. He then told everyone that he had found Ultron. "Hey, guys, if you're done fighting, I think we should go deal with Ultron. My people have found his whereabouts, Jarvis." As soon as Victor finished speaking, the former HYDRA base where Ultron was located appeared in the center of the room's computer screen. It wasn't very far, located in a church in Sokovia, the hometown of the twin siblings. Not long ago, the Avengers and the twins were still fighting fiercely there. The two groups, who were once enemies, now had a common foe. There was no time now to pursue other matters. The urgent priority was to resolve the crisis brought by Ultron. If he really succeeded in destroying humanity, then their current bickering would become a massive joke. "Since you joined suddenly and at the last minute, there's no specialized equipment for you. Just take these clothes to wear for now. As for everything else, we'll sort it out slowly after this is over." After Victor finished speaking, he handed the clothes to Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. This made the two of them feel that this fierce-looking big guy wasn't so detestable after all. As soon as Victor stepped out of the room, his cat ran to his feet and began rubbing against his legs. Clearly, it missed him, or rather, it was hungry. "When I get back, I'll get you some more fragments of the Reality Stone. Not now, I have to go deal with Ultron first." Well, strictly speaking, this wasn't a normal cat. It also had another name, Flurkin. Right now, it was eating the Reality Stone fragments Victor produced as cat food. Yes, the same kind of fragments the Dark Elves used to create their Dark Army. They had now been reduced to kibble for Victor's pet, though it was probably the only thing that could eat this stuff as food. If anyone else or anything else tried to eat it, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. As it turned out, not only was the Flurkin fine after eating it, but it had also become addicted, treating it as long-term sustenance. After Victor coaxed his cat, he also began making preparations to deal with Ultron. With Fury back, certain matters could be handed back to him. Taking the opportunity before they set off, Victor made another phone call. Given that this operation was in Eastern Europe, Victor planned to call in a few more people to help. After all, the number of Iron Legion soldiers under Ultron was not small. He had been using the equipment at the former HYDRA base to continuously process the resources he stole into new Iron Legion soldiers. Since Natasha hadn't been captured, there was no need to go rescue her. Furthermore, the Ultron base, which was originally located because she sent a telegram, was discovered directly by Victor's subordinates. Although they had also suffered attacks from Ultron and sustained a certain degree of losses, Ultron didn't gain much of an advantage because the Winter Soldier and the entire Howling Commandos were there. On the contrary, due to carelessness, his base's location was backtraced. Of course, initially they only knew Ultron had gone east, but Victor reminded them to check the situation in Sokovia. While the Avengers were preparing to set off, Victor's subordinates had already begun evacuating the people of Sokovia. Naturally, they went through official channels, stating that an earthquake was about to occur and requesting residents to temporarily evacuate the area. Although their actions drew Ultron's attention to some extent, Ultron did not yet know that the Avengers were about to arrive. Therefore, he did not show himself rashly, fearing his location would be exposed. This made the evacuation work commanded by Bucky proceed exceptionally smoothly. By the time the Avengers arrived in the skies above the city, the entire surrounding area had been completely evacuated. Only then did Ultron realize something was wrong, but he wasn't panicked at all because he had prepared everything. However, when he saw Vision, he inevitably fell into a rage. In his view, the Avengers had stolen his body and everything else from him, so he intended to take everything from them as revenge. Caught off guard, Ultron was, as always, driven out of the network by Jarvis using his abilities. But just as Ultron was about to activate the flight device, a portal suddenly appeared beside him. Victor, wielding the Muramasa, rushed out and severed his outstretched hand with a single strike. This is impossible. There should be nothing on Earth capable of damaging vibranium. What material is the weapon in your hand forged from? Clearly, Ultron seemed to have some misunderstanding about vibranium. At the very least, adamantium could destroy pure vibranium products. Moreover, the energy of the Infinity Stones could also destroy vibranium. However, Victor had no need to answer him. After severing Ultron's hand, Victor followed up with a backhand strike, plunging the blade into the activation device made of vibranium. In fact, it couldn't be said that Ultron was entirely wrong. There weren't many things on Earth that could destroy vibranium. That's why he chose to use vibranium to build his body and the activation instruments. It was all to prevent the Avengers from destroying it and causing his plan to fail. He hadn't expected Victor to give him such a huge surprise right at the start. An enraged Ultron immediately activated all the robots, attempting to kill the Avengers members who had rushed in. Now that they didn't need to save people or cover the crowd, the combat power of the Avengers began to be demonstrated intuitively. Although the number of Iron Legion soldiers under Ultron was vast, their quality was far inferior to that of the Avengers. Furthermore, just as Ultron was mass-producing soldiers, reinforcements from SHIELD arrived. Through Coulson's efforts, the helicarrier that crashed before the Battle of New York had finally been repaired. Additionally, with Victor's friendly assistance, it had undergone a series of upgrades and refits. The combat power it now possessed was not at all inferior to the 3 helicarriers in the Insight project. At Fury's command, the helicarrier in mid-air began a carpet bombing of all of Sokovia. The unfortunate Avengers were also affected. Fortunately, Banner arrived in time with a ship and picked them up. Sensing that the situation was turning sour, Ultron began to manipulate the Legion soldiers to take to the air and launch an attack on the helicarrier. But he hadn't expected that the helicarrier, modified by Victor, had fully learned from the previous experience where insufficient anti-aircraft fire allowed Barton to infiltrate and shoot it down. This time, what greeted Ultron was a barrage as dense as a hedgehog's quills. His Iron Legion soldiers were often destroyed by the opponent's anti-aircraft fire before they could even get close to the helicarrier. Moreover, the helicarrier was equipped with the same energy shields as the HYDRA base. At least until the energy ran out, there was no need to worry about being shot down. The enraged Ultron soon found a new target, the Avengers ship. The small craft, which hadn't had time to board the helicarrier, was quickly surrounded by Iron Legion soldiers. Although the pilot had switched from Banner to Barton, after dodging dozens of attacks, it was eventually shot down. But with the battle continuing until now, Ultron's Legion robots were actually few and far between. During this time, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about using a drone robot to escape in the chaos, but he soon discovered that there were actually enemies on the perimeter. Both the air and the ground were under a full blockade by Victor's men and NATO. In fact, after Ultron had stormed NATO's prison and killed Baron Strucker last time, NATO, feeling humiliated, had developed a grudge against him. This time, under the mediation of the Federal Secretary of State General Ross, the joint forces blockaded the entire battlefield. The Avengers and the resurfaced SHIELD were responsible for dealing with Ultron and his robot legion, while the joint forces were responsible for catching any stragglers. After destroying several Iron Legion soldiers attempting to escape, NATO had to admit that General Ross indeed had foresight. After failing to break through, Ultron also realized that today was likely his end. So, he decided to make a desperate final stand. He operated all the remaining Legion robots, gathering them toward the place where the Avengers ship had crashed. Even if he were to die, he would take them down with him. Because the distance between Ultron and the Avengers was so close, the helicarrier had to cease fire to avoid friendly fire on the Avengers. This was exactly what Ultron wanted. After losing the helicarrier's fire support, he didn't believe the other side could still defeat him. It must be said he was indeed a bit forgetful. How long had it been since he forgot how his hand was lost? Rushing forward, Ultron was ganged up on and beaten by the Avengers, pinned to the ground almost instantly. He never expected that after the helicarrier ceased fire, it would actually dare to send ground troops to clear out his Legion soldiers. And the ones leading the charge were Bucky and the Howling Commandos' werewolf captain. Ultron found this reality, which had suddenly turned fantastical, hard to accept, but he had no mind to dwell on it. Because now, including Thor, the Jarvis version Vision, the Scarlet Witch, and others were continuously launching energy attacks at him. The vibranium he thought could withstand all attacks began to shatter once again under their combined assault. If it were Wolverine or the current Victor, they would likely be burned down to a skeleton at most, but they definitely wouldn't die. They would recover as soon as the attack stopped. But now, it seemed Ultron was doomed. Without the network and with all his physical shells destroyed, Ultron would have nowhere to run. In fact, he didn't escape, he was ignominiously burned into a pile of junk. However, the impact of this battle was still profound. Since Sokovia didn't go airborne, the family of a certain fellow named Zima was not affected. Therefore, Black Panther's father would not be assassinated, so the current king of Wakanda would still be his father. Unable to take the throne, Black Panther would continue to wander around, being a wild stray cat. As for Brock, who was supposed to be pursued by the Avengers, he was accidentally captured by Victor's men after leaving HYDRA. And now, he had inherited the mantle Victor once used, Crossbones. Yes, even though he wore a mask, Fury still recognized him. Although he really wanted to pull his gun and take out this traitor, the man was here to help this time, and his identity was a mercenary under Victor. As an excellent agent, patience is a good quality. As for whether Fury would settle scores later, that was Fury's business. What he had to do now was watch Brock, or rather, Crossbones, lead his mercenaries to fight desperately against Ultron's Iron Legion soldiers. As his former subordinate, Fury naturally knew how much Crossbones was capable of. It seemed his skills hadn't dulled much during his days as a defector. And after getting an exoskeleton, he had actually become stronger. Under Crossbones' leadership, the mercenaries, coordinating with the Howling Commandos and the Winter Soldier, quickly cleared out the Iron Legion soldiers trying to surround the Avengers. Looking at Steve standing beside Victor, Bucky smiled, walked forward, and gave him a big hug. "How about going for a drink with old friends once this is over? Everyone came this time just to help you guys." Closing in along with Bucky were the veterans of the Howling Commandos. As a group of non-humans, their lifespans far exceeded those of ordinary people. Thus, they could only watch as the comrades they once fought alongside grew old, powerless to stop it. But the return of Bucky and Steve brought them rare comfort. Looking at Frankenstein's monster and the other bizarrely shaped members of the Howling Commandos, Banner felt for the first time that the Hulk was actually quite cute. And in his heart, he began to stop dwelling on the Hulk being a monster. Compared to Frankenstein's monster and the others, the Hulk was practically a handsome young man. And so, the originally serious battle scene turned into a meet and greet for monsters and veterans. Bruce Banner was also among those invited. In other words, all the cleanup work was dumped on Tony. As for Thor, once the crisis was resolved, he chose to leave immediately. Because he was going to investigate the truth about Ragnarok. He had a premonition that Ragnarok was about to descend. Anxious as he was, he naturally didn't have much mind for Earth. Natasha, who had been somewhat worried about Banner, breathed a quiet sigh of relief seeing him getting along well with the monsters. Then, she flashed a signature smile and walked over. Out of place amidst the liveliness, besides Victor, were the poor twins. Actually, strictly speaking, they weren't that poor. After all, Quicksilver was supposed to lose his life here, but this time, he wasn't injured at all. This was all his own credit, though Victor thought this, he couldn't say it aloud. How about it? Take a ride back with me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. I imagine you wouldn't want to look at Tony's face every day. Although he's a good guy, he's a bit arrogant. As Victor spoke, he opened the car door and gestured for the twins to get in. He himself sat in the passenger seat. Thanks for your hard work, Nina. After the Battle of Sokovia ended, Quicksilver did not die, and the Hulk did not go into self-imposed exile. This time, it could be said that the crisis caused by Ultron was perfectly resolved. Of course, the cleanup work would still be long and troublesome, but all of that was being completed by SHIELD, NATO, and Victor's subordinates. The Avengers all had their own things to do at this time. Banner, who had not gone into self-imposed exile, ran off to flirt with Natasha and assist her in tracing her past. Meanwhile, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch moved with Steve into a factory owned by Stark Industries in upstate New York. This place had been converted into an Avengers training base. Since the Black Widow and Banner had left, Victor and Captain America were left to train the newcomers of the Avengers together. The newly joined members included Falcon, War Machine, the twins, Jarvis, Vision, and the Winter Soldier, Bucky. The Avengers at this time could be described as powerful and well-equipped. It was just that the old members were temporarily not there. Thor left again to investigate the relationship between Ragnarok and the Infinity Stones. He also took the time to break up with Jane Foster. That's right, after the battle with the Dark Elves, he had still ended up getting back together with her. If Thor's departure was only temporary, then Barton's departure could be considered semi-permanent. After being injured during the attack on the HYDRA base in Sokovia, he had developed the desire to retire. With the birth of his third child, he finally chose to retire. The retired Barton returned to his home and began living a happy pastoral life. As for Tony, he was as usual tinkering with his armor and the newborn Jarvis. Although he now had a body, Jarvis could still assist Tony in managing Avengers Tower and the training center. These were things Vision could not do. Just as the Avengers were gradually getting on the right track, Thanos, out in the universe, finally decided to personally set out to collect the Infinity Stones. As the Infinity Stones gradually appeared, he no longer needed people to search for them. What he needed to do was divert his energy from his original purges and go find the Infinity Stones himself. He began to summon the children of Thanos who were scattered throughout the universe. Upon receiving Thanos' summons, the children of Thanos, who were busy purging the universe, quickly returned to the side of their father and master, Thanos. Subsequently, under Thanos' orders, the entire army of the Black Order began to set out for the home of the dwarves, one of the 9 realms, Nidavellir. After a long investigation, Thanos finally confirmed that the Infinity Gauntlet had long since been destroyed and no longer existed in this world. But it didn't matter, he could find someone to make another one for him. The current king of the dwarves was an excellent candidate. After all, since the original Infinity Gauntlet was born here, they could certainly make another one. Of course, the day the gauntlet was successfully forged would also be the day the dwarf race perished. Thanos would only allow something like the Infinity Gauntlet to be controlled by himself. At this time, the ruler of Asgard had become Loki. During the days when Thor returned to Earth, Loki had still sent his old man to a nursing home and then inherited his throne. As the saying goes, there is no greater example of a filial son. Loki, disguised as Odin, indulged in pleasure and banished Heimdall, who monitored the 9 realms. This left Asgard completely ignorant of what was happening to Nidavellir, and the dwarves did not receive the Asgardian army that was supposed to protect them. With the fall of Nidavellir, the king of the dwarves, under Thanos' coercion, had to once again forge an infinity gauntlet that could control the infinity stones. But even so, Thanos did not spare his people and even took his hands. The only bit of conscience shown was leaving him his life. But this was more painful than killing him. He watched with his own eyes as his kin and subjects were killed one by one before him, while he remained alive. His hands, which he was once proud of for being able to forge the most powerful weapons in the universe, were also taken by Thanos. All of this pushed the king of the dwarves to the brink of madness. Because the battles in Johannesburg and Sokovia had not resulted in civilian casualties, the worldwide questioning of the Avengers and superheroes no longer existed. This caused the Sokovia Accords, which would have been born in the original timeline, to be stillborn, and the relationships and lives of the Avengers were much better than in the original story. Of course, the most significant factor was that because of Victor's intervention back then, Bucky's assassination of Howard had ended in failure. This meant that the biggest point of conflict between Steve and Tony no longer existed. Bucky had even joined the Avengers and become one of its members. However, regarding the events of that year, Tony still didn't know much. All he knew was that his parents had been targeted for assassination and were then saved by Victor. He did not know that the assassination was planned by Hydra and that the executioner was the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Otherwise, given Tony's personality, it would have been very difficult for Bucky to join the Avengers. Just as the Avengers were busy with their own affairs, the man destined to become Ant-Man was finally released from prison. After his release, Scott Lang originally wanted to find a stable job and take good care of his daughter to make up for the mistakes he had made in the past. But his criminal record caused him to hit walls everywhere. Eventually, he couldn't even keep a job as a salesperson at an ice cream parlor. Perhaps it was for this reason that he was forced to return to the path of crime for the sake of his livelihood. Although he said he didn't want to, his body was very honest. His cellmates carefully selected a target for him, the first-generation Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, who was now retired at home. What Scott Lang also didn't know was that he was the target carefully selected by Pym. Of course, both of them, including Pym's apprentice Darren, were targets carefully selected by Victor. After receiving news of Scott Lang's release, Victor dumped the task of training the newcomers onto Steve and then left to handle matters related to Ant-Man. Of course, the excuse he used was that he had found news related to Wakanda and Ulysses Klaue and needed to go deal with it. After all, although Bucky's surgery was successful, side effects were discovered in subsequent tests. The brainwashing effects were still effective on him, so they still needed to use Wakanda's technology to resolve it. In fact, he really had found Ulysses's whereabouts and had also discovered another very interesting person, Chala's cousin, Eric Stevens. However, Victor didn't bother with Ulysses and Eric Stevens for the time being, because his current goal was the wasp suit created by Pym's apprentice, Darren. Strang felt like the whole world was against him. Not only had he lost his job, but when he went to his daughter's birthday party, he was driven away by his first love and her current fiancé. The worst part was that his first love's current partner was actually a police officer. As a convicted burglar, Strang had a natural hostility toward the police. However, Strang had to admit that he currently had no way to support his daughter. Because of his criminal record, he didn't even have visitation rights. Although he was a hero in his daughter's heart, he clearly didn't look like one right now. In despair, Strang left his daughter's house. Meanwhile, Victor hid in a nearby tree, watching everything unfold. So next, he should make up his mind to steal Pym's Ant-Man suit. No, he thinks he's going there to steal money. Whatever, I'll just keep watching for now. Originally, Victor didn't need to do this himself. But to completely control the other party's movements, he chose to come in person. It wasn't until nightfall that Strang finally made up his mind to pull off this job. He simply couldn't wait over a year to see his daughter again. Back at his residence, Strang began to ask Luis about the big score he had mentioned and what it was all about. It must be said that Luis wasn't a bad person in the strict sense. As an immigrant, it wasn't easy for him to come to the Federation. Moreover, this country treated him poorly. Because of his status, it was difficult for him to find a suitable job. Therefore, he chose less than legal ways to get money, which landed him in prison. After being released, he suffered a series of misfortunes, including his mother's death and his father's deportation, yet he still maintained an optimistic nature and kindness. He provided a place to stay for his fellow inmates, including Strang. He shared his apartment so they would have a place to sleep before they could make their own way. He also possessed a remarkable talent. He was a shrewd planner and an excellent information gatherer. However, his habit of digressing when he spoke masked his talent. I should be glad I'm using biological eavesdropping instead of scientific instruments. Otherwise, there's a real chance I'd be discovered by these guys. Looking at Strang and his companions, who had maxed out their electronics expertise, Victor couldn't help but complain. With this kind of skill, why couldn't they do something productive? But then again, perhaps it was precisely because of this damned society that talented people like them were forced onto such a path. Obviously, Victor was no politician, and these weren't things he should worry about. He had no intention of becoming the federal president, though General Ross did. Yet even a federal president couldn't change the nature of this country. Perhaps that was the inherent weakness of mortals. Victor had seen through it all, which was why he chose to live his own life well. From what Victor overheard, Luis only knew two things. First, the old man had a large safe, and second, he would be away from home for a week. Based on just that, they decided to do the job. While it sounded simple, actually doing it required a lot of preparation and coordination. In short, after deciding to go through with it, they spent some time preparing. During this process, Victor witnessed their talents. As the nearby signals were cut, Strang began his operation. Little did he know, this theft would be the start of his journey to the other side of the world. Watching him easily scale the wall and bypass the advanced alarm system with handmade gadgets, Victor saw him enter the room and conveniently swipe the keys from the table. Making his way to the underground room, Strang first used the key to open the first door. He then discovered another door behind it, this one with a fingerprint lock. His partners thought it was over, but for Strang, this was just a minor issue. He used the method Fury had once used at the Project PEGAS US base, using tape to obtain Pym's fingerprints. Then, using a ring and superglue, he created an artificial gelatinous skin with Pym's fingerprint. After dealing with the fingerprint lock, he found something even more difficult waiting for him. The final safe was actually a product from the last century, manufactured in 1910. In fact, the more high-tech something was, the easier it was to crack from the outside. After all, for computer experts like Ultron or Tony, any security software was just self-deception. But facing a non-electronic lock, brute force was the only way. After analyzing the safe's material, Strang thought of a way to deal with this steel, which was the same type used on the Titanic that drowned Leo. He would exploit its poor cold resistance by using water and liquid nitrogen to destroy its overall structure. Water expands when it freezes, but steel does not. This particular steel had very poor cold resistance, which caused it to be quickly destroyed by the low temperature and expanding water. When Strang opened the safe, he found that besides an old-fashioned motorcycle suit, there was absolutely nothing inside. No jewelry, no cash. To avoid having come all this way for nothing, Strang packed up the Ant-Man suit and took it with him. Little did he know, from before he even entered the door, all his actions were already under Pym's control. For Pym, who could install cameras on ants, even Victor might unintentionally be noticed if he wasn't careful. This was why Victor chose to watch Strang instead of Pym. As the previous generation's Ant-Man, Pym was a battle-hardened veteran. Furthermore, he had dealt with Victor before, though their relationship was neither good nor bad. On the other hand, Howard had a fairly good relationship with him. The decision to push Pym out of SHIELD back then was because Howard sensed something was wrong and did it to protect him. After all, Pym had already lost his wife, and Howard didn't want to lose Pym as a friend too. Having left in anger, Pym established his own company. But now, he had been kicked out by his own apprentice. It seemed that in some respects, he really wasn't very skilled. Seeing Strang fall into Pym's trap, Victor was relieved. Therefore, he decided to deal with a fish that had escaped the net first, and then go see his old friend Pym. Mitchell Carson, I thought they had completely cleared out the Hydra traders. I didn't expect a fish like you to escape the net. After Victor dealt with Carson, Strang finally brought the Ant-Man suit back to his residence. Looking at the uniquely designed suit, he couldn't resist the urge to try it on. After putting on the suit, he discovered the PIM particles in the belt and 2 buttons on his hands. After pressing one of the buttons, he shrunk himself down to the size of an ant, just as expected. Then, Pim's voice came through the communicator in the helmet. Under Pim's remote monitoring, Strang began the first test set for him by the first-generation Ant-Man. On Victor's side, just as he was preparing to go back and continue monitoring Pim, he unexpectedly encountered a small bit of trouble. On his way back, he actually saw Nicholas, Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. This wasn't good news. Although Ghost Rider didn't appear often, anything involving him was usually no small matter. Out of caution, Victor decided to track him to see what he was doing there. It turned out the guy had a daughter and was taking the child along to destroy a drug lord's den. Seeing this, Victor finally realized he had the wrong person. Losing interest instantly, Victor recalled the drug lord's name. It seemed to be Frank D'Amico, right? With that in mind, he pulled out his phone and dialed General Ross's number. General Ross was quite surprised by Victor's sudden call. He was preparing to run for the next presidency. He heard the Democratic Party was planning to put a woman in office. This annoyed General Ross even more than the idea of the Hulk becoming president, so he decided to run himself. Although Victor's call interrupted his train of thought, he decided to listen to what the other party had to say, just in case it was something important. As it turned out, Victor wanted him to send someone to deal with a drug lord named Frank D'Amico. He didn't know why Victor would come to him for such a trivial matter. Wouldn't it be faster for Victor to just go over and twist the drug lord's head off himself? He didn't know that the only reason Victor called him was that he happened to be the first person in his phone's contacts. After Victor finished speaking, he hung up immediately. On General Ross's end, he felt quite annoyed because Victor had interrupted his thoughts. But he couldn't vent his anger at Victor. After all, the other man was an important partner. It certainly wasn't because he was afraid of Victor cutting off his campaign funding or breaking into his bedroom at night to snap his neck. In fact, General Ross was quite envious of Victor. While possessing power no less than the Hulk's, Victor didn't become ugly or lose his sanity. He even lived much longer than others. Comparisons really are odious. Thinking of this, General Ross became even angrier. So what if he was the Secretary of State? These superheroes or villains could still kill him whenever they got angry. It seemed having power oneself was the only thing that truly mattered. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slap his seat, recalling the glory days of leading the Hulkbusters to hunt down the Hulk. Yet, he still hadn't caught him, and the guy had even managed to sneak into the Avengers as a superhero. Becoming increasingly annoyed, General Ross decided to give Frank D'Amico a severe lesson. It was all his fault. If not for him, why would Victor have called, interrupting his campaign planning and making him dwell on all these random thoughts? An irritated General Ross picked up the phone beside him and ordered Emil Blinsky to take some men and deal with the guy, letting the abomination out for some air while he was at it. With the assistance of the scientists under Victor, Emil Blinsky had finally managed to change from the abomination back into human form. But like the Hulk, he needed to control his emotions. Unlike the Hulk's anger, his was murderous intent. Once his bloodlust reached a certain level, he would transform back into the abomination. Although he wouldn't completely lose his mind, his head would still be clouded by the desire to kill. This time, to give Frank a deep memory before he died, General Ross specifically instructed Emil Blinsky to let the abomination out for some air. After hanging up, General Ross sank back into melancholy. He could only order Emil Blinsky around now. The other Avengers and SHIELD, especially that Tony Stark, simply ignored him. This made the idea of reviving the super soldier program sprout in his mind again. After all, Captain America was a perfect precedent. With the Hulk and Abomination as examples, even if it failed, the worst that could happen was doing yoga and aerobics every day. Thinking of this, General Ross pulled out the vial of Hulk serum he had been hiding in his drawer. He recalled the words of Dr. Stern, whose large head he had blown off with a single shot, saying that this serum could bring him infinite possibilities. In fact, Stern's experiment hadn't just created the abomination, he himself had suffered a brain injury at the scene. Subsequently, the Hulk serum accidentally entered his brain, causing it to mutate. But before long, he fell into the hands of General Ross. After extracting all the value through torture, General Ross blew his large head off with a gunshot. He really didn't want to risk the emergence of an even smarter Hulk by letting Stern live. The Stern killed by General Ross hadn't actually had time to fully mutate, otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by a single shot. The dead Stern was sent directly to the crematorium and thoroughly incinerated on the spot. General Ross had seen too many mutated creatures that appeared dead but came back to life after a while. So his disposal of Stern was shot on the spot, immediate cremation, and then putting the urn on SHIELD's destruction list. Yes, SHIELD had always been involved in the containment of various dangerous items. After containment, they usually classified the item's security levels, a method left over from Victor's era. After classification, they would analyze their value. If something was dangerous and useless, they would put it on the monthly Sun flight, loading it into a rocket to be shot into the Sun for destruction. Although Stern had gone to the Sun, his remaining research materials were still kept safe in General Ross's archives. Notify the Gamma Lab to prepare to restart the Super Soldier program. Setting down the phone again, Secretary of State Ross hid his face in the shadows, his eyes flickering with an obscure light. By the time Victor finished his business, it was already dark. When he arrived at Strang's residence, he found that he was not there. Realizing where he might have gone, Victor rushed to Pym's residence. He happened to witness the scene where Strang was being arrested and taken away by the police. It must be said that Strang was a very contradictory person. He wholeheartedly wanted to reform, yet in his bones, he couldn't bear the loneliness. Even when doing bad things, he had his own bottom line. Whenever he found himself at a dead end, he would choose the crooked path again. Ultimately, under the design of the former Ant-Man, Pym, he was thrown into prison once more. Forced into a corner, Strang had no choice but to agree to Pym's request to put on the Ant-Man suit and break out of prison. If Michael Schofield's prison break was a skill refined to the level of art, then Strang's prison break was a miracle created by a few ants. Of course, the prisons they had to escape from were also different. One was one of the strictest federal prisons, while the other was a police station detention cell. However, for Strang, who possessed the Ant-Man suit, few normal prisons could hold him, except for extreme cases like an underwater prison. After escaping, Strang successfully fainted on the back of a flying ant after enduring a series of high-difficulty maneuvers. When he woke up, he found that he was no longer wearing the Ant-Man suit and was lying on a bed in a strange room. Most importantly, a woman was standing by the bed, staring at him. This caused him to panic, and he quickly felt his body. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found his clothes were still on. He didn't want to suddenly have another son or something at this time. That would be his complete undoing. After all, one daughter was already enough of a headache. Fortunately, she was really just guarding against a thief rather than being interested in him. After all, he had once broken into this house, forced open 2 security doors, and stolen the Ant-Man suit. When he prepared to get out of bed, he found the floor covered with giant bullet ants. He had to endure his fear and walk downstairs by stepping through the gaps between the ants. From the conversation between Dr. Pym's daughter, Hope, and Pym, Strang learned that it was Hope who had called the police to have him arrested. This was because Hope felt they could succeed without Strang. But the real reason was that Hope believed the one to inherit the Ant-Man suit should be herself, not an outsider like Strang. In her eyes, Strang was nothing more than a thief. He hadn't just stolen the Ant-Man suit, he had also stolen the identity of Ant-Man that she was supposed to inherit. But what she didn't know was that the reason Dr. Pym didn't choose her was that he could no longer bear the cost of losing her. Years ago, his wife had entered the quantum realm to save him and never returned. He didn't want his daughter to follow in her footsteps. Strang was different, he could sacrifice Strang without hesitation. Even if something happened to the man, he could accept it, feeling at most a bit of guilt. However, Hope, unable to understand her father's painstaking efforts, believed he was looking down on her. Thus, she remained obsessed with proving that she could inherit the suit. She had even called the police to arrest Strang after Pym chose him. This completely disrupted Pym's plan, forcing him to find a way to rescue Strang from the police station. Ultimately, under Pym's insistence, Hope chose to compromise, although she continued to maintain that Strang wasn't up to the task. Because only by doing so would she have a plan to inherit Pym's suit. The two of them, talking to themselves, hadn't considered the feelings of the tool, no, of Strang, at all. Of course, to have Strang assist him, he had to let him know the plan. Pym told Strang that he had been observing him for a long time. From the moment he breached the security system of his former company, he had entered Pim's sights. The security system of his former company was the most rigorous and advanced in the industry. This system was supposed to be impenetrable, yet Strang had succeeded. It was from that moment on that Pim took notice of this young man. Subsequently, he personally arranged a test and found that he hadn't misjudged the man. Strang, this young man, truly had a limitless future. However, what piqued Strang's curiosity was that a perfectly normal conversation eventually turned toward ants. Strang was clearly bewildered by Dr. Pim's sudden lecture on ants. In truth, he didn't care about that. What he cared about was how Pim manipulated these ants. Pim then showed him a small device, through which he could control the ants. I emit electromagnetic waves to stimulate their olfactory nerve centers. I can communicate with the ants, and through them, I can go anywhere and see anything. Watching Pim constantly communicating with Strang, jealousy and anger caused Hope to leave. Rising in a huff, Hope left Pim's home after throwing out a remark about being late. After listening for a long while, Strang still couldn't understand what was happening. He had only one thought: are you finished? Can I go back to prison now? But clearly, things weren't that simple. Dr. Pim explained his invention, as well as the relationship between his daughter and his protege. Finally, he told Strang that he could help him see his daughter, but on the condition that he help steal Darren's suit and destroy all the data. Of course, he also introduced Strang to other potential opponents, such as the former head of defense at SHIELD, and now the dead Hydra agent, Mitchell Carson. Of course, Pim didn't know that Carson had already been dealt with by Victor. He was still worried that if Darren sold the suit to Carson, Carson would cause chaos around the world. But Strang felt, why not choose to ask the Avengers for help? Pim stated that his whole life had been dedicated to protecting this technology from falling into Stark's hands, and now he was being asked to hand it over personally. Strang, on the other hand, stated that while he was indeed a thief with a high level of skill, it didn't mean he could pull off something so ridiculous. Why don't you send your ants instead? Hope agreed with Strang's refusal. She believed that she should be the one to wear the suit and that this thief should not be allowed to wear it. But Pim sternly refused her and insisted on having Strang wear the suit. In a rage, Hope slammed the door and walked out. Pim, however, successfully persuaded Strang by appealing to his feelings for his daughter, convincing him to wear the suit and become the new generation of Ant-Man, to save the children's world. After accepting Pim's conditions, Strang began his training. And Hope, too, had to begin training him. In the beginning, Strang's performance was not very satisfying. After all, he had never received such training, he was more of a desk worker. But his progress was very rapid. It must be said that Pim's eye was indeed very accurate. During training, Strang showed extremely outstanding talent. First, in terms of combat, he quickly progressed from being easily defeated to being able to trade blows with Hope. One must know that Hope's training time was far longer than his. Secondly, in terms of using the suit, he also adapted very quickly. At first, he didn't do well dealing with ants, often causing all sorts of blunders. But as time passed, whether it was flying skills or other aspects, he began to make significant progress. The only thing that stumped him was the precise operation of the ants. Hope, however, showed extremely outstanding talent in this area. Of course, this was also related to the techniques she used, which gave her the capital to continue her opposition. Amidst Hope's sarcasm, Pim once again had a conflict with her. Angered, Hope rushed straight out of the house and back to her car, preparing to leave just like that. But her anger made her forget to lock the car door, and as a result, Strang took advantage of the opening and slipped in. After Strang sat down beside Hope, he was still met with her sarcasm. But Strang didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he started talking to her about Pim. As a father himself, he saw the reason and purpose behind Pim's refusal of Hope. He told Hope that he was also a father, so he understood Pim's mindset. This matter was extremely dangerous. One wrong move and you could lose your life. To this, Hope's rebuttal was that since it was so dangerous, it was all the more reason for her to go. Because no matter which way you looked at it, she was the better candidate. Her skills were stronger, and she could proficiently manipulate the ants. In response to Hope's answer, Strang's next words directly stunned her, even making her burst into tears. The reason he chose me is because he can sacrifice me. But he is unwilling to lose you, even if the price is losing everything. Hope was never a stupid girl, otherwise she wouldn't have the achievements she has today. But her pursuit of Pym's approval had blinded her eyes. It made her turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to Pym's concern. When Strang pierced through that layer of paper, she opened the car door and returned to the room. Seeing Hope return, Pym seemed to realize something. He began to tell the truth of those years, how he lost his wife, and how Hope lost her mother. That wasn't a plane crash at all, but a missile crisis that could have affected the lives of thousands. When they dealt with the mastermind behind the scenes, they found that the missile had already been launched. If they wanted to stop the missile from hitting its target, they had to go inside to destroy its internal structure. But its casing was far too thick, and the lasers attached to the suits couldn't cut through it. Then the only remaining way was to become even smaller, and the price was never being able to change back. It should have been Pym who did it, but his controller had been broken in the previous battle. So the Wasp made the choice without hesitation. She activated the controller on her belt and charged into the interior of the missile without a second thought. With her entry, the missile's direction began to deviate from its original trajectory, finally crashing into the sea. The Wasp used her own life to save the lives of thousands. From that day on, guilt and regret tortured Pym every moment. Not a day went by that he wasn't researching how to bring his wife back. This left him with no more energy to focus on his child, Hope, and Hope, having lost her mother, almost simultaneously lost her father's care. All of this led to the current situation between father and daughter. After learning all this, Hope forgave her father almost instantly, and then the father and daughter embraced. Watching this happy ending, Strang felt he had to do something to break this melodramatic atmosphere. So he spoke up, and then received the full disdain of both father and daughter. Sensing that something was wrong, he made an excuse and slipped away. It was also from this day on that the relationship between Hope and Pym returned to how it should have been. And the training for Strang also began to get on the right track. First was the control of the ants. Under Hope's guidance, Strang successfully made a breakthrough by thinking of his daughter. He easily manipulated the ants to stand a coin on its edge and spin it. After this, he never encountered any more problems in manipulating ants. He began to truly become friends and family with the ants. He became the new leader of the colony. Under his command, the ant colony would accomplish many things that seemed impossible. But this was not enough. Just this alone would not be enough to break through Darren's layers of defense and destroy his Yellow Jacket suit and research data. First, to jam the system, an invention from Pym's youth was needed. And that invention had been left behind at Stark Industries when he departed. What Strang had to do now was to go to the old Stark Industries warehouse where that device was stored and bring it back. But once Strang arrived above the warehouse, he realized he had been played by Pym. On Pym's old photos from decades ago, this place was indeed just an old Stark Industries warehouse. But now, this place had been transformed by Tony into an Avengers base. A panicked Pym told Strang to retreat quickly, but the adventurous Ant-Man was unwilling to give up without even trying. So he still chose to land, but while landing, he accidentally triggered the alarm. Falcon, who should have arrived according to the original movie, did not come. Instead, Scarlet Witch, wearing a pair of strange glasses, and Victor came up. Poor Victor finally remembered the plot and had returned to the Avengers base to wait. During that time, several accidental triggers by animals had made him almost jumpy at every sound. But this time, he was not disappointed. His glasses successfully captured Strang's figure. After all, they were specially made by Tony in his spare time, and they were indeed useful. He then had Scarlet Witch, who was wearing a matching pair of glasses, control the opponent. After a period of training, Scarlet Witch had learned to control her strength and would not just tear things apart randomly. Of course, to achieve this, the number of metals and dummies she had twisted and broken was countless. Naturally, the results were also very good. Now she could use her ability to lift a piece of tofu without damaging its integrity in the slightest. Under Scarlet Witch's control, Strang was forced to return to his original size. And Victor, knowing his purpose for coming, directly threw the item in his hand to him. Now that you've got the thing, go back. Tell Pym he owes me a favor. Of course, it's fine if you don't say it, I know he's watching right now. As he spoke, Victor looked toward the direction where he felt a gaze. Not surprisingly, the glasses he was wearing scanned a flying ant. Looking at Victor's unchanging face, Pym's face twitched, and he then chose to recall his apprentice, Strang. Since the item was already in hand, there was no need to continue tangling with the other party. Moreover, he didn't think Strang would be a match for the opponent. Regarding Victor, Pym naturally had some understanding. In fact, the two were not completely without interaction, but because of Victor's personal reasons, their interactions were relatively few. Since Victor had now given the item to Strang, they could only talk about it after he returned. To be honest, Pym also completely couldn't see through Victor's thoughts. It was like this before, and it was still like this now. Because Victor often did things that seemed completely meaningless, but in the end, they always proved to have a far-reaching impact. After Strang left, Tony's communication was connected to Victor's earpiece. Out of trust for Victor, he had sat by and watched everything. But that didn't mean Victor didn't need to give him an explanation. On a personal level, he was a junior, but in the work of the Avengers, the two were colleagues. Victor then began to recount Dr. Pym's past, acting as Ant-Man to resist invaders and maintain the peace and tranquility of the world. How his wife chose self-sacrifice to resolve the missile crisis. Then how Hydra coveted his research, and how Howard forced him to leave Stark Industries in order to protect him. Of course, in this matter, Howard was not completely without fault. In fact, both Pym and Howard bore responsibility in this matter. Howard had a typical self-centered personality, perhaps not as severe as Tony's, but it was certainly there. So regarding Pym particles, his view was that it was best for Pym to hand them over to be used for the improvement of the world. But Pym didn't see it that way. Perhaps he had once had such thoughts, but a theft incident in his youth had caused his views to change. In fact, this blame still had to be thrown to Steve. When he traveled through time and space, he stole Pym's Pym particles. Discovering the theft, Pym did not suspect Howard. Because in his view, it was absolutely impossible for Howard to steal his things. Especially since he understood Howard's personality. With the other's pride, he would only think of creating something better to surpass him, rather than stealing his results. But this matter still caused a mental knot for him, because he knew how dangerous his research and inventions were. So he knew how much destruction this thing could cause if it fell into the hands of bad people. Since someone was already coveting his research, as the inventor, he had an obligation to protect it. It was also from that time on that Pym began to refuse everyone access to his research. This included Tony's father, Pym's good friend Howard. Later, with the implementation of Operation Paperclip, the resurgent Hydra began to infiltrate SHIELD, and they inevitably turned their eyes toward Dr. Pym's research. Therefore, after many years, Dr. Pym's research was stolen again. But Pym, who was prepared, tracked it all the way and finally found his research in Howard's laboratory. And regarding this matter, Howard was actually also confused. When SHIELD found him, they asked him to assist in analyzing Dr. Pym's Pym particles to better benefit humanity. Although Howard was somewhat curious about the origin of this bottle of Pym particles, his curiosity about the object itself made him suppress other thoughts, and he kept the bottle of Pym particles. Of course, there was also the reason that he sensed something was wrong and wanted to avoid it falling into other people's hands again. Then he discovered Pym, who was investigating the theft case. With Howard's assistance, Pym quickly discovered the truth. He found his missing Pym particles in Howard's laboratory, and in his anger, he rushed straight to Howard. Howard, who was well aware of everything, did not get angry with Pym but was calmly giving an explanation. Of course, while he was explaining, he was also constantly observing the reactions of others. Subsequently, the reaction of Mitchell Carson, the head of SHIELD security, quickly caught his attention. Although the other party kept saying it was to benefit humanity, that face was full of greed. This made Howard certain of his view that a problem had arisen within SHIELD. He then began a secret investigation, which eventually led to an assassination attempt by HYDRA. Of course, if Victor hadn't existed, he would have died in that assassination by the Winter Soldier, and the super soldier serum he was carrying at the time would have been taken by the opponent. Dr. Pym, however, was successfully provoked by Mitchell, and after beating the man up, he left Stark Industries in a rage. And from then on, he also cut off all contact with SHIELD. This was exactly what Howard had hoped to see, because his old friend Pym was now finally safe. But while he had secured safety for his old friend Pym, he had neglected his own safety. Perhaps it was because he was too confident, which in the original story, made him pay a heavy price. Fortunately, this world had Victor, and he successfully survived. The timeline had changed as a result, and Tony's personality was also somewhat affected. In fact, the one most affected was still Victor, because when Victor saved Howard back then, he knew he had completely changed history. But after the Battle of New York, he saw Captain America again, who had come back from the past to take the Infinity Stones. There was a huge problem in this: if Thanos hadn't snapped those fingers, Captain America shouldn't have appeared after the Battle of New York. But since he did appear, does everything he is doing now really still have meaning? What kind of role did he play during the Endgame? All of these were troubling Victor. He was even wondering if he was one of the over 14 million failed timelines that Doctor Strange had seen. After receiving Victor's explanation, Tony was clearly a bit dazed. It wasn't until then that he realized how little he actually knew about Howard and Schild's past. Of course, this also had to do with his immaturity at the time. As a rebellious playboy, there was no way Howard could feel at ease telling him everything. Therefore, in the end, he had to take those secrets to his grave. As for what happened after his death, wasn't Victor still around? Regarding Howard's irresponsible and self-righteous behavior, what could Victor do? Naturally, he chose to forgive him and take good care of his Nini. Thinking of this, Victor sighed again. Tony clearly misunderstood the reason for Victor's sigh, so his face twitched once more. After having experienced so much, when Tony began to recall his past again, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and get a headache. So your plan is to recruit him into the Avengers after everything is over? I don't think Dr. Pym will agree to that so easily. Victor didn't care at all about Tony's concerns. He knew that while Dr. Pym might be stubborn, in the face of a real crisis, he would always be that superhero Ant-Man who would sacrifice himself to save others. After receiving Victor's assurance, Tony didn't pursue the issue further. His time was also very precious. He had to rebuild the Iron Legion with Vision. Initially, Steve and the others were against this plan. But after Victor demonstrated the magical power of the Reality Stone by turning a Desert Eagle into a water gun, the voices of opposition vanished. Moreover, once they learned there were several more stones just as powerful, they began to urge Tony to hurry up. Money was no object. If he was short on cash, he could go find someone to solicit donations from. Speaking of donations, Steve inevitably thought back to his old profession and that smiling British agent. However, he also knew he would never have the chance to fulfill that promise again. Thinking of this, his mood inevitably began to sink. Watching the dejected Steve, Victor secretly complained in his heart, "Didn't you end up going back anyway, living for decades as an invisible man, in the capacity of Carter's husband?" Of course, Victor wouldn't say it out loud, he just grumbled a few lines in his heart. It was from that moment on that Tony restarted the Iron Legion. Furthermore, he expanded the original plan and launched a series of satellites into Earth's orbit. That's right, it was indeed the later EDITH system. They could strike at invading forces as well as ground forces on Earth. They also possessed the ability to use the global network. Of course, all of this was born ahead of schedule because of Victor's presence. For this, Victor also had to shell out a large sum of money. After all, the idea was his, and it would be a bit unreasonable to let Tony pay for everything alone. But since Victor paid, he also obtained corresponding access rights. Tony and Victor became the only two individuals with top-level clearance for this system. In fact, this was also a precautionary measure. If the commands of the two conflicted, the instructions would not be executed. This avoided to the greatest extent possible one of them falling into corruption and then using the system for evil. Of course, one might ask, what if both of them fell? If both Tony and Victor fell, then everyone else might as well just go home and sleep. Ruling or destroying the Earth would only be a matter of time. In truth, the birth of the Sokovia Accords was not without reason. The power of the Avengers was simply too great. And this power lacked effective constraints, relying entirely on the character of the superheroes to maintain it. If any of those superheroes fell into corruption, the threat and loss caused would be immense. For example, when Hawkeye was controlled by Loki, New York was reduced to ruins. If the Avengers hadn't handled it in time, it's estimated half the people on Earth would have been lining up for execution. It was precisely because of this that Tony later chose to support the Sokovia Accords. Just as Thanos had said to him, they were both people cursed with knowledge. They were always right, they saw further than their companions, not just half a step or one step, but much further. This meant they were often misunderstood, and by the time the problem actually arrived, it was often too late. Perhaps sometimes, due to luck, they survived a disaster. But luck would not always favor humanity and the Earth, that was Tony's thought. Of course, normal people would think that way, too. Unfortunately, this was Marvel, so luck would always favor humanity and the Earth. Unless this world was destined to be destroyed, then no matter what choices were made, the end would still be predetermined. In this regard, Thanos might be the biggest victim. He was the first to discover that Titan was going to be destroyed, and he also found a solution to the problem. But in the end, his people did not believe him, and he did not insist on his own opinion. Ultimately, Titan was destroyed, just as he had predicted. It was this destruction that solidified his conviction and gave him the idea of saving the entire universe. Because in his calculations, if half the population could not be eliminated, the universe would also be destroyed. However, his actions could not be understood by the vast majority of people in the universe. They would only see him as a butcher and an executioner. And they gave him the title of the Dark Titan Thanos, but Thanos was not moved in the slightest. He raised the children of Thanos and the Black Order as his assistants, executing his plan as always. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be eliminated by him. And his actions did indeed bring new life to those planets. Ecosystems and societies that were originally on the brink of destruction were relieved and saved because of Thanos' arrival, but no one would be grateful to him. He came, and then he left. He brought new life born from destruction, leaving behind only blood, tears, and hatred. Thanos didn't care what others thought of him, he only cared about what he was doing. This didn't mean he had no feelings, on the contrary, his emotions were quite rich. It was just that to complete his cause, he chose to make sacrifices. Perhaps no one could understand just how much he had sacrificed, except himself. Many years after Thanos began executing this plan, he inevitably discovered a problem. He wasn't fast enough, he was too slow. Compared to the entire universe, his massive army was too small. The speed of his killing was far behind the speed of reproduction. If this continued, the universe would eventually head toward destruction. Because before he could reduce the population enough to sustain life, the number of people born would reach the threshold of the world's destruction. It was from that moment on that Thanos began looking for a way to solve the problem once and for all. Because without doing so, he would not be able to succeed. To put it in an interesting way, even on Earth, someone is born every second. If you expand the scope to the entire universe, countless lives are born every second. In other words, for every life Thanos killed, countless new lives were simultaneously born in the universe. The speed of reproduction far exceeded the speed of his clearing. This meant he was likely just doing useless work. Since killing could save the universe, Thanos did it without hesitation. If it couldn't, then his slaughter would be meaningless and turn into a sin. Such a result was unacceptable to Thanos. So he had been searching for a way to eliminate half of the life in the universe in an instant. And soon, he found it, the legendary Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity Stones. As long as he possessed these, even destroying half of the life in the entire universe would only take a snap of his fingers. From that moment on, Thanos began to take an interest in the Infinity Stones. He began to find ways to collect them and inquire about the whereabouts of the Infinity Gauntlet. The last time the Infinity Gauntlet appeared, it was said to be in the hands of Odin, the ruler of Asgard. As a fellow Skyfather-level powerhouse, Thanos did not have the confidence of a certain victory. So he decided to collect the Infinity Stones first, but later, by chance, he learned that the Infinity Gauntlet in the Asgardian vault was actually just a fake. Of course, the one who told him this was naturally Odin's good son, Thor's good brother, the Asgardian god of mischief, Loki. But Thanos also learned another very important piece of information. The Infinity Gauntlet was forged by the dwarves of Nidavellir. Since they could forge the first one, they could forge a second and countless more. But Thanos felt that such a thing should only be one, and it should belong to him. Therefore, he attacked Nidavellir and, using the lives of the dwarves as a threat, forced the dwarf king to forge the Infinity Gauntlet for him. Subsequently, he slaughtered the entire dwarf race to prevent the birth of a second Infinity Gauntlet. However, he spared the dwarf king's life. Because the other party had forged the gauntlet for him, his life should belong to himself. But he also took the other's hands, so he could no longer forge an Infinity Gauntlet for anyone else. After obtaining the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos began a new journey. The first thing he wanted to obtain was the stone that symbolized power. because only by obtaining power would he have the chance to obtain the other stones. Under the attack of the Black Order, led by Thanos himself, and the children of Thanos, Xandar had no power to fight back at all. The entire Nova Corps was wiped out. They fulfilled their mission, fighting for their planet until the very last moment. Although all of this was meaningless, Thanos defeated them and then lined up half the planet's population for execution. When he left, he took the Power Stone with him. In fact, the Power Stone was the main reason he came here. The mass execution was just incidental. Because in his view, since he was already there, he might as well do something. And doing so was not without its benefits. Although for everyone he killed, more would always be born, these unnatural deaths would still reduce the total population of the universe, further delaying the arrival of the threshold. In fact, if Thanos could find a fast enough way to kill, he wouldn't necessarily need to use the Infinity Stones. But clearly, his purple sweet potato head couldn't think of one. Since he couldn't, then others certainly couldn't either. So in the end, he could only use the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones. But killing could still delay things, so Thanos did it as he went. After all, collecting the Infinity Stones also took time. He had to collect all the Infinity Stones before the threshold was reached and then snap that finger. The destruction of Xandar did not cause much of a stir in the universe. Because Thanos' speed was simply too fast, they didn't even have time to gather allies before they were destroyed. And the universe was simply too vast, which meant that the transmission of news was actually very slow. At the very least, when the Guardians of the Galaxy found Thor, they didn't even know Xandar had been destroyed. Just as Thanos began collecting the Infinity Stones, the crisis Earth faced was not limited to this. At the same time, an even more powerful existence had its eye on Earth. That was the multidimensional demon king Dormammu. As an existence that devoured and destroyed countless universes and dimensions, the crisis he brought was actually even greater than Thanos's. It was just that he encountered strong resistance from a master of talk no jutsu and negotiation power, and ultimately failed to successfully invade Earth. However, at this point in time, his minions had already begun to take action on Earth. This was something the Ancient One told Victor because she seemed to have foreseen her own future and knew her time was short. She hoped that after her death, Victor could assist the new Sorcerer Supreme. Victor was already having enough of a headache. He didn't expect the Sorcerer Ancient One to join in the fun at this time. The other party seemed to have him all figured out, knowing he wouldn't refuse her request at all. So she directly told him what Dormammu was. She didn't seem worried at all about him being corrupted by Dormammu. Regarding being ordered around like a dog, Victor expressed 12 points of resentment. He had started out as a villain, after all. When did he become a superhero character? To hell with this bullshit world, I'm not saving it anymore, just let it be destroyed. After Victor finished venting like this, he turned around and began to contact Tony to see if he could think of any solution. He also began using his access rights to investigate and monitor the Doctor who would become the new Sorcerer Supreme in the future. As for the original Ant-Man, he was just thrown to the back of his mind. One can only say this damn world really was a source of trouble for Victor. As a scientist and entrepreneur, Darren Cross may have been successful. However, as a student and collaborator, he was not so great. He once studied under Pym and showed exceptional talent. But he also displayed no small amount of ambition. As time passed, Pym discovered his ambition. To prevent his life's work from being used for war, Pym refused to teach him the secrets of the Pym particles. This caused his feelings for Pym to turn from admiration to resentment. In a subsequent board meeting, he orchestrated a plot to oust Pym from the company he had founded. The one who cast the decisive vote for Pym's departure was none other than Pym's daughter, Hope. At that time, she was angry at Pym's neglect and lack of recognition, so she sided with Darren. In the days after Pym left, Darren studied Ant-Man-related technology day and night. It must be said, he indeed possessed exceptional talent. Furthermore, Pym had indeed taught him many things back then, so he quickly developed a suit that could shrink and grow. The only thing he couldn't achieve yet was shrinking living organisms. As Darren's technology progressed, Hope, who had realized his ambition, chose to return and collaborate with Pym. However, Hope didn't expect that even after many years, Pym was still unwilling to let her inherit his suit. Until Strang made Pym's painstaking efforts clear, the relationship between Hope and Pym remained in an awkward stalemate. But after reaching a mutual understanding, Hope and Pym's relationship was immediately mended. because deep in their hearts, they still regarded each other as their closest kin. After Strang retrieved Pym's former inventions, their team still faced the awkward situation of being short-handed. Finally, at Strang's suggestion, Pym had to allow Strang's 3 roommates to join their plan. To be able to assist Dr. Pym in stealing high-tech items was a tremendous honor for Luis and the others. So they agreed to join almost instantly. This way, the team's headcount and division of labor were minimally secured. In fact, while Luis and the others didn't seem very reliable, their abilities were not to be underestimated. Regarding Dr. Pym's arrangements and requirements, though accidents happened frequently, they ultimately succeeded in doing what they were supposed to do. But an accident still occurred. The day before they were to launch the operation, Darren actually came to visit Dr. Pym. Although they successfully sent him away, and Darren acted as if he hadn't noticed any flaws. In reality, he still discovered Hope hiding in Pym's house. This made him quickly realize that he had been betrayed. So he prepared in advance to welcome Strang's arrival. Meanwhile, Pym and the others, knowing nothing of this, proceeded with the original plan. Initially, everything went very smoothly. Luis successfully infiltrated the company as security personnel with Hope's help. Then he knocked out the head of security and lowered the water pressure in the main pipes, allowing Strang to successfully sneak inside with the help of the ants. Strang then directed the ants to destroy the internal storage database and planted bombs in the production workshop. After setting the explosion timer, Strang began the final step of the plan, stealing Darren's yellow jacket suit. However, it was at this very step that Darren revealed his true face to Pym. He also successfully captured Strang, trapping him in the bulletproof safe where the suit was kept. Just as he was about to kill Pym, Strang successfully used a shrinking disc to break the lockdown and escape. After a battle, Darren's subordinates were all dealt with by Strang. However, the buyers invited by Darren escaped in the chaos. That's right, Darren had still invited Mitchell Carson as a buyer, but he didn't know that the Mitchell and his men he invited were actually Victor and his men in disguise. The technology they used was the face-changing technology from SHIELD. After obtaining the sample Pym particles from Darren, Victor's men immediately chose to evacuate. Meanwhile, Victor and the others pursued Darren's retreat. Darren was caught by Victor before he could even get close to his helicopter. What followed was simple. Darren's subordinates and pilots were thrown off the plane by Victor. Then Victor's men flew the plane away from Pym's company rooftop. As for Darren, Victor snapped his neck and left him on the rooftop. When Strang reached the rooftop, he saw Darren's body and the helicopter ascending and leaving. He understood almost instantly what had happened. Someone had killed Darren and stolen his invention. He made a split-second decision and summoned a flying ant to give chase. But he didn't expect that before he could get close, the flying ant beneath him suddenly lost its wings and began falling toward the ground. By the time the flying ant finally recovered, he had almost been flattened. As for the helicopter he intended to chase, it had already vanished. Just as Strang was raging at this, the soaring flames and sound of explosions told him that everything at Pym's company had been successfully destroyed. However, Darren's death and the stolen suit cast a significant shadow over the operation. They were never able to find out who had impersonated Mitchell and taken the suit Darren created. The only good news was that Strang eventually gained his release and freedom. Because Victor had Nina make minor modifications to the police officer's memories. Strang naturally couldn't refuse such an outcome and the invitation from the Avengers. As for Dr. Pym, he had originally refused. But after Victor demonstrated the threat of Thanos, he finally chose to compromise. Because deep down, he was still that superhero from the previous generation, Ant-Man. Furthermore, Victor gave him another even bigger surprise, data regarding the quantum realm. He told Dr. Pym that the quantum realm was not irreversible, it just required a few small attempts. After obtaining the Pym particles created by Darren and the yellow jacket suit, Victor tossed them to his subordinates for research. He wouldn't be needing them for a while anyway. On the other hand, Tony was extremely interested in the research regarding the quantum realm. In fact, he was the only one capable of assisting Pym. Despite Pym's dislike for Stark, he had no choice but to endure it for the sake of his wife. Furthermore, after Victor had a long talk with him and revealed the truth about the events of those years, Pym's misunderstanding of Howard was finally completely resolved. However, he still couldn't stand Tony's conceit and arrogance. Yet, he had to admit that Stark indeed possessed the capital to be so. With the assistance of the two and Hope, the relevant research quickly began to make progress. Victor wasn't surprised by this, but he didn't continue to intervene, as he had more important things to do. That was to accompany Nina on a trip to South Asia, and incidentally meet the sorcerer Ancient One of Kamartaj, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. When Victor arrived in South Asia, his figure quickly became a standout among the crowd. This was because he was simply too tall. Compared to his towering stature, Nina appeared exceptionally petite. This wasn't without its benefits, however. At the very least, thieves and swindlers didn't dare target Victor. After nearly completing a tour of South Asia, Victor and Nina finally arrived near Kamartaj, the residence of the sorcerer Ancient One, at the foot of the Himalayas. With Victor's arrival, the gears of fate began to turn. Far away in the Federation, the genius surgeon Stephen Strange suffered a car accident. This accident caused him to lose the hands he was so proud of. After the crash, his hands began to tremble incessantly, and he could no longer perform the work of a surgeon. In fact, this could be considered a cruel irony of fate. He was born in Philadelphia, in the Federation, and once had a younger brother and a younger sister. As the eldest son of the family, he used to take great care of his siblings. When he was 11 years old, his younger sister Donna was injured in an accident. His desire to heal his sister became one of the major driving forces behind Stephen's dream of becoming a doctor. Ironically, however, a few years later, after the 19-year-old Stephen entered medical school, his sister Donna unfortunately drowned, and Stephen was not by her side at the time because he was away studying medicine. This event dealt a massive blow to Steve, and his passion for medicine began to decline sharply. However, his exceptional talent still allowed him to graduate from medical school with honors. After graduation, Strange became a doctor. His outstanding medical skills and talent quickly made him a celebrity in the industry. This earned him immense prestige and wealth, which also led him to become arrogant and conceited, eventually causing him to drift away from his family and girlfriend. Then, an even more tragic event occurred. Strange refused to visit his gravely ill father, leading to a massive argument with his younger brother. During the quarrel, his brother, Victor Strange, rushed out of the house and was struck and killed by a passing car. It was from that moment on that Strange began to undergo some strange transformations. But before a greater transformation could occur, another car accident cost him the hands he took so much pride in. He tried every possible method to heal his hands, but none of them proved effective. The proud Strange refused to become an assistant or go into research, and he began a long journey seeking medical treatment. This was because he had learned from a man named Pangborn that someone called the Sorcerer Ancient One might be able to treat his injuries. To find the legendary Kamartaj and the Sorcerer Ancient One, Strange spent nearly all his family's wealth. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and he finally found the location of Kamartaj. As for the thugs who mugged him in the original story, they had already met with misfortune. They had attempted to rob Nina Price, only to be encountered by Victor, who was returning from buying snacks. What happened next was quite brutal. This resulted in the task that should have been completed by Mordo being carried out by Victor instead. He had to loiter in the village every day, waiting for Strange's arrival. Fortunately, the doctor didn't keep him waiting long. Just as he was about to beat all the thugs in town into disability, he finally saw Strange, who was on the verge of becoming a vagrant. Unlike Baron Mordo, Victor was never a person of grace or patience. He charged straight over and grabbed Strange by the neck. Like picking up a kitten, he brought him back to Kamartaj. After entering and greeting Old Wong's father, Old Wong, who was reading a book, he tossed Strange in front of the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Ancient One didn't mind the rudeness Victor displayed. Instead, she wore a mysterious smile. On the contrary, Nina, sitting opposite her, gave Victor a sidelong glance. Victor was somewhat dissatisfied with the way Dr. Ancient One treated him like an errand boy. However, he was unwilling to have a conflict with her and couldn't refuse her requests. So, he chose this method to vent his own small dissatisfaction. In any case, now that Dr. Ancient One's successor had arrived, she naturally wouldn't have the time to bother with him anymore. And indeed, from the moment Strange arrived at Kamartaj, Dr. Ancient One's energy and attention were entirely focused on training him. Meanwhile, Victor and Nina were granted the right to read the magic books in the Kamartaj library. Compared to those magic books, Victor was more interested in discussing what food tasted better with Wong. Nina, on the other hand, showed great interest in these magic books. Moreover, she displayed an extremely outstanding talent for magic, something Victor did not possess. Learning magic requires talent, and Victor could only be a muggle. Of course, even without learning magic, he could still wipe the floor with these weaklings in the sanctum hundreds of times over. In fact, the situation of the Sanctum Sanctorum wasn't great right now, as there was a massive gap between the strength of the Sorcerer Ancient One and the other sorcerers. If the Sorcerer Ancient One was Frisia and Mordo was the Jinyu Force, then most of the other sorcerers could probably only be rated with a power level of 5. Perhaps it was because the Ancient One had realized this fact that she was so eager to begin training Strange. She already sensed that her time was short, and without her protection, the Sanctum Sanctorum would be fragile against threats from Earth and other dimensions. Strange, who had just arrived at Camartage, made a very interesting mistake. As the future Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange actually talked about science with the Sorcerer Ancient One, and he believed that everything she showed him was because she had drugged him. Victor, who was listening in secret, knew how things would develop but still couldn't help but palm his own face. Hearing the noise, Mordo couldn't help but look at Victor, only to be glared back at. These past few days, he had seen how powerful Victor was. He was completely no match for him. In fact, Victor was waiting here to bid farewell to the Ancient One. Since Strange had already arrived, there was no need for him to stay for the time being. He would only need to return to assist him when Strange was close to graduating. Of course, Nina Price would stay here as an apprentice to learn magic with the other sorcerers. The Ancient One did not stop Victor's departure. However, before Victor left, she reminded him to remember their agreement. Victor actually quite liked Camartage. Staying there, he had nothing much to do every day, and he could even connect to the Wi-Fi to surf the web. However, the news from Tony a while ago forced him to leave for now. Because he had work to do, and of course, this work wasn't about Steve rebelling. Instead, Chaka was dead. The ones who killed him were Ulysses and Chaka's nephew, Eric Stevens. As the current Black Panther, Chaka's death seemed a bit frustrating. He was assassinated on his way to the Vienna International Center to attend a meeting. Unlike the meeting in the original plot, the purpose of this meeting was to fully legalize the Avengers. As an organization that had saved the world multiple times, the Avengers would replace SHIELD as the new organization protecting world security. Although the World Security Council didn't want to see this, they couldn't stop the public's demand and the secret push from the Federal Secretary of State, General Ross. As for the opinions of Nick Fury and the rebuilt SHIELD, they weren't really important. For them, as an intelligence organization, it was better to be in the shadows than in the light. Moreover, it didn't matter whose name they operated under, because most things would ultimately still be handled and cleaned up by them. It was just that the name they used was changed to the Avengers. This was the conclusion reached after Tony discussed it with Fury and General Ross. Although the former two didn't think much of General Ross, they had to respect the opinion of the man behind him. As for Steve's opinion, after the Winter Soldier's return, he had been in a state of semi-retirement. He stayed at the Avengers headquarters every day to train newcomers and rarely went on missions anymore. Furthermore, because of the presence of his old officer Victor, he was unwilling to get involved in those political affairs he disliked. All he had to do was follow orders. In fact, this was also related to his experiences after waking up. The original points of conflict within the Avengers no longer existed. Banner was mostly at the Avengers as a researcher rather than the main combatant, Hulk. Having obtained the peaceful life he wanted, Banner temporarily abandoned the idea of leaving. After all, Natasha was still here, and he was unwilling to leave her. As for Natasha, she was given a long-term mission to take good care of and protect Dr. Banner, so he wouldn't get angry and tear down the Avengers research facility. Now, Banner's favorite thing to do was to pretend to be angry to tease Natasha or to intimidate the newcomers who had just joined the Avengers. Newcomers who didn't know his background, such as Ant-Man Strang and others, were often scared witless by him. However, Strang could be considered a winner in life at this point. He had finally obtained the life he dreamed of. A proper job and a stable income, and he could visit his daughter without any reservations. As a hero who had newly joined the Avengers, he naturally wouldn't be rejected anymore. Also receiving pardons were the Wanda siblings. Their powerful abilities but relatively fragile psyches gave Steve a real headache. After all, how should one put it? They were still just children. And they were extremely displeased with Tony. Although they already understood Tony's difficulties back then, it didn't mean they could easily move on. In fact, the weapon that killed their family back then wasn't sold by Tony. It was done by a villain named Ironmonger, who had already been taken out by Victor and Tony. And after learning that Tony had given up his arms manufacturing wealth because of such things, they had already forgiven him, they just wouldn't admit it out loud. In fact, Tony felt a sense of guilt in his heart toward those who had been harmed by Stark weapons. This guilt had prompted him to agree to sign the Sokovia Accords in the original plot, and now it prompted his tolerance and affection for the Wanda siblings. He specifically made suits and equipment to monitor their status for them, and told them they could come to him anytime they encountered problems. To Tony's overtures, the Wanda siblings neither refused nor accepted. However, from then on, they never spoke ill of Stark again. The training of the Avengers newcomers had been proceeding in an orderly fashion. But with Victor's return, it had to come to an end for now. Because this time, Victor was going to take two of their instructors on a very important mission. Without the instructors, training naturally couldn't continue. They thus received a long vacation to relax. As for the two instructors going on the mission, they were Captain America Steve and the Winter Soldier Bucky. Bucky had gotten another new arm, custom-made by Tony Stark. The part that originally had a red 5-pointed star painted on it now had a large A on it. This Avengers mark showed that he was no longer the Winter Soldier of a certain superpower in the Far East, but the Toolman Winter Soldier of the Avengers. As a Toolman, as the Winter Soldier, Bucky rarely had the chance to go on field assignments. Partly because of his identity, and partly because the side effects of his surgery meant he would still react to brainwashing codes. But this mission was related to Wakanda, which was why he was being included. More importantly, the method used by the assassin was clearly intended to frame the Winter Soldier. In fact, because of this, the Winter Soldier became the prime suspect in the assassination. Most people didn't know that the Winter Soldier had already joined the Avengers and had been staying at the Avengers headquarters. Even the masterminds of the assassination, Ulysses and Eric Stevens, didn't know this. That was why they chose to impersonate the Winter Soldier for the assassination. This also led T'Challa to believe that the Winter Soldier was the murderer of his father. Therefore, as soon as Bucky appeared, he was attacked by the new Black Panther. At the time, Victor was leading Steve and Bucky, with the assistance of Everett Ross, to investigate the crime scene. It had to be said that Ulysses and the others did a very clean job. From the technique to the cleanup, it all looked like the Winter Soldier's usual methods. If he hadn't known that he was training Wanda at the time and had even broken his arm, Bucky would have thought he had done it himself. It was also while they were investigating that the Black Panther descended from the sky and launched an attack on Bucky. Caught off guard, Bucky only had time to raise his steel arm to block before being sent flying. Seeing his best friend attacked, Steve's eyes turned red instantly. Newton's coffin lid, the shield in his hand, was thrown out directly. After being hit by the shield, which was also made of vibranium, the Black Panther also tumbled to the side. However, he quickly climbed back up and prepared to launch an attack on Steve. But Victor stopped Steve's counterattack and stepped in to block the Black Panther's follow-up attacks. He wanted to prove that he was the strongest Cat King. The battle between T'Challa and Victor soon became lackluster. Whether in terms of physical fitness or the claws on his hands, the Black Panther was no match for Victor. Victor's skeleton, being made of the same material as the Muramasa, one of the few weapons capable of damaging vibranium, tore through the Black Panther's defenses with almost no resistance. Meanwhile, the injuries the Black Panther inflicted on Victor always healed instantly. From the start, T'Challa was at an absolute disadvantage. But because of the hatred for his father's death, he never gave up the fight, eventually fainting from excessive blood loss. Watson, Everett, the job's done. Take him back. It seems we need to interrogate this attacker properly to see what connection he has to the assassination. When Victor first saw Everett, he was stunned. He had first encountered the hobo version of Sherlock Holmes, Strange, at Camartage. He didn't expect that after running to Europe, he would actually encounter Watson, Everett. And he even had to investigate a case with him. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. Speaking of which, he had already seen two Sherlock Holmes, Tony and Strange, so far, and both were smart people. But why was the one who ended up coming to investigate the case still a crude man like himself who liked killing? Thinking of this, he began to feel the injustice of fate. However, the one actually investigating the case wasn't Victor, but Sherlock Holmes, it was Tony Stark. His successfully launched Earth defense system had already captured everything that happened that day via orbital satellites. It had to be said that these guys who liked playing with high technology were all voyeurs. So Victor's coming here was actually just to clear up the misunderstanding about the Winter Soldier being the assassin and to capture Ulysses. What they didn't expect was that before they could catch Ulysses, they first encountered the assassination attempt from the new Black Panther, T'Challa. Soon, T'Challa's identity was confirmed, but as soon as he woke up, he was still placed under control by the agents. After all, he had a prior record of assassination and attacking Victor and the others. For safety's sake, he had to be controlled. Looking at T'Challa, who was firmly restrained to the hospital bed, Victor smiled. Then he turned on the TV in the hospital room and played the satellite-recorded video of T'Challa's father being assassinated. After learning the truth, T'Challa began to struggle violently. The restraint straps tied to him soon began to appear to be snapping. But Victor didn't stop him, instead allowing him to break free from all restraints. After T'Challa gained his freedom, Victor invited him again to assist in bringing the assassins to justice and to clear the Winter Soldier's name. As Stark said, times have changed. With ubiquitous surveillance cameras and the internet, plus the satellites launched by Stark Industries, the entire Earth was under the Avengers' surveillance. While Ulysses and Stevens were still dreaming of robbing vibranium from the Grating Empire's museum, Victor and the Black Panther had already come knocking. Although surrounded by Victor and the Black Panther, Ulysses and Stevens were still unwilling to surrender. They began to incite their subordinates to resist. After all, there were only two opponents, while they had dozens of men, all with guns. Then the cruelty began. Compared to the style of other Avengers, who focused on capturing and often wounded without killing, Victor and the Black Panther adopted the most simple and crude solution. The flying blood and screams meant that Ulysses and Stevens were nearing their end. T'Challa, not knowing Stevens' identity, charged directly at Wakanda's old enemy, Ulysses. The remaining Stevens was left to Victor. Dealing with T'Challa's cousin didn't take Victor much effort. Although this guy killed people like drinking water and had undergone much training, his physical fitness was still too far off. Stevens, who hadn't consumed the heart-shaped herb, was ultimately just an ordinary person. Victor snapped his neck with almost effortless ease, ending his life full of slaughter and sin. Meanwhile, the battle between the Black Panther and Ulysses had a small accident. After Ulysses' hand was cut off by Ultron, he had fitted his stump with a brand new sonic cannon made of vibranium. Caught off guard, T'Challa was hit and sent flying, landing on the street, unable to get up for a long time. Victor, while lamenting that he was indeed the strongest Cat King, launched a charge toward Ulysses. Compared to the unprepared T'Challa, Victor dodged the attack from Ulysses' sonic cannon with almost effortless ease. With a crack, Ulysses' head did a 360-degree rotation on his neck. After dealing with Ulysses, Victor came to the Black Panther's side and reached out his hand. "Little Black, are you okay? Speaking of which, my friend seems to need your help." Although he was unhappy about Victor calling him Little Black, T'Challa still reached out and took the hand Victor offered. Standing up, T'Challa looked at the dead Ulysses and Stevens and drew a deep breath. He had avenged his father, yet for some reason he still felt uneasy. He had no idea that the deceased Stevens was his cousin, nor what decision his own father had once made. Now that vengeance was done, all that remained was to return to Wakanda and claim the throne that was already his. He did not refuse Victor's offer of assistance. He felt it was time to open Wakanda to cultural and technological exchange with the world. The incident had shown him one thing: the outside world had changed. It was advancing fast, and catching up to, or even surpassing, Wakanda was only a matter of time. The existence of Tony Stark in particular proved and accelerated this. Besides, Victor had told him of a foe the whole Earth might soon face, Thanos. Though he considered the threat of Thanos to be Victor and the Avengers' crying wolf, T'Challa still chose to open Wakanda and help the Avengers rid Bucky of his after-effects. Besides Bucky, Steve also headed for Wakanda, unwilling to leave his friend behind. There Bucky would remain in cryostasis and receive treatment until the brainwashing was completely erased. Training of the new Avengers was taken over personally by Victor. As the man who once instructed Captain America, he found drilling these recruits no challenge at all. His power alone won their respect. For him it was even a rare stretch of leisure. While Victor was enjoying his ease, Logan ran into real trouble. Hell's Kitchen, the most chaotic corner of Manhattan in New York, had become one of the Hand's strongholds in the country. There Logan met superheroes led by Daredevil Matt, who had formed the Defenders to stop the Hand's schemes. But as time passed and the truth surfaced, the Hand's new supreme leader, the Black Sky, turned out to be Matt's long-dead lover Elektra. That left the heroes torn in the final battle. In the end the Defenders and Logan foiled the Hand's plot, but at a heavy price. Matt, hoping to restore Elektra's memories, was buried with her beneath an explosion at the base of the Hand's tower. The Defenders disbanded, its members going their separate ways. Believing the matter settled for now, Logan was ready to go home, only to be caught up in a bank robbery. Leaving Manhattan, Logan came to Queens in New York. He planned to draw some cash and then head to the Avengers' current base to find Victor. It looked like an ordinary night. Logan swore that had he known he'd meet bank robbers, he would have chosen another evening. But there are no ifs in life. He was at an ATM about to withdraw money when suddenly Hulk, Captain America, Thor and Iron Man burst in, guns and other weapons in hand. Realizing he was facing robbers, Logan raised his hands and stepped aside. Seeing his cooperation, they left him unharmed. After all, they wanted money, not blood, yet the unexpected still happened. Spider-Man, ready for action, spotted the robbery and moved to stop it. He also noticed Logan and tried to get him out safely. Logan, however, saw something more startling. The tools the robbers used were clearly not of Earth. He watched Spider-Man enter and twitched his mouth. Heroes in this world loved skin-tight suits, but Logan himself did not. Ever since Victor had forced him into that yellow outfit Victor had designed, he despised the things. Judging by the kid's voice, he wasn't even an adult yet. Logan sighed, just as he was about to act. Spider-Man beat him to it. With a flick of his wrist a web shot out and instantly pinned one robber. In the fight that followed the kid looked effortless, yet Logan noticed the boy had no formal combat training at all. He relied purely on superior physique to overwhelm them. Against an equal opponent he'd be in serious trouble. Even against ordinary thugs his carelessness could cost him. The thought had barely formed when the robbers snared Spider-Man with a gravity tether device. Seeing the boy tossed about like trash, Logan decided he'd seen enough. He stepped in and knocked out the thug holding the tether. What happened next stunned them both. Another robber dialed a beam cutter to full power and fired straight at Spider-Man. Logan could only throw himself in front of the boy and was blasted through the bank's glass into the convenience store across the street. A stunned little spider raced to help, as he supported an unharmed Logan out of the wreckage. The robbers posing as the Avengers were gone, tools and all. Yet the boy sensed something wrong. How could common thieves have such gear? And the man he was helping, struck by a laser that could slice metal, hadn't a scratch, only a torn shirt. "Mister, are you okay? I saw that laser hit you, it was awful. I thought you were dead, but you don't look hurt. What are you? Are you a superhero like me? Do you have a codename?" Curiosity had unleashed the kid's chatterbox side. Because the timeline had shifted, Little Spider hadn't been recruited by Tony at this point, he was merely on a watch list, actual contact hadn't even begun. Partly it was because Tony wasn't short-handed right now, and partly because he was simply too busy, especially after learning of Thanos' threat, he was swamped. That forced him to dump most of the workload, just like in the original movies, onto his assistant and bodyguard Happy Hogan. The inertia of the plot didn't stop there. The cleanup after the Battle of New York still gave birth to the Vulture. Toombs, whose livelihood had been cut off by Stark Industries and SHIELD, ended up stealing alien tech to survive. Over the years he built a custom Vulture suit from the scavenged alien gear. Selling his products brought him fortune and status again, pushing him deeper until there was no turning back. As the saying goes, stand by the river long enough and you'll get wet. This time the toy he sold drew the attention of Spider-Man and Logan. Logan was actually annoyed that Little Spider didn't recognize him. After all, he was, more or less, an Avenger. To Little Spider, the Avengers were still Captain America Steve, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk, Thor, and the rest. Of course Sabretooth Victor and Hawkeye Barton counted too, and Black Widow certainly wasn't forgotten. As for Wolverine Logan, who? Had he even fought in the Battle of New York? Had he been to Sokovia to destroy Ultron? Logan obviously couldn't answer those questions. He'd been busy slugging it out with the Hand and had no idea what was happening in the world. Still, that didn't stop him from teaming up with Spider-Man to dig for the truth, and, with Tony's number on his phone, he initially took the lead. Until the other side rejected his call. Feeling he'd lost face, Logan dialed someone else. Victor was on a flight back to Camartage. After settling the Steve and Bucky business, he'd decided to retire at the Sanctum Sanctorum. So Victor, airborne, couldn't take Logan's call. When Steve's phone also went dark, an enraged Logan smashed his handset. "Looks like it's up to us. Got any contacts?" Wait while I buy a new phone, then we split up and investigate." After Logan robbed an intact ATM for cash and bought a brand new phone, the two exchanged numbers and agreed to tip each other off if they found leads. But each secretly planned to handle the case alone. Spider-Man wanted to prove himself, while Logan refused to drag a kid into danger. As for whether Logan feared danger himself, please. Between adamantium and a healing factor, any crisis was just an appetizer. They parted ways. Little Spider still had homework and classes. Logan simply checked into a motel and slept. Next morning, while Peter headed to school, Logan, following old habit, showed up in Queens's notorious red light district. Though it was daytime, some businesses never close. Normally he'd have sampled the wares, but today he was hunting the source of those alien weapons. As always, violence is a fine investigative tool. Under the persuasion of Logan's claws, a local snitch tipped him off about a deal that night that might interest him. If Logan learned of the Vulture's alien weapon sale through sheer muscle, Spider-Man stumbled on it thanks to dumb luck and the henchman's low IQ. Both heroes, each with his own agenda, hid the intel from the other and moved alone. They burst onto the scene only to find the other already there. The simultaneous entry left them both mortified. The Vulture's men quickly broke the ice by whipping out their guns and opening fire on both Logan and Spider-Man. They were no match for the pair. If Spider-Man had come alone, inexperience might have tripped him up. But Logan, a veteran of countless Black Ops missions, outclassed these street thugs by orders of magnitude. Silver adamantium claws sliced through their weapons, and the fingers holding them, in a single swipe. The maimed criminals rolled on the ground howling. The sudden gore froze Spider-Man in place. For all his powers, he was still a minor. The bloody scene hit him hard. While he stood stunned, the henchmen scrambled back to their cars and fled. Alerted, the Vulture suited up and flew to support them. Watching the Vulture's wings spread across the sky, Logan figured this foe might actually require the kid's help. Just then, back at Camartage, Victor also ran into unexpected enemies. He'd only wanted to buy Wong a McDonald's, when the librarian opened a portal back to the Sanctum's library. They walked in on Caecilius, who had come to steal a tome on dark sorcery so he could channel the Dark Dimension's power. The fight was over before it began. Without the Dark Dimension's boost, Caecilius crumbled before Victor. His spells looked like cheap street tricks against the Reality Stone, and Victor snapped his neck while Caecilius still yelled that this shouldn't be his fate. The instant Victor crushed Caecilius's throat, Sorcerer Ancient One, who had been meditating, opened her eyes. She felt, for a moment, as though her life had just been renewed. For a powerhouse of the Sorcerer Ancient One's caliber, she would be able to sense when her own destiny changed. Therefore, when she sensed a significant fluctuation in her destiny, her first reaction was to use the Time Stone to investigate. However, all she saw was a blank. This immediately made her realize whose fate the incident concerned. When she opened a portal and arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum's library, her former disciple, now a traitorous sorcerer, was already dead beyond revival. The person who was destined to kill her in her prophecies no longer existed. This meant she would continue to live until she made a choice or decision. But clearly, suicide was never among her choices. "Victor, thank you very much for helping me get rid of this traitor of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Although your actions have caused significant fluctuations in the timeline and my personal destiny, even the entire universe plane has been affected by your actions. In fact, without Caecilius as a guide, it would have been a pipe dream for the Imam to discover this current universe and plane. After all, the Sorcerer Ancient One had extended its existence for so long with her power, and it still hadn't noticed anything. Of course, the Sorcerer Ancient One's personal strength played a crucial role in this. Her power could not grant her immortality, which is why she chose to steal power from the Dark Dimension to extend her lifespan. For the Dark Dimension, which has no concept of time, the power the Sorcerer Ancient One stole was enough to allow her to live until the end of time in this universe. However, in the movie, she accepted her destined death because she found a successor. In fact, if she had wanted to defy destiny, death would never have come to her. Just as now, after Victor killed Caecilius, she no longer felt her death approaching. This forced the Sorcerer Ancient One to begin revising many of her original decisions, especially regarding Doctor Strange, who, due to her sudden death, became the biggest half-baked Sorcerer Supreme in history. But now the situation was different. She had a long time to slowly teach and train Doctor Strange. It was even possible that Doctor Strange might die of old age, and she would still be as youthful and beautiful as she was now. However, none of this had anything to do with Victor. He and Wong were both thrown into the Antarctic by Doctor Strange for eating junk food in the library. For Victor, the Antarctic had no effect on him whatsoever. But Wong was different. Although he had ample fat reserves and was an excellent sorcerer himself, surviving in the Antarctic was still too difficult for him. Fortunately, Victor was there to assist him, preventing him from losing his life there. Of course, the McDonald's in their hands had already turned into frozen chicken and was no longer edible. With Victor's assistance, Wong opened a portal back to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Although they successfully returned, they were still thoroughly frozen. When they returned, the Sorcerer Ancient One was no longer there. Since she now had plenty of time, she decided to personally continue guiding Doctor Strange. After all, he was her chosen successor. Although he was a science-believing doctor before, he was now learning magic, wasn't he? Thus, Doctor Strange began his bittersweet journey of learning magic. And in addition to completing the tasks assigned by the Sorcerer Ancient One every day, he also continuously self-studied the books and spells in the Sanctum Sanctorum library. It must be said that Doctor Strange truly lived up to being the Sorcerer Ancient One's chosen successor. His talent was excellent. Most importantly, he also gained the recognition of the Time Stone and could draw upon its power. The Sorcerer Ancient One discovered this after a small test. She intentionally placed the Time Stone not far from the library and also put the relevant usage books nearby. As expected, the curious Doctor Strange took the Time Stone and performed an experimental spell. As his incantation was completed, green light began to appear, and he successfully called upon the power of the Time Stone, manipulating an apple through various states. Then the Sorcerer Ancient One appeared behind him. Doctor Strange reacted like a child caught peeking at a certain book by a parent, immediately jumping out of his chair. He was then reprimanded by the Sorcerer Ancient One, who thoroughly explained the importance of the Time Stone and the consequences of misusing it. Doctor Strange seemed to have completely listened and humbly accepted. However, in the movie, after the Sorcerer Ancient One's death, he freely used the Time Stone to refill Thor's drink, showing that he didn't take the Sorcerer Ancient One's words to heart at all. Further proof was when dealing with Dormammu, he directly used the Time Stone to reverse time. He also leveraged the properties of the Time Stone as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Dormammu. This ultimately forced Dormammu to yield to the disgusting negotiation tactics. The Sorcerer Ancient One in the movie, due to her premonition of death, didn't notice Doctor Strange's attitude at the time. But now it was different. She quickly discovered Doctor Strange's duplicity. So, Doctor Strange's practical training that day was personally conducted by her. After beating him to near death, she then healed him with the Time Stone. That taste, probably only Doctor Strange himself could experience. Actually, Doctor Strange wasn't unable to endure such pain. After all, in his confrontation with Dormammu, he endured countless cycles of death. But there's a difference between being brutally beaten during training and an infinite loop. At that time, the heavy burden of saving the world was on his shoulders. Responsibility and a sense of mission allowed him to endure everything, even endless cycles of death. However, in daily training, Doctor Strange, who inherently lacked motivation, naturally found such treatment unbearable. Perhaps this is where mindset determined everything. Ultimately, under the Sorcerer Ancient One's training and discipline, he successfully realized the serious consequences of misusing the Time Stone. This ensured that whenever he used the Time Stone in the future, as soon as the green light appeared, he would recall what happened that day. Victor suspected that the Sorcerer Ancient One's training of Doctor Strange was not without the intention of venting her resentment over her destiny being changed and having to busy herself saving and protecting the world for an unknown number of years. However, she clearly couldn't turn on Victor and fight him over this, so it was only natural that Doctor Strange, as her disciple, should bear his master's venting and resentment, wasn't it? While Doctor Strange was being frantically whipped and trained by the Ancient One, Victor was enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Every day, besides practicing the use of the Reality Stone, he spent his time accompanying Nina on shopping trips. As an apprentice mage whose talent was second only to Doctor Strange, she possessed exceptionally outstanding supernatural abilities of her own. Especially in terms of spatial teleportation, she had even surpassed Doctor Strange and the Sorcerer Ancient One, reaching a level where she could instantaneously open a portal to any known location with just a single thought. Before this, whether she was using her innate abilities or magic, opening a portal always required some prep time. But under the guidance of the Sorcerer Ancient One and through her own hard work, she successfully merged the two into one, achieving a theoretically optimal effect. In fact, most of the time, when two different systems with similar effects are combined, it doesn't necessarily result in double the efficiency. Instead, it often leads to half the result for twice the effort. This is because the mutual conflict and influence between the two systems is a significant issue. There aren't many ways to solve such a problem, but they do exist. One can either conduct a massive number of experiments to find the best way, or collect the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to the Divine Dragon. In the end, Nina didn't need any of those methods. She succeeded on her very first try. Of course, while she was trying, Victor, who was outside eating chicken with Old Wong, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Wong, who got sprayed with blood all over his face, remained quite calm because he knew Victor was using the power of the Reality Stone again. On the other hand, the shop assistant was startled by Victor's reaction. She thought Victor was spitting blood because he had eaten the chicken burger from their shop. After all, McDonald's had a similar dark history back in the day, where they had to compensate an old lady 5 million federal credits because the coffee was too hot. That was 5% of McDonald's national revenue that year, simply because the cup that burned her didn't have a warning label reminding her to be careful of burns. And this time, Victor had literally eaten until he spat blood, and Victor's status was no ordinary one. As a member of the Avengers, he had a very high level of recognition. Just moments ago, the shop assistants were asking for his signature and photos, and they hadn't expected him to be spitting blood just a few minutes later. As an extremely powerful superhero with wealth no less than that of Iron Man, the shop assistant briefly thought the history of McDonald's was coming to an end. This was because Victor had 100 ways to make this fast food restaurant unable to survive in the Federation and go bankrupt. Therefore, just as Victor was using a napkin to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, the McDonald's regional manager appeared by his table. His appearance made Victor pause for a moment, and after the manager's frantic explanation, Victor realized he had caused a big misunderstanding. Finally, to comfort the regional manager, Victor decided to let him launch a series of action figures and events using his name and image as the main promotion for McDonald's next quarter. The regional manager was naturally overjoyed by Victor's generosity. On the contrary, the actual victim, Old Wong, only received the lukewarm compensation that Victor would pay for their next meal at McDonald's. However, for Wong, none of that was important. All he needed was to stay by Victor's side, partly because the Sorcerer Ancient One had instructed him to, and partly because he felt that being friends with Victor was quite nice. In truth, what had always surprised him the most was that Victor actually spoke Chinese, and even a dialect from a certain province. In his eyes, this was the most surprising and curious thing. But although he was curious, he never asked. Because curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it can also kill a fat otaku librarian. While Victor was enjoying his leisure, Logan was caught in a bitter struggle with the Vulture. As an important villain of Spider-Man, the Vulture's IQ hadn't dropped at this moment. He keenly perceived the biggest weakness of Logan and the little spider: neither of them could fly. So, he decisively increased his flight altitude and then, holding a ray gun, unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate bombing on Logan and the little spider. With the help of his spider sense, the little spider easily dodged the Vulture's attacks. Logan, however, wasn't so lucky. He successfully took all the damage with his face. Just as Spider-Man was worried that he had been taken out, as the explosive flames and smoke dissipated, Logan's unharmed body appeared in Spider-Man's sight. However, his shirt and pants were basically non-existent. At this point, even if the Vulture were a fool, he realized he couldn't do anything to these two guys, so he decisively chose to retreat. But he made a mistake, which was also related to his ignorance. Although he successfully covered his subordinate's escape, he didn't know that the opposition had a tracking expert like Logan. To Logan's nose, the scent left by his subordinates was simply too obvious. Tracking them was almost effortless. In this way, Logan and the little spider followed the scent of the vulture's subordinates all the way to the vulture's lair. At this time, the vulture was still completely unaware of the approaching crisis, and he was still throwing a tantrum at his subordinates. Because of their stupid behavior, they had attracted Spider-Man. As a superhero who became famous through YouTube videos, Spider-Man's deterrence and influence were far inferior to the members of the Avengers. The Vulture hadn't actually ever taken him to heart, but the fact that Spider-Man had been drawn in meant it was very likely to attract the attention of other superheroes, such as Iron Man or Thor. If it hadn't been Spider-Man and Hobo-Man, the nickname Vulture gave Logan, who came this time, but that damn Stark or Thor or someone, they would either be in prison right now or have been turned into a barbecue. In the end, the Vulture dealt with the subordinate who had tried to defect and then appointed a more obedient subordinate as his successor. Just as the Vulture and his men began to discuss how to proceed with their next business deal, Logan and Spider-Man finally arrived at the entrance of their base. They quickly broke through the outer defenses and appeared before them. Almost without thinking, the Vulture rushed toward his flight suit parked to the side, while his subordinates picked up weapons and attempted to launch a counterattack. But Hobo-Man, Logan and Spider-Man were faster and stronger than them. The shot-out spider webs controlled all of the Vulture's subordinates in almost an instant, stripping them of their ability to resist. Spider-Man himself rushed directly in front of the Vulture, blocking the path between him and the Vulture's flight suit. As for Logan, he bypassed Spider-Man and rushed directly to the side of the flight suit, bearing his adamantium claws. While he was tearing apart the Vulture's flight suit, he muttered, "Without the suit, and after I twist your head off, you won't be able to rain bombs down on me from the sky ever again." Ultimately, with the Vulture being sent to prison, Little Spider also lost his secret crush at school. For him, this was nothing short of a massive blow. Fortunately, there was still some good news that provided him with a sliver of warmth and comfort from the world. Logan finally managed to get in touch with Victor and learned the current address of the Avengers base. The most interesting part was that after they sent the Vulture to prison, they lingered in Queens for a while. As a result, when Logan hurried to the former Stark Tower, now the Avengers Tower, he found that Tony had already sold it. As for why they were delayed for so long, it was mainly because Logan wanted to look after Little Spider, the newly emerged superhero. After all, in the previous battle, he had performed far too naively. However, Logan discovered that the boy's growth rate far exceeded his expectations. Because the process was different, Little Spider's growth during the Vulture incident wasn't as significant as in the original story. However, under Logan's subsequent tutelage, he began to grow step by step. The most significant change was in his combat skills. Under Logan's training, he quickly mastered and evolved a set of fighting techniques suited to himself. The reason Spider-Man's fighting techniques changed was partly because his combat style differed greatly from Logan's. On the other hand, it was due to their different ways of doing things. Logan would often resort to lethal force at the slightest provocation, while Spider-Man was merely a friendly neighborhood hero. Such a massive disparity ultimately led to their distinct combat styles. However, Logan had no intention of stopping or persuading Little Spider otherwise, because in his view, a kid really shouldn't be involved in killing. Nevertheless, he promised Little Spider one more thing: to bring him into the Avengers. In exchange, Little Spider agreed to undergo a series of training sessions before joining. This was the reason Logan and he were delayed in Queens for a while. When they completed Little Spider's training and returned to the Avengers headquarters, the person responsible for receiving them was actually Natasha. However, Natasha gave Logan a feeling that something seemed different about her. But as for what exactly was different, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He didn't pay it much mind, though. In his view, these female spies involved in intelligence were all trouble. Especially that one he had dealt with before, the one who could shape-shift. Thinking of this, Logan couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, for that was his lost youth. Logan then began to introduce Little Spider, but to his surprise, Peter's detailed files were already there. Logan and Peter then learned that Spider-Man had long been under Stark's observation. Or rather, he had been keeping an eye on him the whole time. Furthermore, Stark expressed dissatisfaction with Logan's sudden kidnapping of his kid. But since he had been too busy to make contact himself, he couldn't really blame anyone else. Since the relevant data was already available, further investigation was unnecessary. Little Spider was given the chance to join the Avengers, but first, he had to pass a series of assessments. After all, while he possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, it didn't mean he wouldn't make mistakes in battle and end up being a liability. Moreover, while completing his assessments, he also had to continue his schooling and finish his studies. In fact, for a superhero, he was still far too young. One had to admit that Tony's approach was correct. For now, it was better to let little Spider focus on his studies. If he encountered a problem he truly couldn't solve, they would step in then. Thus, the final result of Little Spider's week-long tour of the Avengers headquarters was still going back to school. He merely gained the status of a candidate for the Avengers and a suit gifted by Stark as a gesture of friendship. As for Logan, he was subjected to a comprehensive examination and analysis by Tony. This was because his adamantium skeleton was simply too powerful. After the mutant timeline was forcibly stripped away, the adamantium in Logan's body was the only adamantium left in this universe. Even Captain America's shield, due to the changes in the timeline, had become a special alloy shield made of vibranium. In other words, Logan's claws now had a way to damage Captain America's shield. In fact, this was the reason why Cap's shield was eventually broken by Thanos in the movies. After a series of inspections and experimental analyses, Tony concluded that Logan's skeleton could not be harmed in the slightest, even by vibranium. The only thing that could possibly match it was likely Victor's Muramasa sword, made of unknown materials, and his skeleton, which was of the same material as the blade. Tony had eyed Victor's skeleton more than once or twice. However, even if Victor were willing to cooperate, Tony couldn't find any way to damage Victor's bones. Now he was eyeing the adamantium in Logan's body, only to find that he faced the same problem. He had no way to damage adamantium. He couldn't even analyze or replicate it. However, he did manage to analyze some aspects and use them to create secondary adamantium. This metal possessed characteristics and a hardness similar to adamantium, but it wasn't completely indestructible like the original. Precisely because it could be destroyed, it earned the name secondary adamantium. In truth, it wasn't so much that Tony failed, but rather that the rules of this universe prevented adamantium from being replicated again. In a universe completely devoid of mutants, Logan and Victor had become the only two exceptions. Their very existence was a distortion of this universe's reality. This might be why the Reality Stone eventually chose Victor. Victor's very existence was an act of modifying the reality of this universe. After serving as Tony's guinea pig at the Avengers headquarters for a while, Logan could no longer endure such a boring life and decisively chose to go on missions with the others. In fact, by this time, most of the new Avengers members had completed their training and begun executing missions around the world. Of course, these missions were either commissioned by SHIELD or major criminal cases detected by Tony's satellite system. Generally speaking, there wasn't too much danger, and the enemies were mostly weaker individuals with special abilities or ordinary people holding high-tech weapons. Using such opponents to let the newcomers practice greatly enriched their combat experience while ensuring their personal safety. After all, such opponents weren't completely non-threatening to the newly minted superheroes. If they were too careless, it was still easy to mess up. Furthermore, during this process, they had to consider the collateral damage to civilians. Like certain Ultramen who, while dealing with a monster, also leveled the city. Though, perhaps it was precisely because of this that the construction companies in Ultraman were so unprecedentedly prosperous. Given the frequency of monster appearances, their efficiency in completing city reconstruction work must have been extremely high. The places where the Avengers often went to execute missions clearly didn't have such companies. Because many times, they went to extremely underdeveloped regions to hunt down highly dangerous criminals. At such times, they needed to be mindful of civilian safety and property damage. Of course, when it truly came down to it, they could still go all out. After all, with big tycoons like Tony in the Avengers, whatever was torn down could simply be rebuilt. However, casualties had to be strictly controlled. As a superhero, the bottom line was not to harm the innocent. After all, they were there to save people, not to kill and cause destruction. Moreover, when rookies were on missions, Tony would always keep an eye on them. He would appear in time whenever they needed help. Of course, whether it was a remotely controlled armor assisting the rookies or Tony himself appearing in person, no one knew. Logan also went through a period like this after his return. Then, he began to throw himself into it tirelessly, becoming the hero with the highest mission attendance rate. To his core, he was someone who couldn't stand being idle. He was always more than willing to have an opportunity to show his wild side and do something. It certainly wasn't because he was fed up with being stuck in a white sterile lab and having his blood drawn by Tony every day. As Logan continued to execute missions around the world, his fame began to spread. First among criminals, and finally to the ordinary people in the streets, everyone knew that the Avengers had a new, undying man, Wolverine Logan. No matter what kind of weapon was used, he couldn't be killed. His skeleton was composed of a special metal that was completely indestructible, and his body seemed capable of endless, infinite recovery. In this regard, he looked very similar to Victor, who was known as Sabretooth. Consequently, some people jokingly called them the Tiger and Wolf brothers, and even Tony had once suspected whether the two of them had some kind of blood relation, because their abilities were far too similar. Furthermore, there was a certain degree of similarity in their X genes. In fact, to some extent, they were right. Because in the separated mutant timeline, Logan and Victor were biological brothers. It was just that they hadn't appeared in that timeline. Instead, they had appeared in this timeline where they weren't supposed to exist. And due to a certain uniqueness, the mutant timeline not only lacked the existence of the Scarlet Witch Wanda, but even Logan and Victor no longer existed there. Or rather, they had existed once, but now there wasn't a single trace of them. And because of their loss, the direction of that timeline had begun to turn into a mess. Without Logan's presence, Phoenix remained devoted to Cyclops. And after turning into Dark Phoenix, she didn't kill him. But it also meant that no one could stop her power, which ultimately led to the death of Mystique Raven and a series of other chaotic events. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Victor and Logan, as they no longer existed in that space-time. They only needed to care about the matters in this current space-time. However, the crisis in the current space-time was not inferior to the invasion of the Phoenix Force. Both were powers capable of affecting the entire universe. Whether it was Phoenix Gene or Thanos with the Infinity Stones, which of them was stronger or weaker made no fundamental difference to the universe. Because both could easily change or even destroy all life in the universe they inhabited, knowing that was enough. It was precisely because of such a crisis that Victor did everything he could to prevent the Avengers from splitting and constantly recruited new members for it, making it as strong as possible before Thanos arrived. However, Victor's actions also led Thanos to start collecting the Infinity Stones ahead of schedule, and to destroy the Dwarven Kingdom and Xandar, where the Nova Corps was located, even earlier. Furthermore, it caused Thor to encounter Thanos' Legion while he was searching for the Infinity Stones in the universe. Although a series of small conflicts occurred between the two sides, it ultimately didn't reach the point of an all-out battle. After all, before obtaining more Infinity Stones, Thanos didn't want to challenge the Asgardians, who were one of the most powerful forces in the universe. The reputation Odin had forged back then still cowed the entire universe, and the light of the Bifrost Bridge still shone across the cosmos. The armies of Asgard were still waiting in full battle gear for their king's command. In fact, the attack on the Dwarven Kingdom was a test Thanos conducted against Asgard. Although Asgard appeared to be peaceful and prosperous on the surface, its peripheral defenses had begun to grow lax. This indicated that internal problems had surely arisen within Asgard, even if they hadn't manifested yet. After the Dwarven Kingdom was destroyed, the expected Asgardian army did not descend. This allowed Thanos to confirm his suspicions, but this hypothesis was shaken once again after Thor appeared. Initially, when Ebony Maw and the others encountered Thor, they thought their destruction of the Dwarven Kingdom had been exposed and that he was there to cause them trouble. Although the God of Thunder was alone, the Bifrost Bridge could allow the Asgardian army to descend and support him at any time. Therefore, their conflict with Thor was kept within a limited range. However, Thor's subsequent actions left them in doubt. Because the conflict Thor had with them didn't seem to be for avenging the Dwarven Kingdom, but rather as if he were searching for something and happened to run into the Black Order committing crimes, dealing with them in passing. Before Ebony Maw and the others could figure out Thor's thoughts and behavior, this first in-line heir to Asgard left the cosmos again and turned to enter Surtur's domain. In the legends of Ragnarok, it was this king of fire who destroyed Asgard. Thus, having found no clues in his search for the Infinity Stones, Thor decided to solve the problem directly at its root. After Thor arrived in Muspelheim, he chose to become a prisoner in order to see Surtur as quickly as possible. His identity ensured he was soon presented to the ruler of this place, the great emperor to Odin, Surtur the Fire King. Looking at Thor locked in a cage, Surtur stated that he was seeking his own death. However, Thor didn't care about the other's threat at all, because he knew this cage couldn't hold him. In fact, he really wasn't kept in the cage for long, the cage holding him opened directly. Bound by metal chains, Thor was brought before Surtur. Looking at Thor hanging in front of him, Surtur mocked him as Odin's little brat. Then, Thor spat out a stream of insults, retorting right back. But as a king, his mind was broad, and he didn't lower himself to Thor's level. He was curious why Thor had come to Muspelheim, the territory of Asgard's archenemy. As Thor began to recount his dreams, through an analysis of their content, Surtur learned that Thor's dreams were precisely about the Ragnarok of the Great Prophecy. In the prophecy, Surtur was the destroyer of Asgard. He would reclaim his eternal flame and merge it with his crown. At that time, returning to the peak of his power, he would become larger than all the mountains and turn Asgard into a sea of fire. Therefore, he replied to Thor in this manner. The conclusion Thor drew was that years ago, his old man, Odin, had beaten Surtur half to death and taken away his eternal flame. The eternal flame locked in the Asgardian vault was actually the source of Surtur's power. This was big news. However, Thor's focus was clearly not on this matter. Since Surtur needed to merge his crown with the eternal flame to restore his power, where was Surtur's crown? Then Surtur told him that the things he thought were big eyebrows or horns were actually Surtur's crown. Having learned all the key elements, Thor felt he should take immediate action to prevent the arrival of Ragnarok and become the hero who saved Asgard. He talked trash to attract Surtur's attention while working hard to summon the Meow Meow hammer. After all, with his current strength, he was no match for Surtur without the Meow Meow hammer. Soon, with the arrival of the Meow Meow hammer, Thor successfully broke free from the chains binding him. Facing the escaped Thor, Surtur didn't seem overly angry but instead said something meaningful. "You have made a grave mistake, son of Odin. You have no way to stop the descent of Ragnarok." Thor didn't care about what Surtur said. Making grave mistakes had become a habit of his, and he could clean up the mess every time. In Thor's view, this time would naturally be no exception. Clearly, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, nor did he know that Ragnarok was precisely being fully initiated because of his current actions. As Surtur's words fell, the creatures of all Muspelheim began to launch a frantic charge and attack toward Thor. These creatures, whose minds were filled with fire and destruction, had no idea what fear or retreat were. They simply followed the order Surtur gave them, tear Thor apart. While ordering his subordinates to charge, Surtur didn't choose to hide at the back. Instead, he dragged his greatsword and began to lead the charge. Thor dealt with Surtur's minions without any effort at all. Only the attacks from Surtur himself could pose some threat to him. But it still wasn't enough, because Surtur was simply too weak. Having lost the eternal flame and been heavily wounded by Odin with the eternal spear, he didn't even have 1/10,000th of his peak strength. As a powerful existence that could once easily incinerate a planet, he could now only survive deep underground in Muspelheim. From this, one could know how weak he was. And this time, the blow from Thor directly knocked him into his weakest state. The flames on his body completely dissipated, and his soul retreated into the crown. The crown-preserving Surtur thus became Thor's trophy. After dealing with Surtur, the fire creatures of Muspelheim did not stop their attack. They still executed Surtur's final command, launching a fearless assault toward Thor. Because their numbers were simply too great, Thor also began to find it taxing. However, Thor wasn't panicked at all because this place belonged to the territory of the 9 realms, so Heimdall could watch over him. As long as he gave a call, the other would open the Bifrost Bridge and take him back to Asgard. But it was here that a small change occurred. Heimdall did not respond to Thor's call, and the expected Bifrost Bridge did not descend. And the trouble Thor encountered was only just beginning. While facing the human wave tactics, Surtur's pet fire dragon also broke free from its restraints. Compared to the minions, this fire dragon was the truly threatening existence to Thor. After all, it was Surtur's pet from his peak period. Its combat power was not at all inferior to Thor's, and it even surpassed him. At first, when Heimdall didn't respond, Thor thought it was because he was underground, so the signal was bad and the other hadn't received it. So he swung his hammer, broke through the layers above his head, and came to the surface of Muspelheim. This was a world of lava and fire, even a piece of Thor's battle suit was burned. Just as Thor was swinging his hammer, Heimdall's successor, Scourge, was also swinging a hammer. Well, a barbell he had brought back from Earth, also known as Midgard. He was currently pretending to be Thor to make two Asgardian goddesses happy. Moreover, he had just shown them his two favorite weapons. Modified from standard federal firearms, Des and Troy were no longer ordinary assault rifles after Scourge's modifications, they could be called divine artifacts. As a descendant of the Heavenly Palace's royal craftsman, his craftsmanship was still worth affirming. At least in the final battle of the original movie, these two weapons indeed showed impressive power. However, just as Scourge was frantically swinging the barbell, the two goddesses sitting next to the Bifrost Bridge activation device heard Thor's shout from within it. So they reminded Scourge to see if something had happened. Scourge, however, thought they wanted to witness the power of the Bifrost Bridge. So he took the key to the Bifrost Bridge, the sword that originally belonged to Heimdall. As the sword was inserted, the Bifrost Bridge began to emit colorful light. After Scourge turned the key, the surging energy of the Bifrost Bridge instantly connected the spaces of Asgard and Muspelheim. With the descent of the Bifrost Bridge, Thor, who was being hunted by the fire dragon, was able to escape from its jaws. In fact, it wasn't that he had no way to suppress the fire dragon, but if he used the hammer to suppress the dragon, he wouldn't be able to handle those Muspelheim minions. The current Thor still believed that his power came from the hammer. If he didn't have this hammer, then he would be nothing. It was precisely because such a thought existed that after he lost the hammer, he indeed would become nothing. But one undeniable point was that the Meow Meow hammer indeed, to some extent, amplified the divine power of the current Thor and his control over his own divine power. Thor, having escaped the dragon's jaws, discovered Scourge's presence the moment he returned to Asgard. Although the other had fallen into extreme embarrassment in order to save him. Scourge was originally having a good time picking up girls at the Bifrost Bridge, but Thor's call made him open the Bifrost Gate. As a result, what came through the gate was not only the heir of Asgard, Prince Thor. There was also a fire dragon's head from Muspelheim and a large amount of filthy, stinking dragon blood. The goddesses, who were sprayed all over, left this disgusting place in revulsion. Scourge issued his complaints to Thor, but what made him feel humiliated was that the other had actually forgotten who he was. Even though they had once fought side by side and suppressed the rebellions of the Nine Realms together, Thor had indeed forgotten who he was. This was perhaps Thor's arrogance as Asgardian royalty. Although he loved them, he would also inadvertently show his arrogance as royalty in some places. Asgard was never some beacon of democracy and freedom. On the contrary, Asgard was a highly centralized absolute monarchy. As the God King, Odin held a supreme and unquestionable status in this realm. Therefore, even Thor was inevitably influenced. Although he didn't have such self-awareness, under the influence of what he saw and heard, he unconsciously did so. He didn't know that such behavior would cause humiliation to the other party. Or rather, Scourge was the outlier. He would feel humiliated because Thor didn't remember him. Other Asgardians would only think this was natural. It was precisely because of his unconventionality that Scourge became a unique existence among Asgardians. As an Asgardian, he actually liked to collect items from other places. He didn't even pass up something like a small electric scooter. While other Asgardians didn't say it aloud, they looked down on such behavior in their hearts. Because Asgard, as the famous Aesir race in the universe, was actually very proud in their hearts. From their very bones, they actually looked down on other races. It was just that their upbringing allowed them to treat people of other races with tolerance and equality. This point could actually be seen from Thor's daily interactions with other members of the Avengers. And someone as smart as Tony completely saw through this mindset of Thor's. So he always seized opportunities to tease and satirize Thor. But Thor obviously didn't think that much, so every time he just laughed it off and let things pass. On the contrary, Steve, who saw through everything, was always terrified that a civil war within the Avengers would break out directly between the two of them. And another who saw through it was Victor. He purely held a spectator's mindset, watching his junior use IQ to crush that old immortal Odin's son. Returning to the topic of Thor and Scourge, through Scourge's recounting, Thor finally learned of Heimdall's whereabouts. The other had actually fled. His father, the God King of Asgard, Odin, had actually accused Heimdall of dereliction of duty. Then Heimdall fled before facing trial. In fact, speaking of it, this was still Thor's fault. At that time, in order to flee, he had Heimdall trick Odin. So now Heimdall had to flee. Right after Heimdall, the only person who could see through Loki, fled. Loki successfully completed his grand plan of deception. To some extent, Heimdall had indeed committed the error of dereliction of duty, although everything he did was for Thor. This was exactly why he didn't choose to resist Loki but fled instead. After Heimdall fled, the responsibility of the gatekeeper fell to Scourge. Clearly, he was far inferior to Heimdall, who could observe any corner of the 9 realms. All his thoughts were spent on collecting items and picking up girls. This caused the destruction of the Dwarven kingdom to go unnoticed by Asgard until now. Loki, who was single-mindedly enjoying himself, was also screwed over by him. Thor, having learned of Heimdall's recent situation, didn't have the heart to chat more with Scourge. He decided to go talk to his father to see if he could pardon Heimdall's mistake. As a result, just as he left the Bifrost Bridge, he saw a building that could be called a spectacle. A statue of Loki made of pure gold. That's right, after Loki usurped the throne, he promoted himself as the savior of Asgard. In fact, this had always been his dream. But ironically, in the prophecy of Ragnarok, he was the initiator of Asgard's destruction. Fate had never been fair to him. So he had been trying to resist fate, yet this time, he failed again. Looking at the statue in front of him and the Odin who was enjoying himself, Thor suddenly remembered something Surtur had said before. The eternal flame is in the vault of Asgard. Now Odin is not in Asgard, and you are not there either, so at this moment, Asgard is unprecedentedly empty. Thor hadn't cared about this sentence originally, but looking at everything happening before him, Thor thought of a very absurd possibility. He grabbed the Odin lying on the throne and threw out his hammer. He threatened the other that in a few minutes, if he didn't show his true form, the hammer would blow his head off. Then a few minutes passed, and the Meow Meow hammer flying back smashed the head of the Odin in his hand. Thor, sprayed with blood and brains all over his face, was stunned. Although Thor and the onlookers were stunned by Thor's act of inheriting the throne, they soon realized that it was all just an illusion. That's right, under Thor's threat, Loki used his best illusion technique to trick everyone. Thor, finding his hands empty, quickly turned around. Sure enough, Loki, with a mischievous smile on his face, appeared before Thor. Seeing Loki perfectly fine, Thor felt a pang of emotion, and although it was only for a moment, the sharp Loki noticed it. This made the smile on his face deepen, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Thor quickly transitioned from surprise to anger and humiliation, he had been tricked by Loki again. Most importantly, Loki had made their father disappear. Facing the enraged Thor, Loki tried to calm him down, but it was clearly futile. Looking at Loki, whom he had lifted by the throat and was close to suffocating, Thor finally let go. But if Loki didn't tell him Odin's whereabouts, he wouldn't mind engaging in brotherly strife again and making him bleed profusely. After all, Thor had been having a really tough time lately. Not only was he troubled by Ragnarok, but now his younger brother had made their father disappear, truly giving him no peace of mind. After tossing Surtur's crown into the treasury, Thor brought Loki to the nursing home where Odin was staying on Earth. Unlike the original work, where this place had already been demolished, Odin was still here, playing international chess with an old acquaintance of Thor and Loki. However, one thing remained the same: the moment they saw their father Odin again would be the moment Odin's life reached its end. Odin took one last look at his sons, said a simple farewell, and then went to find their mother. The two brothers left behind almost started fighting again, but Victor stopped them. The person who had just been playing chess with Odin was none other than Victor Creed. He had long since bought the land for this nursing home, along with the entire street nearby, just waiting for Odin to move in. Not long after Loki brought Odin here, Victor appeared before him. This briefly made Odin think Victor had acquired the Time Stone again, until after their conversation, Odin realized Victor only had the Reality Stone at the moment. In the time that followed, Victor visited Odin quite a few times. Each time, they would chat, play chess, and everything seemed very harmonious. Odin acted like a true retiree, focusing on enjoying his later years here. Even when Victor tentatively brought up Ragnarok, he showed no sign of concern, saying instead that everything would be left to his sons. When Odin turned into golden specks of light and vanished into ashes right in front of Victor, Victor was momentarily stunned. The God King of Asgard, a super powerhouse who traversed the 9 realms, had passed away so silently, leaving nothing behind. Thor and Loki's feelings were obviously much stronger. The enraged Thor almost made Loki follow their father right then and there, but Victor stopped him. Because with Odin's death on the spot, the seal he placed on Hela was also broken. As Odin's first child, Hela perfectly inherited the power of Asgard from Odin. This made her power unprecedentedly strong. As soon as she gained freedom, she appeared before Victor, Thor, and Loki. However, this time, the meeting point was not a desolate wilderness, but a busy downtown area. Hela's appearance, looking like she had been staying up late for a long time, also attracted the attention of the surrounding onlookers. It must be said that human curiosity is the most powerful existence. They had no idea what they were facing, and were focused on taking selfies with their mobile phones and posting updates on Facebook or elsewhere. As for Thor and Loki, dressed in casual clothes and a suit, they completely became background figures. Victor, wearing a doctor's coat, also became a background figure. However, none of the four focused on the ordinary people around them, because they all sensed the immense threat posed by each other. The main threat Hela sensed came from Victor. As for Loki and Thor, they were completely overwhelmed by Hela's aura. It must be said, worthy of being the eldest sister, the moment they met, they became the younger brothers. This is truly regrettable. I wanted to watch him die with my own eyes. Now, kneel and submit before your queen. After learning that Odin was dead, Hela expressed regret. Because in her plan, Odin should have died painfully by her hand, not passed away painlessly like this. Then, she demanded that Victor and the others kneel and submit to her, because in her view, although she deeply hated Odin, she was still the heir of Asgard. After Odin died, she would be the new queen of Asgard. But Thor and Loki clearly didn't think so, as they were unmoved by Hela's words. Instead, Victor on the side knelt down, and everyone's attention focused on him. Then Victor cleared his throat and stood up again. "Excuse me, I'm a little too used to it. So, Queen of Asgard, do you have any commands? Like eliminating these two Asgardian traitors who want to resist you." Thor and Loki were stunned by Victor's sudden betrayal. They thought he was a superhero of the Avengers. Why did he suddenly change sides? But Victor's subsequent words fully demonstrated that he was indeed a superhero of the Avengers and was willing to pay an extremely heavy price for Earth. "Respected Queen of Asgard, I am the representative of Earth, or Midgard as you see it. I am willing to submit on behalf of Midgard in exchange for your forgiveness and mercy, hoping Asgard will no longer bring war here. For this, I am willing to offer my loyalty in exchange for everything." Victor's idea was simple: if Hela and Thor fought on Earth, there was an 80% chance Earth would be destroyed. Only by actively sacrificing himself could Earth possibly be spared. As for Thor's thoughts, even if Victor betrayed them, he wouldn't destroy Earth. Because besides Asgard, the place he loved most was Midgard, Earth. So, in short, Victor chose to take advantage of the honest person. But Loki didn't think that way. His instinctive first reaction when encountering danger was to flee this place. "Send us back." The moment Loki's voice fell, the Bifrost Bridge descended from the sky, instantly enveloping and teleporting Loki and Thor. However, this did not stop Hela from pursuing them. Victor and Hela also charged into the Bifrost Bridge at the same time. Then, Victor used the power of the Infinity Stones within the Bifrost. A surge of crimson energy instantly interrupted the Bifrost's teleportation. The seven-colored light flickered and died out, and the Bifrost launcher beneath the feet of the warriors three emitted a puff of black smoke with a scorched smell. Victor and the others, their teleportation interrupted, instantly fell into a spatial rift. When Victor regained consciousness and woke up, he found himself back in that familiar junkyard. That's right, this was the legendary cosmic junkyard, Sakaar. It was the home of Grandmaster and the Collector, and also the Grandmaster's territory. He had established the most famous arena in the universe here, and he loved to cheat during duels and gambles with others. As a former arena champion, although Victor had thought about returning here, he hadn't expected it to be in such a manner. At this moment, lying beside him was that all-nighter queen, Hela. She had also sustained some injuries while falling through the spatial rift and had fainted. In such a situation, the advantage of Victor's strong recovery ability became apparent. He woke up almost shortly after the fall. Now he had two choices: the first was to save her, and the second was, he. Victor's choice, naturally, went without saying. As a registered superhero of the Avengers, how could he take advantage of someone in peril? Of course, Hela wasn't human, but taking advantage of a god in peril wasn't allowed either. So Victor began trying to wake and treat Hela. He carried an emergency medical kit made by Tony. Such a thing held little meaning for Victor himself. But for other members of the Avengers, it could very well be a life-saving item. However, Victor didn't know if this thing would be effective on an Asgardian. While Victor was hesitating, a large crowd of diverse-looking aliens gradually began to gather around him and Hela. As an arena champion of Sakaar, Victor naturally knew who these people were. They were the most useless and lowest status beings on Sakaar, scavengers. No one cared whether they lived or died, including themselves. They lived off the land, though in this case, it was a mountain of trash. However, this massive mountain of trash on Sakaar did indeed contain many treasures. After all, this was the edge of the universe. All sorts of things from all over the universe could potentially fall into the trash mountain. The scavengers relied on finding valuable items within it to exchange for rewards. These valuable items included, but were not limited to, intelligent lifeforms and various objects. Anything that interested the collector or the Grandmaster could be exchanged for unimaginable rewards. In fact, among the scavengers, there were plenty who had struck it rich overnight and escaped their status as scavengers. Now, it was clear that Victor and Hela had become opportunities in the eyes of these scavengers. Especially someone like Victor, an alien who looked very strong. If captured and sold to the arena, he could be exchanged for a large sum of money. But this time, they had clearly kicked a steel plate. Victor didn't spend much effort dealing with these scavengers. Unlike Thor, who had lost his hammer, Victor didn't rely on any Meow Meow hammer. Even the Muramasa, he used very little now. Even with just his bare hands, these scavengers were far from being a match for Victor. The weapons in their hands were like fire pokers, completely ineffective against him. And their bodies, before Victor's powerful strength and claws, were as fragile as paper. Soon, after leaving behind a pile of corpses, the scavengers scattered and fled. Not long after Victor dealt with the scavengers, Hela finally woke up. As an Asgardian, her physical constitution was not bad, and her recovery ability was also very strong. Upon waking up, Hela's first reaction was to look around. She found herself in a world piled high with trash, not Asgard. This was her first realization because, possessing the power of Asgard, Hela had an extremely special connection with Asgard. Now, within her perception, her connection to Asgard had actually become extremely faint. This meant she was in a place far away from Asgard. This also greatly weakened her strength, or rather, her current strength was what she truly should have. Then she discovered Victor's presence. This Midgardian, who had sworn fealty to her, actually hadn't chosen to betray her while she was unconscious. It seemed he could be tentatively trusted. And this trust became even deeper after she ate the food Victor handed her. As the food went down, Hela's strength also began to recover. Compared to the lucky Hela, Thor and Loki weren't so fortunate. When falling into the spatial rift, Thor had held Loki tightly to protect him. As a result, the two of them fell into the spatial rift together and then landed in the trash heaps of Sakaar. Of course, Thor's Meow Meow hammer fell in with them as well. Yes, the lovely Meow Meow hammer had managed to survive Hela's clutches due to Victor's words and actions. However, this might not be a good thing, because it meant Thor would continue being his god of hammers. Thus, the god of hammers, his younger brother, and his beloved hammer arrived on Sakaar together. Compared to the veteran Victor, Thor was much more miserable. He and the unconscious Loki were soon found by scavengers and then fitted with one of Sakaar's specialties, the electric shock controller. The principle of this thing was unknown, and its effect seemed like an electric shock. But it was certain that this little gadget created by the Grandmaster was definitely not just an electric shock. Because even Thor, the god of thunder, would be shocked by it until his whole body convulsed and he fell unconscious. This only meant that there was definitely a big secret behind it. However, no one could currently solve this secret, so no one could remove this controller themselves. Of course, some extremely bloody and brutal individuals had done it by literally cutting off their flesh. But clearly, this was not replicable, as such opportunities were extremely rare. Usually, before one could do it, they would be shocked into submission by the controller's owner. Just like that, Thor and Loki were fitted with controllers and sold to the Grandmaster's slave arena, becoming two of the slaves within. Loki wasn't originally supposed to be this miserable. It could be said that he was purely dragged down by Thor this time. In the original movie, he had actually managed to get along quite well with the Grandmaster. This time, however, he was forced onto the arena to become the Grandmaster's slave. While Thor and Loki were in dire straits, Victor and Hela had already found a way to return to Asgard. The method was very simple: use Victor to trade for a spot to leave. Soon, Victor was taken over by the Grandmaster's subordinates and thrown back into the arena once more. Hela, on the other hand, obtained a spaceship capable of passing through the wormhole, allowing her to return to Asgard. In fact, Hela's initial idea was for the two of them to just fight their way in and hijack a ship. But Victor suggested that it was more important to go to Asgard first to reclaim Hela's throne. Once she regained her throne, she could simply come back to rescue him. Victor's behavior, instead of deepening Hela's trust in him, actually made her suspicious. This was because he was acting far too loyal. He didn't seem like someone who was forced to seek refuge because his home planet was threatened. Instead, he seemed like one of her former fanatical subordinates. Thinking of this, Hela actually dazed for a moment. She then chose to trust Victor temporarily, or rather, she trusted her own strength. Even if Victor had some scheme, she could handle it with ease. But clearly, from the moment she got the ship until she returned to Asgard, she encountered no schemes. Instead, everything went very smoothly. Aside from the fact that Asgard was almost empty, Heimdall, who could observe the universe and the 9 realms, successfully used Odin's death and Hela's appearance to persuade the Warriors 3 and other Asgardians to temporarily hide in the fortress built by their ancestors. Of course, Heimdall's personal prestige played a major role in this. As the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge, he had always been Asgard's most reliable line of defense. Even during those dark days, he stood his ground as always. Furthermore, everyone knew of his loyalty and friendship toward Thor. So when he stood up to call upon the people in Thor's name, the people chose to believe him and went into hiding together. However, this also allowed Hela to seize the Heavenly Palace and the vault without any effort, where she found what she wanted, the eternal flame. Although the current Asgardians had all fled, it didn't matter. The warriors who were once loyal to her and now lay in eternal sleep were still beneath the Heavenly Palace. Under the power of the eternal flame, they would wake again and fight for their queen. As for those fleeing Asgardians, she would forgive them after they died and were converted into her loyal subordinates. After Hela awakened the undead Asgardian army, she began a massive search throughout Asgard for the whereabouts of the living Asgardians. Meanwhile, Heimdall and the Warriors 3 worked together to save every Asgardian who hadn't had time to hide yet, leading them back to their hiding place. In fact, their military strength was not at all inferior to Hela's, but they were severely lacking in high-end combat power. Without Thor, none of them were a match for Hela. Though it wasn't a glorious thing, it was an indisputable fact. It was precisely because they recognized this gap that they chose to hide and wait for Thor's return. At this time, Thor was in the arena on Sakaar, pummeling Victor. He was extremely surprised and angry at Victor's sudden betrayal. Moreover, Victor was not his brother. He wouldn't treat Thor like a first love after being abused 1,000 times. Victor, his face covered in blood from the beating, did not fight back. Because he knew Thor wasn't using lethal force but was just venting. Secondly, this level of attack was actually trivial to him. Possessing a healing factor, Victor had long been accustomed to injury and pain. To him, Thor's fists were like a light drizzle. Perhaps it was the kind of drizzle with ice particles, but ultimately it was harmless. Once Thor was done venting, there was still serious business to attend to. As an Asgardian, as soon as Thor fell into the Grandmaster's hands, he received the others' attention. Originally, the Grandmaster was troubled over picking an opponent for him, but Victor's appearance solved everything perfectly. Thus, the rarest combination in history appeared. An Frost Giant Royal plus an Aesir God against a Midgard mortal, even if this Midgard mortal was a former arena champion. But now it seemed he was no match for the Electric Man. Well, to be precise, he was being rubbed into the ground by the Electric Man while the Frost Dwarf watched the show from the sidelines. As the saying goes, keep hammering and it's all fun and games until the hammer goes to the crematorium. Clearly, Thor was a typical case of joy leading to sorrow. He had a blast hammering Victor with his fists and actually wanted to summon the Meow Meow hammer to finish him off. Then he said goodbye to his Meow Meow hammer forever. The Meow Meow hammer, which should have been destroyed by Hela, was shattered by Victor using Muramasa embedded with the Reality Stone. Almost instantly, Thor froze like a teenager who had just suffered a breakup. He seemed completely unable to accept the fact that his hammer had actually been destroyed. Only then did Victor speak again. And the words that came out of Victor's mouth were truly shocking to Thor. It turned out that all of this was Odin's arrangement. Under Victor's constant harassment and testing, he had finally flipped the chessboard and the table. Although Victor always suspected it was because he was about to lose, Odin claimed it was a joke. He was the god king of Asgard, how could he lose? However, it was true that his failure of a son would likely lose in a battle against his eldest daughter. Because he relied far too much on his pacifier, no, his hammer. Rather than calling the current Thor the god of thunder, he was more like the god of hammers. So Odin hoped Victor could help him, and the reward was the space stone stored in the heavenly palace. In fact, Odin's calculations were quite sharp. In his plan, after Victor assisted Thor in awakening his divine power, given Victor's current state, he shouldn't be a match for Thor anymore. Then, to maintain the peace of the 9 realms, Thor would not only refuse to give the space stone to Victor but might even have a chance to take back the reality stone as well. His vision was good, but the development of events did not proceed according to his will. Although Victor successfully used the information he provided and the power of the reality stone to interrupt the Bifrost transport, what happened later was Victor using the powerful inertia of the plot to maximize his own interests. Odin didn't know they would fall onto Sakaar after the Bifrost was interrupted, but he knew they would definitely appear on the same planet. And this planet would be neither Asgard nor Midgard. This way, it wouldn't affect the worlds that he and Victor respectively cared about. According to the agreement between Victor and Odin, after arriving in such a world, Victor was to assist Hela and pose enough of a threat to Thor to stimulate his potential. But at the same time, he couldn't let him die, and if the opportunity arose, he had to destroy his hammer to free him from his dependence on it. In fact, the help and information Odin gave Victor were instrumental in allowing him to destroy Thor's Meow Meow hammer so easily. Odin gave Victor his last remaining divine power. The sole purpose of this power was to destroy the Meow Meow hammer. Actually, Odin would have preferred Hela to do it, but he still needed an insurance policy, which was Victor. Of course, this divine power also ensured another thing, that the agreement between him and Victor would be fulfilled. Therefore, Victor initially acted completely according to his agreement with Odin. He pretended to side with Hela and interrupted the Bifrost transport. Later, he assisted Hela and destroyed Thor's hammer. It's just that the process of him completing all this was a bit different from what Odin had imagined, and Thor's level of acceptance of all this wasn't as high as Odin thought either. Looking at the dazed Thor before him, Victor knew his brain had likely crashed. He had absorbed too much unexpected information, and his mind couldn't process it. But Victor had a way for this too. Of course, this method was also told to him by Odin. If Thor still didn't have an epiphany after the hammer was destroyed, then beat him into a near-death state and let Odin teach him personally. Thus, amidst the cheers of numerous aliens and Loki's terrified gaze, Victor struck Thor's head with a full-power punch, sending him flying sideways. Thor, flying at extreme speed, slammed into the side wall of the arena, triggering a massive explosion and impact wave. But Victor didn't let him off yet because his injuries weren't heavy enough. Victor plucked him off the wall and unleashed a frantic beating on his head. As a heavy punch from Victor struck his temple, Thor finally reached the boundary between life and death. Here, he saw his royal father once again. The outward manifestation was that he completely lost all consciousness and fell into a dangerous near-death state. Looking at Thor like this, Victor knew his job was temporarily finished. Now that the serious business was over, it was time for dessert. Looking at the dumbfounded Loki, Victor revealed a smile full of danger. In response to Victor's smile, Loki gave an awkward fake smile. Just as Victor clenched his fists and prepared to move on Loki, the fallen god of thunder behind him stood up once more. To the cheers of the audience, Thor, his whole body crackling with lightning, punched Victor, who had his back turned, sending him flying. Although such an act smacked of a sneak attack, the arena audience didn't care about that. The only thing they cared about was whether the duel was exciting enough. From the current situation, this duel was going to be unexpectedly brilliant. Thor, his divine power erupting, began his counterattack. He used his fierce punches and kicks, along with lightning he manipulated at will, to constantly launch attacks at Victor. All Victor could do was dodge and parry. The reality stone-embedded Muramasa looked like a pillar of crimson light. As Victor swung it, no matter which direction Thor's lightning came from, it was precisely blocked or deflected away. As for the direct attacks from Thor's fists, Victor used his agile movements to successfully dodge them. Since he didn't want Thor to lose any limbs, Victor didn't use Muramasa to slash him. Consequently, it looked like Victor was at an absolute disadvantage and was struggling to hold on. At this point, the Grandmaster couldn't sit still because he had placed a heavy bet on Victor. So his old habit flared up again, he pulled out the controller on his person. With a press of his finger, Thor was knocked out by the controller on his neck. Interestingly, seeing the fallen Thor, Loki cursed, "Damn it," and then clutched his own neck and fell over too. By the time the two woke up, all three of them were in the same massive room. This room was the one Victor had stayed in before, the unique residence of an arena champion. And a calmed down Thor finally had the mind to think about and accept what Victor had said. Most importantly, he confirmed all of this by calling Heimdall. In fact, Heimdall's subsequent actions also had Odin's instructions behind them. The exiled Heimdall suddenly heard a call from the king of the gods one day. Then he discovered the truth: the one sitting on the throne at that time was not Odin himself. And the only one alive who could use illusions to deceive his eyes was Loki. But Odin's next instruction was not for him to expose Loki. Odin required Heimdall to always keep part of his gaze on him. Once he passed away, Heimdall was to immediately gather the people of Asgard, head to the ancient refuge, and wait for Thor's royal return. Heimdall faithfully executed Odin's final command, but he didn't wait for Thor. Instead, he got his sister, Asgard's goddess of death, Hela. So Heimdall decided to lead everyone to keep hiding until Thor's return or until Hela found their location. Hela's influence was now like a constantly shrinking poison circle. As they searched every inch of Asgard's land as if digging 3 feet deep, finding Heimdall and the others was only a matter of time. What Heimdall and the others could do now was hope Thor could rush back before then and resolve all the current crises, just as he had done countless times before. And Thor, who carried the high hopes of all Asgard, was currently still plotting a prison break with his brother. After all, if they couldn't get out, everything else was out of the question. Although the room where Thor and the others stayed was very comfortable, it was still essentially a prison. Those living in it did not have the right to enter and exit freely. But for Victor, this was meaningless. Because few objects could withstand the slash of the sharp blade in his hand, the walls of this room were no exception, and neither were the controllers on Thor and Loki. Stepping out of the room was only the first step of the prison break, but it was historically significant. Thor and the others, having escaped their cells, had to face the colossal prison of Sakaar and the Grandmaster, its warden. As for the Grandmaster's subordinates, they were like jailers. In fact, as soon as they broke through the wall and escaped from the room, the Grandmaster discovered it. He immediately sounded the alarm throughout Sakaar and promised a huge reward to anyone who could capture Thor and the others. Although the Grandmaster liked to cheat in gambling, his credibility in other aspects was still passable, so the entire Sakaar was in an uproar. Everyone came to the streets, searching for Thor and the others. But they had no success, because Thor and the others were not on the streets at all. After leaving the champion's room, they went straight to the prison where the Grandmaster held other gladiators. Amidst Victor's laughter, all the gladiators gained their freedom. This freedom was twofold: both the prison cells and the controllers on their bodies were undone by Victor. The Grandmaster's arriving subordinates were also intercepted by Thor and Loki. They were already at a disadvantage against Thor and Loki. With the gladiators now free, a one-sided battle ensued. The guards, who usually enjoyed their comfortable salaries, were no match for the battle-hardened gladiators who teetered on the brink of death every day. Especially since they weren't a regular army but merely a disorganized mob. As the guards who rushed into the prison were dealt with, they also provided the gladiators with their first batch of weapons. Subsequently, a riot affecting the entire Sakaar broke out. Led by a certain Rock Man, the gladiators clashed with the Grandmaster's subordinates. Their first opponent was Valkyrie, the Asgardian Valkyrie, who had been hired by the Grandmaster. Although once a noble and sacred Valkyrie, she was now merely a drunken mercenary who drank every day. She had abandoned her vows and no longer fought for Odin. In the original story, she assisted in Thor and Hela's battle, thus in a sense fulfilling her vows and finding redemption. But this time, she was not so lucky. Because her opponent was Victor from Midgard, a man who had some dealings with Odin. Odin told me that all his Valkyries were annihilated. I didn't expect there to be a survivor. And, a renegade who betrayed her oath. It seems I need to clean house for him. Valkyrie didn't hear a word Victor said. Even if she had, she would only have said that Odin and Hela deserved to die. She completely ignored Victor's rambling and attacked with her spaceship. Then, something unexpected happened. Victor wielded Muramasa, deflecting all her incoming attacks, and a portion of them were reflected directly back, destroying the cannon she used to attack. Valkyrie didn't even have time to remove her gauntlets before Victor had already rushed in front of her. Facing the rapidly slashing Muramasa, Valkyrie chose to block with the large gauntlet on her hand. Then she realized she had made a mistake. Her specialized alloy gauntlet split into two halves, like butter cut by a hot knife. Fortunately, the gauntlet was large enough that Victor didn't cut off her hand with it. Realizing the danger, Valkyrie had no choice but to draw the Asgardian steel sword she thought she would never use. As a weapon of a noble Valkyrie, its sturdiness still far surpassed other ordinary metals. It was precisely because of this that it wasn't directly severed by Muramasa, but judging from the nicks cut into it, it was only a matter of time. The Valkyrie also realized this. Her alcohol had long since turned into cold sweat and flowed out. Now completely sober, the Valkyrie instantly realized that this was not a simple gladiator riot. They were targeting Sakar's ruler, and the Grandmaster was likely to be overthrown this time. Sitting in a car waiting to die was never Valkyrie's style. She had been stubborn before. For that, her best friend paid with her life. It was from that moment on that she no longer lived for herself, because half of her life belonged to that departed friend. Valkyrie's first reaction after coming to this realization was to escape, but Victor did not let her have her way. Fierce slashes blocked all her escape routes and forced her to constantly parry. With each clang of metal, the nicks on the Asgardian steel sword grew more numerous. Valkyrie didn't know when it would break under the opponent's attack. The only thing she knew was that when the Asgardian steel sword was severed, her death would arrive. In fact, she didn't have to wait long. As a crimson blade light flashed, Valkyrie saw her dearest friend again. She had come to take her away. While Victor dealt with Valkyrie, the gladiators had already crushed the Grandmaster's guards. They rushed into the Grandmaster's beloved hangar, wanting to pilot the spaceships within to escape. Leading the charge were the Asgardian Thunder God brothers. Loki then tried to trick Thor again but failed. He was even countered by Thor and left in the hangar. Thor wasn't worried that Loki would be in danger because of this, as his brother was never one to die so easily. And before leaving, he mocked Loki for a bit. After all this, even he had grown, but Loki was still the same, to the point where he now fell into his hands. In the end, Thor didn't do much more, merely leaving him there. After all, he still couldn't bring himself to seriously harm Loki. After leaving Loki behind, Thor alone boarded their planned spaceship, heading towards the spacetime tunnel back to Asgard. The Grandmaster's subordinates originally wanted to board fighter jets to intercept. However, none of them successfully took off. All were killed by Victor in the hangar. Finally, Victor watched as Thor piloted the spaceship through the wormhole, embarking on his journey back to Asgard. After Thor successfully escaped from prison, Loki was brought before Victor by the gladiators. He had already persuaded the gladiators to go to Asgard with his eloquent tongue. He came to Victor to ask if he wanted a ride. Victor readily agreed to Loki's overture. In fact, both he and Loki knew that even without Loki's ride, Victor could still get a spaceship to Asgard, as he had done so before. After Victor boarded the ship, Loki took the gladiators and embarked on their return journey to Asgard. He did not know that this departure would lead him down a fated path, the destruction of Asgard, and his becoming the savior of Asgard he had always dreamed of. When Thor returned to Asgard, he arrived just before the greatest civil war in Asgard's history was about to begin. Under Hela's undead army's thorough search, Heimdall and the others were still exposed. Even if they had X-ray vision, there were simply too many civilians in their team, making the group unwieldy and their movements extremely slow. And Hela's undead army could complete their tasks tirelessly. Just as Hela led her army to corner Heimdall and the others at the entrance of the ancient fortress, the god of thunder, who now should be called Thor, descended from the sky without his hammer. His arrival, complete with thunder and lightning, was full of momentum and also boosted the morale of the Asgardian army. Hela, however, was completely unmoved. After all, if special effects were useful, there would be no need for direct confrontation. It proved Hela was right. Even the awakened Thor was still no match for her. Thor quickly realized this and ordered the Asgardian soldiers to protect the civilians and head to the Bifrost Bridge. When they arrived at the Bifrost Bridge, they found Hela's pet and another undead army waiting for them. Thor and the Asgardians were trapped in a desperate situation, blocked in front and pursued from behind. Just as they were about to fall into despair, Loki's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "Hail the savior of Asgard." Just like that, the suddenly appearing Loki, with a spaceship large enough to hold all the Asgardians, appeared by the Bifrost Bridge. Then, the gladiators swarming out of the ship successfully halted the undead army's offensive. However, they could not stop Hela, because she was too powerful. But Victor could, because he possessed abilities similar to Hela. When he first blocked Hela's path, Hela was momentarily stunned. But soon, she adjusted her mindset. Although regrettable, Victor's betrayal was also within her expectations. Therefore, she unhesitatingly launched another attack. Victor, caught off guard, was skewered by Hela's thrown blades like a large char siu. Looking at Victor, impaled on the ground and lifeless, Hela once again expressed regret. But what happened next began to exceed her expectations. Victor, whom she had thought dead, actually regained vital activity. He struggled to break free from the blades Hela had thrown. As he broke free, the bloody wounds on his body began to rapidly stop bleeding and heal. Within a few seconds, Victor's wounds completely disappeared, as if he had never been injured. This fully aroused Hela's curiosity and strong desire for battle. She immediately grabbed her weapon and charged at Victor. Victor also revealed Muramasa. After a simple clash of their weapons, Hela's sword was cut in half, and then Muramasa slashed a large gash across her body. However, wounds of this extent were nothing to her. Almost instantly, her wounds healed. As Victor expected, the battle between him and her evolved into a war of attrition. Both had nearly infinite stamina and regenerative abilities, so they began to abandon defense, attacking each other without regard for their own safety. Compared to the bloody struggle between Hela and Victor, Thor's battle with Fenris was much more harmonious. It was basically Thor punching and beating Hela's pet dog. Thor was still Thor Odinson, and as the king of Asgard, he certainly had that much skill. As the civilians boarded the spaceship, the Asgardian army, no longer needing to protect them, began to counterattack. Led by Thor, they initially gained the upper hand. But soon, a new problem arose. Hela, who had perfectly inherited the power of Asgard, could summon an endless army of kings. Although she was temporarily held back by Victor, Victor also couldn't kill her. Just as the situation reached a stalemate and the Asgardian army began to be suppressed again, Thor finally understood that the people were Asgard. He chose to abandon Asgard and lead his people to wander. And only Surtur, the Fire King, could destroy Asgard. Thor recalled the prophecy of Ragnarok and finally learned the truth of the prophecy. He looked at Loki, who was fighting alongside him. He almost forgot when the last time they fought together like this was. Then he told Loki everything and asked him to initiate Ragnarok. Using the eternal flame in the vault, he would awaken Surtur, who had become a crown. The poor Fire King did not know that Thor had long realized the crown was his true form. Just before Loki set off, Victor descended from the sky and landed beside Loki and Thor. Victor, spitting blood, said he wanted to go too, because Hela had already heard their plan and gone ahead. If the eternal flame fell into Hela's hands, everything would be over. Led by Loki, Victor successfully passed through the Heavenly Palace's secret passage and arrived in the vault at the same time as Hela, who had gone ahead. After Victor said, "You go first, I'll hold her back," he decisively slipped away to find Surtur's crown and the eternal flame. Victor's objective was equally clear. Using the special telepathy between the Infinity Stones, he successfully located the Space Stone, which was the Tesseract. Under his intentional or unintentional guidance, his and Hela's combat zone gradually moved closer to the Tesseract. If Odin knew what was happening in his vault, he would surely come back to life from heartache, only to be angered to death again. Victor and Hela's unrestrained attacks on each other destroyed many precious and fragile treasures in the vault. But this entire cost was not without its rewards. After taking a direct hit from Hela, Victor was sent flying backward, crashing into a display stand. And at this moment, what was on that stand was none other than the famous space stone, the Tesseract. When Victor held the Tesseract in his hand, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. A deep blue portal opened behind him. He stepped back and vanished into the gateway carved out by the space stone. Just as Victor slipped through the portal, Loki hurled Surtur's crown back into the eternal flame. The bowl-sized blaze swelled the instant it touched the crown. As the crown rose, Surtur's silhouette emerged amid the flames, expanding with them. Sensing disaster, Loki made the only sensible choice. He turned and ran. He burst out of the vault and reached Thor moments later. A cataclysmic roar shook the ground. The golden palace above the vault crumbled into ruin. Amid the gilded wreckage stood a burning giant as tall as a mountain. Reborn in the eternal flame, the Fire Lord towered over Asgard. Thor's first thought was, he really is mountain high. And the sword in Surtur's hand had grown to match. For all his size, Surtur lacked the presence of Archimonde of the Burning Legion, who had raised Dalaran with a fistful of sand and a spell. Surtur still had to swing a sword and demolish the place by hand. Yet this brought one advantage: Hela and her undead host fixed their full attention on Surtur, leaving Thor and the fleeing Asgardians unnoticed. To the now colossal Surtur, Hela's legions were ants that burned to ash before they could even bite. Only Hela herself could wound him. Yet her power came from Asgard, and every ruin Surtur carved into the realm weakened her and racked her with pain. Under Thor and Loki's lead, the warriors Three and Heimdall shepherded every Asgardian aboard the evacuation ship. When the last refugee crossed the ramp, the craft lifted off, abandoning Asgard. Hela and Surtur's duel raged toward its climax. Towering and endlessly renewed by the eternal flame, Surtur took every blow Hela dealt. While she had to dodge, one direct sword strike would be unbearable. Worse, even when she evaded, the collateral damage to Asgard still bled the wellspring of her might. As the prophesied destroyer of Asgard, every shard Surtur shattered fed his own strength. Hela was trapped. The longer the battle raged on her realm, the weaker she became and the mightier he grew. By the time Thor's ship reached orbit, Surtur had swollen until he rivaled Asgard itself. Even from space his burning form blazed against the void. With a roar Surtur drove his colossal sword deep into Asgard's heart and through Hela, who erupted from below. With that blow, Ragnarok truly began. The ancient realm of the gods met its dusk. In a brilliant, searing burst Asgard became history, and Thor led his people into exile among the stars. Every god of Asgard, and even mortals of Midgard, knew this twilight would come, yet none imagined it would arrive like this, the perverse humor of fate. From the day he learned of Ragnarok, Thor had sought to avert it, so had Odin, even more ruthlessly. His assault on Hela sprang from more than clashing ideals. In the prophecy he had seen Hela as one who would bring Ragnarok. He sent the Valkyrie to slay her. When they failed, he struck her down himself. Had another prophecy not warned that killing his own child would make him Asgard's last king, he would have finished her and ended the doom. Instead his act drove her to become the very spark of Ragnarok. Hela had not been born a war-hungry heir. Odin forged her. He taught her she was born to rule, to conquer the 9 realms, and the universe, for Asgard. In that long war Asgard crushed countless defiant worlds. Odin's dread name was carved in their blood. And in that crucible Hela's own infamy was cast. Later, when Odin stepped into shadow, Hela's legend eclipsed his. Under her banner Asgard's hosts were unstoppable. No force barred her path. Every race and realm faced only 2 choices: kneel or perish. Blood soaked the cosmos, and the dead whispered curses. They cursed Odin and his realm, vowing the tyrant's kingdom would one day burn as theirs had burned, drowned in rivers of blood and flame. At first Odin ignored the curse and pressed on. But as the slain mounted, the curse took root and bloomed. This was the legendary moment when quantity gives rise to quality. Under the curse's influence, Odin learned of a prophecy that Asgard would face Ragnarok. At first Odin dismissed the prophecy as mere rumor and continued his slaughter unabated. Yet as time passed, the foretelling spread ever wider. The gods of Asgard began to dream of it. Even Allfather Odin himself found the prophecy haunting his nights. Only then did Odin take it seriously. Drawing on his divine power, he confirmed its truth, and for the first time he felt fear that the prophecy might come to pass. He sought to halt the wars and find a way to avert the doom, but on this matter he clashed bitterly with Hela. Hela, already lost to bloodlust, refused to stop. In her eyes the prophecy was nothing more than the idle whining of the dead. Those spirits dared utter such a curse only because Asgard's slaughter had not yet been thorough enough, only thus did they still dream of vengeance. Exterminate every last ghost and every living rebel, she argued, and the prophecy would collapse of its own accord. In truth her logic was not wrong. If her strength grew great enough, she could indeed postpone Ragnarok. Whoever threatened to destroy Asgard need only be destroyed first. As for the dead's curse, she formed an undead host and slaughtered the very spirits who had spoken it. With the source removed, the curse unraveled. Odin was stunned by Hela's plan, yet perversely it made sense. What he could not tolerate was that she had dared countermand his order. To Odin such defiance was the gravest treason, and by then Hela's renown among Asgard's armies far eclipsed his own. Suspicion of his daughter took root, and he resolved to act. First he dispatched her on a perilous campaign. She was to lead every regiment loyal to her, every warrior who followed the Death Daughter. The foe was Surtur. The blazing flames and sky-filling blades that scorched the realm were born of Hela's first clash with the Fire Lord. With Odin's aid Hela overcame Surtur and seized his eternal flame. Deprived of it, Surtur crawled beneath his kingdom to languish for ages. Hela's forces, however, were left grievously depleted. As she thought the war ended, the Valkyries Odin had sent as reinforcements suddenly turned their blades on their allies. Caught off guard, Hela's warriors, already weakened by battle with the Fire Lord, were butchered in moments. In fury Hela slaughtered nearly every Valkyrie. Only one, Valkyrie herself, escaped. Much later Victor completed the vengeance Hela had left unfinished by killing that lone survivor. After wiping out the Valkyries, Hela too was grievously wounded. Odin seized the moment, striking with all his might to cripple and seal her away. The price was the greater share of his own power, forever spent maintaining her prison. From that day Asgard ceased its wars of conquest and steadily shrank until its sway was confined to the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. Yet Asgard's fearsome name endured across the universe, and so its people remain renowned. In the lore of many surviving races they are still accounted gods, thus Asgardians are also called the Aesir. The true reason Asgard halted its conquests was not Ragnarok alone, but the loss of its 2 mightiest warriors. Hela lay imprisoned by her father, who in turn expended vast power to keep her so. Odin now needed a new heir, a son to inherit throne and strength alike. Thus Thor was born to be Hela's replacement and successor. When he came into the world, Hela and Asgard's bloody past had been erased by Odin's hand. Hence Thor believed himself Odin's eldest and Loki his younger brother, and he took it as birthright that he would be king. Thus he never knew his Meow Meow hammer was Hela's leftover, nor that he would cherish the weapon like first love. Even after breaking with Jane in the films, he kept the hammer, proof that the true love was Mjolnir, while Loki was the third wheel. Jane Foster ranked even lower, 4th, at best. Still, as future king of Asgard he could keep 4, 5, 6, or more, so long as it stayed off the royal ledger. Yet by choosing to seal Hela, Odin set Ragnarok in motion. In truth there had been 2 ways to avert it. One was to abjure slaughter from the start. Without the killing, the curse would never arise and Ragnarok would not gather strength. The second was Hela's way, grow ever stronger, surpass Ragnarok itself, and crush whatever doom arrived. Odin chose a middle path, kill halfway, then play the benevolent king, thereby guaranteeing the twilight of the gods. Sealing Hela lit the fuse. Thor's birth and Loki's adoption supplied the kindling, sparing Surtur left the spark. At last Ragnarok arrived and Asgard burned. But by then Odin was dead, his era ended. More startling to all was Victor's present move. He now stood before Thanos' throne, the tesseract resting open in his palm. The agreed-upon down payment, he said. Next stop, Earth, yes. Another day of drifting through the cosmos. Asgard is gone. Our home has vanished. How am I to lead my people to survive in this universe? Our food is running low, what in the world should we do? At this point Thor closed his journal, turned, and faced Loki, who had just entered the room. Seeing the brother whose bond had greatly improved after Ragnarok, Thor smiled. The twilight of the gods wasn't entirely bad, at the very least, he and Loki had finally reconciled. In fact, Loki had come to discuss Asgard's next step. Their homeland was destroyed, yet the Asgardians needed a place to settle. Another matter was Victor's whereabouts. After fighting Hela in the vaults of the Heavenly Palace, he had mysteriously vanished. The last person to see him, Hela, had perished along with Asgard. Both Thor and Loki agreed Victor wasn't a man to die so easily. His disappearance and true purpose deserved careful consideration. The moment Victor was mentioned, Thor thought of Earth, and knew where the Asgardians should go. At his command the ship changed course and jumped toward Earth. Meanwhile, Thanos, who should have been drawn by the space stone, remained several light-years away, chatting amicably with Victor. Ever since Thanos first used the Mind Stone to contact Victor, the two had reached a pact. Only they knew the details, but from that point on Victor had been helping Thanos gather the Infinity Stones. Of course, he told no one, except Nina Price. She wasn't exactly human, half werewolf, half vampire. Though Nina found Victor's plan extremely dangerous, she chose to cooperate. When Thor arrived, the first to detect them was Iron Man Tony's orbital satellite defense network. Once communications opened, Tony realized Thor had dragged the entire Asgardian people to Earth. His face twitched, then he cleared a path and let them land. Accommodating so many Asgardians, however, was no simple matter. It required vast tracts of land, and Earth's governments might not approve. Yet shortly after Thor's landing the issue was resolved. In Victor's name, Nina gifted Thor a huge tract of land belonging to the Clyd family, allowing him to build a city and settle his people. Thor was deeply grateful, Loki, suspicious that some plot lay behind the generosity. After all, though both were Avengers, Thor and Victor were little more than colleagues. But the present Thor was in no mood to listen, and Loki had no time to ponder. He was busy rebuilding Asgard. On paper the land grant was flawless. Victor genuinely ceded the territory. He had taken the palace's space stone and would help Thanos erase half of all life in the universe. In a way he felt indebted to Thor. While Thor labored to raise a new Asgard on Earth, Earth's governments learned of the Asgardians' arrival, and news spread among the populace. A storm of public opinion erupted across the planet. Had only the god of thunder come to protect Earth, humanity would have cheered. Now an entire race of Asgardians had arrived. Once worshipped as gods, the Asgardians outclassed Earthlings in every respect. Humans grew wary. Earth's resources were limited. They already fought bitterly over energy. Now a mightier people had come to compete for those resources. Calls arose for Thor and the Asgardians to leave. The loudest objections came from the Federation. Thor's landing site and rebuilding land lay within its borders. Yet Thor's acquisition was perfectly legal. They could neither sue him nor force the Asgardians to depart. More importantly, the Federation's two economic titans, Stark Industries and the Clyd family enterprise, backed Thor. Not merely because their heads were fellow Avengers, but because they scented enormous profit in the Asgardians' arrival. Asgardian tech and lifespans far exceeded Earth's. Even scraps would keep human scientists busy for years. Successful research would bring breakthroughs for Earth's technology. Under political and financial pressure, the expulsion movement subsided. Another factor helped. Asgard was gone, meaning Earth had lost its protection. Whether humanity noticed or not, Asgard had always shielded Earth. The universe knew Midgard was the Asgardians' backyard. But Asgard was now history, its past power irrelevant. Yet the situation was reversible. Though the land perished, the people survived, rebuilding on Earth. Henceforth Midgard was the new Asgard. Any invader would have to ask the Asgardians whether they could set foot in their new home. Fresh from having their home destroyed, these warriors were eager for a fight. When some Earthlings demanded they leave, many Asgardians already clamored for war. Thor had used his prestige and authority to hush the matter up. Asgard, newly arrived, was still a guest on Earth and could not afford a falling out. The calm was only skin deep. Behind the scenes, both Asgard and Earth's governments were seething. After handing over the Space Stone, Victor was sent back to Earth by Thanos, along with Ebony Maw and the rest. According to the script Victor and Thanos had written, Victor would arrive first and warn the Avengers, who would then meekly hand over the Mind Stone. When Victor dropped out of the sky onto the London Sanctum, Doctor Strange was barbecuing with Wong. The two of them had been thoroughly corrupted by Victor. Strange's mentor, Sorcerer Supreme Gu-Yi, had gone to the New York Sanctum to deal with Dormammu. For reasons unknown, Dormammu's tendrils had still crept into Earth. With Caecilius gone, Dormammu had found a new devotee in the stubborn Mordo. He seduced and deceived Mordo, convincing him that Gu-Yi had lied all along, fanning the flames of hatred and darkness until Mordo stepped into the shadows. As one of Gu-Yi's star pupils, Mordo's talent rivaled Caecilius and Strange, but his flawed character barred him from the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Now that he had fallen, he sank deeper than most, gaining strength that forced Gu-Yi to act personally. Gu-Yi left with the Time Stone to confront her rebellious student, which was why Wong and Strange dared to barbecue in the Sanctum, until Victor's arrival ruined their afternoon's work. They had been ready to make Victor pay, but when he promised to treat them next time, they lowered their sling rings and asked why he had fallen from the sky. The news Victor brought stunned them. The Black Order's fleet was already en route, poised to invade Earth. Victor explained that after using the Space Stone to escape Asgard, he had returned to his hidden raider ship, the Phoenix, in orbit. A refitted raider vessel Yondu had given him. He'd planned to slip away quietly. Technically the Space Stone still belonged to Asgard. If he vanished with it, everyone would assume the gem had been destroyed along with Asgard. But he hadn't gotten far before Thanos caught up. After skirmishing with the Titan's lieutenants, Victor was defeated and the Space Stone taken. Luckily, the Reality Stone hidden inside his body let him escape, and he raced back to warn the Avengers. The target was the Infinity Stones. 3 Infinity Stones were currently on Earth: the Mind Stone in Vision's forehead, the Time Stone guarded by the Sanctum Sanctorum, and the Reality Stone Victor himself held. The force heading to Earth now was Thanos' children, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and the rest, ostensibly sent to assist Victor. They acted as though they meant to seize the gems by force, and indeed they would not have minded snatching them outright. Had they succeeded, Thanos could scrap his bargain with Victor and show that he needed none of Victor's tricks. Unfortunately, the split strike teams both met disaster. The squad attacking Vision was swarmed by the United Avengers. They barely made it out alive. With no civil war dividing them, the Avengers were stronger than ever. Black Panther had joined soon after Wakanda opened its borders. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw's group that attacked the London Sanctum ran straight into the returning sorcerer Ancient One and were flung off Earth like naughty children. After driving them away, Gu-Yi gave Victor a long look and announced a decision that stunned everyone present. She declared her retirement, named Strange as the new Sorcerer Supreme, handed him the Time Stone, and vanished through a portal of her own making. Though puzzled by Gu-Yi's final gaze, Victor had no time to ponder. He dragged Strange straight to Avengers headquarters. The Avengers had repelled the first assault, but the Black Order's power had left a deep impression. Learning that behind the 5 generals stood a Thanos stronger than all of them combined rattled the team, especially Tony, who began insisting he had foreseen this. Ultron wasn't his fault but the world's, he ranted, before finally settling down to brainstorm solutions. Victor proposed a simple plan: if Thanos wanted the Infinity Stones, they need only keep them from him. Option 2, surrender the gems and let Thanos decide the fate of the Avengers and all life on Earth, was clearly out. That left option 1, deny Thanos the stones. The simplest way was to destroy them. Yet every Infinity Stone holder refused to part with, let alone annihilate, their gem, except the selfless Jarvis, whose calculations showed he could survive without the Mind Stone. Although the Black Order's mission on Earth ended in failure, Thanos did not blame them. The setback had always been part of the plan, mere cover for Victor. Victor, for his part, did not disappoint. He successfully persuaded the Avengers to travel to Wakanda and extract the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead. Just as the Avengers moved into action, Thanos received a new surprise. After the defection of his favorite daughter, his other daughter, Nebula, also betrayed him. Unlike Gamera's simple flight, Nebula dared to return and attempted to assassinate him. Though Nebula's reckoning caught Thanos off guard, her attempt failed. Worse, she failed to escape and became his prisoner. After inflicting a small punishment for her treachery, he spared her life. Thanos knew that, having reconciled with Gamora, Nebula had become a lever to control her. After all, he had once sent Gamora to seek the Soul Stone, and now it was time for her to finish the task. He therefore released word that Nebula was in his custody. Wandering the cosmos, the Guardians of the Galaxy soon heard the news. At Gamora's insistence they set out to rescue Nebula, but the mission was doomed from the start. Thanos did not trouble the rest of the team, he merely reclaimed his 2 daughters. As for the others, let fate decide their life or death. On the journey back, Gamora gazed at the captive Nebula with worry and sorrow. Nebula herself remained calm, showing little emotion, yet a flicker of concern in her eyes betrayed her. At first Gamora refused to speak of the Soul Stone, but Thanos cracked Nebula's memory core and replayed the sisters' earlier conversation. Still, Gamora would not reveal the gem's location. When Thanos began methodically dismembering Nebula before her eyes, Gamora finally yielded. Though Nebula had steeled herself to die, she was moved and secretly glad at Gamora's choice. She could not bring herself to blame Gamora. Once Thanos learned where the Soul Stone lay, he set off at once for Vormir. There to greet him was a former Earthling. After the Space Stone rejected Red Skull's attempt to claim it, it transported him here to become the Soul Stone's guide. The space stone only delivered him, the soul stone itself appointed him guardian. He had spent his life chasing the infinity stones and their power, now he was cursed to lead others to them. His desire for the gems never waned, yet duty etched into his soul compelled him to serve. The torment was beyond words and beyond anyone's understanding. Under the soul stone's influence his mind was painfully clear. He raged to possess the very thing forever out of reach, and only its removal could free him from his role as guide and guardian. When Thanos arrived, Red Skull recognized him at once, an ability granted by the Soul Stone. He led Thanos and Gamora to the altar. Their Red Skull explained that the Soul Stone demanded a soul for a soul, and the sacrifice must be someone the Seeker loved. Gamora laughed, surely the butcher Thanos loved no one. Until Thanos's tears dropped onto her hand. Seeing him weep, Gamora understood, he truly regarded her as his daughter and loved her, tolerating her rebellion. Now he must make a terrible, necessary choice. Gamora's heart railed against the truth, yet she could not deny that she too, in some corner of her soul, had once seen him as a father. His cruelty had driven her to betrayal, yet fate mocked her with the revelation that his love was real. The irony was bitter and absurd, words failed her. She screamed and begged him to stop, but his resolve was harder than adamantium. Weeping, Thanos cast Gamora from the cliff. When the vision ended, the precipice and Red Skull were gone. Sitting in the water, Thanos opened his hand to reveal the Soul Stone earned by Gamora's death. With it in his grasp, he prepared to depart for Earth and harvest the final 3 gems. Victor had promised to gather those 3 in one place so Thanos could claim them. Even as Thanos traveled to Vormir, Shuri succeeded in removing the Mind Stone from Vision. Severed from the gem, Vision felt a moment of weakness but knew true freedom for the first time. With the stone extracted, the Avengers argued over its keeping. Thor insisted the Infinity Stones were too dangerous for any realm but Asgard, even though Asgard now resided on Earth. Tony told Thor to face facts. Asgard had fallen once already, proving it was not invulnerable. Earth's defenses were his design, so the Mind Stone would be safer under his watch. Doctor Strange, as the master of the Sanctum Sanctorum and the Sorcerer Supreme, naturally voiced his opinion. If the Sanctum could safeguard the Time Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, it could just as well protect a second. Tony, however, objected. His reasoning was simple: don't put all your eggs in one basket. Since the Sanctum already housed one Infinity Stone, keeping a second there would risk losing both to the enemy in a single strike. Tony's words barely registered with Strange. He felt no burning need to possess the Mind Stone, so he offered no rebuttal and let the argument drop. Thor and Tony, on the other hand, kept bickering over who should hold the Mind Stone. In the end, Victor settled the dispute with a novel proposal. Since Thanos was hunting the Infinity Stones, they could use one as bait to lure him away. As long as the main battlefield wasn't Earth, the heroes could fight at full strength. Normally they had to restrain themselves to protect innocent bystanders. Victor chose Titan, Thanos' own ruined home world, as the battleground. The Avengers quickly endorsed the plan and began preparations. They were soon joined by the Guardians of the Galaxy, who, after Gamora's capture, had sought Victor's help. Star-Lord could indeed reach Victor via the comm unit on Victor's ship. By then Nebula had reunited with Quill and the others. She would help rescue her sister. It was only because Gamora had led Thanos to Vormir that Nebula managed to escape. The escape trick Thanos himself had taught her as a child. She dropped one of her own components to distract her guard, then struck him down. With Thanos absent, she slipped easily off his vessel. No one knew that ship better except Thanos and Gamora. It had been her childhood prison. When Nebula first found Quill's crew, they didn't trust her. Gamora had risked everything to save her and had been captured in her place. In the end they trusted Nebula because they trusted Gamora, and Gamora had risked her life for this sister. With Quill's arrival, transport to Titan was secured. Meanwhile, the rest of the Avengers readied themselves. Thor, now king after losing his hammer, clamored for a new weapon, something befitting a sovereign, just as Odin had wielded Gungnir. Only the dwarves of Nidavellir could forge such a weapon. Their smiths boasted the most advanced techniques in the 9 realms, and countless legendary arms across the universe had been born in their forges. Yet when Thor reached the Dwarven Kingdom, a ragged dwarf king attacked him, mistaking the Asgardian for another of Thanos' raiders. Realizing it was Thor, the dwarf king poured out his grievance. Asgard had sworn to protect his people, yet not a single warrior had come. Thor explained that the Bifrost and Asgard itself had already fallen. When the king learned the weapon was meant for Thanos, he rekindled the forge. Stellar fire smelted a new hammer's head, and Victor produced a branch of Yggdrasil once gifted by Odin, shaping it into the haft. Thor had arrived aboard Victor's ship. Once the hammer was finished, Tony completed his own preparations. He proposed to Pepper, promising marriage after the war, and mustered the entire Iron Legion. While Tony prepared, Black Widow and Banner sought comfort in each other. No one knew who would return. Their bliss is better skipped. Hawkeye's request to rejoin was denied. Let the happily retired stay home. When the Avengers boarded their ships, Victor sent the signal. The Gem Express was en route. Thanos recalled the Black Order, and the Chitauri legions to his devastated homeworld, laying an ambush across Titan. Yet Victor's plan hit a snag. Both his and Star-Lord's ships were too small for Tony's Iron Legion, let alone the full roster of Avengers. Thor, king of Asgard, provided the solution. He produced the great ark ship that once ferried every Asgardian, civilian and soldier alike, during Ragnarok. It easily swallowed the Iron Legion with room to spare. With space abundant, Thor summoned the remaining Asgardian army and the Warriors 3. Black Panther called the forces of Wakanda. The Sanctum sent ranks of sorcerers. Victor considered federal troops, then dismissed the idea they'd only be fodder. Thus a few dozen heroes became a vast allied host, a force rivaling Asgard at its height, perhaps even surpassing it. Unaware, the Black Order prepared to ambush a handful of superhumans, until the colossal ark appeared in Titan's orbit. Sirens howled, the entire Black Order scrambled to battle stations. War was seconds away. Before Thor and the others could even begin their landing, the battle had already begun, and it revealed one thing: there was a traitor in their midst. Otherwise, how had what was supposed to be a feint turned into an ambush? Yet the enemy's reaction left the Avengers unsure, for they too seemed caught off guard. While both sides cursed the traitor, the Avengers' warship punched through the hastily assembled blockade of the Black Order fleet and reached the planet's surface. Only then did the real duel begin. From the first second the fight was white-hot. Asgardian troops and Wakandan warriors alike quickly locked blades with the Black Order's soldiers. The appearance of the Black Order's 5 generals tipped the balance. Their personal power was already overwhelming. They could almost decide the war by themselves. But the Avengers had members who were their equal. With Hulk and Iron Man entering the fray, the generals' advance was checked in an instant. The two sides were evenly matched, and the Avengers had greater numbers. The Avengers had more top-tier fighters, yet lacked a single, decisive powerhouse, turning the clash into a long, bloody war of attrition. Another disadvantage: every Avenger soldier was a living person, while the Black Order's troops were mere cannon fodder. The Outriders were still loyal, but far weaker than in the comics, little more than expendable pawns, easily killed even by gunpowder weapons. In the comics they could turn invisible, burrow underground, and read minds, essentially a weakened form of telepathy. To read memories or thoughts they had to touch their target, a fatal flaw for stealth missions. In fact, one Outrider lost its hand while trying to steal Black Bolt's memories, precisely because of that weakness. Here, the Outriders showed no invisibility, no burrowing, no pseudo-telepathy, only their forearms remained. Physically stronger than normal humans, they were still far below Asgardians, letting the Asgardian army steamroll them. The Chitauri fared no better. Without Hellas' massacre, the intact Asgardian force remained the mighty host that had once ruled the 9 realms. In the film Hela slaughtered them because Asgard itself gave her limitless power. Even Thanos without the Infinity Stones might not have beaten her then, otherwise he would have kicked in the door and seized the gems the moment Odin died. Instead he bullied Xandar and the Nova Corps, then attacked Asgard's vassal, the Dwarven Kingdom, to forge the Infinity Gauntlet. Even so, he still held back, waiting until Asgard was destroyed and both Odin and Hela were dead before moving to claim the Space Stone. And the one who nearly buried an axe in Thanos' head in the film was the king of Asgard himself, Thor, wielding Stormbreaker. While the front lines spilled blood and brains, Victor slipped aboard the Avengers' rear vessel that housed the Mind Stone. Thanks to his identity, he reached the vault holding the gem without raising an eyebrow, yet when he tried to open it the system warned, insufficient privileges. After 3 failed attempts the entire chamber sealed and alarms blared, red strobes painting Victor's face in shifting shadows. Standing before him now was Vision, his brow crowned by the very Mind Stone Victor had come to steal. The story Victor had spun was full of holes, but Tony still wanted to believe he was the traitor. So Tony arranged a gauntlet of tests to see what Victor was really after. He never expected it to end like this. The Iron Man fighting on the battlefield was actually a remote drone. The real Tony had stayed here, waiting for the traitor to show. Just as Tony prepared to speak, Victor, silent, drew the Muramasa and lunged at Vision at Jarvis. Jarvis answered with a blast of energy, but the golden beam from his forehead was parried by the Muramasa, splitting into rays that tore the room apart. The sealed chamber was left riddled with gaps, and Tony stepped in. Questions would have to wait until Victor was subdued. Tony opened with non-lethal rounds, only to find they couldn't even scratch Victor. The healing factor made tranquilizer darts laughable. With Earth and the universe at stake, Tony chose blood over bond and opened fire. He had rehearsed this fight countless times, planning how to defeat, restrain, even kill the man. Once it had merely been habit, Iron Man Tony trusted no one, not even himself. He had drafted a contingency for every Avenger, a way to beat and, if necessary, kill them. The most famous was the Hulkbuster armor, the most easily deployed of the lot. In truth, when he drafted these contingency plans, he had hoped the day would never come when they were actually needed. But now it seemed he had no choice. Though he had avoided a civil war with Captain America and the others, he still had to face Victor. In fact, it was only because of Victor that the clash between Stark and Captain America had been averted. Yet now he had to confront Victor's wrath. And it wasn't just Tony, Steve had actually appeared before Victor as well. In reality, the man fighting on the front line was the Winter Soldier masquerading as Steve Rogers. Looking at the two people standing between him and Vision, Victor parted his lips, but in the end said nothing and simply attacked. He knew that at this moment, words were meaningless. Only the outcome could determine victory and explain everything. After all, if he lost and fell here, everything he had done and everything he hoped to achieve would become meaningless. But if he succeeded, then everything he wanted, and everything Tony and the others wanted, might actually be attainable. Therefore, Victor struck first and stayed silent. His sudden assault fell well within Tony's expectations. He had analyzed and simulated Victor's fighting style for a long time. So Victor's opening blow accomplished nothing beyond cleaving a huge gash across the room. And outside the room, an even bigger surprise awaited Victor, Wolverine Logan. He was actually here. In fact, the instant the ship's alarm sounded, he had rushed over. During the pre-battle briefing, Tony had specifically assigned him to guard the Mind Stone. What Tony valued was his adamantium skeleton, which granted him immunity to telepathy and made him nearly impossible to kill. And his razor-sharp animal instincts could detect virtually any intruder. Apart from Victor, who possessed similar abilities, few could slip past his senses. Watching Victor and Tony's group square off, Logan recalled what Tony had told him after the briefing. Seeing Logan take a stand against him, Victor couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. As Sabretooth's nemesis, Wolverine always found a way to beat him. Of course, the opposite could also be said. The number of times Wolverine had beaten Sabretooth was about equal to the times Sabretooth had beaten Wolverine. It was just that, as the villain, Sabretooth always lost in the end, even if he'd been dominating the fight up till then. And one noteworthy point, no matter how many times Wolverine beat Sabretooth, he could never kill him. As for Wolverine himself, he had died completely in the comics, and then done the same in the movies. But none of that mattered much right now. With the best meat shield in Logan, Tony and the others no longer had to worry about Victor's weapons. No matter whom Victor attacked, Logan would block it, and after taking the hit he would recover within seconds. While this sticky, toffee-like healing factor had once been used by Victor to annoy others, and was still being used that way now, facing an opponent with such an ability was still nauseating. So after slashing Logan away yet again, Victor made a decision. He began using the Reality Stone to momentarily transform his Muramasa into the very Muramasa blade Logan had once wielded in the comics. A flash of the blade sent Logan flying once more. Blood spurted everywhere, splashing Victor and the others, but this time Logan did not get back up. With a single slash, Logan was gravely wounded. The special metal in the Muramasa sword suppressed healing factors. The blade endangered Logan, but it could also hurt Victor himself. Had it not been for his adamantium skeleton, Logan would already have been cut in half. Even so, deprived of his healing factor, Logan lay on the ground, unable to rise again. And with the loss of this mighty meat shield, Victor's lethality soared. Tony could no longer keep him properly contained. Instead, Tony himself began falling into crisis. The first casualty was Captain America's shield. As Logan's stand-in, it started intercepting Victor's strikes. But it was not the special proto-adamantium of the comics, so it quickly met the fate it had in the movies, reduced to scrap metal. Next, Captain America took a slash. Without a healing factor, he dropped instantly. Victor had shown mercy, though he hadn't killed him outright. As his teammates fell one by one, Tony grew angrier, yet his mind became ever calmer. He told himself he had to find a way, he would find a way. Because I am Iron Man, and I can do it. But what happened next caught him completely off guard. A portal opened behind him, and Nina stepped out, blasting him with an energy beam. Caught by the surprise attack, Tony was sent flying, then locked in place by an immensely powerful telekinetic grip. When Vision saw Tony under assault, he immediately attacked Nina, but Victor stepped in his way. Vision, alone, was no match for Victor. He was quickly knocked down. Victor leaned in, studied him for a moment. Then reached out, touched the Mind Stone in Vision's forehead, and tore it out. Vision screamed with each of Victor's movements. Tony, still restrained by Nina's power, nearly went mad watching this. He had never imagined things would come to this. With the Mind Stone in hand, Victor and Nina departed through the portal Nina had opened. As the telekinesis released him, Tony crashed to the floor, rushed to Vision, and gathered the android's limp body into his arms. Just as Victor obtained the Mind Stone, the battle outside finally settled. However, unlike Victor's side, the Avengers achieved victory, and the Black Order fulfilled their lifelong pursuit, dying gloriously for Thanos. This was actually a characteristic of all of Thanos' subordinates, including Thanos himself. Their lifelong pursuit of honor was death, or rather, self-sacrifice. It was precisely because of this that Thanos, with tears in his eyes, sacrificed Gamora, his adopted daughter, and though heartbroken afterward, he never regretted it. This was because everyone, including himself, was prepared to sacrifice themselves for the cause. And the Black Order also sacrificed their lives for Thanos' cause. The first to fall among the Black Order was Ebony Maw. Although his power was immense and he once held an overwhelming advantage over Doctor Strange. In fact, Doctor Strange's various spells had little effect against Ebony Maw's telekinesis. After all, Strange was not the Sorcerer Ancient One. Although both were Sorcerer Supreme, his power was far from its peak. And most importantly, due to Thanos' presence, he dared not use the Time Stone. If he accidentally allowed Thanos to seize the Time Stone, he would become a sinner to the entire universe. But Doctor Strange was not fighting alone, he had many Avengers heroes as teammates. When he was completely at a disadvantage, or even in danger, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver stepped in to help him. Scarlet Witch, who also possessed similar telekinetic superpowers, quickly entered a wrestling match with Ebony Maw, and soon Scarlet Witch's red power began to gradually gain the upper hand. Quicksilver was not idle at this time. He directly picked up a sharp blade used by an Asgardian soldier, ran behind Ebony Maw, and pierced his body with the longsword in his hand. Ebony Maw, who was suddenly attacked, was concentrating on Scarlet Witch's assault and did not notice Quicksilver's superfast sneak attack at all. His body trembled as a blood-stained Asgardian divine steel sword pierced his chest. Feeling his life force rapidly draining away, Ebony Maw opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, apart from a pile of bloody foam, he couldn't say anything. Ebony Maw, the first casualty among the Black Order, thus appeared on the battlefield. With Ebony Maw's death, another member of the Black Order soon followed in his footsteps. This was Supergiant, who did not appear in the original movie but possessed considerable power. Although her power was strong, it was not reflected in her frontal combat ability. Her specialties were mind control, telepathy, and memory theft. Yes, her abilities somewhat overlapped with the comic version of the Outriders, but they were far more powerful. Or rather, her abilities were actually somewhat similar to Professor X. So, as soon as she appeared, she directly chose to attack Thor. She tried to control Thor and then force him to kill the other Avengers on the battlefield. Her sneak attack almost succeeded at one point, but Thor had fully awakened his divine power by then and acquired Stormbreaker, his weapon as the King of Asgard. He was no longer the Thor who could be easily fooled by telepathy and illusions, but he also found it extremely difficult to resist. And he even lost control for a time, attacking indiscriminately on the battlefield. Fortunately, this state did not last too long. After Ebony Maw's death, Scarlet Witch, now free, finally had time to deal with Supergiant. The two women with similar abilities began a great psychic battle, the entire process being very secret and invisible. But judging from the final result, where Supergiant's head exploded into smithereens, the process must have been extremely dangerous. As Supergiant's blue and beautiful face turned into a pile of bloody gore, the Black Order officially became the Black Three Generals. The balance of the battlefield began to tip towards the Avengers. After Supergiant was dealt with, the next to be eliminated were the only married couple among the Black Order, Corvus Glaive and his wife, Proxima Midnight. This couple was actually very interesting, they deeply loved each other. But in the comics, their attitudes towards Thanos were starkly different. After Thanos' death, Corvus Glaive chose to betray Thanos and declare himself king. He was eventually killed by the returning Thanos, who broke his glaive. His wife, Proxima Midnight, was the most loyal member of the Black Order. She never betrayed Thanos. Even during the days of Thanos' death, she remained loyal. She even parted ways with her husband for this, but ultimately could not escape the fate of death. In the comics, however, she died at Hela's hands. The Black Order in the movie didn't have as many traitors, they were all extremely loyal to Thanos. They even considered themselves Thanos' children, referred to as the children of Thanos. Of course, in Thanos' heart, his true love was always Gamora. The Black Order, though called the children of Thanos, were essentially just bonus gifts. Of course, he wasn't without feelings for them, but for Thanos, the most important thing was to complete his cause of saving all life in the universe. And the children of Thanos also knew this and were willing to sacrifice their lives and everything for Thanos and his cause. Regardless of Thanos' feelings for them, they indeed revered Thanos as their biological father. It was precisely because of this that after two of the children of Thanos fell in battle, the remaining three members did not choose to retreat or flee, but chose to fight to the last moment. Corvus Glaive, wielding his glaive, once held an overwhelming advantage over Bucky, who was disguised as Captain America. Even with the help of other Avengers, it was still the same. He truly lived up to his status as second only to Thanos in Thanos' faction, possessing power commensurate with his position. But as the saying goes, a good hero can't withstand many people, and two fists are no match for four hands. As more and more Avengers heroes joined the attack on him, Corvus Glaive began to become flustered. Initially, when everyone's coordination was not yet tacit, he still had some opportunities. But as time went on, the tacit understanding among the heroes steadily improved, and it became increasingly difficult for Corvus Glaive to parry their attacks. As his wounds increased, he also became more and more strained. Finally, after a flying kick from Spider-Man, his glaive was knocked away. It was eventually picked up by Quicksilver, and Corvus Glaive died from a backstab delivered by Quicksilver using his own weapon. In fact, Quicksilver couldn't stop himself after discovering the benefits of backstabbing. On the battlefield, he kept sprinting and backstabbing, causing heavy casualties among the command hierarchy of the Black Order and the Chitauri army. To some extent, this threw the enemy's command system into chaos, expanding the Avengers' battle results. While Quicksilver was having a blast, Corvus Glaive's wife finally followed her husband. Her death was relatively normal. Under the siege of Black Widow and the Dora Milaje captain, she was at a disadvantage and was directly torn apart by Scarlet Witch's superpowers. Like her brother Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch Wanda seemed to have awakened a special hobby. Especially since Vision, Jarvis, was no longer the one from the movie, she didn't fall in love with Vision. The woman, deprived of the nourishment of love, became very violent. With a gentle wave of her hand, a large number of Outriders and Chitauri soldiers on the battlefield were lifted into midair by her superpowers and torn to shreds. Fortunately, Outriders and Chitauri themselves do not feel fear, otherwise, they might have fallen into chaos and collapse because of it. The Outriders and Chitauri's lack of fear is also due to their unique social system. Outriders are biological weapons created by Thanos' Black Order for combat. So they actually don't even have strong self-awareness, they are merely tools for combat and slaughter. The Chitauri are slightly better, but low-level Chitauri warriors still don't have strong self-awareness. Because the entire Chitauri social structure is somewhat similar to an ant colony. In the Chitauri social structure, the highest status belongs to their queen. And Thanos is the queen's emperor, an existence similar to an emperor emeritus. This leads to the Chitorai's lower-level warriors essentially being like worker bees. It is precisely because of this that Thanos chose the Chitorai as another one of his vassal armies. After all, by controlling the Chitorai Queen, one can easily control the entire Chitorai race. When 4 of the Black Order were gone, the sole survivor, Black Dwarf, suffered greatly. Already struggling under Hulk's assault, he was then besieged by the entire Avengers, getting a taste of Thanos' treatment prematurely. Although his defense was the strongest among the Black Order, he couldn't withstand the attacks of so many Avengers superheroes. If Vibranium Ultron couldn't withstand it, Black Dwarf certainly couldn't. The battered Black Dwarf was sent flying by the Avengers' attacks. After struggling on the ground for a few moments, he completely lost his breath. At this point, Thanos finally couldn't resist making an appearance. And with him, Victor and Nina Price also appeared. Seeing Victor standing beside Thanos, the Avengers were all stunned. So much so that Nina's presence was overlooked by them. Or rather, they noticed her but took it for granted. Because in their impression, no matter what Victor did, this vampire girl would always follow him. Now that Victor had turned traitor and joined Thanos, it was normal for her to still follow him. It sounded like she was just a tool, but she knew that she was actually just like Victor. However, the Avengers at this moment had no time to dwell on such matters, because besides being surprised by Victor's choice, they also discovered an even more troublesome thing. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet already had 5 Infinity Stones. In fact, the moment Victor obtained the Mind Stone, he immediately went to Thanos and gave him both the Reality Stone and the Mind Stone. Thanos was always generous and tolerant towards those who kept their promises. Or rather, Thanos was never a butcher-like entity. Everything he did was merely to carry out his own will. As someone cursed by knowledge, like Tony, he knew everything that was going to happen and the consequences of not doing so. But others who couldn't understand him would see him as evil and try their best to stop him. But he would not waver in the slightest, no matter how much sacrifice was needed in the process, no matter who stood in his way. He would only retire and become an ordinary old farmer after completing his mission. He had even thought of his retirement location, just waiting to complete his mission and return. And now, for the first time, he was only one step away from completing all of it. But what he had to face was the most powerful superhero alliance in this universe, or rather, the gathering of the protagonists of the era and the children of the plane. As a supervillain, Thanos always received the most grand treatment from the Avengers. Of course, this was also closely related to his power. Even without the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones, Thanos' power was enough to defeat most of the Avengers' heroes. Hulk, the face of the Avengers' power, was even beaten into self-isolation by him. And in countless parallel universes, Thanos had once annihilated the Avengers and conquered his respective universe. In some of these universes, Hulk even became Thanos' pet and loyal lackey. And now, Thanos once again demonstrated his formidable power as a Dark Titan. Especially after possessing most of the Infinity Stones and the Infinity Gauntlet to wield them, his power grew geometrically. No superhero could withstand a direct blow from him using the Power Stone, and no one could break through his defense. The Space Stone's teleportation ability allowed Thanos to instantly move around the battlefield at will, and the Mind Stone could even control those with weak willpower. Watching the confrontation between Thanos and the Avengers, Victor recalled a phrase. Just as the entire situation became critical, Iron Man and Steve finally arrived late. Of course, along with Iron Man came Vision, Jarvis, who had lost the Mind Stone, and Wolverine Logan. When Victor took the Mind Stone, he used the Reality Stone to reverse the reality that Vision would die if the Mind Stone was forcibly taken. The cost of this, of course, was that he currently lacked the ability to act. This is why when he left, he was actually leaning on Nina. Even with his self-healing ability, he was still in a state of recovery. The subsequent development of events still did not escape Thanos' expectations. Even though Tony and the others arrived, they were still no match for Thanos. Even Wolverine Logan was successfully pinned underground by Thanos using a massive piece of debris, rendered unable to move or escape. This was because after Thanos tried several times and found he couldn't kill him, he adopted the simplest method: restrain him first. With things having developed to this point, Doctor Strange was completely bewildered. In fact, before the battle began, he had tried to use the Time Stone to observe the future. But unexpectedly, he could see nothing. Even as he had just opened the Eye of Agamotto which held the Time Stone, it immediately closed itself. Watching all this, and seeing Tony Stark held in Thanos' hand about to be killed, Strange, as if possessed, called out for Thanos to stop and handed over the Time Stone. Just as Thanos held the Time Stone, tossed Stark aside, and prepared to place the stone on his gauntlet, Ant-Man suddenly appeared and caught the Time Stone, then held it up, preparing to take the opportunity to slip away. But Victor grabbed him and snatched the stone back. This time, Thanos made no more mistakes and successfully placed the stone onto his gauntlet. Just as he completed this, Thor, who had just been knocked away, flew back. Taking advantage of the brief moment of laxity when Thanos had collected all the Infinity Stones, he struck Thanos with a heavy blow from his axe, just like in the movie. Thanos then uttered that famous line, "You should have gone for the head." However, just as Thanos supported himself to snap his fingers, two hands suddenly reached out from the side and gripped the Infinity Gauntlet. With Victor grabbing the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos had no way to make a fist and snap his fingers. But this did not mean Thanos couldn't use the Infinity Gauntlet's power. Just as he willed it, preparing to activate the Time Stone's power, a sharp blade sliced across his neck. "Good job, Nina." Holding the Muramasa, Nina decapitated Thanos from behind with a single strike. Without its head, Thanos' massive body instantly collapsed. As Thanos fell, the Infinity Gauntlet originally on his hand also slipped off and fell into Victor's hands. While everyone was stunned by this reversal and even intended to celebrate the victory, Victor revealed his most common smile and then placed the Infinity Gauntlet on his own hand. The moment he put on the gauntlet, the vast energy of all the Infinity Stones surged through his entire body. This energy constantly battered his body. His body was torn apart in an instant but was quickly restored. Eventually, this state stabilized, and the other members of the Avengers reacted, surrounding him warily. Victor glanced at Nina Price and then snapped his fingers. After the snap, it seemed as though nothing had happened. But following the smile on Victor's face, an anomaly appeared. The first to disappear was Nina Price. She turned into a cloud of light particles and then drifted away, vanishing. The second to disappear was Thanos' corpse, along with the entire Black Order and the corpses of the Black Order's 5 generals. This massive army, whether those still fighting or the dead corpses, all disappeared. Following closely in their footsteps was Victor himself. With an excited and eerie smile on his face, he also completely disappeared from before the Avengers. Of course, disappearing at the same time was Wolverine Logan, who was buried underground. Subsequently, the timeline of the entire universe began to rewind, all the way back to before the Federal Civil War. This time node was exactly the time node before Victor's transmigration. However, for some reason, there were no mutants in this universe. So Mr. and Mrs. Creed lived out their lives in peace and stability, and they only had one child, named Luther Creed. Then the wheels of history began to roll forward again. Because the history of the Federation had lost a certain someone, it began a very normal development. The conflict between Native Americans and the Federal Army still occurred, and they still lost the war. Red Wolf appeared many years after this war and selected a mixed-race person of Native American and white descent as his successor. The Federal Civil War also still occurred. This time, no vampires were involved, and Dracula remained quietly asleep in Romania. However, he wouldn't be able to sleep quietly forever, because a fellow named Van Helsing was coming to find trouble with him. The Federal Civil War eventually ended with the North's victory. Following the subsequent purges from the North, many Southerners chose to go north to live, including Mr. and Mrs. Creed and their child. It was also during this turbulent era that a certain explorer from the West rushed into the Kingdom of Wakanda in Africa. Although the then King of Wakanda and Guardian of Vibranium, the Black Panther, killed him, his crew still brought his nautical logs and the legends of the Kingdom of Wakanda to his family. This explorer's grandson was Ulysses Claw, who would later invade Wakanda again. It can be said that the ill-fated connection between the Claw family, Wakanda, and Vibranium was established from that time. As time entered the 20th century, in the year 1917, Howard Stark and Bucky Barnes were born. The following year, Steve Rogers was also born. 3 years later, Rogers' girlfriend, Margaret Peggy Carter, was also born. After the main characters of the World War II era were born, the source from which all stories began was also born. 3 years after Carter was born, Professor Abraham Erskine carried out research on the super soldier serum at a university in Germany. Again, 3 years later, Johann Schmidt, an important member of Hydra and leader of the new generation, began searching for the Tesseract. As the 22-year-old Howard Stark founded Stark Industries, the enterprise that would later monopolize the entire federal arms market was born. 1 year after Stark Industries was born, in a castle in Bavaria, Dr. Abraham Erskine was forced by Johann Schmidt to inject him with the experimental super soldier serum, but the side effect of the experiment was to turn him into the likeness of the Red Skull. In fact, the side effect of the potion was its actual effect, to amplify all the traits of the user. While Red Skull gained a physique superior to ordinary men, his inner distortion and evil were also amplified, eventually turning him into the Red Skull. Having obtained super strength, Red Skull successfully found and seized the Tesseract in a church in Tonsberg, Norway. Red Skull's failure made Dr. Erskine realize the problem with his potion. Therefore, he ultimately chose Steve Rogers. Professor Erskine valued Steve Rogers' noble character and gave him an opportunity to join the army and participate in the Super Soldier program. Using Professor Erskine's serum and Howard Stark's radiation technology, Steve Rogers became the world's first super soldier, but Professor Erskine was subsequently shot and killed by a Hydra operative. Meanwhile, Red Skull and Dr. Zola researched the Tesseract at a HYDRA base in the Alps, using its energy to create advanced weapons. Then, the expanding Hydra began to formally break ties with the Nazi Party. While performing on the front lines, Steve learned that Bucky had been captured. He then went to rescue Bucky's unit and had his first encounter with Red Skull. Ultimately, Red Skull and Dr. Zola blew up the munitions factory and escaped. Subsequently, Captain America and the military elite he rescued established the first Howling Commandos in history. This team no longer had various strange members but was composed entirely of ordinary members, including Falcon's grandfather. In the following year's battles, the Howling Commandos raided a Hydra train. Although they captured Dr. Zola, Bucky fell off a cliff and went missing. A grieving Captain America led the Howling Commandos in a surprise attack on Hydra headquarters. Red Skull escaped on the Valkyrie, and Captain America caught up, leading to a battle. Holding the Tesseract, Red Skull was transported to the planet Vormir, becoming the guardian and ferryman of the Soul Stone, while Captain America crashed into Greenland along with the Valkyrie. While searching for Steve, Howard Stark unexpectedly found the Tesseract. After researching it himself for a period, he handed it over to SHIELD and the federal government for use in Project PEGASUS. After the war ended, the former Hydra researcher Dr. Zola was also released from prison and recruited by SHIELD into Operation Paperclip. Thereafter, Dr. Zola and some Hydra remnants tracked down the surviving but armless Bucky. Dr. Zola began to reorganize Hydra and erode SHIELD from within, erasing Bucky's memory, fitting him with a metal prosthetic limb, transforming him into the Winter Soldier, and placing him back into cryogenic freezing. In the second year after Dr. Zola began reorganizing HYDRA, the man who would dismantle Hydra again in the future was born. This person was named Nick Fury. When Nick Fury started middle school, a former Soviet scientist named Anton Venko defected to the Federation. He and Howard together began research on the arc reactor. But 4 years later, as the first Stark World Expo was held in New York, Anton Venko was deported due to Stark's espionage allegations. 2 years after Anton Venko was expelled from the Federation, a baby named Bruce Banner was born. When he was born, he wasn't as fierce as he would be after turning green. A year after Banner was born, Howard Stark's son was also born. From the moment he was born, all of New York was cheering his name, Tony Stark. 2 years after Tony's birth, Dr. Zola, whose life was coming to an end, successfully uploaded his consciousness into a supercomputer, which was kept by SHIELD in a certain bunker. When Tony was 2 years old, Howard was already preparing to pave the way for him. Howard Stark left a video message for Tony, leaving clues for a new element. When Tony was 3 years old, his future lifelong love, Pepper Potts, was also born. While the protagonists on Earth were being born one after another, the protagonists in the universe also began to step onto their destinies. With Yondu becoming a member of the Raiders, Ego hired the Raiders to bring his offspring from all over the universe to his planet. 3 years after Yondu became a Raider, Ego came to Earth, met Peter Quill's mother, and the two fell in love. Ego once lost the meaning of his existence because of Peter's mother, and ultimately he had no choice but to kill her. In the second year after Ego's arrival, Stark Industries finally made its first breakthrough in arc reactor technology. At the same time Howard made the breakthrough in arc reactor technology, his friend Dr. Pym also welcomed a huge surprise: his daughter Hope Van Dyne was born. Born in the same year as Hope Van Dyne were the future heir to the Kingdom of Wakanda, the later Black Panther T'Challa, and Ego's son Peter Quill. 4 years after T'Challa was born, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Natalia Alyanovna Romanova, was also born. Born in the same year as her was Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora. She was born on the planet Zenhobri outside the solar system. When Hope was 7 years old, the first Wasp, Janet, entered the quantum realm during a mission and disappeared from then on. The first Ant-Man, Hank Pym, consequently became estranged from his daughter. The following year, Yondu received Ego's order to go to Earth to pick up Peter Quill. His mother had died years earlier from tumor cells Ego had implanted in her body, and Quill was taken by Yondu. Subsequently, Mar-Vell was killed by Yon-Rogg. Before dying, she told Carol her true identity. Carol accidentally obtained superpowers and was taken by Yon-Rogg, becoming a Kree. In the same year, the arms dealer Ulysses Klaue, based on his grandfather's nautical logs, breached the dome to invade Wakanda and stole a large amount of vibranium. The next year, the Maximoff twins were born. They would be the future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. But for now, they were just ordinary people, and their father was not Magneto. The year came to 1991. Bucky was awakened from cryogenic freezing, injected with brainwashing programs, and became an assassin controlled by HYDRA. To obtain samples of the super soldier serum, Hydra sent Winter Soldier Bucky to assassinate the Starks and disguised it as a car accident. 4 years after Howard's death, Captain Marvel returned to Earth, then regained her memories and identity, and repelled an invasion from the Kree. But at the same time, Thanos slaughtered the planet Zenhobri and took Gamora to be his adopted daughter. Finally, the advancement of the timeline stopped in the year 2008 after the new millennium. Tony Stark accepted his friend's invitation and went to Afghanistan to demonstrate a new type of weapon. And the Infinity Stones on the gauntlet also suddenly dispersed, appearing in this time period at the locations where they should be, except for the Reality Stone. At the same time, in a certain underground room, a pair of red eyes flashed and vanished. Looking at the familiar dimly lit underground room and the iron chains binding his hands, Victor momentarily had the illusion that the 200 years of extra memories in his mind were nothing more than a fleeting dream. However, the girl sitting by the bed genuinely told him that none of it was a dream, but reality. Thinking of this, Victor tried extending his sharp claws, and sure enough, they reverted to bone claws. Then he opened his mouth, revealing his characteristic canines, and bit down on his own wrist. The splashing blood splattered on Nina's fair face nearby, but she licked it into her mouth with her small, pink tongue. Just as Nina was savoring the taste, Victor completed his effort toward being free. No, wait, toward freedom. I am free. Once again. You are free, free. The atmosphere Victor had created was shattered by Nina's cold retort. However, he didn't dwell on these details. After cracking a smile, he wrapped the iron chain binding his other hand around his arm. Victor placed one foot on the wall, then pushed off, pulling his body backward forcefully. With a sharp snap, the iron nail that had been deeply embedded in the wall was pulled out by Victor. Victor, covered in blood and with one hand severed, looked at Nina sitting quietly on the bed. Victor suddenly moved closer, instantly closing the distance between them to an extremely intimate degree. Feeling the strong scent of blood emanating from Victor, Nina couldn't help but lick her lips again. She seemed a little hungry. But that raw, yet somewhat familiar wild aura made her suppress her appetite. At this moment, however, another feeling surged into her heart. Seeing Nina's face suddenly turn crimson, Victor decisively pulled away. He was still a child, and she looked like a girl in her teens. This wasn't right. Victor stood up and turned toward the underground room stairs. Victor's departure caused a fleeting look of disappointment to appear on Nina's face. Immediately afterward, she stood up from the bed and followed behind Victor. The stone steps of the underground room weren't long, and Victor quickly reached the end. Looking at the tightly closed wooden door of the underground room before him, Victor raised his foot, and the two wooden doors instantly shattered into pieces. The iron lock and bolt that had been hanging outside the door flew out along with the fragmented door panels. Normally, such a commotion should have been enough to alert Mr. and Mrs. Creed inside the house. However, they were currently preparing dinner in a room at the other end of the house, so they didn't notice the noise here. Stepping out of the underground room over the broken door panels, Victor looked at the house he once called home. A surge of hostility and murderous impulse welled up inside him. Clearly, he was recalling some unpleasant memories. But as Nina appeared in the entrance of the underground room, Victor suddenly sighed. His tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and he turned and walked toward the west. Nina watched Victor's somewhat desolate and lonely figure and quietly followed him. From the scene in the underground room and Victor's reaction, Nina roughly guessed what Victor had experienced in his childhood. But she didn't feel sympathy or try to comfort him, because she knew Victor didn't need such things. Victor and Nina's pace wasn't slow. Although they both looked like teenagers, their physical fitness already far surpassed that of strong adult males, especially Nina Price, whose strength was almost completely undiminished. On the contrary, Victor himself had lost his special skeleton and most of his special constitution. Even the weapon Muramasa ceased to exist due to the reversal of time and space. All he had left now were his innate healing factor and wild instincts. It could be said that he had returned to square one overnight, but he didn't care. Because all of this was part of his plan from the start. That seemingly perfect ending was not what he wanted. He felt like a mere tool man, constantly making choices that seemed reasonable but didn't align with his own personality, all under the supposed guidance of fate. Moreover, he had been completely oblivious, as if in a daze. By the time he realized it, he already held the Mind Stone in his hand. It told him the truth about fate and the way to break it. Initially, he was skeptical, but when he put on the Infinity Gauntlet and controlled the power of all the Infinity Stones, he saw fate itself. Therefore, he decided to fight back, to resist this supposedly perfect universe and his own destiny. And coincidentally, he possessed the power to resist. Using the power of the 6 Infinity Stones, enough to reboot the entire universe, he completely evolved that universe into one of the parallel timelines of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The progress of that universe would follow the plot of the cinematic universe exactly, but the reason it was only a parallel world was because the Reality Stone from that universe was taken away by Victor. Only this Infinity Stone, which inherently possessed the attribute of warping reality, could follow him into this rebooted universe and still retain its original abilities. After all, its ability is to turn the impossible into reality. It just requires paying a price, such as life energy or cosmic energy. Of course, the best energy source is still the energy from the other Infinity Stones of the same origin. This rebooted universe was actually a new timeline evolved by Victor using the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, after reversing and eliminating the influence exerted by Scarlet Witch. This timeline then independently evolved into a single universe, similar to how Scarlet Witch used her abilities to split the mutants and the Avengers into 2 timelines, which then evolved into 2 separate single universes. It's just that Victor's changes were more drastic, and his interference was more thorough. Naturally, the price paid was heavy. That universe permanently lost the Reality Stone. In fact, the Reality Stone currently parasitic in Victor's body is already on the verge of shattering. Victor had no doubt that if he used it again to modify reality on a large scale, the Infinity Stone would shatter without hesitation. But it wasn't all bad news. At the very least, this Reality Stone would absorb the life energy in his body and gradually recover. As for how he knew, it was because he could feel the healing factor constantly repairing his damaged body. Victor, who had no visible injuries, was certain that this situation was caused by the Reality Stone slowly absorbing his life energy. Victor did not know that this was not the most serious consequence. In fact, Victor's physiological growth would stop for a long time because this portion of energy was being absorbed by the Reality Stone. Of course, once the Reality Stone fully recovered, Victor's growth would resume simultaneously. This meant that Victor's current growth period would be unexpectedly long. Furthermore, he had no way to actively shorten it like last time, because his physical age and recovery ability would remain status quo for a long time. However, he wasn't worried about his own issues, since Nina was still around. Victor felt no guilt whatsoever about having a beautiful and lovely girl protect his safety. After all, if his strength wasn't as good as hers, wasn't being protected a matter of course? Yet, he wasn't worried about the possibility of her treating him as a long-term food source. After all, they shared a pure love relationship. It was impossible for him to become food. He would never be food in this lifetime. As Victor was thinking this, he suddenly sensed a large group approaching quickly, carrying intense killing intent. In fact, North America's wildlife was still abundant in this era, so it was natural for them to be targeted by a pack of wolves in the wilderness. Evidently, the two of them were seen as prey by the wolf pack. Victor showed no sign of nervousness, even though his severed arm had just stopped bleeding, healed, and started regrowing. He even had the presence of mind to tease the girl who was a werewolf and vampire hybrid, but he would soon regret this action deeply. "I remember you can turn into a wolf cub, right? Turn into one and negotiate with them, maybe they'll let us go." In response to Victor's sudden teasing, Nina decided that if Victor got into trouble later, she definitely wouldn't save him. Facts prove that if someone courted death, they were very likely to die. The wolf pack coordinated very well and knew how to select their opponents. They sensed a huge threat from Nina, so after leaving a few strong wolves to surround Nina without attacking, the pack launched a full-scale assault on Victor. Victor, having temporarily lost one hand, quickly found himself at a disadvantage when facing the wolf pack's siege. His remaining hand tightly gripped the hooked iron wall nail, still attached to the chain, that he had pulled out. As he continuously swung it, the rushing grey wolves were repeatedly struck by the nail in his hand and sent flying. Along with the splattering blood came the miserable howls of the struck grey wolves. However, the blood and the cries of their kin did not deter the grey wolves. Instead, it drove them into a more frantic attack. Just as Victor was focused on dealing with the frontal attacks from the grey wolves, the leader of the wolf pack secretly circled around behind him. It then lowered its body, preparing for the upcoming pounce. But before it could pounce, Victor suddenly spun around after knocking away a grey wolf rushing toward him, and threw the hooked iron wall nail in his hand at the leader. Although Victor's strength was far from his peak state at this time, it already greatly exceeded that of an ordinary adult male. With this throw, the iron nail struck and was deeply embedded in the head wolf's body. Then Victor held the chain, pulled and swung it, and the hooked wall nail connected to the chain carried the head wolf flying into the air before smashing it violently at Victor's feet. The head wolf's fate caused the wolf pack's attack to immediately halt, and Victor's subsequent action completely crushed the pack's courage. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile, pulled the iron hook out of the head wolf's body, and smashed it down once more. This time, the location he struck was the eye facing him. The head wolf, already severely injured from the previous pull and swing, had no way to counterattack. It could only watch helplessly as the iron nail in Victor's hand pierced its eye and then stabbed into its brain. Following the head wolf's death throes, the wolf pack turned and fled. Victor then turned to Nina, indicating that they had dinner tonight. Although the vampire girl didn't need to eat to survive, Victor couldn't go without food right now. In fact, he only remembered this after running away, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, could a level 3 mutant really starve to death in the wilderness? He clearly forgot that he had just nearly become prey for the wolf pack, and that he was still covered in injuries that hadn't fully healed. But this was Victor. No matter what problems or dangers he encountered, he would smash them with his own strength and fists. Looking at the head wolf's carcass Victor was holding, Nina frowned. While internally complaining that Victor had ruined a good fur, she reached out and lit a bonfire on the ground. This was an effortless task for her abilities. The kindling burning in the bonfire was gathered instantly using her telekinesis, and the final ignition was just a small magic spell. Nina, at this time, possessed powerful telepathy ability and telekinesis, while also being proficient in many magic spells from the Sanctum Sanctorum. It could be said that her strength was not much weaker than the big three of the Avengers at their peak. Of course, it is well known that facing Captain America, the powerhouse of causality, would always result in a 50-50 draw. However, Victor brought her to this universe not for her strength, but because of certain things they tacitly understood between them. In fact, before snapping his fingers, neither Victor nor Nina knew if they would succeed. Whether they would even survive was a huge question. But Nina chose without hesitation to stand by Victor's side and assist him. In fact, in the beginning, the relationship between Nina and Victor was simply that he could live without her, but she could not live without Victor. But as she quietly gave little by little, Victor wasn't a fool either. As the saying goes, even plants have feelings, let alone a legal loli who is also so cute. Most importantly, she was capable and powerful. By the time Victor realized it, he found that he couldn't live without her either. After Nina lit the bonfire, Victor began processing the corpse of the alpha wolf he held. Although only one hand remained, his ability to dissect biological corpses had not faded. He immediately revealed the sharp claws on his hand. Although they were not yet strong enough to cut steel as they would in the future, they were more than sufficient for skinning and gutting. After dealing with the hide and internal organs, Victor tossed the cut wolf meat and ribs toward Nina. Although he didn't see Nina make any visible movements, the wolf meat didn't fall to the ground and get dirty. Instead, it miraculously floated in midair, then drifted directly above the bonfire. Using telekinesis for grilling, only Nina and Victor would likely do such a thing. This was a manifestation of Victor's pragmatism. Abilities should be used wherever they can be effective. Following this, Victor once again used the power of the reality stone to conjure a series of seasoning bottles and began adding ingredients to the barbecue. Although given the physical fitness of Victor and Nina, eating raw meat and drinking blood wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, Nina, as a vampire, could naturally consume blood meals. However, Victor felt that if they were going to eat, they should eat well, especially since they had the means. Moreover, the bonfire's existence was not just for grilling, it also helped avoid troubles like the previous wolf pack. Wild animals have an innate fear of fire. They naturally refuse to approach places where flames are burning. Where are we going next, or rather, where do we need to go, and what will we do? Let's head west first. As for the other matters, we'll deal with them once we find them. The US West during this era is a place full of legends and stories. I think you'll like it. After receiving Victor's answer, Nina didn't ask any further questions. For her, the criterion for liking a place depended on whether Victor would stay there with her. Judging by the current situation, she would indeed like that place. For the vast majority of people, they are overshadowed by the shadows of the past throughout their lives, rarely getting a chance to change it. But now, Victor has earned this opportunity through his own efforts. So this time, he will seize the chance and no longer allow himself to be manipulated by fate. Heading west was the first step in his chosen resistance. He was going to find his former enemy and adversary and deal with him before he could travel to Florida. This was also his way of saying goodbye to his past and repaying the kindness of Mr. and Mrs. Creed for raising him. But just as a certain unlucky fleet commander loved to say, if only things were that simple. When Victor believed he was changing his destiny, little did he know he might be walking down a new path orchestrated by destiny itself. But who can say what the future holds? For the present, it was enough that Victor had solidified his will, knew what he wanted, and was willing to act on it. Often, what is truly terrifying is not the difficulty of reaching a goal, but having no goal at all. Under Nina's telekinetic control, every part of the wolf meat was grilled perfectly and evenly. Coupled with the seasonings Victor conjured, it finally tasted like true barbecue. Of course, it still fell short compared to truly professional barbecue, but given the current conditions, it was more than adequate. However, the smell of the barbecue attracted new carnivores. This was a rare Florida black panther, or rather, a black jaguar. Because of this, although Victor sensed its presence, he only confirmed its location once it was close. It was simply too black, almost invisible in the dark night. In fact, the Black Panther was unwilling to risk approaching the fire to attack humans for food, as it knew it was extremely dangerous. However, it hadn't caught prey for a while, and if it didn't eat soon, it might starve. Coupled with the temptation of the barbecue's aroma, it ultimately chose to take the risk. Of course, what finally made it decide was the absence of any adult human presence near the fire. As the saying goes, one should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. This applies to humans, and naturally to wild animals too. But the moment it pounced, it regretted it. Because from the young male human, it sensed an aura that filled it with immense dread. That was an ancient instinct hidden deep within its genes, the fear of the king among apex predators. Although Victor was only in his infancy, that aura, identical to creatures that once stood at the pinnacle of carnivores, made the poor Black Panther submit. The moment it pounced, it was subdued by the killing intent and aura emanating from Victor, and it whined, lying flat on the ground awaiting death. Victor, who had expected another struggle, clearly couldn't accept this scene. He frowned as he looked at the Black Panther lying on the ground, sensing submission in its posture. In a sense, he had merely given a tiger's shake and radiated a kingly aura, successfully subduing this black jaguar. The Black Panther's behavior diminished the killing intent Victor had just raised. Then, he noticed something else. Although the Black Panther was lying down, its eyes kept drifting toward the fragrant barbecue. Seeing the Black Panther's behavior and eyes, Victor showed a strange expression. Then he took a piece of the grilled meat and offered it to the Black Panther. Seeing the food presented before it, the starving Black Panther bit down without hesitation. The posture suggested it intended to bite off Victor's hand along with the meat, but it stopped halfway. It then retreated its mouth slightly and bit off a small piece of meat from a position away from Victor's hand. However, shortly after the meat entered the Black Panther's mouth, its expression shifted from initial enjoyment to tears streaming down its face. That's right, it was actually crying. The reason it cried was not because it had eaten an unprecedented delicacy, but because it was crying from the spice. Victor had put black pepper and chili powder on the barbecue, the extra spicy kind. So the poor Black Panther cried, but restrained by Victor's fierce presence, it dared not resist or flee. Looking at the aggrieved and tearful Florida Black Panther, even Victor, who considered himself a cold-blooded killer, felt a pang of guilt and sympathy. Just as the Black Panther was crying, an extra-large cup filled with water appeared before it. The Black Panther immediately submerged its tongue and drank continuously. Alas, it was still so spicy. And so, the Black Panther spent the night by the bonfire, crying and drinking the water from the cup. Because of the campfire and the Black Panther's presence, no other animals disturbed Victor and Nina that night. However, Victor and Nina gained a companion for this journey as a result. This Black Panther, unable to find food, seemed to have latched onto Victor and the others. It all started when Victor fed it chili-seasoned roasted meat, and the outcome was also due to the vampire girl's overflowing compassion. She really couldn't bear to see the Black Panther's aggrieved look, its eyes often filled with tears, so she threw it several pieces of roasted meat that Victor hadn't had time to season yet. Furthermore, worried it wouldn't have enough to eat, she personally used her telekinesis to kill several hungry wolves lingering nearby and threw them to the Black Panther. After Victor grumbled a few words about her favoritism, he snatched the fattest one and turned it into roasted meat. This time, he didn't even share with Nina, eating it all by himself. Nina didn't know if it was her imagination, but after Victor became smaller, although he retained his past memories, his age seemed to have truly regressed. Many of his actions began to be full of childishness. However, she didn't find it annoying. Instead, she thought it was a bit cute. Especially when Victor fell asleep, looking at his peaceful profile, she suddenly felt that since he was so cute as a child, how could his style have changed so completely when he grew up? Thinking this, she reached out and brushed Victor's fallen blonde hair behind his ear. For Nina, there was no difference between night and day. Even the darkest night could not block her vision. To be more accurate, both vampires and werewolves were actually nocturnal creatures. However, the uniqueness of her bloodline meant that the sun could not affect her. Therefore, whether it was day or night, it could become her home ground under certain circumstances. But she never thought she would use her night vision ability to peep at the sleeping face of the young Victor. Besides, this didn't count as peeping, she was clearly looking at him openly. Thus, while one slept very soundly and the other stayed awake all night, the sun eventually rose from the east. This also meant that Victor and Nina were about to continue their journey. When they set off, the Black Panther, who had already woken up, followed not far behind Nina. When Victor and the others stopped, it stopped. When they walked, it followed. When Victor made a gesture to drive it away, it would look at Nina with a wronged expression and tears in its eyes. Who told me that animals weren't very smart? Though later these Florida panthers almost went extinct, and no one knew or cared if they were smart or not. Watching the Florida panther's shameless behavior and seeing that Nina didn't express any objection, Victor consciously accepted the Black Panther's addition. At the same time, he felt a sense of irony in his heart. These clever panthers easily gained the vampire's sympathy by acting cute and pitiful, yet they later headed toward the brink of extinction due to human hunting and activities. After the Black Panther joined Victor's group, the harassment from wild animals significantly decreased due to the presence of this predator. Furthermore, the task of hunting was also handed over to it. Nina's psychic abilities seemed to allow her to communicate with animals, but Victor wasn't sure if she was using magic or psychic power. But he didn't have the heart to ask more, because now he had to consider how to solve the new trouble he had just encountered. Given that one of his hands was still cuffed with a chain while the other was in a special state of regrowing, and the combination of a beautiful teenage girl with a handsome 7 or 8-year-old boy was likely to give some impulsive people bad ideas and lead them to act on them. So, out of a desire to stay low profile and be responsible for the lives of others, Victor chose to travel through the sparsely populated wilderness toward the west. But he forgot one thing: the Florida Everglades. Looking at the endless marshland appearing on his necessary path, Victor sighed. In his past life, he had entered the military very early, and later he was always flying high and low. Therefore, being out of touch with the ground, he knew nothing about the terrain of his hometown, Florida, in this era. Now it was time for him to pay the price for it. Of course, there wouldn't be any real danger; at most, it would just be a bit of a hassle. Naturally, if he fell into the swamp and sank to the bottom, it would be quite troublesome. But such a situation was impossible because there was a flying Nina in the group. And even if Victor slipped, she could use her telekinesis to pull him out. Sinking to the bottom was impossible. He wouldn't sink to the bottom in this lifetime. However, how to find a path through the swamp was a significant problem. Actually, Victor could have let Nina use her telekinesis to carry him directly across, but that sensation was truly unbearable for him. Finally, Victor turned his gaze toward the Black Panther. He had heard that felines have very light footsteps, so even if it accidentally stepped into the swamp, it should have time to react. In fact, Victor had indeed hit the mark. The Florida panther's habitat did include the Everglades. So, letting the Black Panther lead the way was a good choice. After all, with Victor's physical fitness and abilities, he could traverse any terrain the Black Panther could. Under Nina's command, the Black Panther nimbly leaped across dead branches, trees, and hard ground. It seemed that crossing the swamp was just a small matter for it. Victor followed in its footsteps along the path it took, beginning to cross the swamp. As for Nina, she took the simplest approach, levitating and flying above Victor and the others, following behind them. But clearly, the swamp creatures were not welcoming of their arrival. First, the birds flew everywhere in a panic as they passed, leaving feathers all over the sky. Then various small animals were also startled. One could say it was a chaotic scene all the way in. With the appearance of these small animals, predators unique to the swamp were also drawn in. Although most predators would choose to steer clear due to the Black Panther's presence, there were also some overlord creatures of the swamp that would include it on their menu. For instance, a 5-meter-long alligator wouldn't mind turning the Black Panther into dinner and eating a human child as a side dish. Actually, Victor had originally planned to give the Black Panther a name like Chala or something, but Nina was quite speechless at his bad taste, so Victor eventually didn't persist. However, the name Nina gave the Black Panther made Victor even more helpless. She just called it Xiao Hei. Although Victor didn't like this shameless Black Panther and treated it as emergency rations for when they ran out of food, when an alligator suddenly rushed out of the river and lunged to bite the Black Panther, he decisively threw the iron nail in his hand. Victor's attack posed no threat to the alligator. With his current strength, the iron nails he threw were only enough to graze the skin on the alligator's back. However, the alligator ultimately failed to eat the Black Panther because Nina intervened. Of course, she only saved the Black Panther and did not attack the alligator. She knew that unless he faced a fatal threat or Victor specifically asked, he disliked others interfering in his battles. Facing the 5-meter-long American alligator charging at him with its bloody maw wide open, Victor felt that Nina should actually be a bit more proactive sometimes. However, Nina, unable to use telepathy to read his mind, had no way of knowing Victor's thoughts at that moment. Thus, he could only face this swamp overlord alone, which had fallen into a rage after losing its dinner. In an instant, the American alligator's foul-smelling mouth was right in front of Victor. In this critical moment of danger, Victor leaped sideways from where he stood, landing on a tree about a meter above the ground. Having missed its mark, the American alligator did not give up. Instead, it slapped its tail and charged back again. Seeing the alligator rushing at him once more, Victor did not choose to wait for death. He took the initiative and jumped directly onto the back of the massive alligator. If Victor were a 2-meter-tall adult man, it would have been impossible for him to stand steadily on the alligator's narrow back. But since he was currently only a boy of about 7 or 8, the back of the 5-meter-long American alligator provided more than enough room for him to land. As soon as his feet touched its back, he immediately flattened himself against it. Although only a few days had passed, the hand Victor had bitten off himself had already regrown and fully recovered. It was with this newly grown hand that Victor successfully maintained his balance on the alligator's back. The sharp claws growing from his hands easily pierced through the alligator's dorsal scales and sank deep into its muscles. Once the hooked claws were embedded in the muscle, it would be extremely difficult for the alligator to shake Victor off unless he chose to pull them out. In fact, its own back was a massive blind spot for the alligator. Neither its giant teeth nor its piledriver-like tail could reach its own back. But it did not give up, for it still had one trump card left. After twisting and jumping to no avail, it carried Victor all the way back into the deeper parts of the river. Meanwhile, Victor hadn't been idle on the alligator's back. He kept using the sharp iron nail in his other hand to strike the alligator's back repeatedly. Victor's attacks didn't have much of a substantial effect, but the American alligator's next move was highly effective. Upon reaching deep water, it immediately began a 360-degree death roll. This tactic wasn't usually used to get rid of bugs on its back, but rather to tear apart its prey's body. After all, while an alligator's bite force is strong, its short neck makes it poor at tearing animal flesh. Thus, it needs to use this method to rip the meat from its prey. Consequently, the force and speed of its rotation are quite powerful, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to tear away the tough muscle of its prey. All Victor could do was cling tightly to the alligator's back to avoid being flung off. He felt like a cat trapped inside a drum washing machine, an intense sensation only he could truly appreciate. He also had to give up his original plan to attack the alligator's eyes, as he couldn't spare a hand and couldn't even see where the eyes were. Compared to Victor, who was fighting for his life against the giant American alligator below, Nina was much more relaxed. She even used her abilities to turn herself invisible. As for the Black Panther, Little Black, whom she had rescued from the alligator's mouth, she had already tossed him onto a nearby branch. Meanwhile, at the police station in Victor's hometown, Mr. and Mrs. Creed, having discovered Victor's escape, eventually chose to call the police. After receiving their report, an officer at the town's police station quietly took note of the matter. Returning home that evening, he changed into the classic attire of the hand ninjas and leapt out of his window. Eventually, after passing through several hands, this intelligence reached a man named Romulus. As a mutant with a healing factor who had lived for thousands of years, Romulus's influence spanned the world. Just as widespread as his power was his lineage. The Clyd family, to which Victor belonged, was one branch of his descendants. Therefore, he had specifically hired the Hand to monitor the members of the Clyd family, all for the purpose of finding a descendant who might be born with a healing factor like his own. However, potential possessors of the healing factor are often exceptionally frail and sickly before awakening their abilities. Many times, they don't live to see the day their power awakens, and the probability of this ability appearing is not high to begin with. An exception like Victor, who had been strong and healthy since childhood, was the only one of his kind. In fact, when Victor bit Luther to death, Romulus had already learned of his awakened ability through the Hand ninjas. But he did not come to take him away immediately because what he needed was a cold-blooded, ruthless human weapon. So, he first wanted Victor to sever his ties to family and affection. As for how to sever them, that wasn't a difficult problem. The events that occurred when Victor's ability awakened ensured that his parents could never give him a normal or ordinary childhood. In fact, old Clyd's actions played right into Romulus's hands. The endless beatings and tooth extractions successfully triggered the wildness and bloodlust within Sabretooth. It also caused his remaining humanity to be gradually consumed by savagery and the desire to kill. Interestingly, Romulus did not exist in the universe before Victor's reboot. However, in this universe that evolved because Victor used the Infinity Gauntlet to reboot it, Romulus actually appeared. Although it's unscientific, it's very Marvel. After all, the Marvel Universe is a place where Captain America flies around every day holding Newton's coffin lid. The laws of physics in reality are but the most insignificant part of the Marvel Universe's laws. Upon learning that Victor had actually bitten off his own hand to escape, Romulus remarked that he was indeed his descendant, ruthless enough toward himself, and surely even more so toward his enemies in the future. Thinking of this, he gave the Hand a new commission: find Victor and bring him before him. The Hand and Romulus have a long-standing cooperation. Shortly after these traders from Kunlun left for Japan, they quickly formed an alliance of interests with Romulus. Both parties were entities lurking in the shadows of the world, so it was naturally easy for them to collude. Romulus, possessing vast wealth and formidable personal strength, had always been a major client of the Hand. Whether it was monitoring his descendants or performing shady deeds, Romulus preferred to hire ninjas from the Hand because they handled things cleanly every time. Thus, he also entrusted the mission of bringing Victor back to the ninjas of the Hand. However, neither he nor the ninjas of the Hand knew that what they had to face was not just a young mutant boy who hadn't grown up yet. Just as the Hand's forces in North America were mobilized due to Romulus's commission, Victor finally dealt with the American alligator, Death Roll, beneath him. Although the alligator possessed great strength, its endurance was not outstanding. It was precisely this factor that ultimately cost it its life. However, the commotion from the battle between the boy and the alligator still attracted the attention of other alligators and predators in the river. Consequently, Victor ultimately gave up his plan to eat alligator meat and chose to leave the swamp area as quickly as possible. Nevertheless, it still took their group quite some time, as their pace, while not slow, wasn't particularly fast either. By the time they left the swamp, the Black Panther had put on quite a bit of weight. Food in the swamp was abundant, making its hunting very easy. Moreover, due to the presence of Victor and Nina, no animal could pose a threat to it. After spending some time in such a comfortable life, it had actually grown fat. This also solidified Victor's resolve to eventually drive it away. After all, if he kept raising it like this, it might truly lose the ability to return to the wild. As for how to persuade Nina, Victor had already prepared his arguments. In fact, what they were about to do would be very dangerous, and as an ordinary animal, the Black Panther would likely only end up as a meal. So, on the second night after leaving the swamp, Victor persuaded Nina to let the Black Panther return to nature. Although the Black Panther showed great reluctance, Victor's malicious smile quickly made it realize the preciousness of freedom. "See, I'm the only one who will never leave you. Alright, let's keep moving, the road ahead is still long." After saying that, Victor turned and continued westward. Seeing Victor even walking with a skip in his step, Nina rolled her eyes and followed. Meanwhile, the Black Panther hid on a nearby branch, watching them leave until their figures completely vanished from sight. After leaving the great swamp, Victor began to return his route to the paths commonly traveled by people. He simply couldn't take it anymore. His shirt was already covered in his own blood, and after rolling around in the swamp river with the alligator several times, both his clothes and pants were beyond wearing. Nina, on the other hand, remained as spotless as ever, which was naturally related to her identity and abilities. This was something Victor couldn't help but envy. However, it didn't stop him from looking for a place to bathe, and Nina had no objections to that. After all, she could easily hide her presence, and there weren't many people left in this world who could pose a threat to her. The choice of secluded paths had been because of Victor. Now that he had decided to change routes, she naturally wouldn't object. After all, he was still young, and she wanted to pamper him a little. Facts proved one thing: an elegantly dressed teenage girl traveling through the wilderness with a 7 or 8-year-old boy was indeed an easy target for bandits. Sure enough, less than half a day after Victor and the others returned to the trade route, they encountered highwaymen. The bandits, meanwhile, felt that today was truly their lucky day. From the girl's clothing, they could tell she came from an extraordinary background. After finishing this job, they might save enough money to move far away, live under assumed names, marry, and have children. So they decisively charged down on horseback, firing shots into the air as a show of force. The girl's reaction was exactly as they expected. She stood frozen in place, seemingly terrified. In reality, although Nina had heard Victor talk about such situations, she had never experienced one herself. So she decided to experience it. As for Victor, because Nina had stopped, he naturally stopped as well. It wasn't until the bandits charged right up to them that they noticed Victor's presence. Seeing Victor in his filthy, tattered clothes stained with blood and wearing iron handcuffs, they could tell at a glance he had no money, so one of them casually fired a shot at him. While Victor's reaction was strange, it didn't exceed their expectations. However, in Nina's perception, it was very odd, because after Victor was hit by the bullet, he clutched his chest and flew backward. Not only did blood splatter across her face, but he also let out a loud shout as he was hit. "Ah, I'm dead." Watching Victor lie motionless on the ground, Nina's fair face twitched. She then raised her head and looked at the mounted bandits slowly approaching with guns, her gaze filled with a complex range of emotions. The bandits clearly took her reaction as being in a state of extreme shock, rendering her speechless. After all, it wasn't strange for a normal teenage girl to react this way to such an event. Or rather, no normal person could remain indifferent to a life ending right before their eyes. As they drew closer, the bandits finally saw Nina's face clearly. A flash of amazement crossed their eyes, followed by increasingly lewd and wretched expressions. Perhaps today, along with making a fortune, they could also find a lot of pleasure. In fact, Nina's aura wasn't as charming or seductive as other female vampires. Instead, she appeared somewhat innocent and pure. Yet, there was also a hint of something that made one want to destroy it all. This complex temperament clearly caused this group of already wicked bandits to lose all reason. The first to charge up was the bandits' leader. But just as his hand was about to touch the strands of hair on Nina's forehead, he froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The beggar boy who should have been killed by his shot actually stood up again. His blood-stained face bore a hideous smile, and with the iron chain on his left hand, he looked like a soul reaper returned from hell. The poor robber leader, after being restrained by Nina's telekinesis, was immediately pinned down by Victor, who pounced on him. A rusty iron nail pierced through his neck, puncturing his artery and a piece of flesh. After standing up from the still-twitching robber leader, the remaining robbers decisively chose to ignore their boss's fate and fired frantically at Victor. However, they soon discovered that bullets had no effect on him at all. Meanwhile, Victor's slaughter continued. With a swing and a snap of the iron chain in his hand, he could take a robber's life. After just a few minutes, the robbers were completely wiped out. Afterward, Victor scavenged through the robbers' bodies for a while before climbing directly onto the horse the robber leader had been riding. Then he encountered an embarrassing situation. His legs were too short. Fortunately, this problem soon ceased to exist because Nina sat down behind him. And so, Victor was half held in Nina's arms as they rode along the road. In truth, human life in this era was just that worthless. The robbers' corpses would ultimately only serve as fodder for the beasts. No one would care who they were or where they went. With a horse as a means of transport, Victor and Nina's pace quickened considerably. Soon they arrived at a small town and stayed in a local inn. As for where the money for the inn came from, it was, of course, provided by the friendly support of several robber brothers. The main reason Victor had scavenged through their corpses for so long was for money. As for guns and bullets, they were simply unnecessary. In fact, after entering the town, they had already encountered a group of local thugs who treated them as easy targets. However, under the influence of Nina's mental powers, they were currently at the police station confessing their past crimes to the sheriff. After Victor took a bath and changed into the clothes Nina had bought for him, he finally escaped the life of wearing tattered rags, which made him feel much more comfortable. But he did not know that real trouble had just arrived. When Victor ran away from home, he hadn't hidden his tracks very well. Thus, as master trackers, the hand ninjas soon followed the trail from the clues he had left behind. During that time, they first crossed the wilderness, then traversed the great swamp that Victor and the others had once crossed. Finally, they discovered the robbers' corpses, which had been gnawed to pieces by beasts. Ultimately, 2 days after Victor, they arrived at the entrance of this town. Victor and Nina happened to be preparing to leave. Thus, the two sides met at the town's exit. Of course, at the beginning, Victor and Nina were in the open while the hand ninjas were in the shadows. But the moment they saw Victor, they appeared and blocked the path of Victor and Nina's horse. Looking at the hand ninjas wearing ninja suits, which were almost impossible to see in the Federation of this era, Victor realized that things might not be simple. However, he didn't care too much. After all, he had just used the town's blacksmith shop over the past 2 days to get the iron shackles off his hands. He was just worrying about not having a chance to test his skills, and now someone had actually delivered themselves to his door. Victor pushed off with both hands and then climbed down from the horse on his tiptoes. After standing firmly on the ground, he turned to face the hand ninjas. The hand ninjas upheld their usual tradition and rushed forward without a word. Even though the orders they received were to capture Victor alive, they still drew their sharp blades without hesitation and aimed for various vital points on Victor's body. Victor was not at all surprised by this. Although he didn't know the other party actually intended to capture him alive, he was already experienced with the hand's attack methods and style of doing things. He directly lowered his body and charged back, and before the leading ninja's blade could strike him, he rushed into the opponent's embrace and pierced the man's chest with a tiger claw. In a sense, this could be considered a literal, black tiger steals heart. After killing the leading ninja, Victor casually snatched the katana falling from his hand and parried the slash from a second ninja. Before the third ninja could coordinate an attack with the second, Victor had already discarded the sword and rushed in front of him. As his claws slid across the man's throat, the splashing blood signaled the departure of his life. Victor didn't even spare a glance at the third ninja who died under his claws. He stepped directly onto the corpse and pounced onto the back of the second ninja, who hadn't had time to turn around, then grabbed his head with both hands. With a gentle, forceful twist from Victor, the previously tense body beneath him went limp. It sounds like a long time, but in reality, all of this happened in a mere instant. The death of 3 companions did not make the hand ninjas retreat. Of course, they didn't become more fanatical or bloodthirsty either. As ninjas, they were true killers. As the most typical fodder ninjas of the hand, they had neither emotions nor money. But it was undeniable that they were truly first-class killers. When facing Victor, they might appear fragile and easily defeated, but against ordinary people, they were all experts capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. However, Victor's speed and strength, which far exceeded ordinary people and belied his small stature, made the hand ninjas look like a group of helpless children. Whether it was the shuriken they threw or the katanas they swung, all of them struggled to hit Victor. Conversely, every time Victor launched an attack, he could achieve a lethal effect with a single blow. In fact, what these ninjas were best at was not frontal combat, they excelled most at assassination and tracking. Correspondingly, they were also masters of escape and concealment. So, when they realized they were no match for Victor and their primary mission had already been completed, they directly unleashed a ninja's greatest trump card, smoke bombs. Almost instantly, smoke comparable to a London fog enveloped the entire entrance to the town and showed a tendency to spread throughout the town. For a moment, the town residents thought there was a fire and rushed into the streets to put it out. Meanwhile, Victor began to search for the ninjas' whereabouts in the smoke with exasperation, but to his annoyance, these damned ninjas seemed to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing completely without a trace. However, when he turned around to look at Nina, the angry expression on his face had completely vanished. As he climbed onto the horse and sat firmly, leaning back and feeling the softness behind him, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. After successfully driving off the tracking ninjas of the hand, Victor and Nina were curious why the other party had shown up here and attacked them. Yet they didn't take the matter too seriously. In their minds, the hand wasn't a particularly impressive organization. Though they originated from Kunlun, they were far from comparable to it. After all, they were founded by 5 traders who had stolen Kunlun's treasures. Of course, their strength couldn't be completely dismissed, as they did possess many strange techniques. The most powerful among them was their ability to resurrect the dead. In the Marvel Universe, many big shots can accomplish this, but generally one must be at least Skyfather level or higher. The hand, however, achieved it through their magic. None of that had much to do with Victor at the moment, since he neither needed to be resurrected nor to resurrect anyone else. Besides, he was already in an antagonistic relationship with the hand. He never worried about being defeated by them. Even if he was currently shrunk, it didn't matter, because Nina was here. Even if the hand's 5 fingers clenched into a fist, Nina alone could crush that fist. Victor himself hadn't even noticed that he had developed a slight dependence on Nina. Of course, he couldn't say exactly when this dependence had begun. Most likely, it was around the time he changed his first-person pronoun from I to we when speaking to her. The hand's retaliation came swiftly and silently. On the very day after Victor repelled the tracking ninjas, combat and assassination ninjas tailed his route and launched an assault. Leading these combat ninjas were the very trackers who had narrowly escaped Victor before. They might not excel at direct combat, but in tracking they were undisputed masters. Thanks to their efforts, Victor's journey never slipped from the hand's sight. Of course, that also meant his movements had fallen within Romulus's view. At this point, however, Romulus had no intention of acting personally. He wanted the hand to fulfill the commission and bring Victor before him. He even provided the hand with a vital piece of information. Though he wanted Victor alive, he didn't care whether the body remained intact. He also revealed Victor's regenerative ability, so the hand need not show any restraint and could kill without hesitation. Except for extreme methods like decapitation, the ninjas could employ any technique freely. That was why the trackers had struck to kill the instant they spotted Victor. They knew such attacks couldn't kill Victor, only leave him badly hurt and unconscious, at which point their mission would essentially be complete. Their only mistake was underestimating Victor's combat prowess, though such a miscalculation was understandable. After all, a boy of only about 8, even if he had awakened his X-factor and gained powers, was still limited by age, experience, and insight. Victor couldn't possibly possess extensive combat experience or formidable technique. That was the conclusion the Hands ninjas drew from analyzing his background. What they hadn't foreseen was that within this 8-year-old body resided a 200-year-old old man, rich in combat experience and intimately familiar with everything about the hand. From the start, the ninjas were trapped in a severe information imbalance. Add to that Victor's knowledge of their fighting style, and it was no surprise they were nearly wiped out. Indeed, Victor's strength was greatly restricted by his age, otherwise, no ninja would have escaped that battle alive. Now, facing the incoming combat ninjas of the hand, Victor remained at ease. He knew their moves all too well. When an opponent raised a blade, he already knew where it would fall. When a shuriken was fired, he already knew its flight path. The only thing he couldn't crack was the smoke bomb escape, a causality weapon not easily overcome. Still, Victor could track down those who, though they had left the battlefield, hadn't managed to get far due to insufficient strength. In the fight, the Hands ninjas were shocked to find their adversary intimately familiar with the martial and ninja arts they had honed for years. No matter what attack they tried, Victor dodged at the last second and even turned their strikes into successful counter-kills. Though the Hands ninjas did not fear death, they scorned meaningless sacrifice. Once they saw the mission was hopeless, they chose to retreat. As they snapped their hands downward in unison, the expected smoke failed to appear. Their smoke bombs never hit the ground and thus didn't detonate. Blocking this escape was Nina Price, who had been watching Victor fight from horseback. Until now, Victor had held an overwhelming advantage. So she had merely observed without intervening, and since the ninja's target was Victor, no one provoked the spectator. But when the ninjas tried the old smoke bomb trick to flee after realizing they were outmatched, she had to act. Victor had no reliable way to stop a smoke escape. Though she didn't care about the ninja's assault, she was a bit curious about the reasons behind it. Thanks to that flicker of curiosity, every ninja in this pursuit perished, except the trackers in the distance who had prudently withdrawn early, leaving no survivors. The Hands operation cost them a batch of decent ninjas and achieved nothing, yet instead of anger, they felt wild delight. Victor's performance proved Romulus's intel correct. The Hands analysts now believed Victor was even more gifted than Romulus had claimed. That kind of talent made the Hand itself covet him. If they could capture Victor and successfully brainwash him, then the legendary ultimate ninja, Black Sky, might truly be born. The Hand had produced several Black Skies before, but their powers had always disappointed. They were stronger than ordinary ninjas, yet still fell short of the Hand's expectations, until Victor appeared and gave them hope. So they halted direct attempts to seize him for the moment, but never stopped tracking him. Elite pursuit ninjas were scattered like fleas behind Victor and Nina. Most believed they were well hidden, yet every move was under Nina's surveillance. Her powerful telepathy let her spot lurkers without effort. She didn't eliminate them, though. She only warned Victor once, then did nothing more. As for Victor, he went even further. He ignored Nina's warning entirely, focusing instead on the softness pressed against his back, even thinking that staying like this forever might be nice. Victor's state resembled Ego's when he met Quill's mother. Having tasted love, he was drowning in it, ready to abandon every former goal. Ego's solution had been to kill her, solving the problem once and for all, and in doing so he lost both her and everything else. Victor declared, "Only kids choose, I want it all." Every earthling knows only children demand everything, while adults must pick. But Victor was, in fact, a child, so his claim to have it all was, at least, age-appropriate. Still, achieving that would be a long, hard road, and not as pleasant as he imagined. After all, no sowing means no reaping. Of course, many sow and reap nothing, proof they didn't sow enough, or sowed in the wrong field. More truthful is, sow nothing, reap nothing. If harvest appears anyway, it's surely old Wong next door doing the plowing. Ahem, I digress. With the Hands ninjas gone, Victor and Nina's pace quickened sharply. After a stretch they even abandoned their horses and boarded a train. With Nina's mental help they skipped buying tickets. Naturally, 2 seats they occupied meant 2 passengers left standing, while the rear carriage's exterior was plastered with camouflaged ninjas. Using ninja stealth, they clung to the train's skin, colored identically to the metal. At speed they were nearly invisible. The less skilled ones were flung off, bloodied. As the train slowed for the station they peeled away, avoiding discovery. Victor had expected bandits or Native Americans, yet the ride stayed calm from start to finish. The uneventful journey unsettled Victor. Nina, however, was pleased. At last, no one disturbed their trip. Bandits had indeed eyed the train, but halfway they forgot why they'd come, turned their horses and rode off, wondering who they were. The more stubborn ones, accidentally, fell and were trampled into pulp by their own mounts. Their comrades merely wondered what they'd stepped on before resuming their existential musings. Nina did nothing the whole time, only watched Victor and occasionally sipped her coffee. Opposite her, Victor, bored, longed for bandits to kill, but none appeared. No one even entered their first-class car. To kill time he recalled the paper football Iron Man and Nebula played aboard the ship in Avengers: Endgame. That voyage had been Iron Man's last, yet the tedium mirrored Victor's own. He tore a sheet from the carriage's newspaper and began folding. Nina paid no notice, until he pulled her into the game. Her poise cracked, she had to crouch and form a goal with her hands. Unfamiliar with the rules, she lost badly and endured Victor's bratty taunts. Then the tables turned. No matter what he tried, his shots skimmed past the goal formed by Nina's pale fingers, while she scored effortlessly every time. She didn't gloat, she only smiled. So sweetly Victor decided losing might not be so bad. But joy is fleeting. The train slowed, the station arrived, and it was time to disembark. When Victor and Nina stepped off the train, they set foot on spotless paving. Amid the bustling crowds they felt no crush at all. Everyone simply detoured well before coming close, as though the pair carried an aura of repulsion. A small, circular no-man's land followed them wherever they went. Outside the station the streets and houses were equally tidy. In short, it looked much like the western towns of later movies. In reality, however, this was a major garrison town. Rather than a small town, it was more a miniature city. The real western towns were far from the romantic image. Victor, who knew the difference, understood this perfectly, but Nina, curious about cowboys and frontier settlements, did not. Shaking his head at yet another victim of western films, Victor hired a carriage straightaway for the nearest town, still untouched by rail. Even with a hired rig, the wretched roads of the West meant they did not reach Victor's chosen destination until the night of the third day. The driver had laid in plenty of water and food for himself and his passengers. Naturally, the cost of these provisions was added to the fare. On the western plains, springs and wells at every turn exist only in novels and on screen. Rivers and lakes are real enough, but boiling their water is no simple matter. Drink straight from the stream and you may well swallow whatever refuse, or excrement, someone dumped upstream. Most sickness here spreads through such foul water. Every mile traveled is spent in the company of germs. Many immigrants from the east, knowing nothing of the west, would pull into a town only to be found, all together, the next morning, dead. Even decades later, the old trail west is lined with close-set gravestones proclaiming, "They were here." Nina and Victor, of course, were not fated to join them, yet they still witnessed others meet that end. Some immigrants, pushed to the brink by thirst and hunger, took another path. A few survived to become celebrated gunslingers or outlaws. Far more died in the attempt, most because they kicked the wrong iron. Victor never imagined he himself might one day be that iron. Though the driver was careful, a band of fellow travelers, falling in with them by chance, spotted the food and water aboard. Given a sip and a scrap by Nina's charity, the desperate immigrants seized the rest and planned to enjoy themselves besides. Their thoughts, laid bare to Nina's telepathy, were unshielded and unashamed. Perhaps seeing such darkness is why she clings to her own kindness. She neither helped nor hindered when Victor moved, she simply watched him wipe the attackers out to the last man. Throughout, her face showed nothing. She might have been a finely crafted doll. By the end she had even stopped breathing. When Victor noticed, he flung aside a corpse and rushed into the carriage, then remembered she had no need of breath. About to touch the exquisite girl, Victor saw the fresh blood on his hand and instinctively drew back. Nina caught his hand. With a flick of her wrist the gore and grime vanished from his skin and clothes. That was her secret to perpetual neatness, some spell that scoured him clean. She drew his finger to her lips and took it into her mouth. Victor winced as the vampire girl nipped the tip and drank. The warm, vital blood lifted the gloom that had settled on her. Victor was used to it, after all, he had first offered his blood himself. Now she could stomach no other, any other taste, she said, was simply nauseating. Victor, no vampire, could not tell whether that was excuse or fact, a little lost blood meant nothing to him. He rather enjoyed the feel of his finger in her mouth, but the moment ended, their destination was near. The hired carriage bogged down in a mire, whip as he might, the driver could not move it another inch. Victor climbed out and shoved the wheel free, then, sighting the town ahead, paid the driver to turn back. He and Nina would cover the last stretch unseen, through the air. Only as they neared did Nina understand why. Long before entering the place they caught its appalling stench, on arrival they discovered its source. The town had no public dump, refuse rotted behind houses and in alleys. Donkey and horse droppings piled in the lanes, men spat and urinated where they stood. In the summer heat the reek was suffocating, flies droned in clouds, and dead horses lay in the streets. Far from an adventurer's paradise, it was a hell for any ordinary soul. Before Victor could add further warnings, Nina flashed them away through space, leaving the western town behind. Thanks to Nina's power, she and Victor were instantly transported hundreds of kilometers away from the small town to a great river, an obvious sign of how deeply she had been shaken. Although she'd dragged Victor along, she had no coordinates in mind, she'd simply picked a direction and teleported them both. So their arrival at this river was pure chance, and they never expected to encounter a large Native American tribe there. In fact, the Oglala band hadn't expected to meet two white children by the river either. Relations between the natives and the federal army hadn't yet reached the point of utter hostility. But they were close, so the warriors' first reaction was wariness, until they saw the strangers were only children, at which point they lowered their weapons. In some ways, the natives were far more civilized than the federal government. When the Mayflower reached America, they helped the newcomers survive. The compact signed aboard the Mayflower became the cornerstone of the later Federation, the very root of its freedoms and laws. In short, natives and immigrants built the U.S. together, yet once the settlers were secure, they promptly forgot why Thanksgiving existed and began seizing native lands. Of course, history demanded it, more people needed more land. Still, the tribes hadn't been on guard at first. By the time they realized what was happening, the Federation was already a powerful nation. The world moved on, but the natives changed little. They still followed their ancestors' ways. Finding two lone children, even white ones, they didn't attack, they tried to talk and to help. Yet when a young native stepped forward to speak with Victor, Victor narrowed his eyes, and Nina caught the fleeting murderous intent he hid so well. "Hello, I am Thazuenk Witko. May I help you?" The strong, handsome youth was the chief's son. As a boy he had subdued a runaway horse and earned the name Crazy Horse. Grown to manhood, he grew stronger and wiser, even gaining the strength to wrestle a grizzly. In later clashes with the federal army he began to stand out. His courage made him the leader of the tribe's young men, and, visionary, he secretly learned the white man's tongue and knowledge. Thus it was he who stepped forward to speak with Victor and Nina, for most natives still knew no English. Victor had never expected to meet an old acquaintance here. In fact, he had come west to kill him. Yet when the man stood before him, Victor hesitated. He suddenly had no reason to take his life. Perhaps after so long among the Avengers, influenced by the others, he had developed a conscience. He had meant to settle the matter once and for all, repaying the debt of his upbringing. But looking at the smiling, friendly youth, he found his earlier resolve absurd, to defy fate, yet use history and destiny as excuses to snuff out another's life. While Victor wavered, Romulus, hearing the news, was also torn. The Hand's ninjas had located Victor but failed to bring him in. After the failure, the Hand passed Victor's intelligence to Romulus, and his interest only sharpened. At first he had thought Victor merely talented, now the word was prodigy. A Hand-trained ninja had been unable to defeat an underage Victor. The girl beside him, Nina, also caught his eye. In his original design, Victor should not have escaped yet. Instead the boy had vanished and slipped entirely from sight. Unable to fathom how, Romulus could only assume Nina had helped him. Who was she, to appear now and aid Victor? What did she want? From the ninja's reports, her relationship with Victor was far from simple. Especially the power she had shown, freezing every ninja in an instant and killing them. That eerie strength made Romulus cautious. Though confident in his own potent healing, he would not gamble, life was too precious. Barring mishaps, he could live on indefinitely, and it was this prudence that had let him thrive from ancient Rome to the present. So, after receiving the hand's report, he simply hired them to keep tracking and testing. Any losses would be compensated in full. After all, the wealth Romulus had amassed across centuries was staggering, and the hand, knowing this, did not fear default. Besides, hunting Victor was something the hand wanted anyway, being paid for it was pure profit. Whether they would keep him as their own black sky or hand him over to Romulus, only the 5 fingers of the hand knew. But just as the hand finalized its new capture plan, the tracking ninjas reported that the targets had vanished. Their message stated that the female target had used some mighty spatial power to warp them to an unknown location. After exchanging a glance with Nina, Victor confirmed that her kindness was genuine. This was interesting, he had traveled thousands of miles to kill her, yet she sincerely wanted to help him. Victor suddenly felt it all turn dull, his murderous intent evaporated completely. Still, explaining how the two of them had arrived here remained a thorny problem. The wilderness was never safe, and 2 youngsters suddenly showing up near a Native American settlement was anything but normal. After some thought, Victor chose to tell the truth. He straight up informed the native hero that minutes ago they'd been in a small town, then, in an instant, were teleported here. In that moment he hadn't known what happened. The next second he and Nina were beside their tribe, and now he only hoped to survive this perilous wilderness. In a sense Victor wasn't lying, and his deceptive appearance and age made Crazy Horse believe him. The chief invited them into the tribe, promising native aid. Victor walked in looking perfectly innocent, Nina trailing behind. Crazy Horse's reasoning was simple, however suspicious. They were only children. Once inside, numbers would let the tribe watch them. To everyone's surprise, Victor and Nina simply stayed, slipping into freeloader mode, eating, sleeping, and living with the Native Americans. After a while they even learned the language. As days passed, Victor's mindset shifted. Honestly, he was nearing a breakdown. Living here, he deeply felt how the Native Americans lived in harmony with nature. He realized the Federation was the true destroyer and invader of this land, yet also the choice of the era, since the Federation had won the war. Those who chose harmony with nature ended up a handful of survivors on reservations. As a participant and victor in that war, Victor knew its course and outcome. What he hadn't expected was to relive it, this time likely standing with the losers. He still hadn't decided whether to join the doomed native side, but Nina's preference was clear, she loved this life. In the past she'd often had no choice, now the times had changed. Their dynamic had shifted, once she'd followed Victor's orders, now she influenced his decisions. While Victor wrestled with doubt, far away Romulus issued a new commission. After the hand ninjas lost Victor's trail, the old man had raged helplessly. He soon shook it off and chose to trust the hand again. If they'd found Victor once, they could find him twice. Thus the ninjas spread across the wilderness, using the vanished town as center, searching for the pair. To common folk the wild was deadly, to them it was a comfort zone. The hand ninjas had long lived an awkward existence, harshly trained, masters of assassination, tracking, survival, far above normal humans, yet for lack of talent or whatever cursed reason, far below superheroes. They ended up as disposable extras, mere cannon fodder before hero-villain showdowns and backdrop during them. Still, before the protagonist appeared they functioned fine, and soon they discovered the native settlement. At first they paid it no mind. The plains held countless native tribes, and they'd seen many. They found no direct sign Victor had entered this one, so they miraculously bypassed it and kept probing outward. That doomed their search to failure. Empty-handed, the ninjas again faced raging the hand superiors. They shifted strategy, unwilling to believe Victor and Nina had simply vanished. They focused on the native settlements. They slipped into tribe after tribe, seeking any trace of Victor. Right direction, but like hunting a needle in a sea of hay. Finding him would still take considerable time, too many settlements, and the work was anything but smooth. Having existed for millennia in the Marvel Universe, native tribes possessed some supernatural powers, so the hand ninjas occasionally met disaster. While they searched, Victor and Nina virtually became part of the tribe. At first someone asked when they'd go home, now no one did. They were accepted as tribal members, some still skeptical, but mostly on board. Victor was even invited to join hunting parties. To his dismay he had to stay with the native children. Clearly they took him for a boy and would privilege him thus until he proved adulthood. He considered beating someone up to prove otherwise, but sanity prevailed and he went with the kids to watch and learn how to hunt. While Victor enjoyed his peaceful life, time continued to slip away. Despite the interlude with him and Nina, Crazy Horse still decided to set out on his journey to the white man's towns. However, this time his identity had undergone a slight change. In his original plan, he was to disguise himself as a naturalized citizen to enter a small western town within the Union. This would have meant that the social circles he could access were very limited, restricted to the lower and middle-class western pioneers. But this time, he had the assistance of Victor and Nina. After living in this Native Americans tribe for a while, Victor and Nina had essentially become members. No one questioned their origins anymore. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Ultimately, Nina chose to confess part of the truth to the tribe's current chief, who was also Crazy Horse's father. She told him they were being hunted by ninjas of unknown origin, and if the pursuers ever threatened the tribe's safety, they would leave of their own accord. After all, Victor's original reason for coming here no longer existed. Although she loved this life, she was unwilling to drag the Native Americans' tribe into their affairs with the hand. She also had another consideration: she could sense Victor's inner conflict. She did not want Victor to be embroiled once again in the war between the Native Americans and the Federal Army, so leaving was the only choice. In response to Nina's honesty, the chief showed his own sincerity. He stated that if the tribe could provide sanctuary for Nina and Victor, he would be more than happy to have 2 more members in their great family. Even though they had white skin, the tribe was still willing to accept them. However, if the enemy's strength proved too overwhelming, he could only express his regrets. As the chief of the tribe, he was responsible for all his people. He could not put the rest of the tribe at risk for the sake of just 2 individuals. This outcome was exactly what Nina wanted. She didn't mention that she could actually crush the enemy with one hand. Instead, she explained that the opponent was a massive international dark organization with immense power and influence. After explaining the reach of the hand, Nina proposed her own idea: to use Crazy Horse's departure as an opportunity to leave the tribe with him. This way, they would no longer bring danger to the tribe, and with their help, Crazy Horse could accomplish far more than he could alone. After all, the status and position of a naturalized Native American were currently not very high, but it was different for white people. As long as one possessed enough strength and money, status would not be an issue at all. And these were things the tribe could provide for them. Furthermore, after leaving the tribe, their target profile would be much smaller. At the very least, it wouldn't involve the entire tribe, and escaping would be much easier. Ultimately, she successfully persuaded the chief, using a few small tricks in the process. In fact, Nina was already quite proficient in using her mental abilities to subtly influence those around her. Anyone meeting her for the first time would subconsciously harbor a certain amount of goodwill toward her. As time passed, this favor and goodwill would continue to increase. In truth, the fact that they were able to integrate and be accepted into this Native Americans tribe was largely due to Nina's telepathy. She wasn't the only one who used her mental powers this way. The White Queen similarly used such methods to make those around her believe she was always at the peak of her beauty. As for the actual situation, perhaps only she herself knew. Since this ability carried no subjective malice, it was difficult to detect or trigger an opponent's vigilance. Except for a very few powerful individuals who also possessed strong telepathy, few could perceive this influence. Thus, Nina found it very easy to use. Of course, this ability was not without its flaws. If the target harbored hostility and suspicion toward her from the start, its effect would be negligible. In such cases, Nina would need to adopt more direct methods. Either use other abilities to kill them, or use powerful telepathy to break through their mental defenses and completely control their thoughts. In fact, most of the time, she chose to destroy her enemies physically. It was simpler, or rather, it better suited the style she had learned from Victor. Of course, this didn't mean her use of telepathy was weak. She was, in fact, a master in that regard as well. It was just that she rarely used it most of the time because she seldom participated directly in combat. Without realizing it, she had actually become incredibly powerful. Even after the reboot, her abilities remained unaffected, making her far more powerful than the current Victor. She might even be able to kill Victor easily. Of course, she wouldn't try it. Nina, possessing such formidable power, used only a slight mental influence on the chief, and the poor old man was successfully bamboozled by her. Once the chief was persuaded, Crazy Horse's opinion became less important. Of course, Crazy Horse didn't have much of an objection anyway, aside from being slightly dissatisfied that he would essentially become their butler. After all, his ideal identity was that of a naturalized Native American adventurer. Of course, the so-called adventurer was merely an identity he had imagined. In reality, most naturalized Native Americans played the ignoble role of mercenaries. After naturalizing, they accepted employment from the federal army and armed settlers, turning their weapons and pointing their guns at their former Native American compatriots. Naturally, conflicts between various tribes were also mixed into this. In fact, at this time, Crazy Horse also harbored the idea of using the federal army's strength to strike at rival tribes. It wouldn't be until one day that he would finally realize the Union didn't want to eliminate this or that specific tribe. From beginning to end, the only thing they wanted to eliminate was the Native Americans as a whole. It was precisely because the later Crazy Horse understood this that he would begin trying to unite all Native Americans to deal with the invasion from the federal army and armed settlers. However, he eventually failed and chose to compromise, ultimately losing his life and the lands his tribe had inhabited for generations. And this time, just as he embarked on his journey, the shadow brought by the westward expansion of the Union began to approach once more. Shortly after leaving the Sioux tribe, Victor and Nina arrived at a nearby federal town. Although called a town, it was actually one of the strongholds for the federal garrison. Only in this way could it avoid becoming a gathering place for filth and trash. Moreover, order was maintained, and transportation was very convenient. However, it also brought other problems, such as once again entering the site of the hand ninjas. But this was one of Nina's goals anyway, so it wasn't considered a hassle. Furthermore, she was starting to get tired of dealing with these ninjas directly. After all, as a lady, she didn't want to become as violent as Victor. As for Victor at this time, although his reason told him he was no longer a child, his body was very honest. If he didn't find someone to fight or destroy something every day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. And his choice of opponent was always fixed, the young Sioux chief, Crazy Horse, who was as handsome as the god Apollo. The not yet fully grown sabretooth, in a situation where they weren't fighting to the death, was slightly inferior in strength to Crazy Horse. Although Crazy Horse had not yet received the blessing of the Pantheon to become Red Wolf, he was born with Herculean strength. He could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with a bear. At this young age, Victor was naturally not his match yet. It was only because of his self-healing ability and his innate claws and fangs that he had a chance to win when fighting for his life. After all, there was a big difference between sparring and a life-and-death struggle. Sparring could last a long time, while a life-and-death struggle often ended in an instant. But whether it was a life-and-death battle or friendly sparring, both could soothe the fighting impulse in Victor's bones. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't tried looking for Nina, but the outcome was not pleasant. He practically had no chance at all and was immediately lifted into the air by telekinesis. Victor couldn't even manage a struggle. The only things he could move were his two eyes. Then, like an exquisite doll, he was controlled by Nina to strike all sorts of poses and movements. Seeing his actions starting to lean towards a shameful display, he decisively called a halt to the battle. Although Nina looked like she hadn't had enough, she still decisively released her telekinetic control over Victor. Victor, who had been held high by telekinesis, landed steadily on the ground after a backflip. He had realized that fighting Nina now offered him zero chance. Her suppression of him was all-encompassing. Aside from her telepathy, her other methods could easily wound or subdue him. Yet she specifically chose the ability that caused the least harm but was also the hardest for him to escape. Victor wouldn't believe it if there weren't some petty intentions of Nina's involved. Therefore, after trying once, he decisively chose to continue friendly sparring with Crazy Horse. It was also after speaking with the chief that Victor and Nina dared to show how they differed from ordinary people. Previously, to avoid the suspicion of the Sioux tribe members, they had always behaved like ordinary people. After being candid with the chief, they naturally needed to display some things that were different from normal people. Otherwise, they couldn't explain how they had remained safe and sound while being hunted by the hand. This is likely how every lie requires more lies to cover it up. Fortunately, covering lies is not a difficult task for a telepath. In fact, this is also why telepaths are easily resisted and guarded against. They can twist an opponent's senses and will. When a person can no longer trust their own senses and will, it is a terrifying thing. In fact, Professor X in the Ultimate Universe has done such things. For example, to make Iceman stay as a tool for the X-Men, he erased Iceman's memories of his girlfriend so he could focus on X-Men missions. Even after defeating Magneto, he wiped the other's memories and completely controlled his life. These actions almost caused the X-Men of that universe to disband. From this, it is evident how terrifying the consequences can be when a telepath begins to use their powers improperly. However, for Nina, she didn't care whether her use of power was proper or not. For the longest time, Victor's standards were her standards. But now, Victor clearly lacked the ability to make judgments. Watching Victor playing happily with Crazy Horse in the yard, Nina confirmed this once again. Although Victor wouldn't admit it, his personality, words, and actions were all developing in a way that fit his current age. This was perhaps the consequence of interrupting his long growth period when he ran away from home back then. When he returned to a growth phase again, he truly entered a period of development, puberty, once more. Of course, he himself had no awareness of this, but Nina had already discovered it. As a half-vampire who looked like a young girl and actually was one, she believed she was much more mature than the current Victor. So, she decided that until Victor grew up again, she would be the one in charge. Regarding this point, Victor had actually reached a consensus with Nina. After rebooting this universe, Victor originally had many plans. However, due to the sudden changes in his psyche and values, he fell into a brief period of confusion. He didn't know how to be sure if what he was doing now was another trap arranged for him by fate. One could say he was trapped in a mental loop of his own making. His dissatisfaction with the past had given him the idea to start over. Then he successfully achieved it, but while experiencing it all, he felt a severe sense of unreality. Because no one can ever truly start over completely, not even him, who rebooted the universe. The gap between reality and his conception caused him to doubt himself. In truth, there was no such thing as fate, it was just Chuyinibiu delusions produced by him returning to his Chuyinibiu years. As a mature mental entity returning to his youthful body, the differences between the two would cause them to spontaneously merge and align. And since a mental entity ultimately exists as an attachment to the body, as time passed, the current Victor began to become increasingly Chuyinibiu and bratty. He wasn't entirely unaware of this himself. Although he noticed the discrepancy, he had no solution. Therefore, he handed the decision-making power for their future path to Nina, the only person he could currently trust. Just like that, under Nina's plan, they disguised themselves as immigrants from the East and bought a house with a garden in the town. As for the original owner of the house, they had long since succumbed to one of the 10,000 ways to die in the West. Furthermore, the original owner had left no information regarding relatives, otherwise, the house would not have been put up for auction by the town's court. In fact, when Nina produced a large sum of money to buy the house, many people harbored ill intentions. However, after Crazy Horse tossed the corpses of these individuals out of the manor the next day, no one dared to target her again. This wealthy young girl, accompanied by a young boy and a Native American bodyguard, quickly became a topic of gossip in the town. Cowboys and drunks discussed her identity and origins boldly in the bars, but when they actually encountered her on the street, they had to bow and keep a respectful distance. Several reckless fools had already proven, at the cost of their lives or permanent disability, just how formidable this girl's Native American bodyguard was. Perhaps that was exactly why she hired him as a bodyguard and butler. Crazy Horse's status as a butler was only discovered and spread after the mayor paid a visit. In this era, although there were not many white people who employed Native Americans, there were still quite a few. After a series of military defeats, many Native Americans chose to accept federal assimilation for the sake of survival. They abandoned their original beliefs and culture, began to receive federal-style education, and worshipped God. They often appeared on the battlefield as mercenaries and assimilated ones. It was not uncommon for immigrants to hire Native Americans as bodyguards, but it was very rare for one to serve as a butler. Or rather, the mayor had only ever seen it once, here with Nina. However, the professionalism and fluent English displayed by the other party left the mayor in awe. Had it not been for his skin color and features, he would have thought he was looking at a professional butler from Britain. The reality, however, was that Nina had used her telepathy to hypnotize Crazy Horse, making him believe he was a butler from Britain and instilling a series of related knowledge into his mind. That sensation was certainly not pleasant, but it was miraculous enough. At the very least, for Crazy Horse, he indeed mastered the skills and knowledge of being a butler through such means. But the feeling of his own consciousness being replaced was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. This also caused him to keep a respectful distance from Nina in the days that followed. He even began to suspect at one point that the Hand was the righteous organization, and that capturing Nina and Victor was meant to stop her from using this evil ability on others. Just as Crazy Horse couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, the Hand ninjas finally tracked Victor and the others' trail all the way to this small town. In fact, their original search of the Native American tribes and western towns had already approached the edges of the Sioux tribe. It was because of this that they were able to discover the tracks of Victor and the others so quickly after they left the tribe. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Nina and the others didn't do much to hide their trail. Otherwise, as a master of tracking and counter-tracking, Victor still had ways to avoid being tracked by the Hand ninjas. Even in his current state, only his personality was affected. The skills and knowledge from before the reset were still preserved. This was why he could contend with Crazy Horse, whose physical attributes currently crushed his in every aspect. Furthermore, through their friendly sparring during this period, he had discovered a secret about the other man. That is, although Crazy Horse had not yet officially become the Red Wolf, he must have already been chosen by the Pantheon. This was because his current physical fitness was simply not something an ordinary person could possess, unless he had grown up eating jinkla. Obviously, he couldn't have grown up eating jinkla, so the fact was clear. To prevent their chosen Red Wolf from dying before he could grow up, the Pantheon had bestowed a portion of the Red Wolf's power upon Crazy Horse in advance. This resulted in Crazy Horse having innate divine strength since childhood despite never receiving systematic training, and being able to master a vast array of combat techniques without a teacher. Moreover, during the sparring with Victor, he could quickly master the various combat techniques Victor used through imitation. It was precisely because he benefited greatly from Victor's endless stream of fighting techniques that Crazy Horse never tired of playing combat games with the child Victor. On Victor's side, he used this process to continuously release and feel the wildness contained within his body. Although he had once merged with his wildness, he now had to do it all over again. Victor had realized that after he rewound time, it wasn't just his body that was rewound, even his mental state had been reset. Being able to retain his memories was already a stroke of luck. After all, even for Thanos to use the Infinity Gauntlet, a significant price had to be paid. Not to mention that the changes Victor made were no less than creating a brand new world. He had lost almost all his abilities and items, leaving only his innate mutant power and Nina Price, whom he had specifically protected well. As for the Reality Stone, it was a pure surprise, like getting a free phone with a mobile plan. Furthermore, there were many more far-reaching effects that had not yet manifested. However, these effects were already beginning to show, such as the appearance of Romulus and the early encounter with the Hand. The occurrence of these events also made Victor sense the differences in this timeline, or rather, this universe. It was because he recognized these things that he chose to abandon the plan to kill Crazy Horse. He had realized that the Native American youth before him was never his enemy. In fact, after letting go, the relationship between Victor and Crazy Horse began to improve rapidly. Both were typical violent types, so they actually had a lot in common. Especially after the two began their friendly sparring, such topics became even more frequent. One day, just as Victor was once again fighting Crazy Horse in the courtyard, several shurikens suddenly shot out from the surrounding trees, aimed directly at their vital points. Almost the instant the shuriken were fired, the two, sensing the approaching danger, reacted swiftly. Crazy Horse, who was already standing on the ground, easily dodged the series of shuriken aimed at him. Meanwhile, Victor, who was in midair with no way to maneuver, was directly riddled like a sieve and fell to the ground. The moment Crazy Horse saw Victor fall, his eyes turned bloodshot. He finally realized his previous mistake. An organization that could ruthlessly attempt to kill a child without hesitation was certainly not a righteous one. Of course, he was still mistaken about one thing: Victor was never just an ordinary child. Just as all the Hand ninjas launched an attack on Crazy Horse, Victor, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. The sharp claws on his hands effortlessly pierced the back of the necks of two the Hand ninjas passing by him. With a forceful squeeze and a yank of both hands, the two ninjas' spines said goodbye to their bodies. Although the hand ninjas paid for their carelessness with the lives of two companions, as emotionless killers, they did not descend into chaos. Instead, they quickly reorganized their formation. Several the hand ninjas who were originally prepared to attack Crazy Horse turned around and charged toward Victor. Interesting. Victor watched the hand ninjas charging toward him, cracked his neck, and then charged back. As Victor twisted his neck, the shuriken that had been embedded in his back fell to the ground with a series of clangs. Small wounds like these posed almost no threat to him anymore. The shuriken fell to the ground precisely because they were pushed out as the wounds on his back healed. Without Nina's intervention, Victor and Crazy Horse could not gain an absolute advantage against the large number of the hand ninjas. The two sides traded blows, and the situation reached a temporary stalemate. As for the other side, another group of ninjas was responsible for attacking Nina, who was reading in the study. However, any ninja who entered the study never reappeared. After dealing with the ninjas attacking her, Nina did not go to assist Victor. Instead, she continued to sit quietly in the study reading her book. She knew Victor needed a good outlet to vent. Furthermore, she didn't think Victor and Crazy Horse would be unable to handle these attacking the hand ninjas. However, the reality was slightly different from what she expected. Victor and Crazy Horse were actually struggling a bit. Nina's impression of Crazy Horse's strength came entirely from Victor's descriptions. After arriving in this timeline, she hadn't paid much attention to him, so she wasn't clear about how strong Crazy Horse was during this period. As for Victor's condition, she was very clear about it. Ordinary cold weapons could almost no longer pose a fatal threat to him. The reason she said almost was that he could still die if he were decapitated. While Nina was reading, the battle between Victor's side and the hand ninjas had reached a fever pitch. This time, the hand had dispatched the elite of their elites. Their coordination was perfectly synchronized, a result of years of rigorous training. Surrounded by the ninjas, Victor and Crazy Horse were like trapped beasts in a net. Although their attacks were equally lethal to the ninjas, whenever they targeted one, the others would provide cover and force them back into the center of the circle. Once they were forced back to the center, the ninjas began attacking them with grappling hooks and shuriken. This tactic momentarily left Victor and Crazy Horse in a dilemma, trapped in a dangerous situation. But Victor soon found a way to break through. He glanced at Crazy Horse, who had just blocked a shuriken for him, and then revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "I have a great idea to solve this trouble. But I need your cooperation." "Well, can I trust you, big brother Crazy Horse?" Although he was quite disgusted by Victor's malicious attempt at being cute by calling him Big Brother Crazy Horse, given their friendship over the past few days, he still nodded at Victor, indicating he could be trusted. Then, Victor's next action greatly exceeded his expectations. Victor attacked the hand ninjas once more, but this time, he didn't choose to dodge the coordinated attacks coming from the other ninjas' flanks. Two sharp katanas instantly pierced Victor's skin, stabbing through his ribs and emerging from his back. However, Victor seemed not to feel it at all as he still lunged at his original target. Following a miserable scream, the ninja's originally orderly formation instantly fell into chaos. The moment Victor was stabbed, Crazy Horse roared and charged forward. While Victor slaughtered his target, Crazy Horse simultaneously crushed the windpipes of the hand ninjas who had plunged their katanas into Victor's body. After killing the hand ninjas, Crazy Horse immediately looked at the stabbed Victor. However, Victor did not collapse as he had imagined. The boy, his face covered in blood, sneered as he pulled the katanas out of his body. His actions caused blood to spurt even more, blurring his eyes. However, his actions were enough to prove he was fine. After breathing a sigh of relief, Crazy Horse began to use the opportunity Victor had created to completely disrupt the hand ninjas' formation. The hand ninjas were also stunned the moment Victor was stabbed. This was because the orders they had received were to bring Victor back alive. The Elder's exact words were that even if they all died, they had to find a way to bring Victor back alive. Therefore, the attacks they had launched earlier, while seemingly dangerous, were not truly lethal. Moreover, their primary target was Crazy Horse. Thus, Victor had struck at the ninja's weakness. As Crazy Horse launched his counterattack, Victor narrowed his eyes and sneered, beginning to brandish the katanas in his hands. Although blood blurred his vision, it did not hinder Victor's attack. Furthermore, he preferred the feeling of acting on combat instinct, though that didn't mean he had no need for sight. Getting blood in his eyes was a small matter. he just had to wipe it away. While he wiped his eyes with his left hand, his right hand was already raising a katana to block an attack from the hand ninja. In truth, these two katanas were a bit long relative to his current height. However, as a master of cold weapons, whether a weapon was a bit longer or shorter didn't have much of an impact on Victor. The moment he finished wiping his eyes, he plunged the katana in his left hand into the chest of a ninja attempting a sneak attack from behind. Then, with a backhand strike, he sliced the hand ninja in front of him, along with the ninja's blade, into two pieces. Wielding dual blades, Victor was like a small, silver top radiating the aura of death, spinning through the courtyard and harvesting the lives of every the hand ninja. After leaving a ground full of corpses, the ninjas decisively chose to retreat. Although they were not afraid of death, meaningless sacrifice was a serious waste of the hand's valuable resources. Then Crazy Horse went to the town's police station to report the incident. The sheriff, after receiving the report, arrived at the manor. He was also quite shocked to see the ground covered in corpses. Although the West was very chaotic at this time, with murders and various deaths occurring frequently, such large-scale attacks and deaths generally happened when Native Americans and bandits launched attacks in the wilderness. It was very rare for such large-scale casualties to occur in a small town. Furthermore, after the sheriff removed the ninjas' masks and saw the Asian faces revealed beneath, he fell into deep thought. Although both Native Americans and Asians belong to the yellow race, there are still some differences in their appearance. These corpses lying on the ground clearly belong to Asians. Moreover, their attire was very similar to a certain profession unique to that East Asian island nation the sheriff had visited long ago. At that time, he was still serving in the Federal Navy, crossing the Pacific to the west in search of wealth and colonies, reaching distant Asia. Among the island nation's army that resisted their invasion back then, there were assassins mixed in with this kind of attire. Of course, the great Federal Marine Corps still emerged as the final victors. However, looking at the corpses before him, the sheriff couldn't help but recall the elusive assassination methods of those ninjas he had once encountered. Judging from the injuries on these bodies, they either died from cold weapon slashes or had their necks and torsos snapped by brute force. According to the testimony of Crazy Horse and Victor, these people had invaded their home and attempted to kill them. Therefore, they were forced to fight back and accidentally killed their opponents. Looking at the gruesome corpses on the ground, the sheriff actually scoffed at the so-called claim of accidental killing. Another point of suspicion was that the manor's true owner, Miss Nina Price, said she had been reading in her study the entire time and had not been harassed at all. The sheriff's inspection of the study also matched what Nina had said. Aside from her, no traces of anyone else having entered were left behind. But according to the sheriff's understanding of these ninjas, such a thing was impossible. After giving the manor's butler and masters a deep look, the sheriff ordered his men to clean up the corpses on the ground. After taking them to the cemetery for burial, he bid farewell to Nina and left. The sharp intuition he had developed over years of work told him that the story behind this matter was definitely not simple. But this also meant great risk and a return that was not necessarily guaranteed. In the end, the sheriff decisively chose to follow his heart, minimizing the matter and turning it into nothing. Anyway, in this era, a few deaths in the West were nothing special. Although the number of people this time was a bit high, who cared? No one would truly investigate how these people died, especially since they were likely monkeys from some island nation in East Asia. The purpose of Crazy Horse going to report the incident was actually just to get the police to come and help collect the bodies. The order in this town was slightly better than in other towns due to the presence of a nearby garrison. But in truth, it wasn't much better, it was just that there were no large-scale robberies or attacks. Various shootings and deaths still emerged in an endless stream. During his time staying in the town, Crazy Horse gained a full understanding of the federal government and the immigrants. They carried bandit-like genes in their bones and would try every possible means to get what they wanted. Whether that thing belonged to their compatriots, Native Americans, or even their own government didn't matter. They advocated that personal interests were paramount, and the so-called government was merely a product of compromise created to protect those personal interests. Government officials were also usually bribed and bought by the town's wealthy residents, becoming their spokesmen and lackeys. Although there were still a very small number of immigrants with a sense of justice, overall, such people were a tiny minority. The mainstream of the Federation in this era was the development and expansion of the West. It was precisely because of this that Crazy Horse finally realized one thing: there was no possibility of reconciliation between the Federation and the Native Americans. If the Federation wanted to stand tall internationally and reach the summit of the Blue Planet, it could not give up on the expansion and development of the West. And the Native Americans would likewise not give up the lands and homes where they had lived for generations. Unless one side completely fell, the war between the Federation and the Native Americans would not stop. After recognizing this point, Crazy Horse made a resolution in his heart. He had to unite the Native Americans, otherwise, a single tribe or even a few tribes would be no match for the federal professionalized army. This was especially confirmed after the mayor personally visited to invite Nina to invest in the town's newly built railway a few days ago. That newly built railway was an extension further west based on the railway already completed in the town. The main purpose of building this railway was to better transport the federal army and immigrants further west. And this newly built railway just happened to need to pass through the territory of a Native Americans tribe. This tribe belonged to the Cheyenne tribe, which was not the same tribe as Crazy Horse's Sioux. However, Crazy Horse's mother was a member of the Cheyenne tribe, which was one of the reasons he was able to receive the favor of the Pantheon. The Cheyenne tribe before them, although not his mother's original tribe, still belonged to the Cheyenne people. Facing the relocation request proposed by the federal government, the tribe's chief chose to refuse. And this was great news for the federal army officer responsible for the negotiations. Because according to the orders they had received, if the other party refused to relocate, they could use force to compel them to leave. And this meant war, and war meant military merit. He was already impatient to add something more to his shoulders. After hearing the news that war was about to break out, the town hall issued an invitation to the town's wealthy residents. They were invited to observe how the federal army would expel those Native Americans invaders and maintain railway safety. As a wealthy resident and one of the major shareholders of the railway, Nina was naturally among those invited, and the mayor personally visited to invite her. Of course, the reason the mayor chose to visit in person was that he had a son who appeared to be around the same age as Nina. Nina did not choose to refuse the mayor's personal invitation, but instead took Victor and Crazy Horse to attend that observation assembly. As for the mayor's mention of introducing his son to her, she completely ignored it. Then, on the day of the observation assembly, Crazy Horse witnessed a one-sided bloody carnage of a Native Americans tribe by the federal professionalized army. In the eyes of the federal officers and soldiers, this was a war. They had eliminated the enemies of the Federation and reaped a full measure of military merit and glory. In the eyes of the spectating citizens, this was a displacement of the primitive by civilization, the federal army protecting their interests. It allowed the railroads to pass through federal lands without hindrance, bringing them wealth and land. But in the eyes of Crazy Horse, who was one of the Native Americans, this was a naked carnage. The federal army had not issued a formal declaration of war before launching an attack directly on the Native Americans tribe. The soldiers rode on horseback, using the guns and sabers in their hands to kill every living thing they saw. They didn't care at all whether those they killed were warriors or civilians, nor did they care if the other party was a child or an adult. Perhaps in their eyes, these were nothing more than military merits. Crazy Horse also noticed that the vast majority of the spectating citizens wore excited smiles. Only a tiny minority of immigrants showed looks of being unable to bear the sight. As for the government officials and tycoons, they continued to talk and laugh freely. It was as if what was happening before their eyes was not a carnage, but a play. Watching all of this, Crazy Horse only felt the fury in his heart surging continuously. Just as he was completely unable to restrain himself and prepared to step forward to stop it all, he suddenly found that his body could not move. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. What made him even more furious was that those officials and merchants, after discovering he was also one of the Native Americans, began to look at him intentionally or unintentionally, letting out strange, ambiguous laughter. By the time the federal army finally withdrew, the entire Native Americans village had been turned into a sea of fire. The leading officer assured the mayor that no life in this Native Americans tribe could have survived, so the new railroad the Federation was about to build would be absolutely safe. Looking at the village that had already turned into a sea of fire, the flames of revenge ignited in Crazy Horse's heart. But at this time, he had completely calmed down. No matter what he did now, he could not bring back the lives of these Native Americans, so revenge became the only thing he could do for them. Having calmed down, Crazy Horse also thought about why he had suddenly been unable to move. It was clearly Nina's doing. The power possessed by this young girl was mysterious and powerful. Controlling him and making him completely unable to move should not have been a very difficult task for her. Although he knew the other party acted out of kindness, he still found it hard to accept. Because she was not one of the Native Americans, she could not feel the same way he did and experience all of this with empathy. He could understand her kindness but could not accept such a method and outcome. If she hadn't stopped him, perhaps he could have saved 1 or 2 children. Clearly, Crazy Horse had been stimulated by this event to the point of being somewhat obsessed. Therefore, as soon as he returned to the manor, he intended to bid farewell to Victor and Nina. He felt he could not go on like this. He had seen through the essence of the Federation and was going to unite his tribesmen to fight for the protection of their home. However, as soon as he expressed his intention, he noticed a hint of danger in Victor's eyes. After all, in the previous timeline, Old Clid had met with an accident because Crazy Horse had run off to organize a great unification of the Native Americans. Now that he wanted to do it again, Victor had to put certain matters back on the agenda. Just as the atmosphere was about to become dangerous, Nina suddenly spoke. "I think you still haven't grasped the essence of this matter. Even if you unite all the Native Americans, you won't be a match for the federal government's army." Nina's words deeply stung Crazy Horse's heart. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the facts he had seen were indeed like that. Although the federal army attacked without declaring war, it wasn't that the Native Americans' tribe didn't want to launch a counterattack. However, their weapons and way of fighting were simply too backward. In fact, as far as Crazy Horse knew, the victories achieved by Native Americans in large-scale conflicts with the federal army on the frontal battlefield were few and far between, almost non-existent. "Even if it is as you say, we must still fight on. Because this is our home, our land, and the place where we are buried. We were born here, and we will die here." From Crazy Horse's tone, one could hear how firm his determination was. Victor's gaze also began to grow increasingly dangerous. Although Crazy Horse felt strange about Victor's sudden killing intent, he also began to secretly be on guard. He even included Nina within the scope of his guard. Because from the beginning, Nina had come to their tribe together with Victor, it was obvious the two of them were on the same side. "Actually, I have a better idea, but you'll need the help of one person to achieve it. Pure violence cannot solve your people's problems. You need someone who can help you negotiate with the federal government. And I happen to know such a person. He is also one of the Native Americans and is also a chief. His name is John Ross, the chief of the Cherokee, and perhaps he can give you some of the help you need." After saying all this, Nina signaled that Crazy Horse could leave and even blocked Victor's further actions. After glancing at them, Crazy Horse turned and left the manor where he had lived for nearly a year. Crazy Horse's departure did not cause much of a stir. Although Victor and Nina were a well-known wealthy family in town, they had always lived in seclusion and rarely interacted with people. Even the fact that they were very wealthy only spread through the town after they bought one of the largest manors and became major shareholders in the newly built railroad. However, after Crazy Horse left, Victor and Nina did not stay in the town for long either. In fact, from Crazy Horse's observation of this so-called work to his departure, everything was within Nina's plan. She had truly had enough of this third wheel between her and Victor. In fact, she had started planning from the moment they left the Native Americans' tribe. She was neither willing to let Victor get involved in the war between the Native Americans and the Federation, nor did she want to lead a less than stable life with Victor. Of course, if she could also help these Native Americans who had accepted her and Victor along the way, that would be even better. That was why she had orchestrated the current situation, and things were developing step by step according to the course she had designed. Ever since leaving the Native Americans' tribe, Nina began planning how to help the Native Americans without letting Old Clid's tragedy repeat itself. Initially, her plan was to have Crazy Horse find a way to integrate into the federal system, but she quickly discovered that the West in this era was more chaotic than she imagined, and the discrimination against Native Americans was far more severe. Even after Nina became a famous manor owner in the town and earned the awe of most residents, Crazy Horse, as her butler, was still discriminated against by the lowest-class immigrants and cowboys, let alone the white people with some status. In fact, many times, they hinted strongly that Nina should replace this unsightly savage Native American. Realizing this, Nina decisively abandoned her original plan and sought other methods. In fact, she had been reading in the study during this time, looking for a new solution. She actually found a very interesting example: the former Cherokee tribe located in the South. The Cherokee tribe established a comprehensive agricultural society, and its economy developed toward maturity. They even created their own national literature and passed written laws in 1808 that combined elements of Native American law and U.S. law. In the following days, the Cherokee Council also issued a constitution modeled after the neighboring federal states, declaring Cherokee an independent nation enjoying complete sovereignty. Furthermore, they passed laws stipulating that any member of the Cherokee Nation who transferred land to white people without tribal approval would be sentenced to death. They even once secured a ruling from the federal Supreme Court allowing them to retain their territory and nation. However, they ultimately failed, and under the conspiracy of the then federal President Jackson, they were driven out of their homeland by the federal army. The then Cherokee chief John Ross was also forced to migrate to the west, residing in seclusion in Little Rock, Arkansas. Although he was in seclusion, his hostility toward the federal government did not diminish in the slightest. After all, his wife also died on the migration route that Native Americans called the Trail of Tears. In fact, when Crazy Horse left, Nina did more than just give him advice. She also used her telepathy ability to implant a suggestion in his mind. She made him follow the plan Nina had outlined from the start: first, search for John Ross, and then rally the various Native American tribes. Negotiating and fighting simultaneously, only in this way could the Native Americans truly have a chance to gain the qualification and status for equal dialogue with the Federation. Of course, the most crucial part of this psychological suggestion was preventing Crazy Horse from venting his anger by attacking federal civilians. In fact, on another timeline, Crazy Horse would lead Native Americans to attack the town where Victor's family lived, largely as an act of revenge for the massacre of Native American tribes. In fact, it was precisely because of their attacks on civilians that the Federation became even more convinced that Native Americans were savages. Both sides entered a vicious cycle of mutual attack and slaughter until the Native Americans were finally defeated and confined to the reservations designated for them by the federal government. Nina's actions were tantamount to giving the Native Americans a different possibility. The prerequisite, of course, was that Crazy Horse could truly accomplish everything he intended and successfully influence all the Native American tribes. Naturally, as Red Wolf, chosen and blessed by the Native American pantheon, and the protector of the Native Americans, this was simply his destined mission. Victor did not ask much about everything Nina had done, but after Crazy Horse left, she still took the time to explain everything to him in great detail. After listening to Nina's account, Victor stared blankly for a moment before replying with a simple good. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He only considered that if Crazy Horse caused trouble again, potentially threatening his parents on this timeline, he would have to kill him. And if Crazy Horse didn't cause trouble, then he should stay and continue being Victor's sparring partner. In other words, Victor had completely relegated Crazy Horse to the role of a practice dummy. In fact, it wasn't just his personality that was affected. His memories also began to blur. Simply because he had lived long enough, the first memories to be affected were the insignificant ones. But as these memories faded, the more important memories in his mind finally began to be affected. It was at this moment that the reality stone, which had been hidden inside his body, suddenly stirred. The reality stone, already on the verge of shattering, completely broke apart. When Victor saw this, he thought it had simply died. But he noticed that the dark red flowing light radiating from the dust of the shattered reality stone seemed to be absorbing something. Looking at the reality stone transformed into another state, Victor suddenly felt the loss of memory stop, and the memories that had faded began to return. Moreover, he keenly perceived that the power of the reality stone was gradually strengthening. Although it was only a tiny bit, Victor, who was tightly integrated with the reality stone, could still sense it. Although he didn't know the reason, it was always good if the situation improved. Furthermore, since Crazy Horse had already left, there was little point in them staying here any longer. And conveniently, since his condition had improved, it was time to settle the score with the elders of the Hand Ninjas, who were annoying like flies. In fact, one other thing made him very curious. How did the Hand Ninjas appear on federal land so early, and with such a clear target, himself? Did this mean that Wolverine Logan was also encountering the same situation? Or perhaps, was Wolverine Logan's family tragedy back then caused by someone manipulating things behind the scenes? In the original timeline, the hand ninjas did not come looking for Victor, so he had no way of knowing what was going on. But this time, since they had come knocking, Victor had no reason to let them off. Victor decided to chase them to the hand headquarters in Japan and ask the 5 fingers of the hand who was behind the scenes, instructing the hand ninjas to mess with Sabretooth Victor. When the peddler responsible for delivering goods to Victor's manor arrived, he found the place deserted. By then, Victor and Nina had already boarded a ship bound for Japan. 7 years had passed since the Black Ships incident. At this time, Japan had been forced to open its doors under the military pressure of the Federation and the Great Powers. However, there were still several years until Japan's Meiji Restoration, the era of reform. At this moment, Japan was on the eve of change, and the entire country was in turmoil. The local natives regarded foreigners arriving on their land with both awe and hostility. This contradictory mindset was directly reflected in Victor's and Nina's experiences. The merchants at the port looked at the boy and girl, who seemed to have no guardians. They even hesitated, not daring to approach to inquire or sell their goods. However, they didn't hesitate for long, because they suddenly realized that the girl accompanying the boy had simply vanished right before their eyes. Of course, Nina wasn't using her invisibility ability, which only allowed her to become invisible. She used another method. She hypnotized everyone around them, making them subconsciously ignore her and Victor's presence, thereby achieving an effect similar to invisibility. In fact, after leaving the town, Nina used this ability most of the time to hide their tracks. Victor was responsible for erasing any traces they left along the way, to avoid being tracked by the hand ninjas. The cooperation between the two greatly increased the difficulty of the hand ninjas tracking Victor. However, it did not exceed their capabilities, so they continued to follow the clues they found, tailing Victor's footsteps, and eventually made their way to the port. The ninjas initially didn't know why Victor had come to the port, but they faithfully relayed the information, though they had only just sent the message back to Japan using magic. The hand ninjas lurking in the Japanese domestic ports reported that they had found traces of Victor and Nina. Although they found it incredible, it was indeed true. Victor and Nina's exposure at the port was, in fact, somewhat intentional. In the Federation, choosing to hide their tracks was to prevent the hand from discovering their objective. Once they arrived in Japan, whether their objective was exposed or not was irrelevant. Furthermore, finding the hand's whereabouts in their own territory was not an easy task. After all, the hand, which originated from Kunlun, has been a secretive dark organization for hundreds of years. Although the strength of most ninjas is insufficient compared to beings like Victor, they have always appeared as formidable opponents when facing superheroes like Daredevil. And even Wolverine has stumbled at the hands of the hand. Moreover, given that the hand ninjas could still track Victor after he had covered their tracks, it shows that the hand still has some capabilities. Otherwise, Romulus wouldn't have entrusted them to bring Victor to him. Neither he nor the hand expected that they wouldn't catch the person, and instead, Victor would come knocking on their door. In fact, the moment they discovered Victor had arrived in Japan, the hand's higher-ups were ecstatic. After all, such a good thing as a target actively delivering themselves doesn't happen often. They had never considered what gave Victor the confidence to do this. In fact, Victor's and Nina's whereabouts being exposed so early was somewhat beyond their expectations. According to Victor's original plan, they were supposed to leave the port, reach a suitable location, and then cause some trouble to attract the hand's attention. However, Nina did not encompass a very large area when using her psychic abilities for hypnosis. This led to the hand's ninjas spotting them from a distance. Because they had caused the hand considerable losses multiple times, their identity information and appearance were on file at every hand branch, and ninjas were required to be familiar with their physical characteristics. And after the hand ninjas in the Federation tracked them all the way to the port, the elders of the hand, who received the news, demanded that the hand ninjas worldwide begin to monitor their whereabouts. It was not long after that when news came from the local port about the discovery of the target. This can only be said to be a consequence of Victor and Nina's own actions. The impression they left on the hand was simply too profound. Since the 5 fingers escaped from Kunlun and established the hand, they have rarely suffered repeated losses from the same target. Victor, as such an existence, naturally attracted their attention. If it were back during the first attempt at capture, only the ninjas carrying out the mission and Romulus's subordinates would have known Victor's appearance. After all, it was a covert mission then, and no one thought kidnapping a kid would be a problem, even if the employer had said the kid might be special. However, after the first capture attempt failed and the dispatched ninjas disappeared without a trace, the Hand's higher-ups truly became interested in this somewhat special target. A kid who could defeat the Hand ninjas definitely couldn't be an ordinary kid. If they could capture him and train him well, he might even become the legendary Black Sky. Of course, this plan could not be discovered by the employer, Romulus. Otherwise, not only would the Hand's reputation in the mercenary world be ruined, but they might also get into considerable trouble. After all, Romulus is not someone to be trifled with, and their cooperative relationship has existed for over 100 years. Just from the fact that both parties are ancient beings, one can conclude that neither is simple. In fact, this was the basis for their cooperation. Neither side fully understood the other's true strength, so they dared not easily betray each other. Although there might have been some minor clandestine actions, they were all harmless. However, Victor's appearance caused the first crack in this long-standing tacit understanding. As the British adage goes, there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. In the face of sufficient profit, most allies are unreliable. Clearly, Romulus and the Hand were of that unreliable sort. Romulus didn't detect the Hand's ulterior motives. And he hadn't initially paid too much attention to Victor. After all, Victor wasn't the only mutant with a healing factor. However, the strength and potential Victor displayed after defeating the Hand's ninjas were enough to warrant his attention. Of course, at this time, he did not include Nina in his assessment. In fact, Victor's strength at this time was not enough to deal with the entire Hand. If the Hand had sent a few more elite ninjas, they could have truly captured him alive. But his woman was different. As a being who had developed to a later stage, in this early period without world-ending villains, the Hand was completely fodder. The first to notice something was amiss with Nina were still the Hand ninjas, because they were the ones who truly attempted to capture Victor and engaged him in combat. After their encounter, they quickly discovered the problem. While the target's strength exceeded expectations, it wasn't to the point where the mission was impossible. However, the strength of the girl beside the target far exceeded their imagination. In fact, they hadn't discovered the limit of her strength even by the time they retreated. She could resolve all of them just by standing there motionless. After the intelligence was sent back, the reply from above was that the opponent possessed an ability called telekinesis. It was an ability to move objects and attack merely by thought. Of course, this ability was not without weaknesses. It was not much different from ordinary strength, and as long as a certain threshold was exceeded, its restraints and control could be broken. As for what that threshold was, only heaven knew. At least this Hand ninja knew that his companions who were crushed to death certainly didn't fall into the category of being able to break that threshold. Although he knew it was likely a one-way trip, when the mission began again, he went without hesitation. And predictably, he also didn't reach that threshold. But their sacrifice was not meaningless, for the Hand elders finally reached a conclusion: the opponent's telekinesis had exceeded the level that the Hand ninjas could break. Then they began to formulate a new plan, to send two groups of people. One group would be responsible for capturing Victor, while the other would be responsible for containing Nina. But no sooner had they devised the plan than news arrived that the target had mysteriously disappeared. Their tracking ninjas completely lost the target's trail after tracking them to a western town full of trash and waste. Subsequently, they conducted extensive searches of the surrounding area, even using certain secret tracking techniques. But they still found no clues, as if the target had suddenly vanished into thin air. Ultimately, they had to shift their focus to the surrounding Native Americans' tribes and began to search them one by one. However, almost an entire year passed without any discoveries. Just as they were about to give up, news of the target's sudden reappearance came again. The other party had indeed entered a Native American's tribe, and it was hundreds of kilometers away from the town where they had disappeared. This indicated another problem: the target likely possessed some ability for instantaneous long-distance displacement. This meant that the difficulty of capture would increase even further. So this time, the Hand ninjas did not rush to take action again. Instead, they began to observe the target from a distance, and then they discovered that there was another person with the target. Although his attire was no different from ordinary Federation citizens, from his appearance, the other party was clearly a Native American's. Moreover, this Native American's strength was not weak, he could spar with the target and gain the upper hand. This caused the hand's capture plan to be postponed once again, until they finally assembled enough manpower and found the right opportunity. It was a clear afternoon. Nina was diligently reading in the study behind the courtyard, while Victor was in the front yard sparring with Crazy Horse daily, multiple times. With a command from the Jonin in charge of the operation, the hand ninjas split into two groups. One charged directly at the target, while the other stealthily approached the study, preparing for a harassment operation. Initially, the capture team's operation went smoothly. With coordinated formations, the Native Americans and the target were quickly suppressed in the center, and successful capture of the target would only be a matter of time. However, the situation with the harassment team was rather strange. Instead of making too much noise, there was no sound at all. In fact, the Jonin in charge watched his subordinates climb in through windows and other openings one by one, but after they entered, they were never heard from again. After the last ninja of the harassment team also disappeared into the window, the Jonin wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He then turned his gaze to the capture team, telling himself that as long as that woman didn't come out to interfere, the harassment team's mission was a success. After all, the harassment team's job was originally akin to a suicide squad. They were facing powerful beings whose strength far exceeded their own. They had to keep the opponent occupied until their comrades in the capture team successfully apprehended the target. They came prepared not to return. And so, they truly never returned. Even their bodies were directly teleported hundreds of meters underground by Nina. How to evaluate Nina's actions? One can only say she's a good person, she kills and she buries. Just as the Jonin was unsettled by the strange situation of the harassment team, the capture team also ran into trouble. They almost killed the target, but in fact, they had been deceived by the target. Watching the target nonchalantly pull two katanas from his body, spilling blood everywhere, the Jonin, Shin, knew things were about to go wrong. And the subsequent developments did not surprise him. The capture team was also suppressed and slaughtered by the opponent. Reluctantly, he had to give the order to retreat. However, not long after their mission failed, the observing ninja sent a message: the Native Americans had left alone. Just as they shifted their main attention to the Native Americans, fearing it was a ploy by the target disappeared once again, which infuriated Shin. But soon good news arrived. This time the target hadn't vanished into thin air, and the tracking ninjas had found clues left behind when they departed. Thus, they tracked them all the way to the port, and then sent the target's information along with the news of their disappearance at the port back to the Hand's headquarters. It was precisely because of this intelligence that the Hand headquarters ordered all Hand operatives in ports, including those in their homeland, to raise their vigilance, ultimately discovering Victor's and Nina's whereabouts. Then, at their next destination, they arranged a big surprise for them. When the Hand ninjas appeared within Nina's range of perception, she was still somewhat startled. It didn't align with her and Victor's expectations. It was a bit too early. Almost the instant Nina discovered the ninjas, Victor guessed they had arrived from the subtle change in her expression. Victor, however, wasn't surprised by this. After all, he still had some understanding of the Hand's capabilities. Moreover, he had a half-baked idea to follow the example of a certain blind man, take out the Hand's high-ranking officials, and then lead the Hand himself. As for the Hand, they actually had a similar plan. They intended to capture Victor, summon the beast, and make him its vessel to lead the Hand. In fact, the origin of the Hand in this timeline was no longer the same as the original. Their leaders weren't the 5 elders who escaped from Kuanelon, as Victor had assumed. Their history stretched back even further. 800 years ago, a group of ninjas, thieves, and assassins formed the organization to fight against the feudal rulers of the time. In other words, they were once synonymous with freedom fighters and justice in that era. The reason they were called the Hand was that the founder, Keijinobu Yoshioka, originally wanted to unite the 5 islands of Japan, just as 5 fingers clench into a fist to form a combined force, hence naming his organization the Hand. He attempted to use the Hand to declare war on the feudal class that ruled and oppressed Japan, but shortly thereafter, he was murdered, and the Hand fell under the control of the Viper clan. This clan fanatically worshipped a primordial demon, the Beast. From that moment on, the beast became the source of all supernatural power for the Hand. The nature of the Hand transformed from fighting for freedom and justice to searching for a vessel for the beast to descend into the mortal world, the black sky. The origin of the beast was not simple either. It was a being born after the elder gods, close in power to Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Representing the evil of humanity, it once possessed Daredevil in the comics, driving everyone in New York into a frenzy. And now, its servants, the controllers of the Hand, the Viper clan, had decided that Victor would become its vessel. They believed that a black sky with Victor as the vessel would be more powerful than ever before. Actually, Victor wasn't completely unaware that something was wrong with the Hand. In fact, in his original timeline, the Hand ninjas would leave behind corpses after being killed. But now, after those ninjas died, they all turned into a cloud of ash, leaving only their weapons and clothes behind. In the town, the corpses collected by the sheriff's men were actually just empty sets of clothes. It was simply that Nina had modified their memories and perceptions, making them believe those were corpses. If someone were to dig up those graves now, they would find that the ninjas' bodies had vanished without a trace. As for Victor, although he hadn't expected the Hand ninjas to arrive so quickly, he didn't really care when he fought them. Since they had come early, he would just finish them off early. With this thought in mind, Victor met the Hand's first attack on local soil with a cold sneer. For a Victor exerting his full strength, dealing with these Hand ninjas was no difficult task. His strength and speed were in no way inferior to theirs. Although members of the Hand had undergone ninjutsu training and were skilled in striking, grappling, assassination, evasion techniques, and sabotage, Victor was equally skilled in these areas, perhaps even more so. In fact, Victor had already mastered the most powerful combat skills in the Marvel world. Every part of his body could become a sharp tool for killing, and he could turn anything he grabbed into a lethal weapon. Wielding his sharp claws, Victor was like a true sabretooth on the hunt. His movements were wild yet possessed a feline elegance, and every attack was fierce and fatal. The ninja's sharp blades could only barely graze past him every time, unable to harm his body in the slightest. This was perhaps a case of a miss is as good as a mile. According to Victor's old style, he would have chosen to take a few hits and then simply steamroll through them. While getting injured himself, he would snap their necks or tear them apart. But he was still in a growth phase. If he lost too much blood and his nutrition couldn't keep up, it would be troublesome if he ended up stunted like the comic book version of Wolverine. You see, in the comics, Wolverine was teased by Spider-Man as Shorty Wolf. It was clear that height had become a lifelong sore spot for the comic book version of Wolverine. Victor didn't want to experience that feeling himself, so he slightly adjusted his fighting style. Though still wild, he wasn't as reckless. He tried his best to avoid any blades he didn't have to take. His current tactic was to constantly weave through the gaps between the ninjas, slashing their throats with his claws as he passed by. Naturally, with this style of fighting, the opponents quickly found a way to counter it. The Hand ninjas dispersed again, surrounding him in the center and attacking with long-range weapons like bows and arrows. In response, Victor chose to leap high into the air, dodging the shuriken and arrows fired by the ninjas, and then pounced on one of the ninjas in the front row. After snapping that ninja's neck, he turned and jumped onto the back of another ninja who was trying to sneak up from behind, coldly plunging his claws into the man's throat. After Victor instantly killed two of their companions, the ninjas' original formation could no longer be maintained. The other ninjas near the two who were killed drew their melee weapons and rushed forward the moment their comrades fell. Then they followed in the footsteps of their two companions, dying under Victor's claws and turning into ash. Although Victor's claws weren't as long as Wolverine's, which could be used to block beams or slashes, they were effective nonetheless. However, they also made Victor's attack style more flexible and varied. Consequently, Logan, whose attack patterns were relatively stiff, was often suppressed and beaten in his encounters with Victor. In this skirmish with the Hand, Victor pushed his flexible and varied combat style to the limit. Abandoning his previous tactic of trading injuries, he began to fully utilize his superhuman reflexes and physical attributes. Ultimately, he was actually imitating the fighting styles of those superheroes who lacked a healing factor. However, his weapon wasn't a shield or anything like that, it was his own claws. Of course, he didn't just use his claws. He was equally proficient with the katanas and other miscellaneous weapons he had snatched, using them to kill as if they were extensions of his own arms. Although the Hand's initial goal was just to conduct a small probe of Victor, the results exceeded their expectations. The Hand ninjas were as fragile as paper before him. The strength he displayed in this battle far exceeded the descriptions in the intelligence from the Federation branch. According to that intelligence, even if he teamed up with another Native American, they would be suppressed by an elite ninja detachment. But the combat power he showed in this fight meant that even alone, he was capable of wiping out an entire elite ninja detachment. The high-ranking members of the Hand knew that the intelligence from the Federation couldn't possibly be fake. That left few possibilities: either Victor had been hiding his strength before, or his personal power had grown by leaps and bounds during this period. Regardless of which it wasn't a bad thing. After all, the more excellent the vessel for it, the more satisfied their master would be, wouldn't he? As for the possibility of failing to capture him, they never even considered it. Because even if they couldn't succeed in capturing him in the end, they still had ways to turn him into a vessel for the beast. However, besides the capture, there was another issue to resolve: the other person who also wanted Victor, Romulus, the employer who had issued the capture mission. In fact, from the beginning, Romulus's targets weren't limited to sabretooth Victor. The future Wolverine Logan was also one of his targets. It was just that he valued Logan more, otherwise, he wouldn't have personally orchestrated the tragedy of Logan's family. As for Victor's side, he had merely hired a few ninjas to come and capture him. After issuing the mission, Romulus devoted all his attention to directing the domestic drama of Logan's family. Naturally, his focus on Victor's side decreased significantly. Although Victor occasionally showed flashes of brilliance and was accompanied by an unknown figure like Nina, Romulus didn't divert much energy. On one hand, he trusted the Hand's strength; on the other hand, for him, once he had Logan, Victor was practically expendable. It was only after the Hand's multiple failures that he gained a bit of interest. But in the end, he still decided to properly train and cultivate Logan, because from the first moment he saw Logan, he had a premonition that this child would definitely not be simple in the future. In fact, Romulus's intuition wasn't wrong: Logan, who would later become Wolverine, was indeed far from simple. However, he didn't realize that the Victor he disregarded was even more extraordinary. After all, how could he have imagined that while the exterior looked exactly like the Victor of this universe, the person inside had been completely replaced from the inside out? Victor's act of modifying the timeline didn't truly change history; instead, it created an entirely new parallel universe. And because of his own unique nature, this universe wasn't just a parallel universe of the one he had first traveled to. This was why he had to pay such a steep price that even the Infinity Stones cracked. To protect itself, the poor Reality Stone had to let Victor take the place of this universe's Victor so that he wouldn't be rejected by this universe. In truth, this was also because Victor hadn't fully considered the consequences of his actions. He only wanted to modify history and ensure Nina remained unaffected. He hadn't expected that in the derived history, that Victor would no longer be himself. But then he placed himself into this modified history, and that's where the problem arose. Under normal circumstances, he should have been rejected by this universe, much like the other Spider-Men from different parallel universes appearing in the Spider-Verse. Because essentially, he didn't belong to this universe. He was forcibly placed here by the power of the Infinity Stones and the Infinity Gauntlet. Nina, on the other hand, had gained an identity in this universe at the moment it was derived. In other words, Nina was equivalent to a native of this universe, while Victor was a stowaway. However, after sensing the rejection from this universe, the Reality Stone triggered its self-preservation reaction. It forcibly modified the reality of this universe, allowing Victor to replace the existence of this universe's Victor. As a price, not only did it crack itself, but Victor also became the state that Victor should be in this universe. Even with such a price paid, this universe was still subconsciously correcting Victor because he possessed memories he shouldn't have. However, this force of reality correction didn't just correct Victor, it also allowed the weakened Reality Stone to recover. The Reality Stone, having caught its breath, immediately and unceremoniously absorbed all the correction power. It then began to perform a reverse correction on its master and host. Of course, all it could correct was Victor's memory. As for his other abilities and weapons, they had said goodbye to Victor forever. Victor was unaware of all the above. He thought his current situation was a normal consequence of restarting history. He believed this universe was the original universe after his restart, which was why he still thought the leaders of the hand were the 5 fingers composed of the 5 elders from Kuanelon. However, as time passed and he saw the ninjas turning to ash upon death, Victor began to realize that something was slightly off. The scene of the hand ninjas turning to ash after death was somewhat familiar to him, but it didn't come from his memories after transmigrating as Sabretooth. Instead, it was from the scenes in the comics he had read before his transmigration. Because of this, after Victor dealt with the last hand ninja sent to test him, he watched the gradually dissipating remains and suddenly said to Nina, "I feel like something is wrong this time. If you sense that things are going south, use your spatial teleportation ability immediately and take me out of this country." Nina was somewhat surprised by Victor's sudden instruction, but she didn't ask why. She was used to it. If he said so, there must be a reason. She didn't need to understand the details, she just needed to do as he said. Looking at Victor, who had clearly regained his composure and no longer seemed like a child, Nina thought to herself. Just as Victor began his preparations, the hand finally made up its mind to have a proper negotiation with their employer, Romulus, regarding the matter of Victor. When the hand sent an envoy to treat with Romulus, the ancient king, hidden architect of Logan's life, was lounging on his throne, chin propped on one hand, listening to a report on Logan's progress. The sudden arrival of a hand ninja told him, without guessing, that it concerned Victor. Honestly, by now he was absorbed in the pleasure of scripting Logan's life and had lost interest in Victor. Out of courtesy, however, he looked to the messenger from the hand to hear what news had been delivered. This time, one piece of information truly surprised him. The first report was the usual: the capture operation had failed again. Frankly, Romulus no longer expected success, and he currently lacked the time and energy to hunt Victor himself, so he accepted reality. Just as he waved to dismiss the ninja, the next word spoken sparked his keen interest. "The elders wish to make a deal. Sell us the target of your contract. We will return the full commission and pay a sum that will satisfy you." Romulus was startled by the hand's sudden proposal, though he guessed the reason: repeated losses on Victor's account had cost them dearly. What they wanted with Victor's ownership was either revenge by killing him, or a desire to claim his abilities for themselves. Given the hand's brainwashing methods, the latter seemed more likely, or perhaps kill first, then resurrect and indoctrinate. As a centuries-long partner, Romulus knew the hand possessed a mature resurrection system. Through dark sorcery they could raise the dead, warping the revived into utterly loyal servants. Though Romulus cared little for Victor, that did not mean he would hand him over easily. Even a disregarded prize was still his. If the hand wanted him, they would have to pay. After delivering the elders' terms, the ninja stood silent below the throne, awaiting Romulus's answer. After careful weighing, Romulus decided, since the hand wanted Victor so badly, let them have him. They had cooperated for hundreds of years, and, conveniently, he needed their help with Logan's education. Thus, without Victor's knowledge, Romulus sold him to the hand. In exchange, the hand would give full cooperation in Romulus's scheme to mold Logan. Neither party bothered to ask Victor's opinion. In their eyes he remained nothing but property. As for Victor, the subject of the deal, he surveyed the empty clothes and scattered weapons, rubbed his right wrist with his left hand, and remarked, "I barely touched you and you all fell over." Nina's brow twitched at his words, but she ignored them and raised a more pressing matter. "You've been fighting so long it's almost dark. If we don't find shelter soon, we'll be sleeping in the wild again." A lady of taste and refinement, Nina did not mind the outdoors, yet preferred a roof when possible. "So we head back to the port. Since the hand's ninjas have appeared, the next batch won't be far behind." Victor's plan was simple: with the hand here, their original itinerary was void: return to port, rent decent lodgings, and wait for the next ninja squad. But Nina did not agree. She continued along the road ahead. After a moment's pause, Victor followed. Since shrinking, their dynamic had shifted, from Victor's absolute dominance to a peculiar balance. Both noticed the change yet could not label it good or bad, each still indispensable, only their household status altered. Victor welcomed the shift. Before, Nina had acted like a tool, obeying every command. Now she voiced opinions and feelings, becoming more human than instrument. He seemed to forget she had never been human, half high-purity werewolf, half vampire, by any measure, not a person. And in many matters she showed cold inhumanity, cleansing insiders or dispatching Victor's foes without hesitation. Yet when making her own choices she revealed another side, willing to help others, even the Native Americans who had sheltered them. It hinted at a human streak. Previously she'd managed Victor's organization or remained locked in Clyde Manor, rarely meeting ordinary people. From the start of Victor's training, her contacts were anything but normal: freaks, sorcerers, would-be world conquerors. After the Scarlet Witch incident her life simplified, abandoned by family, taken in by Victor. His existence became her reason to live, reducing her to a tool. At first Victor failed to notice. He was no keen observer, but time revealed the problem. He realized Nina was simply too useful, so useful it felt unnatural. Though she was a vampire, the problem wasn't her species but her sense of self. Only then did Victor notice the issue, and he tried to change Nina Price's state of mind. After all, he wasn't a monster. Turning subordinates into tools wasn't his style. So, whenever nothing urgent demanded his attention, he cracked jokes with her, took her shopping, and sampled cuisine from around the world. For Nina, who could teleport through space, none of this was difficult, though at first the results were limited, and such chances were rare. Victor was usually swamped, but he gradually changed, bringing her along on missions. Their relationship began to shift from that point on. When a beautiful girl who knows you inside out and is willing to give everything for you appears at your side, any man, Victor included, would be moved. Besides, no other woman occupied his heart then. He was merely a bit slow. Nina Price wasn't much better. After all, she had no concept of romance. That they ended up together could only be called fate and Victor's initiative. By the time she moved into Clyde Manor, explanations were pointless. Even after that, Nina still behaved nothing like a normal girl. Most days she spent reading in the Clyde Manor study. To accommodate her, Victor expanded the library until it became a miniature library, then waited for him to return so she could look after his daily needs. During that period, Nina showed no trace of the ruthless underground leader she had been. Victor worried something was wrong, but found no issue. Only when Victor nearly regressed into a reckless brat and left decisions to Nina did he see the problem. She had hidden herself completely in his shadow. Every choice she made, every action, prioritized Victor's benefit above all. She had never considered what she herself wanted. This time, because the universe's correction disrupted Victor's thoughts and perceptions, he had to hand choice and decision over to her, letting her do as she wished. Moreover, Nina could tell that acting according to Victor's current will might not truly serve his real interests. So she began trying to do what she wanted, partly under his orders, partly because the desire had always been there, merely suppressed. She arranged to stay with the Native Americans, experiencing a stretch of quiet, natural life until the hand ninjas entered her sensory range. Then she chose to leave. As she departed, she made decisions to help the Native American tribe and amend Victor's past regrets, setting off the chain of events that followed. After parting ways, Crazy Horse, under Nina's subtle mental nudge, did seek out the Cheyenne tribe elder and persuaded him to come out of retirement. He then won the Cheyenne tribe's trust, passed their trials, and earned the Pantheon's recognition, becoming this generation's Native American guardian, Red Wolf. With the title Red Wolf, he ceased being merely the son of a Sioux chief and became the guardian and nominal leader of all Native Americans. This leadership is currently only in name, yet it gives him cause to rally and unite every Native American. In the war against the federal government, Native Americans lost for many reasons, traitors and intertribal strife among them. Crazy Horse's emergence lets the tribe set aside grudges and unite against their common enemy, the federal government. The Red Wolf identity is acknowledged by the gods worshipped by every Native American tribe. It is called the Pantheon because each god corresponds to one tribe's faith. Now the Pantheon's gods have reached consensus. For Native Americans to endure on this land, they must abandon old hatred and unite against a shared foe. The moment Crazy Horse gained the Pantheon's approval, every tribe's shamans received revelation from their gods. A new Red Wolf had appeared. Consequently, save for a handful of tribes, most showed little hesitation when Crazy Horse called. Under his summons, countless Native American tribes left ancestral lands and began migrating toward the alliance he had founded. At first, the federal government rejoiced at the tribe's relocation, even providing water, food, and resettlement funds to these stubborn holdouts. But when similar reports arrived from across the nation, the federal government realized something was wrong. Analyzing every tribe's route, they found a shared destination: the Sioux Grand Alliance. This left the federal government in a quandary whether to intercept. Driving Native Americans back to their original lands did not serve federal interests either. Ultimately, the military made what they deemed a brilliant decision, one that would cement Crazy Horse's stature in every Native American heart. The military dispatched an elite cavalry unit to launch a surprise strike on Crazy Horse's alliance. Destroy the endpoint, they reasoned, and the scattered remnants would be easy pickings. Just as the Federation was descending into chaos, the Hand successfully reached a consensus with Romulus. As long as they could capture Victor, they were free to dispose of him as they pleased. It was because of this that, the Viper clan, finally made up their minds to deploy all of the Hand's elites. This time, they were determined to bring Victor back and turn him into the Hand's Black Sky. Meanwhile, by the time the Hand ninjas attacked again, Victor and his companion had already found a place to stay and settled in. Somewhat surprisingly, they were able to settle in this village without using Nina's abilities. The local lord was named Morimoto Kasu. Although he was proficient in English and Western culture, he was a highly traditional samurai. He strictly followed the lifestyle passed down by his ancestors and considered this traditional and harmonious way of life to be sacred and inviolable. Regarding the foreign girl and boy who arrived unexpectedly at his village, there were some minor conflicts with his samurai at first. However, he eventually accepted these guests after they expressed that they meant no harm. Furthermore, he found it very interesting that a mere boy could defeat his arrogant brother-in-law. One must know that while his brother-in-law's strength was far inferior to his own, he was still a samurai who had undergone years of training. However, the talent and strength displayed by this youth left him quite astonished. That wild yet elegant fighting style, reminiscent of a king of the jungle, piqued his interest greatly. He once wanted to take the boy as his disciple, but Victor showed little interest. Nevertheless, Victor also sensed that the strength of the samurai before him was far from simple. After settling in, Nina began learning the lifestyle of the village women. Meanwhile, Victor was taken by Morimoto Kasu to the samurai training grounds to train alongside his men. Morimoto Kasu's original intention was for such an atmosphere to spark Victor's interest, but it ended up with Victor unilaterally thrashing the samurai. Strictly speaking, the strength of these samurai wasn't weak. The worst among them had the strength of an ordinary ninja from the Hand, while the stronger ones were even more powerful than the Hand's elite ninjas. Perhaps this was the reason why the Hand had failed to completely seize control of the Japanese government. The strength of the samurai under the shogunate and the daimyos was not inferior to theirs, and some powerful samurai might even be stronger. For instance, Morimoto Kasu, standing before Victor, possessed strength that absolutely could not be underestimated. During his battles with the samurai, Victor also used a katana. Or rather, Victor tried out every weapon he could find there. It was only then that Morimoto Kasu discovered the boy's proficiency with these weapons was at a master level, not at all inferior to his own years of devotion to swordsmanship. This caused Morimoto Kasu's original thought of taking a disciple to vanish, replaced by a desire to challenge Victor. At his level, finding a worthy opponent was no easy task. People with his level of strength were generally regional lords or high-ranking officials. It was impossible for them to go around challenging others every day. Furthermore, the outcome of their battles often represented more than just themselves. Therefore, when Victor appeared, his hands began to itch for a fight. However, he found it difficult to take the initiative to challenge him, as the other party was still just a child. If he were to issue a challenge rashly, he would be suspected of bullying the weak, which did not align with his values or status. But a month later, when he saw Victor alone, holding a wooden sword and pressing 7 or 8 of his samurai all the way back to the edge of the field, he finally couldn't help himself. Victor also sensed his fighting intent and was the first to issue a challenge. Morimoto Kasu readily agreed and casually picked up a wooden sword that had been knocked to the edge of the field. The moment he gripped that wooden sword, his originally refined and easygoing temperament vanished. What Victor felt was a sharp aura of decisive slaughter. With every step Morimoto Kasu took forward, his momentum continued to surge. By the time he reached Victor, his aura would reach its peak, and he would strike with his most powerful blow. Victor felt nothing for this unique way of fighting, building up momentum to overwhelm the opponent before striking instantly. This was because he could interrupt the opponent's momentum build-up at any time. Even though his beastly instincts were constantly sounding an alarm, the slightest movement would trigger a storm-like assault from the opponent. However, that kind of attack that relies on volume to win was actually meaningless to Victor. While an ordinary samurai might indeed be defeated by the accumulation of minor injuries in battle, Victor, possessing a healing factor, could repair such wounds instantly. Yet Victor still chose to allow the other party to build up his momentum and power to strike that most threatening blow. They were currently sparring with wooden swords, after all, not fighting a life-or-death duel. However, when Morimoto Kasu actually unleashed that strike, its power exceeded Victor's imagination. The wooden sword he used for parrying was sliced directly into 2 pieces, and amidst the flying wood chips, Victor was knocked onto his backside by the immense force. Looking at the wooden sword stopped right in front of his forehead, Victor knew he had been too careless and had overestimated his current physical state. He paid the price for his arrogance. Though it was only a spar, it was something he needed to reflect on seriously. If the opponent had been holding a real katana instead of a wooden sword, and if the strike hadn't stopped but had instead severed his neck or split his head open, he really couldn't guarantee he would have survived. While Victor was dazed, the Ashiguru responsible for patrolling the village outskirts suddenly sounded the alarm. The ninjas of the hand had finally found them. This time, however, they did not hide their tracks but came openly to the village entrance. Furthermore, not many of them came, only a few ninjas. In fact, they weren't there to attack, but were representing the hand to speak with Morimoto Kasu. They were well aware of Morimoto Kasu's identity. So they hoped Morimoto Kasu would hand over Victor and Nina, and in exchange, the hand would pay him a reward that would satisfy him. They were even willing to assassinate his political rivals for him. One must realize that to obtain Victor, the terms offered by the hand were not low. Given Morimoto Kasu's status, anyone who could be his political rival would certainly hold a high position. The fact that the hand was willing to pay such a price made Morimoto Kasu even more curious about Victor and Nina's identities. What exactly did these 2 foreign youths possess that was worth the hand's covetousness? However, based on Victor's amazing talent and strength, Morimoto Kasu could guess a little bit. He naturally knew the true nature of the hand inside and out. Therefore, regardless of the perspective, he would not hand Victor over so easily. He directly refused the hand's request in Japanese, and after receiving his reply, the hand ninjas bowed and departed. Although the hand's departure seemed casual, Morimoto Kasu knew this was actually the final notice before an attack. The moment he refused their demand, a declaration of war had been completed. Watching the retreating backs of the hand ninjas, Morimoto Kasu felt he should have a good talk with Victor and Nina. Although he had decided not to hand them over to the hand, he still needed to know who he was fighting for. Victor, who was watching the hand ninjas leave alongside Morimoto Kasu, guessed what the man wanted to know as soon as he saw the look in his eyes. Thus, Morimoto Kasu followed Victor all the way back to Victor and Nina's residence. There, he saw Nina acting like a Yamato Natsuko. Victor's reaction to Nina sitting in a seiza position to the side was to cover his forehead with one hand. Although he knew she was working hard to learn for his sake, her style was changing so much day by day that Victor himself was finding it hard to accept. Therefore, he decided to have a good talk with Nina after speaking with Morimoto Kasu. From Nina's actions and posture, Morimoto Kasu also discovered that the seemingly younger Victor was actually the one in charge between the two. Then I'll speak plainly, Mr. Morimoto Kasu. I am very grateful for your shelter and care during this time, and I am deeply sorry for the trouble we have brought you. The hand is indeed coming for me. Their current rulers, the Viper clan, want me to become the vessel for their evil faith, the Black Sky. Morimoto Kasu didn't entirely believe Victor's words. However, based on his knowledge of the hand combined with Victor's potential and strength, he believed about 80% of it. So, after listening to Victor's account, he did not stay long but took his leave immediately. He needed to go back and prepare for the hand's attack and seek help from his allies. Of course, Victor also stated that he and Nina would assist him in dealing with the attack from the hand. Since the situation was happening because of him, and Morimoto Kasu was still willing to shelter them after knowing this, they naturally couldn't let him down. Morimoto Kasu didn't take Victor's offer of help very seriously. After all, while Victor's strength was decent, the role of individual bravery in a large-scale conflict was actually limited. However, when the day of the attack arrived, Morimoto Kasu realized he was wrong. On that day, he and his men didn't even get a chance to act. Nina Price alone dealt with all the attacking hand ninjas. She floated high in the air, using telekinesis to lift every hand ninja she sensed by the throat. These elites from the hand clawed fruitlessly at their own necks, trying to stop the agony of suffocation. But they found nothing to grab except their own throats. Some even tore their own throats open just to alleviate the pain of suffocation. However, the pain did not last long. Nina mercifully snapped their necks. Just like that, the hand's operation involving all their elites ended anticlimactically at Nina's hands. The Viper clan, who witnessed all this through secret arts, fell into deep fear and rage. They never imagined that the girl beside Victor would possess such formidable strength. She was so powerful she didn't seem like a mortal, but like a goddess of legend. Morimoto Kasu, his subordinates, and the villagers who witnessed this firsthand were even more awestruck by Nina. The village women, in particular, never expected that this beautiful girl who learned and worked with them daily would have such terrifying power. But it didn't matter, they had other ways to make Victor the black sky of the hand. Once Victor led the hand, wouldn't this girl also become a powerful asset for them? I thought there would be a hard-fought battle. It seems I overthought things. With such strength, for the hand to still seek trouble with you is truly seeking their own death. Morimoto Kasu said to Victor with a bitter smile. Victor then stated that they had come here specifically to deal with the problem of the hand and hoped Morimoto Kasu could provide him with the location of the hand's headquarters. Morimoto Kasu did indeed know the general direction of the hand's headquarters, but before Victor could set out, a new change occurred. The hand ninjas appeared once again. This time, however, they didn't come to attack, but to surrender. When Victor and Morimoto Kasu arrived at the village entrance together, they saw hand ninjas kneeling neatly in 2 rows along the roadside. In the middle of the path knelt a row of higher-ranking ninjas. They were holding up items such as ninja uniforms and katanas. Then a man wearing a demon mask and a red cloak, who was standing to the side, immediately approached Victor when he saw him walking out with Morimoto Kasu. "Respected Lord Victor Creed, you have successfully proven your greatness with your strength. Now, the hand is willing to serve under your command. Please become our leader and lead us to glory." Looking at the scene before him, Morimoto Kasu really wanted to say that the other party might be setting a trap. But then he thought of Nina's strength and immediately swallowed his words. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are paper tigers. Although Victor was surprised by the hand ninjas' sudden surrender, he remembered the plot and knew what little scheme they were planning. It was nothing more than the same tactic used to corrupt Daredevil. Victor was not mad. He wasn't afraid of a mere minor demon in the slightest. Little did he know that due to the changes in the setting, what he was about to face was no longer just a minor demon. Greeted by many ninjas of the hand, Victor bid farewell to Senmoto Masaru and arrived at the hand's legendary headquarters, a massive village situated deep in the mountains. The headquarters itself was the enormous building with upturned eaves located in the center of the village. Looking at the structure, which was full of traditional Japanese style, Victor found it an eyesore. "Once I take over, I must tear this thing down, build a steel skyscraper, and write a line on it, Clyde Tower." Victor thought this while looking at the building. Of course, his steps did not halt, and as the distance gradually closed, he truly realized how massive this structure was. Since he first stepped into the village, ninjas of the hand constantly appeared, kneeling on both sides of the road to welcome their new master. Although Victor knew there was a conspiracy by the hand behind this, the feeling still made him feel immensely satisfied and refreshed. Nina, standing beside him, keenly noticed the change in Victor's mood. However, everything currently happening was proceeding according to Victor's initial plan, so she did not say anything more. Instead, she glanced at the cloaked man standing on Victor's other side, then continued to follow Victor expressionlessly. The member of the Viper clan, who felt Nina's gaze, did not show much reaction. However, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Closer, so close, almost there. As soon as he took that seat, he would become the hand's black sky, and no longer his original self. Finally, Victor arrived before the throne that the hand had long prepared. At the same time, deep underground in a secret chamber, 3 elders of the Viper clan also completed their preparations. The moment Victor sat on the throne, they would begin summoning their master, who would attach itself to the vessel they had meticulously prepared for it, becoming the hand's supreme black sky. Victor stared at the black stone throne for a moment, then plopped down onto it. It wasn't as comfortable as he imagined. It was cold and slightly hard on the backside. Nina looked at Victor sitting on the throne and found little sense of majesty. Instead, he looked somewhat comical. His height and build were simply too far removed from the grandeur of the throne. But at that moment, the elders of the Viper clan began to act. Following their incantations, an unknown entity was summoned forth. Subsequently, Victor, sitting on the throne, felt everything go black, and then he found himself back in his familiar consciousness space. However, this time, he was not alone. "Insignificant mortal, offer up your body and everything else, and become my vessel." Looking at the seemingly massive yet incredibly Chuyanibia-sounding demon, beast, before him, Victor couldn't help but complain internally, "Who is the actual child? Why does this guy sound more Chuyuni than I do?" Looking at the small boy who was indifferent to its speech, Beast initially thought he had been scared senseless. But soon, it read contempt and mockery in the boy's eyes. It must be said that its eyesight was quite good. Victor was only about the size of its palm. Yet, it could discern Victor's disdain from his eyes. The demon, now enraged, slapped down at Victor. Of course, even if it hadn't seen Victor's contemptuous gaze, it would still have slapped the opponent to death. After all, what it needed to do was erase the opponent's consciousness. Normally, it would have lurked deep within the opponent's consciousness and gradually corrupted them. But this time, for some unknown reason, it was directly dragged into the consciousness space. In other words, it was exposed before the infiltration even began. However, it didn't pay too much attention to this, because in its view, it could extinguish the consciousness of a mere child with a single slap. It soon discovered that this consciousness, which it regarded as belonging only to a mortal child, seemed to be a little troublesome. Although the opponent was flattened onto the ground in an X shape by its slap, when its palm moved away, the opponent stood up completely unharmed while shouting in pain. Then it saw sharp bone claws grow out of the opponent's fingertips. Victor roared and charged towards Beast, successfully reaching Beast's foot and initiating an attack. Clang, clang, clang. Victor frantically swung his sharp claws, carving bloody, messy gashes into Beast's heel. Visually, Victor, splattered with blood, looked incredibly ferocious. Under his attack, the demon's blood sprayed everywhere. However, the actual effect was very limited. After all, the wounds Victor inflicted were negligible to the massive demon. But soon, Beast realized something was wrong. Although the damage Victor inflicted was small, it was genuinely weakening it. With every one of Victor's attacks, its strength and life force continuously drained away. As one of the relatively powerful demons in this single universe, it had never encountered such a situation. However, this did not stop it from immediately changing its complacent attitude and launching a thunderous counterattack against Victor. Various powerful dark magic rapidly formed in its hands and slammed towards Victor. Facing the incoming powerful magic, Victor chose not to endure it head-on but began to dodge. Dark magic is never most famous for its destructive power, but for its insidious difficulty. All sorts of negative effects and curses are the most terrifying aspects of dark magic. Victor didn't want to test whether his healing factor could withstand the effects of this dark magic. Moreover, this was not reality space. If any of the spells were specifically targeting consciousness, it would be even more troublesome. Due to the demon's enormous size, the spells it cast were also massive. This made the coverage area of these spells quite extensive. They looked very slow, but in reality, their speed was not low. This was merely an illusion caused by the massive size. Just like when the demon directly attacked Victor, the enormous palm descending from the sky appeared slow but actually broke the sound barrier. Facing the powerful demon, Victor was not without his trump cards. He had discovered early on that in this consciousness space, as long as he chose not to give up, no one could kill him. Or rather, he was actually the ruler of this space. But if there was erosion from external forces, his control over this space would weaken. However, as long as the opponent had not completely seized control of the consciousness space, he could not be eliminated. And for the opponent to seize control of the consciousness space, they must first eliminate his consciousness or make him choose to actively surrender. Furthermore, he could bring certain special items into this space. For example, the katana that had merged with his body, and the infinity stones. Speaking of the infinity stones, a certain cracked fellow was actually also in this consciousness space. It resided within Victor's body and had been continuously exerting its unique effect. It distorted the rules of this consciousness space into a semi-reality state. That is to say, if Victor defeated the demon before him, it would be equivalent to defeating the opponent's true body, allowing him to kill the opponent. Similarly, if Victor were defeated here, his consciousness would be completely merged with the opponent, and his body would be occupied by them. The fact that Victor could inflict actual damage on the demon was also due to the effect of the reality stone, and Victor's self-healing ability originated from his own perception, reinforced by the reality stone. As a very realistic existence, the reality stone was always a creature that wouldn't lift a finger without profit. The reason it assisted Victor so diligently was partly for self-preservation. On the other hand, based on its current special state, it was not the reality stone of this universe. Therefore, it could not directly absorb the energy of this universe, except for the pure energy generated when the reality of this universe was distorted, the energy that corrects reality. It was able to recover because this world was attempting to correct Victor. Victor's very existence was a form of damage to the reality of this world. Therefore, if Victor could eliminate the powerful demon before him, it would also count as significant damage to the reality of this universe. Although the hand was not a positive character, it was an indispensable antagonist in many places. And since this demon was the mastermind and actual controller of the hand, eliminating it would make the hand Victor's plaything. As for the dark magic, as long as Victor could eliminate the demon before him, the reality stone would find a way to replicate that dark magic, or create similar effects. After all, it was the reality stone, this universe was essentially created by it. Provided with enough energy, it could turn decay into wonder, transforming any fantasy or non-existent matter into reality. Of course, in the birth of this universe, it merely served as a fulcrum and initiated the evolution. Substantively, it was still the evolution of the multiverse. This was enough to demonstrate its power, but the energy it consumed was also massive. It required all the other infinity stones to provide it with power to achieve this. But the current reality stone had neither the energy provided by the other infinity stones, nor was it even whole, having cracked itself. As for the host, he was even less reliable. Fortunately, through serendipity, it obtained the energy that repairs reality in this universe, allowing it to recover. Subsequently, a series of actions by Nina caused a series of changes in the future trajectory of the Federation. It could even be said that due to Nina's incitement of Crazy Horse, the destiny of the US was like a Hummer with the pedal floored, speeding directly toward hell. At this time on the North American continent, the Sioux alliance led by Crazy Horse first severely struck the Federal cavalry attempting to attack them. Then, they gathered with other Native Americans tribes arriving from various places and engaged in guerrilla warfare with the Federal Army. To sustain the long fight, they also began contacting European countries that had poor relations with the Federation and secured their support. Furthermore, with the assistance of Chief Cherokee, the Native Americans' way of life also began to change. The existing hunter-gatherer nomadic lifestyle could not support the Native Americans in a prolonged fight, so they had to make changes. Of course, whether these changes were good or bad could not yet be determined, but at the very least, they allowed the Native Americans to successfully endure the Federation's offensive. As the future city management of Earth, the impact caused by the hindrance of the Federation's development also triggered large-scale repair effects. However, at present, this effect is not very obvious. But on another level, it became very obvious. A large amount of a reality repair energy began to appear and concentrated on the Federation's land, allowing the reality stone at that time to gorge itself. It was precisely because of that sufficient reserve that it now had enough energy to support Victor's seemingly protracted battle. The reason it was called seemingly protracted was that the resolution of this battle was predetermined from the start. The reality stone had already written the ending, and all Victor had to do was follow the script. No matter how powerful the demon's attacks seemed, whether they hit Victor or not, Victor, as the opponent, could always stand up again and launch another charge towards it. Every scar left by the sharp claws on its body, and the recovery ability it prided itself on in hell, were useless at this moment. It could only watch as the wounds continuously accumulated, draining away its strength and life force. However, it hadn't completely despaired, because in its view, Victor was absorbing its life and energy. Once the opponent fully absorbed its life and energy, it could still convert the opponent into itself, achieving an alternative resurrection. Therefore, in the subsequent fighting, it gradually began to hold back, allowing Victor to inflict more and more damage upon it. Only when Victor delivered the final blow did it realize it was wrong, and ridiculously so. No, this is impossible. What exactly are you? Amidst Beast's wails, it completely vanished into nothingness. And Victor, with the assistance of the Reality Stone, completely replaced its existence in this universe. Although so much had happened in the consciousness space, only an instant had passed in the outside world. In the eyes of the Hand members and Nina, shortly after Victor sat on the throne, his head suddenly dropped. When he raised his head again, his eyes were radiating a deep crimson and eerie light. "I am Black Sky." Victor's voice had just fallen when he vanished from the throne. A powerful telekinetic force pulled him directly in front of the young girl. After Nina stared at him for a moment, she placed him back on the throne. "Don't be nervous, I was just joking. Everyone else, put your weapons away, she won't be your enemy. The one you truly need to deal with is someone else. For example, that man in the red cloak." The moment Victor finished speaking, the weapons of the Hand ninjas, which had been pointed at Nina, instantly shifted toward the elder of the Viper clan. "This is impossible. You're not the master, you're Victor. This is impossible, ah." After Victor dealt with the demon behind the Hand, these ninjas who originally belonged to it became Victor's most loyal subordinates. These ninjas had a contract with the demon, Beast, which caused them to turn to ash upon death and then be resurrected here once more. However, as a price, they would become complete puppets of the demon, Beast. After Victor killed the Beast, the effects of this contract were transferred to him. However, what resurrected and controlled these ninjas was no longer the demonic power of the Beast, but the reality warping power originating from the Reality Stone. Although there wasn't much change on the surface, the essence was completely different. Nevertheless, their loyalty to their master remained unchanged. With Victor's command, the elder of the Viper clan didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was riddled with holes by the ninjas' katanas and shuriken. The dark magic of the Viper clan originated entirely from the Beast, and now the Beast had been killed by Victor. Therefore, all members of the Viper clan lost their magical abilities and were reduced to a group of helpless cripples. After dealing with the member of the Viper clan before him, Victor launched a grand purge within the Hand targeting the Viper clan. These cultists, who once held the supreme power of the Hand, were now being killed like chicks by the ninjas they used to manipulate at will. Perhaps until the moment they died, they never imagined such a day would come. Most of them were victims of sudden attacks from the ninjas by their side, not even knowing what had happened before they died. The rebellion from the ninjas and the panic of suddenly losing their source of power sent the Viper clan into a final frenzy. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, they were wiped out by the ninjas. Of course, this was also related to their long-term lifestyle habits. As the masterminds behind the Hand, they loved to curl up in the depths of the Hand base, surrounded by elite ninja guards. They rarely appeared before outsiders, preferring to use dark magic to orchestrate conspiracies from afar. This resulted in very few casualties among them unless an entire branch was overrun. However, that was something that almost never happened. Yet, it was precisely because of this lifestyle that they were almost completely defenseless against sneak attacks from the ninjas behind them. While they were still panicking over the sudden loss of their magical power, the abrupt betrayal of the ninjas claimed their lives. Many of them actually possessed defensive treasures bestowed by the demon, but with the demon's death, the vast majority of those treasures lost their effectiveness. Even if they were lucky enough to survive the first assassination, they were completely unable to resist the subsequent onslaught from the large number of elite ninjas surrounding them, having lost their dark magic. It could be said that the Viper clan rose because of the Hand and fell because of the Hand. Once they lost their reliance on the demon, Beast, the puppet ninjas they once controlled became their gravediggers. Victor was able to issue commands to all the Hand ninjas simultaneously precisely because of the contract inherited from the demon, Beast. This was also the demon's method of controlling the ninjas, allowing it to issue commands directly within their hearts. Of course, this was extremely taxing on the mind. For a demon, it might be nothing, but for Victor, it was a significant burden. After issuing the command, Victor felt as if his head was about to explode, and blood gushed from his nose. Fortunately, his healing factor quickly repaired the damage. Victor only needed to wait here for the news to come back from the Hand branches everywhere. Furthermore, after purging the Viper clan, the personnel in various branches of the Hand would also need to undergo a series of changes. After all, these branches were once led and operated by people from the Viper clan. Now that the Viper clan had been thoroughly purged, new people needed to take their places. Fortunately, the protocol Victor inherited was miraculous enough. it ensured the ninjas' loyalty without erasing their individual autonomy. In fact, the demons' methods were always like this. They would make their puppets, willingly, loyal to them, making them believe that everything they did was out of their own, true heart. Therefore, after purging the Viper clan, the various branches wouldn't need much time to select successors and continue operating. After Victor dealt with the beast in the Viper clan, he soon found himself with nothing to do. After all, the operation of the hand had its own set of rules. These rules allowed the ninjas to keep the hand running even without the Viper clan, because the Viper clan almost never appeared in the open. They were beings that stood above these rules. The hand existed to serve them and their master, the beast. Now, it was simply that the person being served had changed, and the operation of the rules would not be affected. External commissions would still be accepted and resolved by someone, but the future direction of the hand's operation still required Victor's decision. After all, the ultimate goal of the hand used to be finding a suitable host for the beast and then making him the ruler of this world. It had to be said that the beast was quite ambitious. At least Victor didn't have such thoughts. Was being the ruler of the Marvel world that easy? One wrong move and you'd end up dead and your soul extinguished. However, Victor did have some other ideas, such as settling scores with Romulus. After completely taking over the hand, Victor naturally learned why the hand had come to trouble him at this time. It turned out to be a commission issued by Romulus, which was very interesting. Victor wasn't completely ignorant of this character, who had never appeared in the previous timeline. After all, as a transmigrator, there was information that only he could know, and others wouldn't know how he knew it. The information about Romulus was exactly like that, though what Victor knew wasn't very detailed. This was because there wasn't much public information about Romulus to begin with. Most of it appeared in storylines related to Victor and Logan, and he had once manipulated the lives of Sabretooth and Wolverine. Judging from the comic book plots, the pasts of Logan and Victor both had inextricable links to him. However, due to the messy timelines and settings of the comics, the already confusing relationships became even more chaotic. But Victor didn't plan to untangle these relationships. He just wanted to take his people there and kill that loser who dared to target him. Of course, if possible, he would also give Logan a hand. According to the current time, Romulus must have already made a move on Logan. He wondered if it was still in time if he went now. However, Victor ultimately couldn't make the trip because a commission from the hand's European branch successfully diverted his attention. This is a message from the European branch. Our ally, the Hydra organization, has run into a big problem, and they hope to receive our assistance. Victor was completely bewildered by Hydra's sudden request for help. It turned out that the Hand and Hydra were actually allies and partners. In fact, in many comics, there were numerous collaborative plots between the Hand and Hydra. After all, their ideologies had similarities, it was just that the masters they served were different. And the trouble Hydra encountered this time was related to their faith and branches. The origins of Hydra were very early, which led to the birth of many branches over the long years. Despite the existence of many branches, the orthodox Hydra, acting as the main trunk, had not declined. On the contrary, it had been secretly funding various branches, allowing them to grow and then feed back into the main trunk. Just like their slogan, "Cut off one head, and two more shall grow to take its place." Hydra's branch organizations could be said to be blooming everywhere, with their sphere of influence spanning the entire world. One of these branches from Greece was the source of the trouble encountered by the Hand this time. This branch of Hydra hadn't been established for long. Moreover, its organizational structure was more akin to a cult. In their propaganda, they treated Hydra as their faith and implemented it very thoroughly. Then one day, while they were all praying to Hydra during a gathering, they actually received a response from the god they worshipped, Hydra. Of course, the one who responded to them was certainly not the one served by the orthodox Hydra, but the true Hydra, Hydra, from ancient Greece, who had been defeated and sealed by the great hero Heracles. The reason they were able to get a response was quite coincidental. The giant rock where they held their secret gatherings was the very same rock used by the great hero Heracles to seal Hydra back then. In such close proximity, their devout faith in Hydra caused a reaction in the immortal divinity within Hydra's body, allowing Hydra to respond to their prayers. As the grandson of the earth goddess Gaia and the son of the demon god Typhon, the Hydra naturally possessed divinity. And its immortal ability originated precisely from this divinity. Therefore, when connected believers prayed to it, it could respond. It was just that in the past, it hadn't cared about such things. But after spending countless years pinned under the giant rock by Heracles, Hydra was no longer the arrogant Hydra monster of the past. Upon sensing the prayers of those weak mortals, it knew that the chance to escape it had waited years for had finally come. Therefore, it had to seize this opportunity and make the most of it. These loyal believers of Hydra, after receiving their god's response, immediately knelt on the ground to show their loyalty and awe to their master. Hydra didn't actually care about their performance at all, it even felt like eating them all in one bite. But for now, it couldn't do that, nor was it able to. It still needed them to assist in its escape. Therefore, it first promised these believers eternal life and endless wealth, but they had to fulfill its requirements first. In this way, the Hydra branch, which was originally just like a cult, completely turned into a cult worshipping the Greek Loki Hydra. Although their god only had one head left now, if it successfully escaped, restoring its original form would be a matter of a moment. Thus, under Hydra's incitement, the cultists began to take action. They first used the organization's funds to buy the land and then hired a construction company to start work. On the surface, they wanted to build a park here. In reality, they were going to get rid of the big rock pressing on Hydra's head. Heracles probably never thought that someone would target this rock. After all, for the humans of that era, whether moving it or destroying it, it was an almost impossible task. But in the face of modern industrial explosives, this rock was really just a slightly larger rock. Although they didn't know why the boss wanted to blow up this rare giant rock, since they took the money, they just had to do their jobs well. With a spirit of earnest responsibility, the construction workers, after a series of calculations and arrangements, successfully used explosives to destroy the rock that had oppressed Hydra for countless years. Of course, Hydra's seal was not as simple as just that giant rock. Beneath the rock, there was also a divine power seal left by the great hero after he became a god. However, with the passage of time, the seal had become very weak. The final step the cultists had to take was to hold a blood sacrifice to completely destroy this seal. As for the sacrifices, they were none other than the workers and engineers who had blown up the giant rock during the day. After they blew up the rock, the cultists held a grand party for them, and everyone was made dead drunk and unconscious. This was perhaps the cultists' final mercy to them, letting them die in their sleep. Along with the cultists' incantations, the sacrifice began. A blood-red light appeared and eroded the seal left by Heracles. Under the erosion of this power, the seal began to emit a golden and blinding light. But soon, the golden light began to dim and eventually disappeared. With the breaking of the seal, a massive snake head began to appear in the cultist sight, followed by a second, a third. When the cultists beheld their true god, their piety kept them from scattering in terror, yet human instinct still planted fear in their hearts. Well done, mortals. Obedience earns reward. I hunger, bring me more offerings. Fresh flesh, quickly. The cult leader desperately wanted to ask Hydra when the promised immortality and riches would arrive, but the monstrous 200-meter horror before him stole every scrap of his courage. Under Hydra's roar the cultists scattered to procure sacrifices for their god, though not every follower truly revered the beast. As Hydra's backbone, while financing every branch it naturally embedded its own nails, Mason was such a nail, slipping into this cell almost from its founding. Watching the colossal, cult-summoned god-beast Hydra, Mason knew the situation had spiraled wildly. His chance to break away and report to Hydra Central had finally come. Until now he'd found no opening, but with Hydra demanding mountains of food and victims for its 153-meter frame, Mason could excuse himself, leave Greece, and alert headquarters. After Mason's message reached them, Hydra's inner circles exploded. The organization was vast and possessed some hidden strength, yet facing a 200-meter mythic monster left them without the slightest confidence. They turned to their allies, the Hand, famed for magic. Perhaps sorcery could slay this legendary beast. Thus the intelligence wound its way to Victor, newly in charge of the Hand, and he too was stunned speechless by the branch's catastrophic stunt. Still, he had to answer. Refusal was impossible. Supervillain body or not, he harbored a hero's heart. With that self-mocking thought, Victor sent the Hydra messenger packing, promising the Hand would spare no effort to clean up the mess. Elated, the envoy hurried back while Victor began assembling a team to sail for Europe and deal with the disaster. We're supposed to be villains, why play hero? If only Hulk, Iron Man, and Thor were around for this. He knew the first two's fathers weren't even born yet, and Thor was probably off bonding with Loki. Superheroes were out, Sorcerer Ancient One was a faint hope, yet Victor never relied on others. So he packed up, new recruits in tow, and set off. In this era, travel from Japan to Europe meant a long sea voyage, no handy direct flights. On day one Victor posed heroically around the ship like a movie star, but after a month even that amusement died. Day after day offered only endless ocean, pirates never appeared. By the mid-19th century, Southeast Asian pirates had been smashed by the Royal and Federal Navies and could no longer ply their trade. Bored, Victor teased a parrot while waiting for landfall. Nina, however, thrived. He'd stocked the captain's cabin with books and a piano. When boredom struck, he swung in a hammock listening to Nina play. On this era's ships, only a non-human like her could manage a piano. Sea life proved far duller than he'd dreamed, yet the ninjas adapted well. The vessel belonged to a hand-controlled trading company, such legitimate covers were common. Sailors and passengers were all hand ninjas, routinely sailing from Tokyo to trade or ferry personnel worldwide. They stopped at many ports to resupply food and water, their identities never questioned. This trip was no exception. At every port Victor loved to go ashore, ninjas disguised as white bodyguards trailing him and Nina. To onlookers they were rich, protected youngsters, prime prey for dockside merchants. Young and wealthy meant easy money. Trinkets sold briskly, though prices stayed sane. Pushed too far and the silent bodyguards would teach greedy vendors brutal lessons. Untouched native curios still survived in this age, and curiosity drove Victor to buy. In the end the ninja bodyguards staggered back aboard laden with oddities, most of which, once Victor lost interest, were tossed straight into the sea. Yet whenever the ship dropped anchor to resupply, Victor still went ashore and did the same thing, his only chance to escape the tedium of life on board. While Victor was still on the road, Greece had already been plunged into chaos. At Hydra's command, cultists orchestrated an assassination attempt on the Queen of Greece. They then engineered a string of uprisings and coups, throwing the whole country into turmoil. Countless civilians vanished during the unrest, offered as sacrifices to the cultists' gods. The cult's leaders, in turn, received Hydra's blessing, transforming into half-human, half-serpent thralls. Though they could still wear human faces, their true forms were now something else entirely. After becoming Hydra's thralls, the most striking change was their vastly accelerated regeneration. Gunshots or any other wounds healed in moments. Even severed heads could survive for a short while, and the blood in their veins turned into potent venom. Hydra's response to the Greek crisis was blunt. They dispatched a detachment to wipe out the cultists. The unit was wiped out to the last man, no survivors at all. By the time Victor disembarked at Piraeus, Hydra couldn't even field a proper liaison. Confronted by a college-age Hydra contact, Victor fell silent, unaware that the boy, seeing a hand leader who looked barely 10, was even more dumbstruck. Clearly Hydra's high command knew of the Viper clan. The plea for help had simply come in too suddenly for them to realize the hand now answered to someone new. The hand had replied instantly to the plea, sending a first wave of ninjas to accompany the Hydra detachment into Greece. News of the unit's annihilation came from those very hand ninjas. On paper, the Hydra elite squad had actually performed well. With the ninjas' help they slipped past guards, assassinated sentries, and fought their way to Hydra's prison-turned-shrine, once wilderness, now a vast temple housing a colossal idol. Only after cutting down every cultist in the temple did they discover the 100-meter statue was no idol at all, it was Hydra itself. Had the Hand's ninjas not revived back at their base to deliver the report, Hydra would have known only that its people had vanished without trace. Arriving with Hydra's liaison, Sam, was the Hand's new European chief, Shin. The instant Shin saw Victor he dropped to one knee. That single gesture convinced Sam that this blonde, white teenager truly led the Hand's operation, though he still wondered how a kid from the American heartland had climbed so high in a ninja order. Sam simply hadn't seen enough of the world. After all, the Iron Fist of Kunlun had later turned out to be a federal named Daniel Thomas. Yet this was no time to question Victor's pedigree. As long as he could slay the mythical monster, he could be a Deep South federal for all anyone cared. Victor did not disappoint. Hydra's elite had been gutted the last time out, so now they sent only Sam, little more than a sacrificial piece. In return for the hand's blades, Hydra paid a fortune in coin and material, and agreed to make Greece joint territory of both organizations. Previously, the hand's presence in Europe had been weak. It needed Hydra's cooperation simply to keep its network alive. But the Greek catastrophe offered the hand a perfect opening, especially after Hydra's own attempt had failed so spectacularly. Europe had always been Hydra's heartland, now the hand could drive a wedge straight into it. Though Victor was nominally in command, it was Jonin Shin who planned every step. Thanks to his earlier experience, they reached the temple without delay. Hydra, in truth, had been rather unlucky. It had escaped Heracle's seal, yet before it could strut its power it sensed something far worse. The Olympian gods had vanished, replaced by a planet-wide arcane net, Sanctum Sanctorum as its nodes, whose power terrified the ancient serpent. So Hydra scrapped its original plan, refusing to devour the cultists who had freed it. Instead it transformed them into thralls who would worship it. Itself, it became a towering stone effigy, hiding its presence from the web's master. That desperate caution let it slip beneath Sorcerer Ancient One's gaze. She was already preoccupied with her successor and Dormammu. Hydra's arrival, however, had been a nuisance. Hydra's first brood of thralls was nearly wiped out by the intruding squad. Those agents had stumbled on the simplest solution to decapitated but still writhing snake men, burn the heretics alive. Fire countered Hydra's regeneration perfectly. The creatures that could reattach severed necks ended up as roasted snake kebabs. Forced to raise a new brood, Hydra was mid-ritual when Victor and the ninjas stormed the temple. In fact, Victor was able to lead his people into the Hydra temple so easily thanks to the previous detachment sent by Hydra. Although they ultimately failed at the last step, they had caused heavy losses to the cultists. This time, when the hand ninjas carried out their assassinations of the guards, it was even easier than the last time. It was precisely because of the ninjas' continuous assassinations that they were able to reach the outside of the temple silently. After all, killing everyone who discovers or might discover you constitutes a perfect secret infiltration. However, once everyone reached the entrance of the sanctuary, so-called stealth became meaningless. Since they were about to face the final boss, Hydra, there was no point in hiding their tracks anymore. Thus, when the group arrived at the temple gates and saw them tightly shut, Victor kicked them. The gates remained motionless, as if mocking him. One could only imagine how tall the gates were for a temple that could house a statue nearly 200 meters high. It had even become an unsolved mystery how the cultists managed to build this sanctuary in just 1 year. Ultimately, Victor was still too careless. He had forgotten that he was no longer the incredibly strong sabretooth Victor he used to be. His current strength was only slightly better than an average person's, not even reaching half the level of Captain America. Therefore, it was only natural that he couldn't kick open the temple gates. Although his healing factor quickly recovered the injury to his foot, a momentary pain was naturally unavoidable. However, Victor did not show it on his face at all. Nobu, acting as a subordinate, was very discerning and immediately ordered the ninjas to push the doors open, then let Victor be the first to walk through the center. Upon entering the temple, the first thing Victor saw was a ground covered in corpses used as sacrifices, along with a large number of very eerie magic arrays drawn in blood. Victor was quite accustomed to such scenes. As for the ninjas, they were emotionless killers. Such a minor sight had no impact on them. The only one affected was actually the young man sent by Hydra to act as a contact. Judging from his reaction, he truly hadn't experienced such a scene before. While vomiting, his tightly clenched hands revealed his inner anger and nervousness. A Hydra member full of a sense of justice and compassion, Victor was starting to find this a bit interesting. But now was clearly not the time to focus on that, as there was still a major problem to solve. So Victor cleared his throat lightly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Alright, start clearing the area. Nobu, I'll give you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, I don't want to see anyone standing who isn't on our side." "As you command, Master." With a wave of Nobu's hand, a one-sided carnage began. The cultists performing the ritual were already surprised by the sudden intrusion of Victor and the others. They had originally set up an extremely tight defensive line on the perimeter, including the most advanced gunpowder weapons. Yet they hadn't even heard a single gunshot before the opponents pushed open the doors and burst in. However, what happened next was when they truly began to feel terror. As the elite red-clothed ninjas Victor brought from the mainland, slaughtering these cultists who hadn't even completed their transformation was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Whether they held cold weapons, flintlock muskets, or anything else, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed. In despair, they began to pray to their god, but received no response whatsoever. As the last cultist died in despair, his hand reaching toward the statue of Hydra fell limp. Their god had deceived them, it didn't care about their lives at all. On the contrary, their despair before death actually made it feel extremely comfortable. However, these intruders still needed to be dealt with. Although it had no interest in these disputes between mortals, for the sake of its future plans, it still had to rely on those mortal followers. Moreover, these mortals clearly had the same goal as the previous batch that burst in, they were coming for it. Then it should let them know the price of daring to desecrate a god. Just like that, Hydra began to cancel the magic on its body. The originally tall stone statue began to return to its true form. The entire temple also began to shake, but in the end, only some rocks fell rather than it completely collapsing. Revealing its true form, Hydra looked with satisfaction at those tiny mortals, hoping to see the long-awaited despair and fear in their eyes. However, the reality was that during its transformation process, the hand ninjas had already begun to launch attacks against it. When it finished its transformation, the offensive didn't slow down at all, they merely adjusted their formation. But their attacks didn't have much of an effect. When it was in its statue state, they could still knock off a few fragments. Once Hydra's scales emerged, all that was left was the clanging sound of metal on metal and sparks. Instead, Hydra's movements would cause casualties among the ninjas at every turn. Fortunately, Hydra seemed to care somewhat about this temple, so its movements weren't too large, allowing the ninjas space to maneuver and dodge. In fact, the entire temple was a sanctuary created by Hydra's magic. It was used to mask its own presence to avoid being discovered by the master of the ley lines. So for now, it didn't dare to destroy it. Moreover, in its current state, it was enough to deal with these annoying ants. Indeed, under Hydra's triple threat of poisonous gas, magic, and physical attacks, the elite red-clothed ninjas of the hand suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't retreat in the slightest, as heavy losses had already become the norm for the hand. Moreover, even if they died, they could still be resurrected at the headquarters. Being able to resurrect was the greatest trump card of the hand ninjas, making them fearless in every battle. This time was naturally no exception, even if the opponent was a so-called god. But as time passed, the number of casualties among the ninjas continued to rise without achieving any effect. Victor's expression gradually began to turn sour. After all, even if they were cannon fodder, they were his cannon fodder, weren't they? Stop the attack. Leave a few Jonin behind, everyone else, take that Hydra kid and evacuate. This so-called Hydra will be dealt with by Nina and me personally. Regarding Victor's orders, the ninjas would only ever obey, without hesitation or doubt. The moment Victor gave the command, Nobu signaled his subordinates to take the unconscious Hydra young man and evacuate, while he himself stayed behind with a few other red-clothed Jonin. The ninjas' evacuation naturally fell into Hydra's sight. Since they had come, they actually wanted to run out alive. Hydra would certainly not allow such a thing to happen. So it put away its playful attitude and directly breathed a cloud of poisonous mist toward Victor and the others, attempting to resolve all of them at once. But this time, its poisonous mist didn't spread. Instead, it was blocked by a strange force, unable to continue forward or expand. Hydra then discovered that the peculiar force formed a quite large circular field, enveloping it and its poisonous mist within. And this power came precisely from Nina's telekinesis. While Hydra was curiously studying this power, the evacuating hand ninjas had already run out of everyone's line of sight. Hydra finally stopped its study of the telekinesis and directly used the simplest and most brutal method. It rammed into it with its body, and with a grunt from Nina, her nose began to bleed. Clearly, Hydra's massive body and strength had exceeded the limits of Nina's telekinesis. In fact, the existence capable of competing with Hydra was called the demigod Heracles by the ancient Greeks. From this, one could see how terrifying the power contained within Hydra's massive body was. In fact, after the telekinesis was broken by Hydra, Nina's spirit also suffered a certain degree of trauma. This made it so that her subsequent attacks were basically unable to cause much damage to Hydra. Even if she could break the scales on the surface of its body, they were quickly restored under the effect of the opponent's self-healing ability. Even Heracles, who had originally sealed Hydra, chose to seal it under a giant rock because he couldn't completely kill it. Clearly, the current Nina also had no good means against Hydra, which possessed an immortal nature. As for Victor, besides scratching a series of sparks on Hydra's scales with his claws, he had no other results. Of course, it wasn't that he had absolutely no way to deal with Hydra, but he couldn't quite afford that price. Using the power of the Reality Stone to forcibly warp reality could indeed completely erase the opponent's existence. Just as Thanos could erase half the life in the universe at once, he could also erase Hydra. But without the power supply from other Infinity Stones, the price to achieve this would be too high. Even setting aside the price, in the Reality Stone's current state, it didn't seem to be able to support such an attack. After all, it was cracked and had only just begun to heal. It didn't want to shatter completely. Precisely because of this, the battle quickly began to turn unfavorable for Victor and Nina's side. As for the remaining Han Jonin, they didn't make a move. Under Victor's orders, they ran to the perimeter of the battlefield to observe. In fact, the purpose of leaving them was to serve as a guarantee for evacuation when Victor and Nina were exhausted from fighting Hydra. However, judging from the current situation on the field, the two of them weren't even qualified to fight Hydra to exhaustion. They couldn't even reach the second phase, as Hydra's main body was still curled up in place, merely using its heads to toy with them. Meanwhile, Nina and Victor, while launching attacks at Hydra, also needed to protect themselves to avoid being invaded by the poison and toxic blood the opponent spat out. Nina used telekinesis to wrap herself in a circular field, while Victor used the Reality Stone to turn the toxins into substances harmless to his body. But these were not long-term solutions. They couldn't hold out much longer under the opponent's attacks. That was until Victor suddenly thought of something: the role of Earth's ley lines. Earth's ley lines provided Sorcerer Ancient One and the other sorcerers of the Sanctum Sanctorum with extremely vast magic energy, allowing them to mobilize this energy when necessary to face gods and demons from other dimensions. As a sorceress who had once studied magic under the Ancient One, Nina actually knew how to mobilize the energy of Earth's ley lines. Although she knew how to mobilize this energy, she was completely ignorant of how to use it. In fact, only the Ancient One and a few other archmages could use such a vast amount of energy. If other sorcerers forcibly used it, they would likely be blown apart directly. Furthermore, when they used this energy, they would simultaneously be sensed by the creator and controller of the ley lines, the Ancient One. And this was exactly what Victor needed. As this universe was a derivative of the previous one, the ley lines, an existence that connected to the multiverse, theoretically shouldn't have much change. So he decided to let Nina give it a try. Anyway, for now, there didn't seem to be any other better way, right? Nina, try to communicate with the ley lines of the Sanctum Sanctorum, then gather the energy. Perhaps I can use the Reality Stone to absorb this energy and then take down this disgusting giant snake. Nina didn't have any doubts about Victor's proposal and chose to follow it directly. She first teleported to dodge another of Hydra's venom breaths, then stayed suspended in midair and began to communicate with the ley lines through an incantation. But how could Hydra let her succeed so easily? A massive snake head lunged directly toward Nina, who was suspended in midair. Victor witnessed this but could only rush over in vain, attempting to block the opponent. However, just as Hydra's snake head was about to bite Nina, the girl's figure disappeared from the sight of both the man and the snake. She had entered subspace and continued her incantation. Victor, who was left outside, became Hydra's sole target. In fact, leaving Victor outside was also the result of a discussion between the two using Nina's telepathy. They couldn't guarantee that Hydra wouldn't discover the existence of subspace, nor could they guarantee the opponent couldn't break it. So the best way was for one person to sneak in while the other stayed outside to draw Hydra's attention. Clearly, Nina, who needed to stay fixed in one place for a long time to chant and communicate with the ley lines, was the one who went in, while Victor, who also possessed immortality and self-healing abilities, became the one left outside. Then, come on. Let me see who is the one who truly won't die. Victor said with a cold laugh, facing the overwhelming shadows coming his way. If Hydra knew what a cockroach was, it would surely curse. Why was this damn mortal ant like a cockroach, impossible to slap to death no matter how hard it tried? Whether it was toxins, physical strikes, or magic, nothing could completely kill Victor. He always managed to recover in just a short amount of time. It had also tried to swallow Victor in one gulp, but this kid was as slippery as an eel and never gave it the chance. Every time it bit down, the opponent always managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. However, this ant's attacks were similarly nothing more than tickles to it. They couldn't even break through its scale armor defense, leaving behind only a series of sparks. Therefore, after a while, Hydra was no longer in such a hurry to kill the opponent. Instead, it treated Victor as a bit of entertainment for its life after being released from a long seal. It wasn't worried that another ant hidden in subspace could find a way to harm it. That was until it sensed that increasingly massive magical energy. Having sensed Nina's plan, Hydra didn't even care about maintaining the temple sanctuary it had created with magic. It directly tore through subspace, preparing to kill Nina, who was calling upon the energy of the ley lines. But at the very moment it was about to succeed, a bald woman appeared. Like Nina, she floated in midair and, with a wave of her hand, dissipated the powerful, nearly out-of-control magical energy within Nina's body. I believe I taught you not to use the power of the ley lines recklessly, as it could lead to irreversible consequences. If you run into trouble, don't try to be a hero, just come back to Camartage and find me. As she spoke, Sorcerer Ancient One turned her gaze toward Hydra's massive body below. At this moment, the previously arrogant and fierce Hydra seemed a bit like a paper tiger. Because from Sorcerer Ancient One, it felt a power even more terrifying than its father, Typhon. Although the opponent looked no different from other non-mortal humans, she was essentially an existence more fearsome than Zeus. For the first time since its birth, it felt that its life was in danger. This was not a good omen because, in a sense, as a divine being, when they had a premonition, that premonition often came true. Therefore, Hydra decisively chose to launch a sneak attack on the Ancient One while she was preparing to say something to Victor. The massive snake head lunged at the Ancient One at a speed exceeding human vision, its sharp fangs filled with venom ready to take her life at any moment. However, halfway through its movement, the Ancient One's gaze turned back toward it. The Sorcerer Supreme reached out her right hand toward it, and runes representing magic appeared around her wrist. These magical runes represented an extremely powerful binding spell. Just like that, Hydra was bound in place by Sorcerer Ancient One with a single spell. Then, Sorcerer Ancient One gently turned and clenched her previously open right hand. The magical runes around her wrist began to become more complex and flicker more intensely. When she completely finished the spell, Hydra transformed from a massive creature over 100 meters tall into a palm-sized little pet. Although its size had shrunk due to Sorcerer Ancient One's magic and seal, and even the toxicity in its body had been greatly weakened, its venom remained fatal to most creatures. So, Sorcerer Ancient One had no choice but to construct a magical cage to lock Hydra inside, intending to make a permanent pet cage for it after returning to the Sanctum Sanctorum. With Hydra being sealed, the temple sanctuary it had constructed with divine power and magic also began to collapse and be destroyed. In fact, the materials it used to build this temple were the fragments of the giant stone that had once sealed it. Now, with it being sealed again, the power maintaining the fragments began to dissipate. The temple naturally returned to the form of giant stone fragments, unable to maintain its original appearance. In fact, it was precisely because of these giant stone fragments, which completely masked Hydra's aura, that the Ancient One had not discovered Hydra's existence in time. Besides being able to seal Hydra, this giant stone could also completely mask its existence and aura. This was a backup measure specially left by Heracles back then to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from breaking Hydra's seal. As it turned out, this Hercules, who had trained his muscles into his brain, never imagined that the fragments of this stone would eventually be used by Hydra to build a sanctuary to hide itself. If he knew, he would probably cough up blood in anger. Sorcerer Ancient One also noticed the effectiveness of these fragments in terms of concealment and planned to study them thoroughly before adding them to the construction materials of the three sanctums. But before that, she had some matters to resolve. For instance, Nina's running away from home, and how Victor, this outsider, had managed to whisk Nina away. In fact, at the same time Nina obtained a legal identity in this universe, she also gained a legal life. That is to say, a segment of life experience in this universe had actually appeared in her mind. It was just that she hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, because her thoughts were all preoccupied with a certain someone who had turned into a young boy. It wasn't until Sorcerer Ancient One appeared that the segment of life experience began to resurface in her mind. In fact, for Nina, that extra memory felt like her own real experience. When she appeared in the underground room where Victor was kept, she was actually sorting through these newly acquired memories and recalling the memories from before the timeline changed. For a moment, she had even thought she was following Sorcerer Ancient One's orders to investigate the spacetime anomaly occurring there. Of course, in this regard, the Reality Stone gave her a little help. As an Infinity Stone with self-awareness, it was very realistic. But it knew how much help Nina Price could bring to itself and Victor, so it didn't mind giving her a hand at certain times as an investment. In the timeline of this universe, Nina's current age wasn't very large. However, her background had also changed. Although she was still a hybrid of werewolf and vampire, the one who adopted her had become Sorcerer Ancient One. Her current identity was that of Sorcerer Ancient One's disciple and one of the genius mages of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Furthermore, the identities of her parents had also undergone some changes. Nina hadn't cared much about these things until Sorcerer Ancient One appeared and saved her. A feeling of filial affection welled up from the bottom of her heart, as if a child were seeing their mother. The way the Ancient One looked at Victor, however, was not so pleasant. It had to be said that when she narrowed her eyes, she was still very intimidating. At the very least, Victor was currently feeling very guilty. This situation doesn't look good. I can't afford to mess with this old woman. Whoa, do you have any way to escape? Huh, why did it disappear? The first sentence was Victor's internal monologue, while the latter was his plea for help to the Reality Stone. The Reality Stone's response was to silently disappear on the spot. Victor was helpless against the Reality Stone's lack of loyalty. He was now completely unable to move, receiving the same treatment as Hydra. Fortunately, the Ancient One didn't go further and turn him into a hobbit or something. Instead, she directly took him and Nina, who had a worried look in her eyes, away from there. Nobu and the other Jonin, who had witnessed all this from the periphery, couldn't even make a reaction. Because when the Ancient One arrived, they had been locked into subspace. By the time they were released, the surroundings had completely turned into a field of ruins. Their master and Hydra had both completely vanished. However, they weren't worried about Victor, because the contract deep within their souls was still reminding them that their master was safe and sound. Furthermore, Victor had used this contract to give them orders to take over Greece and wait for his return. In other words, Hydra had been dealt with by their master, and the mess left behind here needed to be resolved by them. This, however, was not a difficult task for the ninjas of the hand. After all, they had once been an organization that fought for the poor and against oppression, so they were naturally skilled at how to appease the public and restore the people's livelihood. But before that, they still needed to handle the upcoming negotiations with the local government and the Hydra side. After all, with the cake being so large and them having contributed the most, they naturally had to take the biggest piece. Of course, for the time being, these matters had nothing to do with Victor. He was even completely unaware that back in the Federation, his father had re-enlisted, joined the army of the Confederate States of America, and was beating the northern United States senseless alongside the Native Americans Union. His only thought now was what exactly was going on. Where did Sorcerer Ancient One's inexplicable murderous intent come from, and had he offended her somewhere? Even if he had instigated Nina to use the energy of the ley lines, hadn't it failed? While Victor's eyes darted around, thinking about the reason for the Ancient One's anger, Nina directly spoke up. Only she knew why her teacher was angry. Teacher, he didn't do anything out of line to me. The world is so big, and I wanted to go out and see it for myself. But since I didn't want to disobey your orders, I brought him along with me. This poor child, after meeting Sorcerer Ancient One, couldn't even tell a lie. If his body weren't unable to move, Victor would have wanted to cover his face, unable to bear watching any longer. Fortunately, Sorcerer Ancient One didn't intend to continue making things difficult for Nina, instead telling her to go back to her room and reflect properly. As for Sorcerer Ancient One herself, she wanted to have a good talk with Victor. I don't think this is our first time meeting, is it, Mr. Victor? The first sentence from Sorcerer Ancient One's mouth made Victor's skin crawl. Obviously, the Ancient One of this universe shouldn't know him, but her tone didn't sound like she was bluffing. But Victor still couldn't do anything. Even his movement of almost jumping up in fright was suppressed in place by Sorcerer Ancient One's massive magic power. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Victor. I only read from the look in your eyes that we were once acquainted. And I'm even more curious about another matter. What exactly is going on between you and my disciple/adopted daughter? Seeing Victor's terrified gaze, the corners of Sorcerer Ancient One's mouth curled up soundlessly before immediately returning to normal. She then took a gentle sip of tea and asked. Faced with Sorcerer Ancient One's inquiry, Victor couldn't do anything except roll his eyes. Under the effect of Sorcerer Ancient One's spell, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Of course, Sorcerer Ancient One didn't expect him to be able to answer anything. She just sat there, drinking tea while staring intently at Victor. This actually put even more pressure on Victor, because he couldn't guess what Sorcerer Ancient One's intentions were at all. All of this continued until Nina pushed open the door and rushed in. As it turned out, what she saw after rushing in was an exceptionally harmonious scene. Her teacher was quietly drinking tea with Victor. So, with a face flushed red, she apologized while backing out and closing the door. In her extreme panic and shyness, Nina didn't notice the look of frantic helplessness in Victor's eyes. Now I'm even more curious about your relationship. However, I think if I were to ask you directly, you probably wouldn't tell me the truth. So, before that, I'm going to keep you here in Kamartaj. As for Nina, she will be responsible for protecting you during this time, to prevent you from causing any more harm to our universe. It had to be said that Sorcerer Ancient One truly lived up to being one of the strongest sorcerers supreme. She saw through Victor's problem at a glance and made the best possible arrangement for the time being. If she were to slap Victor to death, putting aside whether she could do it, at the very least her adopted daughter and disciple certainly wouldn't agree. As someone who had been through it, she understood the look Nina gave Victor at a single glance. As long as Victor stayed in Kamartaj, under the coverage of the massive ley lines and multiverse magical energy, his influence on the original course of this universe's timeline would be reduced to almost nothing. As for the influence he had already caused, it would eventually be corrected as time passed. More importantly, Sorcerer Ancient One had also discovered a very interesting thing inside Victor's body. It seemed that the Reality Stone's act of disappearing hadn't managed to hide from Sorcerer Ancient One, the strongest sorcerer supreme. Just like that, it was detained in Kamartaj along with Victor by Sorcerer Ancient One. Victor, in fact, didn't have much dissatisfaction with the current situation. After all, Nina was still by his side. Although it was nominally to protect and monitor him, in essence, all three of them knew what was really going on. Victor even had to marvel at how Sorcerer Ancient One could be so kind. But then again, if she weren't such a noble and kind person, she probably wouldn't have become the Sorcerer Supreme recognized by the Vishanti. While Victor was being detained by Sorcerer Ancient One, over on the other side, Romulus's training of Logan had finally reached a critical moment. It must be said that Romulus truly valued the future Wolverine, Logan Howlett. He even gave up on another mutant with a healing factor, Victor Creed, for his sake. Because he was so invested, Logan's life path up to this point had been within his arrangements. As the ancestor and leader of the Wolf clan, Lupin, Romulus thought highly of Logan, a descendant full of wolfish nature. He even vaguely intended to make him his successor. Of course, this was on the premise that Logan would obey him and become his most loyal follower. As the saying goes, good subordinates need to be cultivated from a young age. Even before Logan was born, Romulus had set his sights on the Hudson bloodline from his mother's side. So, he found a way to have Logan's mother get involved with the man he had selected, Thomas Logan, the gardener of the Howlett family, and she gave birth to Logan. Of course, Logan also had two older brothers. One was the son of his mother and his adoptive father, John Howlett. The other was the son of Thomas Logan and his wife, Doug Logan. It turned out that ordinary people with overly frail bodies were simply unworthy of the Wolf clan bloodline. Logan's half-brother, young John, had been sickly since childhood and died before he could grow up. It was John's death that caused Logan's mother, Elizabeth, to lose her mind, eventually leading to her affair with the family gardener, Thomas, and the birth of Logan. After Logan was born, he was also sickly for a time, just like his brother John. However, the excellent genes from his father eventually allowed him to pull through. As for how excellent Thomas's genes were, it could be seen from his other son, Doug Logan. After both Doug and Logan reached adulthood, Doug's physical fitness was even stronger than Logan's, who was a mutant. Perhaps after Elizabeth had a husband like John, she sought out the strong gardener, Thomas, because John was too weak and Thomas was so strong. Although Logan was the son of Thomas the gardener, no one else knew this except for the two parties involved. Even Logan himself didn't know that he was actually the gardener's son. So from a young age, Logan was raised as the heir to the Howlett family. The family even went to the town specifically to get him a female companion. This companion was Logan's first love and childhood friend, a red-haired Irish girl named Rose O'Hara. It was because of her that Logan favored red-haired girls for the rest of his life. Logan's other playmate was his half-brother, Doug, the son of the Howlett family gardener, Thomas. The three who grew up together were originally very close friends until they matured and both men fell in love with the red-haired girl, Rose. As the gardener's son, Doug felt his chances were slim, so he decided to strike first. Moreover, the method he chose was not to confess to the girl, but to conquer her body first and then her heart. Unfortunately, his plan did not succeed. Logan stopped him. To retaliate against Logan, Doug revealed the bloodthirsty nature of the Logan family line for the first time and killed Logan's beloved dog. This action resulted in a severe punishment for him and his father, Thomas, from Logan's grandpa, old Mr. Howlett. They were even nearly expelled from the Howlett family estate. After receiving the heavy punishment, Thomas got dead drunk that night. He grabbed his shotgun and burst into the main house, the Howlett family mansion. He had had enough of this kind of life and humiliation. He was going to take his woman and son and leave this damn, cold-blooded family. Naturally, his actions were met with resistance from John Howlett, which was only normal. For any man, if a gardener suddenly burst into your home one day wanting to take your wife and son, no one would agree to it. John wouldn't agree either, so he was shot in the head by Thomas. The scene of Thomas shooting John in the head was witnessed by Logan, who just happened to walk in. Of course, Logan wasn't called Logan yet, he was James Howlett. And all along, he believed he was John Howlett's biological son. Just as some bloodline limits in certain manga require a stimulus to activate, young James's X gene finally awakened after witnessing his father being shot in the head. Sharp bone claws extended from between his fingers and pierced into Thomas's body. Facing the charging Logan, Thomas actually had a chance to fire back and kill him. But Thomas, knowing the other party was his son, clearly couldn't bring himself to do it. The numbness from the alcohol also made his once agile movements sluggish, and thus, a tragedy occurred. Logan killed the intruder with his own hands, and he did so quite brutally. Little did he know, he had also killed his biological father. Thomas's strong body prevented him from dying immediately, and the intense pain finally caused the effects of the alcohol to fade. The only thing he did before he died was to tell his son Logan, who had killed him by mistake, to run away quickly. "I am your father. You are not the son of that damned coward John. Go, my child, you've gotten into big trouble." Logan, who had fallen into a berserk state, was unable to hear any of this. He was merely following his instincts to kill. After dealing with Thomas, he turned his target toward Doug, who had burst in with Thomas. Poor Doug was already terrified by his father's death. He was tackled to the ground by Logan, who then left 3 deep claw marks on his face. Just as Logan was about to kill Doug, Elizabeth, who had witnessed everything, finally broke down completely. First, she lost her eldest son, now her lover had killed her husband, and then the younger son she had with her lover turned into a monster and killed her lover. Falling into a collapse, Elizabeth decided to correct the mistake she had made. She grabbed the shotgun Thomas had dropped on the floor and fired a shot at the rampaging Logan. Hit by the shotgun, Logan was sent flying out the window, his fate unknown. Thinking she had killed her younger son with her own hands, Elizabeth finally pointed the gun at her own head. Finally, the only one alive and conscious in the room was Thomas's eldest son, Doug. What Logan had done made Doug hate him to the core, and he even hated Rose along with him. Therefore, he told the arriving police that Rose and Logan had murdered John, Elizabeth, and his father, Thomas. Driven into a corner by Doug's framing, Rose and Logan eventually went to old Mr. Howlett. Although old Howlett didn't know exactly what had happened, he knew Logan and Rose couldn't have done such a thing. So, he decided to use his influence in the territory to help them escape pursuit. But before that, they had to leave this place for a while. He had already prepared the train tickets for them. All they needed to do was head to the train station immediately. While old Howlett was arranging Logan's flight, little did he know that all of this was the result of Romulus's secret arrangements. After realizing the failure of young John Howlett, he found a way to let Elizabeth, who was in a trance due to her son's death, get involved with the strong gardener Thomas. Logan, the product of this encounter, certainly did not disappoint Romulus. Logan successfully survived his dangerous childhood and eventually awakened his abilities under the stimulus of a series of events. With Logan leaving the Howlett family estate, Romulus could more easily intervene and manipulate his life, eventually molding him into the shape he desired. Logan had no idea he was stepping into the web Romulus had woven for him, and he was still full of expectations for his new life on the train. After all, Rose was by his side, wasn't she? Just as Logan began to feel hopeful about his new life again, Victor began to feel helpless and deeply sad about his own life. During his days at the Sanctum Sanctorum, it was said that Nina was responsible for protecting and monitoring him. In reality, he was accompanying Nina as she learned various types of magic and underwent the scrutiny of the Sorcerer Ancient One. In the words of the Sorcerer Ancient One, she called it a routine check to prevent Victor from causing harm to the world again, whether unknowingly or deliberately. However, that look of a mother-in-law disliking her son-in-law was impossible to hide. And the only thing that could help him leave this place, the Reality Stone, had actually defected. Within the Sanctum Sanctorum, a magical energy node of the multiverse, it was filled with magical energy from various multiverses. These energies dissipating in space were the food that the Reality Stone urgently needed to recover. Therefore, staying in such an environment was exactly what it wanted. As for Victor's thoughts, it could only say sorry, provided it could speak. Obviously, the Reality Stone could not speak, so even the apology was skipped. While Victor felt bored, Nina loved this kind of life. Not only was Victor here, but so was her teacher, the Ancient One. While receiving the Ancient One's teachings every day, she could also consult all the books in the Sanctum Sanctorum library. Consequently, Victor was given the position of librarian. Of course, the first thing he did after getting this position was to use public office for private gain. He gathered a large number of introductory magic books, attempting to self-teach magic. However, he seemed naturally incompatible with magic. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't achieve any results. In the end, he could only read these magic books as storybooks. After all, the books contained very detailed introductions to the origin and founder of every spell, so they could naturally be read as storybooks. The Ancient One had seen at a glance that Victor's magical talent was negative, which was why she felt safe letting him be the librarian, not worrying at all that he would learn any black magic. Of course, Victor himself had no interest in those black magics, but he did discover one thing from the magic books: the use of any magic comes with a price. This was true for both black magic and white magic. It's just that the price paid for black magic was higher than that for white magic. Seeing this, Victor was initially a bit worried about Nina. After all, if she used magic, she would also need to pay a price. But he soon stopped worrying because he remembered that it wasn't that he didn't know the setting that using magic required a price, but that he had simply forgotten it. After all, he hadn't learned or used magic himself, and even though he had recently started trying to learn, it ultimately ended in failure. So, he hadn't paid much attention to or recalled the relevant settings. At the same time he recalled this setting, he also remembered another person who learned magic, the Sentinel. This big boss reached two conclusions when learning magic. The first was that magic is truly wonderful. The second conclusion left other archmages, including Doctor Strange, in tears. He felt that the price paid when using magic was as comfortable as a massage. This showed that in the face of a sufficiently powerful life form, the price required to use magic was actually negligible. For a being like Nina with an extremely strong recovery ability, the price of using magic was actually bearable. This was exactly why the ancestor of vampires, Dracula, was a master of black magic. He didn't need to care about the price of using black magic at all, it was insignificant to him. For Nina, the price of using white magic was also almost negligible. And this was exactly what the Ancient One valued most about her: the price for using magic was far too heavy for humans. So much so that even someone as powerful as her had to employ special means to deal with such a price. Whereas beings like Nina could ignore the price of the vast majority of magic from birth. Of course, a few powerful magics were not in this category, such as magic where the price was one's soul. However, being able to ignore the price of most magic was enough. As a child she had cultivated from a young age, the Ancient One understood Nina very well. So although a small situation had recently arisen, she still vaguely intended to train her as a successor. However, this made Victor's status somewhat awkward. This was why Victor always felt that the Ancient One was looking at him with an inscrutable gaze. Just as Victor was starting to get a bit flustered, the Ancient One suddenly approached him. "You pack your things, you're leaving here with Nina tomorrow. Pack your things. Tomorrow you leave with Nina." The sudden words from Sorcerer Ancient One startled Victor more than he cared to admit. He knew she shouldn't release him so easily. "Then, Ancient One, what price must I pay for this freedom? Play yourself and fulfill the destiny of Victor in this universe." Understood. He had no idea how she had seen through his identity, yet her emphasis on play and this universe told him she knew he wasn't the Victor native to this world. Normally, Sorcerer Ancient One would never use such a gentle method. She would force time back onto its proper track in a far more direct way. But Victor was special, and since meeting her disciple the woman had changed in strange ways. So she would let him go for now and watch. Besides, keeping him locked up any longer would have her other apprentices choking on dog food, and the timeline required a Victor to exist. The compromise gave Victor a chance and let her observe what sort of man he truly was. "So what exactly is the destiny of Victor in this universe? You'll have to live it yourself, but I can show you the fate I once saw for him." Truthfully, Victor had zero interest in the life this world's Victor was meant to live, and no idea how to fulfill that so-called destiny. Yet Sorcerer Ancient One was already prepared. She thrust a chunk of memory into his mind without worrying it might break him. Victor did not disappoint. After accepting a memory vast enough to crush an ordinary person, he didn't even frown. Such memory dumps, essentially psychic attacks, barely affected him. He could now absorb the contents instead of simply shrugging them off. After scanning the memories, Victor's brow twitched, but he said nothing. Just then Nina pushed the door open and walked in. Evidently forewarned, she bowed to Sorcerer Ancient One, opened a portal, and led Victor out of the sanctum. "So, where are we going?" "A small island in the Pacific, one of Wolf Clan's and Romulus's lairs." Nina answered at once. Hearing it, and recalling the memories he'd just received, Victor roughly guessed what role he would play. "And what role will you play in all this?" The rebellious apprentice of Sorcerer Ancient One, a conqueror full of ambition, and the new master of the Hand in You. In the space of that exchange they stepped through the portal onto a tropical Pacific island, facing a towering Roman-style edifice. As one of ancient Rome's former rulers, Romulus couldn't escape its influence, yet the building's interior was anything but antique. Inside, the equipment was far ahead of the current era. Romulus's hidden trump cards never shone lightly. Through those devices he and his men could monitor every corner of the island, so the instant Victor and Nina arrived he knew. He recognized them, of course. Victor was a Wolf Clan tribesman and a former target, while the girl was the rumored saboteur who had thwarted the Hand ninjas time and again. The Hand had recently sent envoys to confirm cooperation. What brought Victor and the girl here now? Romulus, too focused on Logan, had grown woefully ignorant of recent events. Still, he would see them after a test to decide whether they were even qualified to stand before him. He dispatched 2 Wolf Clan warriors to ambush them. Like Victor and Logan, these clansmen could heal, though far less powerfully. "Our host seems less than welcoming, sending a couple of mice to probe. Your turn or mine? I'll give him something memorable." Victor rubbed his nose and fell silent. Right now she was the master, so any negotiation would be between her and Romulus. The 2 Wolf Clan fighters, seeing the apparently defenseless pair, bared bloodthirsty grins and sprang from the grass. Before they cleared the undergrowth their bodies froze, bones shattered in agony as Nina's immense telekinetic power twisted them into pretzels. Their vaunted healing could not mend such wounds. Looking at the mangled corpses, Nina wrinkled her nose. Had she known it would be this gruesome she would simply have sucked the air from their lungs. While she reflected, Victor strolled over and nudged a lifeless body with his toe. He noticed the corpses had possessed healing factors, far weaker than his or Logan's, yet enough to let fresh tears appear moments after wounds closed, confirming the ability. These people seem to have some degree of regenerative ability, but it's nowhere near mine. Looks like Romulus's motives really aren't that pure. You'll understand the details once you ask him yourself. Victor knew exactly who Romulus was and even what the man was scheming, yet he couldn't say a word. He had no way to explain how he knew. All he could do was drop hints so Nina would dig for the truth herself. She did take it seriously, not because of his warnings, but because Romulus had once tried to move against Victor. Just as Nina effortlessly took down 2 of Romulus's men, Romulus himself straightened in his seat, watching everything through the monitors. Looks like we've got a serious player this time. No wonder she keeps making fools of those hand ninjas. If that's the case, the old fossils of the Viper clan are probably done for. From that single display, Romulus concluded that the hand stood no chance against Nina unless they still had some hidden ace. Even then, the Viper clan elders were likely doomed. At that thought Romulus nearly chose to keep hiding, but Nina suddenly stared straight into his hidden camera. Beside her, Victor smiled and drew a slow thumb across his throat. Romulus knew he would have to face them, the only question was whether he invited them in or they tore the place apart to find him. He never doubted they could locate his base, an entire building can't just vanish. Even camouflaged as ancient ruins, it was still right there. Given their abilities, digging 300 feet down was nothing. Once the underground levels were exposed, he might survive a beating, but the organization he'd spent years building would be finished. And that was something Romulus wasn't ready to throw away unless he had no choice. So he sent an envoy again, not to probe this time, but to escort them in. Our master has sent me to welcome you and to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Take us to your master. Because the envoy didn't try to sneak, Victor and Nina let him go after he stated his purpose. Their landing site wasn't far from Romulus's base. From the outside it looked like a crumbling relic, part Roman, part random hodgepodge, and wholly bizarre. In reality the facade was a high-tech projection. Inside, the structure was vast and dim, rather like the hand's headquarters. Why do these guys always keep their lairs so dark? Is it a villain rule, look shady to stay shady? Nina ignored Victor's grumble, using telepathy to map the building's occupants. She found something amusing. Far more people were beneath their feet than above ground. So the real heart of the place was underground. Unaware his greatest secret was exposed, Romulus lounged on his throne, watching Victor and Nina enter the hall. Welcome to the Wolf clan's home. A small misunderstanding at the start, my apologies. May I ask what brings you here? Romulus had zero confidence he could defeat Nina, but the Wolf clan leader had to keep up appearances. He remained on his throne, looking down as he questioned her. Yet his words and tone betrayed the bluff. Nina didn't care, she was here to give Victor room to perform. 2 items. First, the hand. I'm its new leader. The Viper clan has been uprooted. From now on, I am the hand. Second, I'm here to confirm whether our covenant still stands. Romulus thought, that's it. You could have sent a Jonin. Instead you barge in and scare me half to death. Outwardly he stayed languid on his throne and answered. Since you've replaced the Viper clan and the ninjas accept your command, you are indeed the hand's new leader. As for our pact, if you have no objection, neither do we, provided our interests aren't harmed. Romulus had planned to squeeze the hand during its civil war, but one look at Nina's power killed that idea. He didn't squeeze, yet she prepared to squeeze him. Since the pact continues, pay compensation for the attack on our friend. After all, you hired people to come after little Victor and me. Romulus saw the play, the bounty on Victor was null, and now he had to pay out of his own pocket. It made his heart bleed, but under her strength he could only grit his teeth and agree. Nina looked almost surprised he yielded so quickly. But the warning had landed. Time for the real business. With your sincerity shown, the hand will keep helping you train your successor, and our representative will be Victor. Romulus was somewhat surprised by Nina's proposal, but he realized that with his current strength, he no longer had the right to refuse her. The fact that she was willing to continue assisting him was out of sentiment for the many years the hand had cooperated with him. If he didn't know what was good for him, it wasn't impossible for her to turn hostile on the spot. After all, the controller of the hand had already changed from the Viper clan to the powerful young girl before him. Since she came with goodwill, Romulus naturally wouldn't risk provoking her. However, the strength Nina displayed only strengthened his pursuit of power. Furthermore, he secretly decided to study how to deal with her. Of course, he wouldn't show any of this on the surface. Instead, he put on an ecstatic expression. He expressed a warm welcome to Victor's assistance. He even stated that as a fellow member of the Wolf clan, he had many things he could teach Victor. His actual plan, however, was to use this opportunity to try and brainwash Victor. Victor could more or less anticipate his plans. However, he didn't express any concern. Once Nina and Romulus reached an agreement, he stayed behind. In the beginning, Romulus followed through on his promise and launched a series of training sessions for Victor. However, the instructor responsible for training Victor soon found him, stating that he simply couldn't teach the boy. Victor possessed more skills than he did and was stronger to boot. He felt that instead of giving Victor lessons, Victor was effectively slapping him in the face. Whether it was hand-to-hand combat, cold weapons, or even firearms, he was no match for Victor. Even Victor's healing factor was stronger than his. After receiving feedback from his subordinates, Romulus finally realized how troublesome Victor himself was. He decided to step in personally to discipline Victor. He had originally thought Victor was going to fall into the hand's control, but he hadn't expected the girl to send him back. If this discipline proved successful, he might even be able to plant a seed of his own within the hand. But when he personally came to teach Victor, he realized just how fierce Victor was. If it weren't for the fact that his physical attributes completely crushed the boys, he wouldn't even be absolutely certain of victory. Though he didn't know who had trained Victor, Romulus could feel that Victor's mastery of close-quarters combat was not the slightest bit inferior to his own. The boy would even take advantage of his currently smaller stature to create special advantages for himself, such as focusing on the lower body or using his claws for a low blow. Furthermore, his fighting style leaned toward the practical. Almost every move was a killing blow. There was no flashiness, every attack was aimed directly at vital points. If an ordinary person were hit by Victor's attacks, they would end up dead or crippled. We are both members of the Wolf clan, and we both know each other's abilities. I won't hold back in this fight, so you don't need to either. If you're ready, let us begin. These were the words Romulus spoke before engaging Victor. After speaking, he made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Victor could strike first. Victor didn't stand on ceremony regarding Romulus's polite behavior and lunged straight at him. Seeing Victor's direct and crude method of attack, Romulus showed a self-satisfied smile. But he didn't expect that Victor was using a feint. Just as he struck, preparing to hit Victor while he was mid-air and unable to dodge, Victor braced a hand against the ground, completing a mid-air turn. What made Romulus feel even more humiliated was that Victor used his other hand to press down on Romulus's head in mid-air, completing a second turn and circling directly behind him. Romulus paid the price for his underestimation and arrogance. Victor, having circled behind him, used his claws to leave 10 bone-deep gashes on his back. Compared to the physical trauma, Romulus's psychological trauma was even more severe. His eyes turned red instantly. With a clench of his fists, the wounds on his back stopped bleeding and rapidly recovered as if they had never been there. While healing his wounds, Romulus also completed a turn to launch a counterattack at Victor. However, Victor, having struck his mark, was no longer in his original position. Knowing that his physical attributes were inferior to Romulus's, Victor had no intention of clashing head-on. Instead, he prepared to adopt the most useless and inefficient fighting style for people like them, a war of attrition. From the start, this battle couldn't end in life or death. What Victor wanted to do was simply take Romulus's pride and trample it under his feet. It was to teach him a lesson, to let him know that not just anyone could mess with Victor. As for Romulus, he had actually started with a playful mindset. However, after being caught in a flaw and counterattacked by Victor, he began to get serious. He believed that in any aspect, it was impossible for him to lose to Victor. Even though Victor showed considerable combat experience and skill from his performance just now, there was an unbridgeable gap between the boy's physical attributes and his own. This was a gap brought by growth. The underage Victor compared to himself at his peak was like an ordinary child compared to an adult man. Once Romulus began to get serious, Victor immediately fell into a state of crisis. No longer careless or underestimating his opponent, Romulus fully displayed the grace and combat ability of a leader of the Wolf clan. Every one of his strikes carried tons of force. Hitting the ground of the training field, he could make the hard paving stones shatter and fly. Victor didn't want to use his body and bones to test just how heavy Romulus's fists were. Thus, his only choice was to dodge the attacks. Fortunately, his current frame was much smaller than Romulus's, so in terms of flexibility, he was actually a notch above. Therefore, it wasn't something Romulus could achieve in a short time to hit him. However, Romulus's continuous and ferocious offensive left Victor with no time to launch a counterattack. It proved that Romulus's ability to become the leader of the Wolf clan wasn't just for show. Once he set aside his underestimation of Victor and began to take it seriously, Victor really didn't have much of a way to deal with him. Instead, under the pressure of the powerful offensive, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. As his dodging space was gradually compressed, Victor had to make a quick decision. Should he risk a counterattack, or find a way to create an opportunity to circle behind Romulus again? In the end, Victor chose to risk a counterattack, because dodging and hiding was never his style. He stared intently at the left fist Romulus was about to throw, preparing to use it to launch a counter. Suddenly, he took a heavy blow to the head. His intention to counter was seen through by Romulus. A whip kick struck Victor directly on the temple. Having taken this kick, Victor was like a Premier League football being shot into a goal, flying straight out through the skylight of the training hall. Landing on the grass outside, Victor tried several times before shaking off the brain concussion and successfully crawling up. Just as he got to his feet, Romulus had already walked out from the training hall. Remember, only cruelty and wildness can bring the abilities of the Wolf Clan to their strongest. Let your rage swallow your reason, and then master that rage. While reciting the creed of the Wolf Clan, Romulus continued a one-sided beating of Victor. Every one of his attacks was perfectly measured, sitting right at the limit of Victor's healing ability. He wouldn't leave Victor completely incapable of resistance, but he also wouldn't let Victor recover to a threatening degree before the next attack landed. After being hit several times in succession, Victor discovered Romulus's intention. As for the things Romulus was babbling about, he didn't listen to a single word. Although he had the appearance of a child, his inner self was an adult soul who had lived for nearly 200 years. If Romulus thought he could brainwash him with mere talk no jutsu, then Romulus was gravely mistaken. However, continuing to take a beating passively like this wasn't a solution. Victor had traits diametrically opposite to Logan's. Every one of Logan's counterkills was a wild explosion after being pressed to the limit. This was actually the most direct proof that Romulus had disciplined him well, because such sudden, protagonist power-up behavior fit the survival creed of the Wolf Clan perfectly. Victor, however, was the opposite. He had long since integrated and transcended his own wildness. The more critical the situation, the more he was able to maintain his reason. And while maintaining his reason, he didn't lose the powerful combat instincts guided by his wildness. This time, Victor similarly used this to analyze Romulus's attack patterns and found a way to break through. As the saying goes, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Facing another of Romulus's attacks, Victor didn't try to dodge again, because he knew he simply couldn't dodge the opponent's strike. He chose to meet attack with attack, but with a slight change in the way he applied force. His exertion of force wasn't for the purpose of wounding the enemy, but to use the momentum to pull away. With a crisp sound of a bone snapping, Victor paid the price of a broken wrist to be sent flying by Romulus. Completing a backflip in the air, he successfully landed on both feet. Victor immediately began a tactical relocation, because the moment he was sent flying, Romulus realized something was wrong and performed a follow-up attack. But because Victor was ultimately one step faster, Romulus's follow-up attack failed to hit him. The outdoor grounds were much broader than the training room. Romulus soon realized that continuing further would be nothing but a waste of time. In the open space, he didn't have any good way to deal with the slippery Victor. Well then, let's stop here for today. Your strength has already surpassed the vast majority of the Wolf Clan, and you don't need any more training. You can arrange your own affairs. When the operation begins and you are needed, I will notify you. Of course, if you're willing, I have some other tasks I can commission you to do, and the reward will surely satisfy you. Just like that, Victor went from being a freeloader at the Sanctum Sanctorum to being a freeloader at the Wolf Clan headquarters. However, this time, he didn't spend much time idling before Romulus threw a commission his way. In truth, calling it a commission was just Romulus's way of conducting underhanded business. It was just that he didn't want it to look too unsightly, so he didn't send his own subordinates, but let Victor go instead. Of course, he had to pay a price for this, such as money or other things Victor was interested in. Actually, he couldn't produce anything Victor was truly interested in. Victor just felt a bit bored staying on the island and wanted to go out for a stroll. Furthermore, he also needed such actions to play the role of the cruel and murderous sabretooth. Victor did such easy jobs for several years. Until one day, after Victor completed a commission for Romulus, he found that Romulus had brought back an ordinary human. Although the man was very strong, Victor didn't feel that unique wildness of the Wolf Clan on him. Victor, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Doug Logan. I recently reached a cooperation agreement with him to help him find his long-lost younger brother. As a reward, we will obtain the Howlett family estate. What does this have to do with me? Of course it has something to do with you. This Mr. Doug's brother is a bit special, only you can successfully track his whereabouts. Besides, this is something your hand and we agreed upon long ago, isn't it? I understand. Even though Victor had long understood that Romulus was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, due to the need for his role, he still had to deal with him superficially. After Victor agreed to the matter, Doug took out a piece of clothing Logan had worn as a child. That clothing was covered in bloodstains. Indeed, the bloodstains belonged to Logan. This was the very piece of clothing Logan was wearing when he was shot by his mother all those years ago. It retained Logan's blood and scent. I didn't expect I'd have a day where I'd act as a hound. Mocking himself, Victor led Doug and began the pursuit of Logan. This also meant that Logan's peaceful life, which had lasted for many years, was about to come to an end once again. In fact, if no one assisted Logan, for many years to come, Logan's life would be manipulated by Romulus, with tragedies occurring frequently. He would continuously lose friendship, family, and love, until many years later when he personally defeated Romulus to end it all. What a coincidence. The man in the middle of the road ahead should be your brother, no doubt about it. In truth, Doug Logan didn't need to be told. He recognized that it was his long-lost younger brother, James Howlett. He had waited for this moment for a long time, so he couldn't wait to rush forward. At this time, Logan was in a state of dejection after a failed romance. Rose, whom he had a crush on for many years, had actually fallen in love with his current foreman, Smith, who was both a father figure and a friend to him. During his time living in seclusion in the mining area, although the hidden agent Cookie arranged by Romulus caused him no small amount of trouble, it also allowed Logan to grow, making him strong and fierce. Furthermore, because Cookie cut off his and Rose's rations, he was forced to collaborate with the wolves in the forest to hunt, supplementing the daily food consumption for himself and Rose. A blessing in disguise was that Logan learned how to lead the wolf pack during this process. Moreover, because he frequently shared surplus food with the neighbors, he earned the respect of the townspeople. Cookie's repeated provocations finally brought about his own demise. Logan challenged him to a life-and-death underground boxing match. The result of the match was that Cookie used his own life to cement Logan's title as Wolverine. From that day on, the words, "It doesn't matter how the enemy is in battle, what matters is whether you have given your all," became his motto, and he put it into practice. However, the victory in the ring could not help him win the heart of the woman he loved. Rose ultimately loved Smith, and Logan felt deeply struck and ironically stung by this. But for the sake of Rose's happiness, he finally chose to let go. In the subsequent boxing match with Smith, the Wolverine, who would never be defeated, lost to old Smith. This match allowed Smith to win enough money to take Rose away from this poor mining town. Facing his first love who was about to leave with her lover, Logan chose to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Just as he was wandering the streets dead drunk, Victor and Doug Logan found him. Although the drunken Logan received a warning from his beastly instincts, his nerves, numbed by alcohol, prevented him from reacting in time. It wasn't until Doug Logan landed a heavy punch on his face that his healing factor automatically took effect, completely clearing the alcohol from his system. "Doug, what are you doing here?" "Naturally, to take the lives of you, the monster, and that bitch Rose." Facing Logan's inquiry, Doug Logan answered while his hands didn't stop moving. He directly pulled out a pre-prepared shotgun, intending to put a bullet through Logan's head. But Logan's reaction was faster than he expected. With a gunshot, the bullet from the raised barrel missed its target. "You're quite unlucky to be caught in the crossfire like this." Victor held up a bird accidentally shot down by the bullet, mourning its misfortune. On the other side, Doug Logan and Logan gripped the shotgun, locked in a struggle of strength. Although Logan was a mutant of the Wolf clan, Doug Logan's strength was not inferior to his. In fact, he was even stronger than Logan. As Logan began to gradually fall into a disadvantage in this struggle. Realizing he couldn't seize the shotgun, Logan decisively chose another solution. He used his own strength combined with Doug Logan's to bend the shotgun's barrel. However, just as he thought the shotgun was no longer a threat, he was struck heavily in the face by the gun's stock. It turned out Doug Logan was holding the barrel and directly swung the stock into Logan's face. With this action from Doug Logan, the shotgun completely shattered into a pile of junk. However, Logan was also sent flying by the blow and fell to the ground. Looking at Logan sitting on the ground, Logan decisively pursued his advantage. He dropped the twisted barrel and pounced directly onto Logan, pinning him down. Then, Logan's raised heavy fists began to repeatedly fall on Logan's head. However, Logan was a mutant who was accustomed to boxing matches and possessed a healing factor. The damage from Logan's fists was actually quite limited. Moreover, Logan was never one to just take a beating without fighting back. With Logan's assault, Logan's ferocity began to gradually erupt. With a powerful thrust of his knee, Logan kicked Logan off him. Logan didn't give Logan a chance to recover and pounced right back. Logan's fists were faster and harder than Logan's, and soon Logan's face was bruised and swollen. Under Logan's heavy punches, Logan quickly lost his ability to resist. By this time, the surrounding area was already crowded with onlookers. But Logan, having unleashed his ferocity, disregarded everything and bared his bone claws, preparing to deliver the final blow to Logan. Just moments before Logan was about to kill Logan, two figures rushed into the scene. The first to rush in was Rose, the first love of both Logan and Logan. In the original plot development, she would have been accidentally killed by Logan because of this action. But this time, her death-seeking behavior failed. Because Victor stopped her but didn't have time to save Logan. Just like that, poor Logan had his brain pierced by his long-lost brother's bone claws. "No, Logan. You monster." After leaving those words, Rose turned to leave. But Victor struck the back of her head with his palm, knocking her unconscious. "Who are you? Let go of Rose, or I'll make you pay." Looking at Rose slumped in Victor's arms and worried that his first love would be harmed, Logan threatened with a facade of strength. Victor didn't take such a meaningless threat to heart. "Don't worry, I'm just sending her home. Besides, don't you want to explain things properly to her and Smith? After all, you'll be parting soon." Logan was undeniably tempted by Victor's suggestion. Furthermore, he sensed a thick scent of blood and a feeling of crisis from this tall young man. In the end, Logan accepted Victor's suggestion and led the way, taking Rose back to the home she shared with Smith. However, halfway there, they encountered Smith, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Seeing Rose being carried over Victor's shoulder like a dead pig and Logan covered in blood, Smith thought something had happened to Rose and almost started a fight. "Your woman is fine, and the blood on this kid isn't hers. She just fainted, and we're bringing her back." Although he was skeptical of Victor's words, Smith was willing to believe Logan. After Logan confirmed Victor's words, he lowered his guard and walked over. After carefully checking Rose and finding no other injuries besides a large bump on the back of her head, Smith breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth happened? Why are the townspeople saying Logan is a monster and a murderer? "That's something you'll have to explain yourself, Logan." After handing Rose over to Smith, Victor leaned against a nearby pillar and watched Logan explain to Smith. However, it was clear that Logan's eloquence wasn't very good. It could be seen from Smith's increasingly grim expression. Finally, Victor couldn't stand it anymore and decided to step in and help Logan. "Actually, he's not very clear on the matter himself. He's not a monster, he's a mutant. To be precise, he's a mutant of the Wolf clan, just like me." As he spoke, Victor used a knife to slash a large gash on his hand. While splashing blood on Smith and Logan's faces, he also demonstrated his miraculous healing ability. Watching the ability Victor displayed, Logan's pupils began to contract sharply. He had once thought that he was the only one with such an ability. "Don't look at me like that. In a way, the two of us can be considered brothers. Our bones carry the instinct for battle and wildness. If not controlled well, it's normal to accidentally kill a person or two." Regarding Victor's explanation, Logan quickly recalled situations he had encountered. After confirming that what Victor said was the truth, Logan made a decision. But before that, he had to say goodbye to Rose and Smith. Under the combined explanation of Victor and Logan, Smith finally accepted the reality that Logan was a mutant and not a monster. However, only God knows what he truly thought in his heart. Anyway, after Rose finally woke up, Victor and Logan had to explain everything again. It turned out that Rose did not betray Logan's deep affection, she truly saw him as a younger brother. In the end, Rose tearfully bid Logan farewell and left with Smith. Before they left, Victor gave them an extra sum of money. "Well then, we should leave this place quickly as well. Also, if you don't want to bring trouble to them, don't ever meet them again." Looking at the dazed Logan, Victor spoke up to remind him. Logan obviously didn't realize what the trouble Victor mentioned was, thinking it was just discrimination from others. However, he really couldn't stay here anymore, and he had decided to leave with Victor. Since Victor could identify him as a mutant, then he must have a solution. I feel someone is following us. So, trouble has come knocking. If you don't want to bring this trouble to your big sister Rose and Smith, then don't go see them again. Not long after leaving the town, Logan noticed someone was tailing him and Victor. Victor directly pointed out that these people were coming for Logan. However, when the stalkers actually appeared, Victor was proven wrong. Because those who came were actually ninjas from the Hand, they didn't attack but instead knelt directly before Victor. Master, Romulus is very angry about your betrayal, and even threatens to go to war with us. Should we strike first and take the initiative? Victor looked at the red-clad ninjas kneeling before him, then glanced at Logan, who seemed to be suppressed a laugh, yet was also on guard and didn't know what expression to make. He took a deep breath and then said a sentence. Inform him that the Hand is unaware of my actions and is willing to assist the Wolf clan in hunting down Logan and me. Then, for the time being until I return, you will follow Nina's command. Upon receiving Victor's instructions, the ninjas threw smoke bombs at their feet and disappeared from right under Victor and Logan's eyes. Logan sensed through his beastly tracking instincts that they were rapidly moving away. However, there was probably no need to worry about those ninjas for now, as their master was right beside him. These ninjas from the Hand used to do bad things. Later, I subdued them, and they turned over a new leaf. They are currently in the mercenary business. Then Victor began to explain what the Wolf clan was, who Romulus was, why they were targeting Logan, and how Victor himself, like Logan, had once been Romulus's target. Just like that, I eventually dealt with the former rulers of the Hand, the Viper clan, and became the new leader, Black Sky. Then I took the opportunity to play a trick on Romulus, making his plans for you fall through. In this world, there is strength only when united. The weak do not deserve to survive. We are brothers, so we must support each other. Therefore, I helped you, and you will help me, won't you? To Victor's words, Logan neither expressed opposition nor agreement. The cruelty of life had told him that this was the reality. But in his heart, he told himself that the world shouldn't be like this. Torn and unable to see the path ahead, Logan chose to travel with Victor. At least when he was with Victor, the two of them could support each other. After all, they were brothers, weren't they? Shortly after the ninjas left, Victor and Logan continued their journey. Their destination was chosen by Victor, a small town at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. That town was located within the U.S. borders, so they had to cross the border to reach it. However, this was not a difficult task for them. The real trouble was that they didn't know that due to the butterfly effect brought by Victor, the U.S. at this time had strayed further and further down the wrong path. The Confederate States of America, the Native American Allied Forces, and the Union Army were completely engaged in a chaotic mess. Because the Native Americans lacked agricultural experience, their plantations were mostly run in the Southern style. This quickly brought them together with the Confederate States of America. Old Clid, who had fought the Native Americans many times, never thought he would see the day when he would fight side by side with them. Meanwhile, far away at the gate of the Clid Manor in Florida, a lady dressed like a socialite gently knocked on the door. When Mrs. Clid opened the door, she saw a pair of blood-red eyes, as beautiful as gems. "Hello, Mrs. Clid. I am a friend of your son, Victor Creed. He has some things he would like me to tell you." Before Victor and Logan crossed the border, everything seemed quite normal. Canada, under the rule of the United Kingdom, was as peaceful and harmonious as ever. But shortly after they crossed the border, they immediately smelled the scent of war. On the streets of the Federation, hardly any pedestrians could be seen. The entire Federation was in a state of depression because of the war. In fact, the South and the alliance of Native Americans were not doing much better. The long war had left all three parties exhausted. However, no one was willing to declare a ceasefire, so the residents remained in this stalemate. In essence, though, the three parties at this time were almost no different from being in a state of ceasefire. Large-scale conflicts had completely vanished, and even small-scale skirmishes were rare. It was common for soldiers on the front lines to borrow lights for cigarettes from each other. It was hard to imagine that over a year ago, they had been enemies fighting to the death. This situation led to the emergence of many new mixed-population towns in the West. The residents of these towns consisted of immigrants, plantation owners, and Native Americans. Here, no one cared about your skin color or even your race. One could say this was currently the most free and equal place on the planet. Of course, relatively speaking, the level of chaos here far exceeded other places. After all, there was no substantial government here, only a sheriff elected by the townsfolk to maintain order. In fact, what the sheriff did most often was not maintaining order, but collecting the bodies of unlucky souls who perished in conflicts. People living in the town had their own set of rules they followed, and the sheriff rarely needed to intervene. When Victor and Logan arrived at this town, they quickly attracted the attention of the townspeople. From their attire, it was hard to tell they were actually companions traveling together. Victor wore expensive furs and flashy cowboy clothes, while Logan was still wearing his old miner's outfit. It had even become dirty and tattered due to his battle with Doug. Still, it was better than running naked in the Canadian forests with a pack of wolves, acting as some kind of wolf pack commander. Upon arriving in town, the two ignored the hostile gazes around them and walked straight into a bar. Usually, when you walk into a bar in the 19th century American West, all you see are drunks and gamblers. And usually, these people have poor manners when it comes to both drinking and gambling. Consequently, conflicts were constantly breaking out. In fact, most of the bar owners' revenue came from the compensation paid by these guys for breaking things. As for selling alcohol, that was just a small profit. So when Victor stepped through the bar door, a chair came flying toward his face. Of course, if he had actually been hit, he wouldn't be called Sabretooth anymore, but Saber Kitten. Facing the chair aimed at his face, Victor simply grabbed the chair leg and then punched the drunk who threw it right in the face, sending him flying backward. In the face of such bar chaos, there was no need to try and calm everyone down. What they had to do was join in and become the final victors. After the chair thrower was knocked away, his companion decisively lunged forward. This time, however, it was Logan who blocked him. Seeing Logan's practiced movements, it was clear he had experienced many such bar brawls. But that made sense. As a loser digging in the mines, Logan would indeed have frequented the bars in the mining districts. And judging by the fact that those bars had underground boxing matches, the level of chaos there should have been no less than here. As an underground fighter and a mutant, Logan naturally handled this scene with ease. Soon, the companion of the chair thrower was beaten bloody by Logan and collapsed. By the time Logan finished him off, Victor had already begun wreaking havoc across the bar. Victor didn't care who the opponent was or whether they were coming for him. He would walk up to someone and throw a punch right at their face. After that punch, whether the person wanted to fight him or not, they would eventually end up wanting to. Then Victor could give them another punch and knock them to the ground. Of course, there were some who weren't as physically strong. Victor's first punch, even without much force, would knock them down. For those, Victor could only express his regrets. Clink. As Victor and Logan clinked their glasses, it announced they were the final victors of this round of bar brawling. They paid for their own drinks, while the compensation for damages was handled by the unlucky bastards lying on the ground. That was the rule of the town. If anyone tried to skip out on the bill, the sheriff would teach them exactly what town law meant in a jail cell. Of course, these rules were explained to them by the bar owner when Victor took out money to buy drinks. In fact, their purpose in coming to the bar was because bars were generally hubs for all kinds of information. In the 19th century American West, if you wanted to learn about a place, the first thing to do was go to the local bar. There, you could experience the passion of the locals and fully vent the frustrations accumulated during your journey. Naturally, if you spent a small amount of money, you could find out any news you wanted from the bartender or the owner. Of course, some of this news was true and some was false. You had to distinguish it for yourself. After chatting with the bar owner for a bit, Victor found the guy in town responsible for selling houses. After getting a house for himself and one for Logan, they settled down in the town. Once settled, Victor began teaching Logan how to master his abilities. He also assisted him in integrating his series of street fighting techniques into a systematic combat style. Logan truly lived up to the name, Wolverine. Under Victor's tutelage, he progressed exceptionally fast. However, another side of his personality began to manifest. Logan's personality had a very contradictory duality. He had a wild and vicious side, yet also a gentle and helpful side. That was why he would eventually become a superhero, because at his core, he was a person full of a sense of justice and an aversion to slaughter. But when he went into a frenzy, he could turn into a cold and ruthless killing machine, defeating many enemies that seemed impossible to overcome. This led many people to want to turn Logan into a killing machine under their control. Naturally, the first to put this idea into action was Romulus. After teaching Logan for a while, Victor noticed something. Logan, who used to come by very frequently, hadn't been coming around much these past few days. Just as Victor thought he had really found another job as he claimed, he discovered Logan was actually walking down the street with his arm around a Native American woman. Just as Victor was about to go over and introduce himself, a red-clad ninja suddenly appeared behind him, bringing a message from Nina. She wants to see me. And she brought news about Victor's parents from this universe. Yes, Master. If she wants to see me, why didn't she come herself instead of sending you? Shortly after Victor finished speaking, the ninja in front of him took off his mask. The face behind the mask was none other than Nina, whom he knew all too well. In fact, from the very beginning, Victor knew this member of the Hand Ninjas was an imposter. This was because he didn't feel the contract he had with the Hand Ninjas on this person. However, he didn't expose her, wanting to see what she was up to. He had even suspected she might be someone sent by Romulus in disguise. One must know that his unauthorized actions had not only disrupted Romulus's arrangements but also made it possible for Romulus's training of Logan to go to waste. Given how much Romulus valued Logan, he wouldn't just give up. Therefore, Victor had long been prepared to face pursuit and attacks from Romulus. But he never expected that this ninja from the Hand would be Nina in disguise. He stared at Nina, who looked quite heroic in her ninja outfit, and suddenly said a line. "Do you believe the world is flat?" "What? Only a fool would believe something like that." "Why? Are you a fool?" "Because you are my whole world." To Victor's sudden playfulness and confession, Nina's first reaction was shyness. But she quickly reacted, and in her embarrassment, she used her telekinesis to pull Victor in front of her, staring intently into his eyes. "Just a joke, after all, you were the one who dressed up as a ninja from the Hand to trick me. I almost thought it was a trap by Romulus and was ready to strike." Hearing Victor's explanation, Nina had no intention of letting him off the hook. Instead, she slowly floated up to his height and gently kissed his cheek. In fact, at this time, Nina still looked like she was only about 10 years old. On the other hand, Victor himself had once again grown tall and sturdy. Just as Nina was kissing Victor, Logan, who was walking with Silver Fox, happened to see this scene by chance. Of course, to say it was a complete coincidence wouldn't be quite right, because his feral instincts had made him aware of Victor's presence. However, he didn't want to expose his new girlfriend just like that, so he deliberately walked nearby, pretending to be passing by while trying to observe Victor. As a result, he saw a little girl about 10 years old kissing his cheek. Silver Fox, on the other hand, was focused on something completely different. She noticed that the little girl's feet weren't touching the ground. And so, Logan and his girlfriend, one thought Victor was a lolicon, while the other thought she was seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Their arrival was also noticed by Victor and Nina. Clearly, Nina, having just done something embarrassing, immediately used invisibility and teleportation to vanish. Victor didn't even have time to ask her to stay or say goodbye, so he had to turn to Logan and his new girlfriend. Just as he was about to speak, the two across from him spoke first. "I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Was that a ghost just now?" Faced with their questioning, Victor was speechless. These two's points of focus were completely different. It was a wonder they could even be together. "Hello, I'm Victor, Victor Creed. I'm Logan's friend. Are you his new girlfriend? While I'm glad to meet you, I have some business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." After saying that, Victor decisively turned around and vanished from Logan and Silver Fox's sight around a street corner. Logan and Silver Fox didn't even have time to stop him from escaping. However, the two of them didn't intend to chase him further. Instead, they huddled together and began discussing Nina. Logan expressed that it was the first time he realized the seemingly rugged Victor was actually a lolicon. Silver Fox, meanwhile, kept saying that the little girl just now was likely a ghost because her feet didn't touch the ground, and she vanished the moment they saw her. In her former tribe, the shaman had told her that only ghosts had such abilities, to float in mid-air and suddenly disappear. But ghosts usually appeared at night. Why would this one appear during the day? While the two were debating, Victor had already left the town. By the river not far outside the town, Nina was standing there waiting for him. When she left earlier, she had told Victor through her telepathy. She told him to get away as soon as possible and that she would be waiting for him by the river outside the town. Do you know about the Chaste? You mean the organization that includes Stick, who trained Daredevil, and Daredevil's girlfriend Elektra? The old rival of the Hand, composed of another group of elite ninjas. Yes, they were actually founded by former rogue ninjas from the Hand. They were once high-ranking ninjas of the Hand, but after the Hand was taken over by the Viper clan and turned toward corruption, they defected and established the Chaste. They are dedicated to opposing the corrupt Hand and purifying it. What Nina was saying was information Victor hadn't mastered. The Chaste he knew was a group of people who had actively eliminated what they considered impure emotions. They also possessed superhuman willpower, endurance, and combat ability. They were masters of unarmed combat, swordsmanship, disguise, escape, medicine, and explosives, and their names were usually related to their abilities or weapons. In fact, their numbers were far fewer than those of the Hand, but their individual abilities far exceeded those of individual ninjas from the Hand. It was an organization purely composed of elite ninjas. But after Nina's explanation, the reason behind this became clear. The original Hand should have been led by these elite ninjas, belonging to various departments. At the very least, it was vastly different from the current Hand. While everything you've said is information I didn't know, why are you suddenly bringing them up? They've come knocking. Hearing that the Viper clan has been wiped out, they found the Hand's headquarters and want to meet the new leader of the Hand. After learning that the Chaste wanted to meet him, Victor didn't think for long before deciding to go see this group that had reportedly been fighting the Hand for centuries. But before that, he had to say goodbye to Logan and have him wait here for his return. Otherwise, if he left without a word, there was no telling what kind of trouble Logan might stir up. What? You're saying you're leaving for a while to handle some personal business? Yes, that's right. While I'm away, you need to take care of yourself, Logan. Hey, you should know that even without you, I can take care of myself. Regarding Victor's reminder to take care of himself, Logan expressed great shock. He believed he was already an adult and didn't need anyone to look after him. However, he didn't notice that when Victor said those words, his eyes were actually looking at Silver Fox beside him. This beautiful and intelligent Native American woman understood Victor's meaning almost instantly and nodded with a smile. Alright, I get it, you'll take care of yourself. I have a feeling you'll take good care of yourself, much like I would. Then your feeling is right, brother. Alright, let's finish this glass. See you later. Goodbye. Just like that, Victor left the bar without looking back and embarked on his journey to Japan. Meanwhile, Logan put down his empty glass and reached out to put his arm around Silver Fox, who was standing nearby. Come on, Silver Fox. It's time for us to go home. It was time for them to go home and do some happy things while Victor wasn't around to disturb them in broad daylight. Compared to Logan and Silver Fox who were preparing to go home for some happy activities, Victor set off empty-handed. For him, things like luggage had never really existed. He had plenty of ways to take care of himself. Moreover, he wasn't traveling alone. Nina was still waiting for him outside the town. Aha, sorry to keep you waiting, my lady. Were you really this frivolous when you were young? One who isn't a bit wild in their youth has lived in vain. Nina didn't respond to Victor's words, but instead began to carefully ponder the phrase. She keenly sensed that the original source of this sentence probably wasn't English. Seeing that Nina didn't reply, Victor suddenly felt a bit bored. This was likely because as his body became younger, his personality also began to trend toward how he was in his youth. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, very few people could experience such a feeling. Furthermore, his original youth hadn't been very pleasant. Back then, he was fighting for revenge. One could say he spent his time entirely amidst slaughter and the chaos of war. Leisurely days like these were actually rare. This time, however, he spent most of his time quite leisurely. He could choose to do what he wanted, but because of this, he actually felt a bit lost. So he began to shift his focus to the people around him, and right now, only Nina was by his side. That's why he started saying things to her that he wouldn't have said before. Judging from the results, she actually liked it, though she was a bit too shy. But for a girl, being a bit shy wasn't a bad thing. While Victor was daydreaming about Nina, the girl on the other side snapped out of her thoughts. Then she noticed Victor looking at her with a look she found very familiar. That kind of look usually only appeared at night, when they were doing that. Knowing what Victor was thinking, Nina sighed and then snapped her fingers in front of Victor's eyes, which had already begun to glaze over. A blinding golden light burst from her fingertips, instantly blinding Victor. Ow, my eyes. What are you doing? I'm bringing you back to your senses, it's time to go. This journey isn't short, and the teacher won't let me use teleportation easily anymore. So we have to take ordinary people's transportation, which means we don't have much time to waste. Victor understood everything, but he just couldn't help himself. After all, she was a feast for the eyes. However, after having his eyes flashed, he restrained himself a lot and followed Nina obediently. On the third day after Victor left the town, a cowboy from the town also secretly departed. The direction he headed was toward a large town under the control of the Northern Federation. Are you sure he's already left? Only Logan is left in town, and he even found a girlfriend. Yes, Victor hasn't appeared for 3 days, and I saw him saying goodbye to Logan in the bar at the time. But because I was afraid of being discovered, I didn't track him. This cowboy who secretly left the town was actually one of Romulus's informants in the town. Romulus had many such informants. His long life had given him plenty of time to build and manage his own influence, which also meant his intelligence network spanned almost every corner of the globe and every industry. Furthermore, the power he wielded wasn't limited to members of the Wolf clan who directly obeyed him. Those subordinates lurking within various factions could also become his potential strength. For instance, this time, the cowboy who snuck out didn't look for a member of the Wolf clan directly under Romulus. Instead, he sought his own superior, an officer lurking within the Federal Army. Originally, according to his plan, he and his superior would instigate an attack on the town and just kill Silver Fox. But his superior didn't think so, because Logan wasn't someone he and his soldiers could handle. Otherwise, Logan wouldn't be worthy of being so highly regarded by Romulus. Even in the worst-case scenario, if they managed to kill Silver Fox by chance, they would have almost no way to survive against a rampaging Logan. One must know that the most famous trait of the Wolf clan, besides their self-healing ability, was their tracking ability, which was like a beast's instinct. No one could escape Logan's tracking, and no one could escape the pursuit of an enraged Logan. At least, these people couldn't. Therefore, he resolutely chose to report it up. Although the credit would be much less, it would at least ensure he could survive. He had been able to remain undercover and climb to his current position precisely because of this caution and meticulousness. As for the subordinate in front of him, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the decision. It just so happened that after Romulus's people arrived, they would need someone familiar with the situation over there, so he would let him go. Although I will pass this intelligence up, you still have a chance to earn credit. When the people from above arrive, they will definitely need someone familiar with the situation. I'll recommend you to them then, how's that? Thus, the cowboy left full of gratitude, while John pushed his monocle and turned to prepare to transmit the intelligence. Just as he had said, he would certainly recommend that cowboy, but whether the other party would still have their life to take that credit was none of his business. Shortly after the intelligence was transmitted, it reached Romulus's hands. In fact, the reason he could receive information so quickly was due to the high-tech communications he possessed. Otherwise, living on an island, the intelligence he received every day would only be outdated. Of course, living on an island had another benefit, which was that it was sufficiently secretive. This island drifted outside major shipping routes, and in an era without satellites, it was almost as if it didn't exist. After receiving the intelligence, Romulus tapped the armrest of the throne beneath him with his finger while thinking about whom to send to complete this mission. Originally, Victor was the best candidate, but he hadn't expected the other party to turn traitor. And the Hand wasn't willing to give an explanation. They even demanded compensation from him because a perfectly good person like Victor had been lost because of him. Romulus had no choice but to deal with the Hand's completely shameless behavior. Although he sensed something fishy otherwise, the Hand should have already launched a full-scale hunt for Victor. One must know that the Hand had never been merciful toward traitors. One only needed to look at the Chaste, who were now incompatible with the Hand like fire and water. But because his strength was inferior, he could only choose a humiliating apology and compensate for the Hand's losses. This also made him even more desperate for that legendary medal. When Victor was by Logan's side, Romulus was even somewhat wary and didn't dare take action against them again. He only had his intelligence network keep a close eye on their movements. In the end, his hard work paid off. Victor had actually left Logan's side. Then he had to seize this opportunity and move against Logan quickly. After thinking it over, Romulus felt that no one was suitable except himself. Therefore, this time, he decided to take action personally to train this clansman he had regarded highly for a long time. While Romulus was setting off, Victor's side had finally switched from a long train journey to an even longer sea voyage. However, compared to the previous boredom, Victor felt this time was quite good. The reason was that he had completely relaxed his mindset, turning this journey into an opportunity to spend time with Nina. Instead of being single-mindedly focused on the final goal and completely ignoring the person in front of him. Along the way, he kept telling whatever jokes he could still remember, trying to make Nina happy. However, he was flustered several times by the girl's persistent questioning, because some things should have been difficult to know even with his experiences. Fortunately, Nina saw his embarrassment and didn't press too hard. Every time, she would raise the issue high but let it down gently. After all, she also knew that everyone needs to have some secrets. While Nina was being well-behaved and sensible, Victor began to consider whether he should tell her his greatest secret. But before that, he could first talk to her about the multiverse. In fact, Nina had suspected something for a while as her power grew day by day. Especially when she began to master a portion of the power of space-time, more memories began to appear in her mind. Before she could ask, Victor told her. In the timeline before the reset, a timeline split had also occurred. It was just that everyone lost their memories. At the time, only he and Logan weren't affected because they weren't in that universe. It was also because of that timeline split that he and Logan became the last two mutants. And after this reset, a timeline split had clearly occurred as well. A so-called timeline split is when a real parallel spacetime branches out again from an existing time node. And now, the universe they were in was a parallel spacetime derived from Victor's reset. Nina had indeed experienced the memories that had appeared in her mind within this spacetime. It was just that when she met Victor, her original memories were restored. And because of the Reality Stone's assistance, the sense of reality of the two types of memories had undergone a transformation. It made Nina feel as if she had suddenly come to this universe and then gained a segment of memories. As for Victor, it was a bit worse. He had appeared directly in this universe. Because this universe wasn't his original universe, his existence would become unstable as time passed, until he eventually disappeared completely. But the Reality Stone saved him. It directly erased the existence of this universe's Victor and then twisted Victor into the version he should be. Then it cracked, and Victor also lost almost all of his abilities. As for why this happened, Victor himself wasn't very clear. Because after he snapped his fingers and reset the universe, he completely lost consciousness. By the time he woke up, he was already hanging from the chains in the underground room. These things that happened afterward were told to him by the Reality Stone. Nina was also stunned by what Victor said. These things somewhat matched her conjectures, while others exceeded her understanding. She needed some time to accept all of this, but one thing was certain, her feelings for Victor had never changed. Of course, Victor also believed this, which was why he chose to gradually tell her everything. But before that, they still had to handle the business at hand, which was to meet the elite ninjas from the Chaste. However, when he actually saw the ninjas of the Chaste, he understood why Nina's expression had turned a bit strange when she mentioned them. You're saying you're called the Chaste Elite 10, but there are clearly only 9 of you. And what's with this look? You guys aren't really the Ginyu Force, are you? Looking at the 9 baldies in white holding weapons and striking various characteristic poses, Victor couldn't help but voice the question from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, he had an ominous premonition regarding their answer. Should we tell him? It seems he really has no idea. Maybe he is the one in the legend who will change the hand again. Then let's tell him. Facing Victor's inquiry, the 10 Excellents did not answer immediately. Instead, they dropped their original pose, formed a circle, and began discussing among themselves as if no one else was there. Watching the increasingly comical performance of the 10 Excellents, Victor couldn't help but suspect that in the future, Stick would choose Matt, the blind man, purely because he wouldn't be able to see that Stick was actually a clown. Fortunately, the 10 Excellents didn't make Victor wait long and quickly reached a conclusion. However, their answer, while not beyond Victor's expectations, still dealt him a massive blow. The 10th excellence is Black Sky, the leader of the hand. That's right, Black Sky is the most outstanding one. Only the most outstanding can become Black Sky. After the split, there were only 9 of the 10 excellence left, because one of them is the betrayer. Those who betray their ideals are the true betrayers. But isn't the betrayer the Viper clan? Shut up. Looking at the chattering ninjas of the chaste, Victor started to feel a headache coming on. However, he finally confirmed that ominous premonition. As the new leader of the hand and the Black Sky, he was indeed the last person among the legendary 10 excellence. This way, it made sense why the chaste would try to contain Electra when she became the Black Sky in the future. It also explained why Stick once tried to have Matt take over the hand and lead it back to the righteous path. Their purpose for coming to the hand now was obvious. After hearing about the internal turmoil and the annihilation of the Viper clan, it would be strange if they didn't come to see what the new leader was like. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could lead the hand back to the righteous path, they were willing to pay any price, even their lives. When they met Victor, they were actually quite happy, because they didn't feel the aura of the beast on him. In fact, the demonic power on all the hand ninjas seemed to have disappeared. In their excessive joy, they accidentally revealed their comical nature. Usually, before making an appearance, they would adjust their state so people would see them as righteous heroes rather than clowns or anything else. Behaving like this in front of Victor meant that, in a sense, they already considered him one of their own deep down. However, they still needed final confirmation whether Victor could truly lead the hand onto the right path. So, after confirming each other's identities, they spoke up impatiently. So how did you defeat the beast? Did you really kill everyone in the Viper clan? Will you fight for justice? You won't become another ambitious tyrant, will you? We won't allow the hand to become a tool for ambitious men to commit evil in the world again. Facing the chattering 10 excellence of the chaste, Victor really wanted to say, why don't you pick a representative to speak? Nina saw his thoughts and told him the reason. Once the Black Sky appears, the Black Sky is their only leader, and everyone else's status is equal. So everyone has the right to speak, and no one can speak for another. Exactly. That's it. She's right. Thus, Victor could only endure the noise. After all, he and the other side had similar intentions. He wanted to bring the chaste back into the hand, while the chaste hoped the hand could return to the righteous path. I don't have much ambition, and of course, I won't treat the hand as a tool. In fact, if you are willing to return to the hand, the ninjas can still be left to your command. After all, I'm not some demon or ambitious tyrant. Regarding the olive branch Victor extended, the ninjas of the chase did not agree immediately. Because once upon a time, the hand had used similar methods to tempt them. One of them had fallen into corruption after signing a demonic contract due to being too trusting. So this time, they wouldn't fall for it easily. However, they weren't willing to give up this rare opportunity either, because Victor was, after all, different from the Viper clan. We won't sign that contract. Don't think you can control us. But if you're sincere, it's not impossible for us to join. No signing. If we can join without signing a contract, we can give it a try. Seeing the ninjas of the chaste basically in his pocket, Victor showed a faint smile. The noisy clamor didn't sound so grating anymore. In the end, this was a mutual test. Only through interaction and working together can one's true nature be seen most quickly. Just as Victor was about to agree to the chaste joining, his expression suddenly changed. His fears had become reality. Something had happened on Logan's end. When he left, he hadn't gone without preparations. The hand ninjas in the US had already massed in the West because of their previous attempt to capture him. So he had adapted to the situation, leaving Logan to be observed and protected by the hand ninjas after he left. It was a safeguard so he could receive news immediately if a problem arose. Seeing Victor's sudden change of face, the ninjas of the chaste thought he was going back on his word. They immediately jumped back and struck a battle pose. You really were up to no good. I didn't expect another ambitious tyrant. Accept the judgment of justice. Ditto. Shut up. Stop embarrassing yourselves. However, they soon realized that Victor's change of face didn't seem to be because of them. The surrounding hand ninjas hadn't made any move. This made their pose quite awkward. Yet they didn't dare to lower their guard easily, in case it was a plot to make them let their guard down. Fortunately, their awkwardness didn't last long, as Victor had reacted to the news he just received. Seeing the 10 excellence of the chaste in their poses, he knew they had misunderstood. But it was just as well, he wanted to test their strength. I'm not targeting any one of you, but all of you combined definitely couldn't beat this beautiful lady beside me. Following Victor's words, the gaze of the chaste followed his finger to Nina, who had been standing silently. Cough. We can't beat her. But that doesn't mean we can't beat you. It seems you need a lesson. Get him. With that, the ninjas of the chaste rushed at him, while Nina, standing nearby, showed no intention of intervening. Victor was suddenly stunned. What kind of move was this? Had Nina teamed up with them to usurp his position? While Victor was thinking of such absurd things, he hurriedly began to deal with the siege of the chaste. But he soon realized they had no killing intent, and their moves weren't lethal. Nina must have seen this, which is why she didn't act. It had to be said that these ninjas were quite skilled. At the very least, their abilities far exceeded those of the hand ninjas and were almost on par with Steve. Moreover, their coordination was extremely seamless, or rather, it was a complete and mature joint attack formation. Thus, the besieged Victor fared poorly. At first, he could still parry. Later on, he was reduced to a flustered mess, just taking hits. Although the ninjas of the chaste didn't use lethal force, the blows still hurt and hindered his movements. By the time the fight ended, it had completely devolved into the 9 of them forming a circle and pummeling Victor with their weapons. Ouch, ouch, stop, stop, damn it, stop. Finally, they stopped at Victor's roar. After all, continuing would just be humiliating Victor, which served little purpose. Now that they had stopped, Victor, who had been beaten, couldn't say much since he was the one who provoked them first. So when Victor rubbed his face and stood up, he didn't intend to pursue the matter further. I don't know which wicked fellow kept aiming for my face with a stick. Victor muttered while thinking about how to handle the situation with Logan. As for the chaste, based on what just happened, things were basically settled. Sure enough, when he extended the invitation again, they agreed without hesitation. They then began to ask what had happened to cause his sudden change of expression. Victor told them what had happened. This sparked public outrage. The ninjas of the chaste, who prided themselves on upholding justice, utterly detested Romulus's behavior. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus to go to the US with Victor to give Romulus a lesson and let him know the consequences of doing evil. Victor, of course, did not refuse and was happy to see it happen. After all, in a sense, finding a common goal was a good start. So, what exactly did Romulus do? The story begins 10 days after Victor left, for that was the day Romulus arrived at the small town where Logan was. After he arrived in town, it was that cowboy who received him. Oh, wait, he wasn't a cowboy anymore, but a rancher and a respectable man. As for where he got the money to become a rancher, it was naturally the reward for the previous information about Logan. Because of this, he was extremely enthusiastic about Romulus's arrival. He didn't even know that this person was actually his ultimate boss behind the scenes. He had received word that this was a big shot sent from above and that he must provide the best hospitality. However, Romulus wasn't particularly impressed by his enthusiasm. Or rather, he didn't really care about this subordinate, as he had too many people like him. "Noble my lord, I am honored by your presence. Anything I can do to make your stay comfortable, just give the word." Romulus stared at him for a moment, then gave a contemptuous smile. He took off his luxurious outer coat and threw it into the man's arms. "Hold this for me." After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked into the bar. By this time, Logan had already become the king of the bar. Consequently, while he was there, the bar was always peaceful, and today was no exception. But Romulus's purpose for coming here was to provoke the Wolverine. And he knew exactly how to do it, just by making a few small jokes about a certain lady. "I heard there's a great beauty in this town, and she's a Native American. Do any of you know her? Introduce her to me so I can have some fun. Ha ha ha." Thud. Just as Romulus finished speaking, the sound of a glass being slammed heavily onto a table was heard. As he expected, Logan was completely enraged by his words. There are always people who think they're funny, not knowing they're actually just asking for a beating. As Logan spoke, he stood up from the chair by the bar table. When he saw Romulus, he was visibly stunned for a moment. Because Romulus's appearance strongly resembled someone Victor had mentioned to him. The man who tried to manipulate his life and caused the destruction of his family. Romulus. Interesting, you actually know me. This is quite a surprise. I hope you can give me even more surprises next. Before Romulus could finish speaking, Logan had already rushed toward him. The others in the bar, seeing someone challenge Logan, decisively chose to watch the show. At first, such scenes happened from time to time. But over time, after all the troublemakers had been beaten into submission by Logan, such scenes became rare. Today, someone was challenging Logan again. How could they miss it? To avoid being caught in the crossfire, they decisively chose to stand against the walls, clearing the floor for Logan and Romulus. However, this time, unexpectedly, Logan didn't resolve the fight quickly. Instead, he suffered a slight setback. Logan, who had lunged forward, was caught by the wrist by Romulus and thrown directly away. Logan, flying backward, didn't stop after hitting two drunks. Instead, he took them with him and crashed into the bar's wooden wall, creating a large hole. Struggling to get up, Logan didn't have time to check on the two unlucky drunks. He instinctively grabbed a wooden club as thick as an arm from beside him, leapt up, and aimed the club directly at Romulus's head.